on 91.2 FM at the circuit and around the world on radiolemans.com. I think we are moments away from the start of this year's race, and I have to say, from the 1st of January pretty much, I've been looking forward to this all year. We are in for what is being touted as a race of a generation, and with 4 factory teams in the LMP1 class, I think it's going to be something to savour. Clearly the weather isn't playing ball quite yet because it's one of those dingy, drizzly days which will mean not particularly quick times once we get free practice underway in a little over half an hour's time. But nevertheless, sprinkling hopefully a bit of sunshine from the Mobil 1 Broadcast Centre is to my left Paul Tarsi and to my right Paul Truswell. And again, I'm going to have to work out how to differentiate from you guys because PT doesn't work,
No.
doesn't cut it. Trusses and Tarsi may have to be it. Welcome.
Well, thank you, my dear boy. That's a very nice welcome, and certainly looking forward to this. And I'm not sure about this rain thing because, okay, we're not going to see quick times, but we're going to see yet another curved ball coming into the equation. And that's really what this whole week is going to be about, because there are so many variables in what's happening. And I think one of the things that we've seen throughout the year so far is that this isn't like Formula One, where all the cars are fundamentally the same and somebody will get a slight edge here or there. This is about fundamentally different types of cars, and they're going to be different in different sorts of weather, different sorts of times during the race, and I think it's going to be a really, really fascinating event.
There are many, many ways of solving this puzzle, of completing this race over the 24 hours that will begin on Saturday at 3 o'clock, and the ACO have set out parameters to fit into, and in some cases those parameters have been switched around entirely 180 degrees. I speak of Nissan, where the engine is in the front of the car rather than the rear. Paul Truswell, it's mouth-watering, isn't it? I think potentially ahead of the race.
Yeah, I mean, there we are. Yes, I mean, it is mouth-watering, and you were saying earlier on about looking forward to this, could be the race of a generation. I always get nervous about saying that because you end up building your expectations up too high. But all the pieces are there. All the parameters, as you say, are in place. And, I mean, we are, if the weather plays ball with us, and the forecast that I saw is actually that it's going to improve between now and midnight. So hopefully by the time we get into the qualifying period, which will be later on tonight, it will be on a dry track. Keep our fingers crossed for that. But I mean, yes, you're right. It's there's so many pieces that you have to put together, but ultimately the rules are the same. It's go as quickly as you can, stay out of the pits, stay out of trouble, don't make any mistakes. And if you do that and you get it all right, then you're going to win.
Thank you. We'll have more, of course, from Paul Truswell throughout the 4 hours of free practice and indeed 6 hours of qualifying. But straight down to our Nismo pit lane team, and Bruce Jones, who's at pit out. He's found from the Nissan team Jan Mardenborough.
Very last garage in the pit lane, Jan Mardenborough. Great to have Nissan back here at Le Mans fighting at the top level, but it's quite a steep slope, isn't it?
It's a very steep learning curve for us as a team. Obviously, we're radically different car to everybody else. Requires a lot of mileage and time to get it sorted. Our plan for this practice session and quali is to get as many laps in all 3 cars as possible, just to get as much data we can for the race. The conditions, they are what they are. It's the same for everybody, so we're going to be out there whether it's wet or if it dries up later on.
It's all about mileage at this stage, isn't it? But really the big attack in many ways, this year's the trial, next year's the time you've really got to nail your colours to the wall.
Yeah, exactly. We understand drivers as well, which is tough, but the whole team, Nissan, we all understand that this year is a learning year. We've got to get as much information as we can about the circuit. It's the first time we ran here, so our goal is to come fighting next year. That's not to say we're going to be fighting this year. We're pushing like crazy, but we understand where we are compared to everybody else.
Jan, thank you very much. Go and get into one of the meanest looking cars out there. That's Jan Mardenborough.
Jan Mardenborough there, as Bruce says, and we will catch up with the rest of the team, no doubt, but also some of the other factory elements as well. Of course, Audi are here, Porsche are here, and Nick is gesticulating to me, which has entirely thrown me off topic. Yes, you can see us as well. Very similar to last year, in that we are not only in sound, but also in vision as well. I don't know how you access this, though. That's the only thing, Nick. You're going to have to shout at me.
Go to Radio Le Mans site,
go to the radiolemans.com website or the Midweek Motorsport site on Facebook, and there are presumably very obvious links in it to enable.
It's embedded on the front page of Radio Le Mans.
It's embedded, which is a very technical term, but it's basically there on the web page, isn't
That's
it?
a better word.
Yeah,
there.
it is
rather
there.
than
It's
this,
very, it's ultimately
embedded stuff,
present.
because we don't
Now
need that.
we have word not very far away from where Bruce was a moment or two ago at the Murphy Prototypes team with Karun Chandok, number 48. So we're moving from LMP1, Bruce, to LMP2.
Don't tell Karun he's not in LMP1.
Sorry.
LMP2 is where you are at the moment with Murphy Prototypes. What are your thoughts going into this race? Obviously not the ideal conditions to start practice.
Well, thanks for that reminder, first of all. Happy to be back here with the Mad Irish lot. Yeah, it's a bit frustrating with the rain, really, considering the test day. You know, we got no tyre information. We got a bit of mileage, and we got a bit of information in terms of, you know, fuel and car, and for me as well, just to drive. But we got zero tyre information, and I think everybody in this pit lane wants a dry session, just so we know where we are come the race. But it stopped raining, and the clouds have kind of gone up a bit, so I think we might be okay later on. The first couple of hours could be a bit of a frustrating time.
Do you actually bring along an official meteorologist for the team, or just sort of spit on your finger and stick it out of the window?
Well, I'd imagine the big teams have some sort of weather system. Luckily, we're 2 garages down from Amsterdam, so I think we'll just do what they do, really.
It's all about maximising your opportunities. Karun, I hope it dries out. Catch you later. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
And straight to the other end of the Nissan pit lane to our Nismo pit lane team member, Shay Adam, who is with Christian Reed.
Covering another class, we go from P2 to GTE AM, and Christian Reed, you were able to come second last year. Do you think you can get one more step up this year?
Yeah, we hope so, and it's a goal, but anyway, this will be very difficult, especially if you look on the weather forecast. It will be a tough race, and yeah, we try to do our best, and we will see.
Do you hope for rain?
I don't care, you know, it's the same for everybody. If it's sunny, it's okay, it's more easy, but it's harder for the car, so we will see.
Is it bad that so much of the running has already been in wet from test, and now it looks like this session won't be dry for the start at least?
Yeah, you know, we are lucky, we have the same car than last year, so we had a good backup on the data, so it's okay for us.
Big advantage coming in with the same driver lineup again this year?
Yeah, it's always, you know, if you want a second time the same lineup, with same car, same, everything is the same. And everybody know each other quite well, and it helps you for sure.
The 88 Abu Dhabi Proton competition getting ready to go out as soon as the green flag falls.
Which is in 24 minutes' time, and we will be straight into 4 hours of free practice. The 4-hour clock is already at the top of our screens, and that is enticing, but it's a little way away from us at the moment. What can we expect then, Paul Trustwell, during 4 hours of free practice? How much can we read into some of the information we will glean from it? Because obviously test day happened on the 31st of May. There was 8 hours of running there. That was rain affected, and we couldn't take a whole lot from it.
No, that's right. I mean, it was interesting. You could hear the frustration in Karun Chandok's voice there. And they obviously want to get dry running in order to get the cars set up. But, I mean, it's entirely unlikely that the race itself is going to be run in fully dry conditions. I mean, weather forecasts are a bit up and down, a bit uncertain, but gathering data about how the cars perform in what could be mixed conditions is always going to be valuable to you. So, yes, it's going to be all about going out and getting familiar with the track, but I mean, one of the things that the experts, even the people who have been coming back to Le Mans year after year after year, is that, how the Le Mans track is an organic thing. It moves, it changes, obviously not in a physical sense, but in how much grip it offers you, where the grippy bits are. And so there's a lot to be gained just on getting the cars set up to run for the 24 hours. There's a lot of information they still need to get, of course, with the way that the tyre wear is going to play out, what their fuel consumption is going to be, how comfortable the drivers feel with the car. It's all about the having the car so that it's set up so that the drivers feel at one with the car. They feel comfortable that it's working for them the way they want it to, and that's what they're going to be using this free practice for. It's going to be getting the teams so that the drivers are all happy with what they're doing and with the the positions of where they're sitting and how comfortable they are. And that's what it's all about in this free practice session, just getting the mileage, getting comfortable, and getting familiar.
And one man who will be keen to do that during this session and also get his eye in as far as LMP1 is concerned, because the last time I saw him, he was driving a P2 car around Imola, is Philippe Albuquerque, who now joins Bruce Jones.
Philippe, we've been watching you producing great jobs in the European Le Mans series this year, but of course this is a totally different event, the Le Mans 24 Hours. You must just be really keen to get going for Audi.
Definitely. I mean, going in this car in the Audi R18 is just so different because we have 31 pages to know about the car and all the functions of the car, and it makes it completely different. And but it's a lot of fun. It's just a shame that it's not so dry. Maybe we'll get some dry laps now in this session, but we never know.
But even in the space of the past 5 minutes, the clouds have lifted and it's getting quite bright. If it stays bright, how quickly do you think, and doesn't rain anymore, how quickly do you think the track will dry out?
I think it's going to be drying out quite fast because it's not so cold, so that it will be 56 cars going around. I think soon you will see maybe going out many guys going already with inters. This is going to be a very key point to know when you go to inters and when you go to slicks, because most likely we're going to rain in a race. So to know that key point when you do the transition will be the thing for winning the race maybe.
So of course Audi's got 3 cars. Do you bring them in on different laps accordingly? Bring in one early to test the test, or have you? Oh, come on, you can tell me, Philippe.
Yeah, I mean it's obvious for sure. I was just talking with my engineer, and we would like to do that test. And but at the same time, it's also driver preference. Some guys like to risk more and to go with slicks into a wetter condition and take more risks because they can produce more tire temperature into it. But if you're not confident enough, if you don't push that much and you don't take the risks, the tire temperature drop of the tires, then you are nowhere. So it depends on the strategy of each driver.
Well, enjoy it, and it is getting bright. Just keep saying it is getting bright.
The Portuguese driver Philippe Albuquerque, who has taken part in this race once before, but it was last year and sadly didn't get to the end, sharing with Marco Bononomi and René Rast in the third of the Audis this year. Very, very experienced man, though, and incredibly quick as well. Has taken pole position at Imola in the P2 car and is certainly valued as a intermittent member at Jota Sport, this fabulous relationship that the P2 team has with the Works outfit. But I suppose we haven't quite dug to the bottom yet of how good this Audi bodywork is. They brought it to Spa and it's a low downforce kit, but it turned out to be quicker than the high downforce kit through the middle part of Spa, which is certainly daunting stuff for the rest of the team's trussers.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing we don't really know, because we haven't seen the 3 major manufacturers, and I'll exclude Nissan from that in it for a moment, just because the Nissans are anyway having their debut here at Le Mans. But we haven't seen Porsche, Audi and Toyota up against each other just yet. And so I'm very interested to see how they do shape up against each other with their current bodywork kit. There was a little bit of, I'm not quite sure how much people were talking about it in the pre-shows, but there was a little bit of argy-bargy about the way that the leading edge of the rear wing mountings, the vertical elements of the rear wing mountings, the rear wing end plates on the Porsche and the Audi were configured. It'll be interesting to hear from our pit crew when they see the cars how they've got the rear wing end plates configured, whether they've got this slight kink in them or whether they're dead ahead, straight as it were. But as I say, there's always development going on, and even between test day and today, there will have been little tweaks made. And I was saying to somebody over lunchtime, Audi and Porsche are both pushing the envelope. They're both really taking risks, if you like, in the way that they've developed the car. And it'll be interesting to see how they deal with that compared to Toyota, who are relatively stable with where they were last year.
Let's head straight down to our Nismo pit lane team and to Shea Adam, who is joined by, from the 40 car, João Barbosa.
And João, you haven't been out in this car before ever. You have a lot of experience in the Daytona prototypes in the States, but now you're driving the competition in the P2. How have you prepared for that?
Well, we did on Sunday, we did a simulator test near Paris. That went pretty well. Obviously, there's nothing like driving the real car, and I got really useful tips from the team. I've been talking with them a lot, with Nick and Tracy. They really give me good tips about how the car should feel, what I should do around here. But I'm really curious to see what I've been racing against for the last couple of years. You know, it's I've been racing against the Ligier in America, and it's going to be really, really interesting to see how it feels from the inside.
Do you think that'll be any advantage to you when you then go back to IMSA and continue racing over there?
Not really. I mean, there's nothing you can do what the other people are doing or what the other competition. So, you know, I'm just going to have an inside feeling of what the other guys are feeling inside the car. But, I mean, it doesn't give any edge, doesn't give anything, because when I go back to US, I still have to drive my own Corvette TP car. So, you know, it's just going to be interesting for me to get a feel on the competition and how good or how bad, but I think how good the car is going to be, you know.
Well, one of their main competition this weekend will be Straka Racing, and Bruce is down with Nick Leventis.
Nick Leventis, drivers always wait really keenly for the next Le Mans, but you've been on a thin diet, haven't you? Because you've had to wait 24 months. How's it to be back?
Oh, it's fantastic to be back. Obviously, the last time we were here, we were stood on the top step of the LMP1 Privateers podium, and then last year was agonisingly long, watching it from my living room. But no, as a team, we're so happy to be back and so happy to be in the championship, and obviously with the car we've developed ourselves, it's been really, really good few days here, and we're feeling very positive about the next days ahead.
Now, since the start of the year, you've done something quite major, bearing in mind all the design press. You've changed over to Dunlop tyres to Michelin. How's that going, and what was the thinking behind that?
Well, in very short terms, we just thought there'd be more performance with the Dunlop tyre, based on what all our competitors are doing, and bearing in mind they're on Dunlops. It was the only other variable we hadn't really considered. We're confident we've got a very quick chassis, so it was a difficult decision, but based on the testing we've done in a very short space of time with the Dunlops, we can see it was the right choice, and I think now we're back in the mix with the lead runners.
Well, you've always been a popular team. I'm sure a lot of people will be rooting for you around the circuit this weekend. I guess you just want some dry running. You just need the miles.
Absolutely, but looking at the weather now, I think it's gonna be dry. To be fair, at the test with the intermediate conditions, we were really happy. You know, the car feels really good and we're quick. So, to be honest with you, whatever the weather does in the next few days, we're prepared and just really happy to be here.
Great to have you back. Well done to Straka.
It's the voice of Nick Leventis with Bruce Jones, who is part of our Nismo pit lane team for this year's race, the 2015 24 Hours of Le Mans. Brought to you, as always, by Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans on 91.2 FM here at the track. And P2, Paul Tarsi, is 19 cars, and I would say you could more or less pick 3 of them at random and they could all finish on the podium, because it is so difficult to predict. And that is credit to the ACO for creating a category, parting thanks to a revived European Le Mans series as well, which has really encouraged a lot of people to enter, with good quality entries there as well.
I think one of the things with this, as you say, is all credit to the ACO, because these things don't happen by chance. That this has been fairly long haul to get P2 to where it is. It's been something that they've had to work at. They've cut and pasted a few things as well. Interesting to hear Nick Leventis there talking about just looking at those marginal things that are going to make a difference, looking at the tyre change, because they thought that would put them ahead or on a par with some of the other people with their Straka plans. And it's those kind of things that are going to make the difference. It's those kind of things which are going to move the game up. P2, could go absolutely anywhere, Johnny.
We have different engine manufacturers. Predominantly it is the Nissan lump in the back of the P2 cars, but some machines here with, one with a Judd engine, that's the 40 car, and of course we heard from João Barbosa not too very long ago with Shea Adam, but also there are 3 HPD powered cars as well. The Oak number 34 and the 2 Extreme Speed Motorsport machines, the World Endurance Championship, entered 30 and 31 cars. There's also the tyre war as well between Dunlop and Michelin, which we've already covered part of. And Paul, again, it's so difficult to predict, isn't it?
And there's the Sard, which is a different engine again, and the number 43 car. Yes, I mean, and 2 completely new cars as well here. The BR01 being run by the SMP racing team, brand new car, and we're just hearing from Nick Leventis, the Straka Dome, in effect not so much a dome as a Straka Dome, and it'll be interesting to see how that pans out. But it's an incredibly strong category. But still, it's the same old. Stay out of the pits, go around regularly, stay out of trouble. One of the aspects, of course, of the LMP2 class is having at least one silver or bronze driver within the driver crew. He has to do at least 4 hours of the driving as well. So, you know, you need to take in everything to account just as much in P2 as you do in the LMP1 class. And okay, you're not battling for the overall honours, but be assured that within there's going to be some really good battling going on. One particular car that I'm going to be interested to see how it goes is you talked about the HPD engine, is the HPD engined Oak car, the number 34 car, which has Lawrence Vantour and Kevin Estra behind the wheel. Both of those two drivers having their first outing in a prototype, but they're both very highly rated drivers.
Now, we have covered a little bit of LMP1, we've covered a bit of LMP2 there as well, so let's move to GTE Pro now. The car numbers indicated with the green backing, and there are 9 cars in total, actually 3 of which are Aston Martins, and one of the drivers in the 97 car is with Bruce Jones now, that's Rob Bell.
Rob, we've just been talking about the 97 Aston Martin, a distinctive enough number. By golly, the livery. Did you design it?
No, not quite. It's different. It's distinctive, and I guess with any art, it's to be, you know, talked about and loved and hated. So we haven't really seen it on track yet, so that'll be the acid test.
Yeah, for those watching in black and white, it's multicoloured stripes, and I was just saying to Rob before that it looks a bit like a colour supplement that hasn't been lined up when it was printed, but maybe if that's coming up in your rear view mirrors, it might be good for scaring, but it stands out, that's for sure. But hey, it's how it goes on the track that counts.
Yeah, absolutely, and actually when you're driving it, you can't see it, so look, I think it'll be one of those things, if we get a result, then it'll be the best colour scheme ever, and if we don't, then, you know, we'll make our minds up later. But actually, it's an honour to drive something different. It's a great privilege to be in the 97 Aston, and actually, it kind of heightens the tension, I suppose, and a bit of pressure, but just looking forward to getting cracking now.
Yeah, you can sense that frustration after the wet test day that everyone wants to get going. Best of luck, and Christian Poulsen is down the pit lane.
Just standing in front of the 50 Larber Corvette, full wets going on the car to go out. And Christian, is that something that you were expecting? The front straight looks almost dry.
Yeah, I think it's just to take it out of the garage. It looks like it's going to be a bit slicks now, so stop raining.
How much are you guys looking to learn from this practice session and then carry forward into qualifying?
Yeah, maybe nice to get going again for the pre-test. We didn't do real much running in the dry, so we need some test in the dry now. So it'd be nice if it stayed dry.
Same category as last year in GTE, but a very different car. What is the biggest difference between the Corvette and the Aston Martin from last year?
Yeah, the Corvette is a newer car. There's a lot of new things I had to get used to before I got in. So it's a really nice car and a great sound.
Learning really fast. You've already won this race once before. Good luck doing it again.
We'll try. We'll see.
Christian Poulsen of the 50 car, so that gives us a representative of GTE AM as well, and there are a total of 14 cars within that. Remember a couple of years ago that the rules were passed that you could run a current spec GT car in GT AM, so effectively when the pros are in the AM cars, if you like, you could have 9 plus 14. You could have 23 GT cars all really going for it.
And we've seen that gap between Pro and AM come down and down and down. Okay, so when the AMs are in the car, some are faster than others, inevitably, but nonetheless they are coming down and down, and that's a great thing. Just talking about the art car, the Aston Martin that we heard about there, that's the latest in a long line of art cars that have happened here at Le Mans, going back to a BMW CSL that ran here probably in the mid-70s, and that those were all designed. Amazingly, there was actually a time when a BMW M1 ran here in 79 or 80, which was painted directly. For the life of me, I can't remember who the artist was, but painted directly and has gone up in value not only as an ex-Le Mans car, but also as a piece of art as well. And that it's those kind of things which just make this race so different and so unbelievably different. I mean, can you imagine that happening in any other form of motorsport where you get famous artists designing liveries and everything else? That Aston one, what Bruce was saying is absolutely true, that it does look like a misprint on a printed page. And I think, I mean that in a good way, but I think if you do look in your mirror and see that, let's hope that you're not subject to fits, because it might be something which could be a bit nasty if you took it in the wrong way.
I think the concept of it is that it looks like it's going incredibly quickly when it's sat still on the pit lane. It's going to split opinion.
Yeah, it's just come back to me about that artist.
Oh, go on.
It was Andy Warhol.
Okay, I've heard of him. Yeah.
and it
did
was
some stuff. Marilyn Monroe, was her head printed on the side of the car?
No,
Campbell Soup. There you go.
It was nothing to do with Marilyn Monroe or Campbell Soup, but of all the art cars, they have all been designed by somebody and then painted by somebody else. But Andy Warhol actually painted that car. So can you imagine driving around for 24 hours in a piece of art which is hugely valuable?
Absolutely.
And just taking it by chance. You know, you're never going to recreate that, which, makes you think.
It certainly makes it far more easy for us commentators as well to identify what is 5 different Aston Martin Vantage cars, and the odd-numbered ones are the GT Pro machines. The even-numbered later 90s ones, so 96 and 98, are the AM cars, and that's how I'm going to remember which is which, Paul.
That's very good, yes. I hadn't actually noticed that, but you're absolutely right. I mean, one of the things I like, talking about liveries, is that there's been a sudden trend of teams painting the team cars in different colours. Obviously, we've got the Porsche 919s with a red one, a white one, and a black one. We've got the 2 Rebellions with a red one and a white one. We've got one of the Nissans is a different colour from the other 2. So you've got this sudden trend that not all cars from the same team look the same. All the Audis look the same. The 2 Toyotas look the same.
There are very subtle differences.
Apart from the traditional subtle differences, such as different coloured wing mirrors and different coloured sun strips and things.
Yes.
But all of a sudden, as I say, there is this trend that people are going down a route of painting their cars in different colours from one another, which I think is a good thing. I think what we need to do now is just get them start talking to each other, so that you don't get, as I say, as we have this year, we've got a red Rebellion and a red Porsche, and then you've got the white Toyota looking a bit like a white Porsche. So there's still a little bit of opportunity for confusion. Yeah, and when you're tired in the middle of the night, then I know we're going to get confused.
I'm not entirely sold on that point, actually, Paul. That I think it would be nice to have red Porsches, white Audis, and black Toyotas or something, so that your first view is all of that. And of course, part of that is a change that we've seen in motorsport generally, which is that you don't see that headline sponsor in the same way as you perhaps did in years gone by. So that you don't have the silk cut Jaguars, you don't have the shell Porsches or whatever. You've seen something different.
You're right, and 4 minutes to go before the session starts. But that's because the majority of the money that is financing the sharp end of the grid is coming from the manufacturers themselves. Yeah. The stickers on the sides of the cars are predominantly manufacturer-associated sponsors. The biggest wording on the side of the Nissan is Nissan. The biggest wording on the side of the Toyota is Toyota. The majority of the finance is coming from the manufacturer, but that's a good thing because it shows how seriously the manufacturers are taking this, and ultimately they are in this to sell motor cars rather than to sell cigarettes or oil or some other product.
But then again, don't forget that when Mercedes were running Sauber Mercedes,
same thing happened,
that you actually had those cars sponsored by one of the most famous liveries around here, the AEG livery, and that was when AEG was part of the Mercedes group. So it was kind of sponsorship and kind of not, but I think we could talk about favourite Le Mans liveries forever, and I think everybody's got a slightly different view on it. I'll throw my bit into the ring. My favourite would always be the Kouros Sauber Mercedes of the late 80s, early 90s. I think that was a fabulous livery for me. But everybody's got their own favourite.
Terrible smell.
Yes, that's very true. Yes, unfortunately, when you follow racing, I got lots of people who said, "Oh, you follow racing, you must like this,"
Yes.
and I didn't. But
Yes,
I think you can still get it.
Never smoked cigarettes, and never used dual perfume either. Do you know what? I think it was Christian Poulsen, wasn't it, saying going on to slicks? I don't think there's any question now. The sun is peeking through medium level cloud. That's me doing the weather forecast looking out of the window rather than looking at the complicated satellite weather that is on the screen in front of Johnny. But as I say, it does make watching the motor racing that much nicer if the sun does shine. And so, as I say, I think we're going to get I don't think we'll get flurry of fast times straight away because people will be taking it cautiously. There's the road dirt to get off the track first of all, so we're not going to see some fast times straight away. But I think what we are going to see, that again Christian Poulsen was alluding to, is a lot of cars going out straight away. You know, there's a lot of work to get through. You want to get through the programme. 4 hours can just disappear in no time at all. We're around a 13.6 kilometre circuit.
We can get an update actually on the weather. I know you're looking right out the window, Paul Trustwell, but someone who is in it and actually a little more pleased to be in it than maybe he was half an hour ago is Bruce Jones, part of our Nismo pit lane team. Bruce.
In the weather, I'm living the weather. The cars have suddenly gone up about 5 degrees of colour. The sky with the sun is almost through the clouds, and you can feel the temperature starting to really come up. So I think this track is going to dry very quickly indeed. But looking at the cars, they're all going out on a real assortment of sort of semi-wets. I don't think I've seen anyone on slicks as I go up, but I reckon they can be on them in about 10-15 minutes. So things are going to change fast, but all the teams are just aching to get out there onto the circuit. It's great to be standing by a couple of rebellions looking to go out and do their craft. And just touching back again on the colours, I'd say the quality of the liveries this year has gone up about 3 steps. It really, and particularly as the sun comes out, is much, much better than it's been in recent years. So I'm a big fan so far.
I have to say, walking around the paddock area at about 1-2 o'clock today, it felt like it was moments away from dusk, and there are floodlights all around here, and they were peeping through the gloom as that heavy cloud hung over the circuit here at Circuit de la Sarre. But finally, the first time today, I think, the sun is coming out just in time, because now the session begins and the green flag is out. So the gods are smiling down, perhaps, on this free practice session, because as the green flag flies, these liveries, as Bruce points out, really do look great. Still headlights on, though, for the Nissans that will head out, and in fact one of them is going to delay everybody else because has it stalled? The lights have gone off, and I'm talking about the number 23 Nissan GTE LM Nismo, and in fact lane 2 of the pit lane exit having to be utilised here to get the rest of the prototypes out. Still a lot of gloom up towards the Dunlop chicane, I notice, from one of the onboard shots that we are privy to from Audi number 7.
Degree of irony, and the only car that's being held up by the number 23 Nissan is its teammate right behind it. They've created a sort of contraflow down pit lane to get everybody else out. And now they're all moving. So the 23 car has cured its woes and is now out on track.
Jan Mardenborough, who we spoke to at the start of this broadcast, in fact, is on board that number 23 car. He's fired it into life. He is joined out on track in the 22 Nissan with Harry Tinknell at the wheel. Sujo Matsuda on board number 21. The Toyotas have Sebastian Buemi and Mike Conway, cars 1 and 2. Pierre Caffer out in the number 4 CLM. Audi's 7 is Lotra, 8 is Jarvis, 9 is Albuquerque. Rebellion's Matthias Besch, but the 13 car isn't out yet. Hopefully that will join the session very, very shortly. And to complete the Porsches in terms of the P1 entry, 17, 18, 19, Webber, Jani and Nick Tandy for his first experience of Le Mans with a P1 at his disposal. Let's head straight back to Bruce Jones, part of our Nismo pit lane team.
Matthias Lauda, good to see you in the pit lane. The weather's improving quickly. How optimistic are you you'll get a good dry session now?
Yeah, I hope so, because at the test it was the same. It was always wet and it was drying and it got wet again. So in total I could just do a couple of laps in dry conditions. So for me it's important to get a couple of laps on dry. Hopefully it stays like this and we have a full dry session would be perfect.
But obviously for you, all the more experience you get of this circuit, I suppose in all weather types, is really important with your Aston Martin 98.
Exactly. I mean, now it's not like a test day. Now we have to go out all the time in all kind of conditions to test which tires are working the best way, and we also need to work a bit on the setup. and get every driver a bit of mileage in the car.
Best of luck. Thank you, Matthias.
So, we're underway, Paul Tarsi.
We are indeed. Isn't that crazy listening to Matthias Lauda there? He sounds just like his dad. It's really quite
Strange,
quite
that.
uncanny. But yeah, but some people don't. You know, it's I don't sound like my dad. But it is great. We're underway. You talk to people, you hear people saying, "I live from June to June." That, you know, it's the countdown. People get to the end of the year, and suddenly they're saying, "Oh, well, we're nearly back to the countdown again." Got an Orica stopped, I think.
It's Richard Bradley on board the KCM-G car. So I say we're underway. Well, the 47 car has got as far as the first chicane and no further. And one of the gull-wing doors, or the flip-up doors, is open there, almost as if Richard wants to get out. I'm not sure whether he's just trying to get the car restarted, but that is certainly not the way to start a free practice session, Paul Truswell.
No, quite. And the trouble is, of course, that you know, the car's been in the garage and being prepared for the last however many hours, days it has, and it only takes one little bit of finger trouble, and little things can go wrong. Less so with the P2 cars, but certainly something that somebody was saying to me about the P1 cars these days is that they are so complex that the tiniest little thing can just cause them not to go. You know, it's like getting your computer to go when it doesn't go. You know, the tiniest little thing that's not right, and it won't go. So it's getting to the bottom of the problems is sometimes not the work of a moment.
There's a new way of mapping the circuit, by the way, as far as the officials are concerned this year. I needed explaining to me, but I have picked up a map of the circuit, and Zone 11 is where the first chicane is, so that is under yellow flags. But interestingly, Zone 26 is also under yellow flags, which is Arnage, and double waved yellows at that. Track clear, though, now at Zone 26. Can't explain that right now, but we will do some delving to see if we can work out what happened at Zone 26 on the opening lap, pretty much, of this free practice session. Shay has some news from her area of the pits. Shay.
I'll keep an eye, Johnny, for any cars that come in with any damage to them from pit in, but given my 28 cars roughly in their garages, there are only 3 left, both of which are G-Drive cars. They're sitting with the doors up. The crews have those cars ready to go, but they are just waiting, giving the track some time to dry out. They don't want to go out at this point. They would rather let the other cars go and clean up a dirty track. But the other one, a little bit further down, is the 36 Signatech Alpine car. They were not even preparing to get their car ready when everybody else was already rolling theirs out onto pit lane. Indeed, the Larber competition Corvette almost ran over their back body panel, so they thought, well, we'll take a couple minutes, and indeed it was a good choice as we are now under red flag.
Yeah, so we built it up, and unfortunately that hasn't lasted very long. Now, I don't know whether that's connected with the recovery of the KCM-G car, or indeed whether something happened at Arnage, because certainly there were double waved yellows at that part of the circuit, and was the number 1 car involved, Sebastian Buemi? Not sure.
The message comes through on my screen, at least, Johnny, that
yes, Buemi going straight on.
Is at the first chicane on the Mulsanne straight.
Okay.
That's where the number 47 car is off, and that they are trying to recover that.
But the problem at Arnage, Zone 26, as it's deemed, was Sebastian Buemi going straight on, running out of brakes. And of course, if he'd done that a couple of years ago, he would have been straight into a tyre wall, but they moved the perimeter of the circuit back 2013, 2014, I can't remember. It's been like that for a couple of years, hasn't it?
Last year, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
And there have been further alterations to the circuit, although not the track, prior to this year as well. They've certainly done a lot more resurfacing from Mulsanne Corner down to Indianapolis, and there is more run-up now at Porsche Curves. Need to go and have a look at that in person to really know what's been done there. But apparently the P1 cars will be even more committed through that part, because if they do fall off, the repercussions not so serious, perhaps you could argue.
I'm slightly surprised that they've red flagged this, that we don't appear to have any real debris or damage to barriers or anything else. I think the straight-on Arnage for Buemi was just that. I don't think it was anything. It didn't appear on the replay to have hit anything or shed anything. And the 47 car at the chicane on Mulsanne, similarly, there wasn't a there wasn't a horrible mess.
No.
I'm surprised that they've done that, unless, of course, this is all part of the process of the organisers just getting ready for every eventuality, which can happen. And we saw that last year, didn't we, with the slow zones?
Slow zones, yes. Red flags, I'm not so sure about, and it is very, very early to throw a red flag.
Yeah. I'm surprised as well, but you don't know quite what was going on. There may be some other issue that the organisers wanted to deal with first of all. Just noticing that 2 of the 3 Audis came into the pits at the end of their first installation lap, being numbers 7 and 9. Andre Lotterer in 7 and Philippe Albuquerque in number 9. The number 8 Audi, which Oliver Jarvis is driving at the moment, stayed out and was going on to do a flying lap. But of course the flying lap was no sooner underway than the red flag came out. So that was what happened as far as the Audis were concerned. The Toyotas, both of them were going straight on to flying laps. They weren't coming in at the end of their first installation lap. They were wanting to get on with things straight away. Buemi at the wheel of the number 1 and Mike Conway at the wheel of the number 2. In the 3 Works Porsches, we had Mark Webber driving number 17, and he stayed out, as did the number 18 car, which Neil Yarni was driving. And the other Porsche was the number 19 car, wasn't it? Who was at the wheel of...
Nick Tandy.
Nick Tandy, wasn't it? Yep. And, yeah, he stayed out as well.
This might be a blessing in disguise for the teams, because certainly from the dry area that we are here in the commentary booth, that it would seem there is a very real opportunity now for cars to go onto slicks and to go onto dries and get out there, because if this red flag takes any time at all, they will be ready for it, I guess, and the cars will have swept the track a bit and got it a bit drier.
Yes and no. I mean, I see your point, Paul, and there's a piece of me that agrees with you, but then there's the other piece that says, well, yes, but if they hadn't have had the red flag, they'd have stayed out and they'd have got it drier quicker.
Yeah.
Yes, it is awkward. And there are still limitations as to the number of slick tyres that can be used in the free practice, the qualifying, and then a separate limitation comes in for the race itself. So there's no limitation on the number of wet tyres that can be used. But it does mean that the drivers may be conserving their slick tyre allocation for as long as they can, up until the time when they need to use them for real.
Talking of the track drying out, it is quite interesting to see the rush down from the Dunlop Bridge down to the S's, that where the circuit, the Bugatti circuit, turns off to the right is, it would seem, a new piece of tarmac, and has shed the water very, very much more than the other bit of tarmac which we're using for the 24-hour race. And I think that's going to be something, just those different road services, which has happened throughout history with Le Mans.
Just to explain, the Bugatti circuit kind of turns right after the Dunlop Bridge. This is very early on in the lap, and regularly race meetings are held on the Bugatti circuit. In fact, there was a bit of testing, I think, for most of the prototype cars here after test day, so they were experiencing a bit more of the Le Mans circuit, but also some of it that they won't be part of or won't be using over this weekend. So there's certainly that to take into account, is that the first bit of as you come underneath the Dunlop Bridge and then through those Dunlop curves, that can be very grippy indeed, but then the run up towards the S's and Tertre Rouge is slightly older asphalt, and that's something that the teams will have to bear in mind. Porsche number 17 having a nose change, so clearly Porsche think that the conditions are improving, so much so to change a bit of aero there and go more low downforce perhaps.
Was it a change, or were they just taking the nose off in order to access whatever's underneath it?
Good question.
Wasn't quite sure whether there was another piece of bodywork. I didn't see another piece of bodywork. Doesn't mean to say that there wasn't another one. Porsche's running with number 17 in red, number 18 in black, and number 19 in white, more or less.
History, present, future, apparently. And does that mean that Nick Tandy, El Bamba, and the other driver in the 19 car, Nico Hulkenberg, of the future. For by the very same definition, that doesn't strike kindly on the 17 crew.
The story that I was told was that when Mark Webber saw the red one, he said, "I'm driving that."
Ah, okay.
And,
well, that's simple enough.
And then they invented the story of history afterwards
Fair enough.
to kind of match Mark Webber deciding that he wanted to drive the red car.
Here's Shay Adam with some news from Toyota, Shay.
Both cars were wheeled back into the garage, semi-surprisingly, with body panels coming off both the front and the back of both cars. The number one is having a bit more extensive work done than the two, as the nose is just now going back on. But the one continues to be looked at. Didn't look like there was any sort of gravel or residue or any color that shouldn't have been on the tires, but they had gone out on the full wets. Most of the people up and down pit lane went on intermediates for that first couple of laps that we saw, but a lot of teams electing to bring their cars back into the garage and now just starting to bring them back out onto pit lane and send them back out. I didn't see the KCMG car come back in. It is up down Bruce's end, and I'm not sure if he could tell you more.
Unfortunately, the car hasn't come back, and none of the team management are there, just the mechanics. They can't tell me anything about why the KCMG car has come to a halt. But I can tell you that the number 7 Audi has just been fitted with slicks, as has the number 8. Oh no, that number 8's about to go on intermediates. Going out, and number 9 Audi hasn't got any wheels on it at all at the moment. So just bear in mind, look for the speed that will be developed from the number 7 Audi when it goes back out. Now we're under green again, and it pulls away.
We certainly are. Took the words right out of my mouth there. Green flag back out on the racetrack. So good news that we can once again go free practicing at full speed, I should say. I'm drawn very slightly away there because of the images that we're still able to see there of the Buemi car recovering from Arnage. That was a replay from a good while ago now, because it was during the green flag, the first green flag of the session. Yeah, and the car rejoining, but also very, very close to a car that was already committed through Arnage.
Just picking up on something that Bruce was just saying there, and something that we have to be careful about. He was describing the Audis going back out on slicks. Now, the trouble is Michelin now have had for a couple of years this very clever intermediate slick, which looks like a slick and doesn't have a tread pattern on it, but it does work as an intermediate tyre. And what I have not yet found out, and is one of the tasks that I have to, is whether that counts as a slick tyre from the point of view of the number of slicks that you're allowed to use, or whether it counts as a wet tyre. But just because the tyre doesn't have any tread pattern on it, might actually still be what's called a slick intermediate.
Bruce should have a right to reply, so go on, Bruce.
Well, that's what I always say when I take my car in for an MOT. They're slick intermediates.
Yes.
But yes, it's a very good point, Paul. But I can tell you that the 8 and 9 went out on tyres that had grooves cut in them. But certainly the other had none whatsoever. And I'm sure you're spot on with that. But be interested to see the comparative speeds they achieve. But obviously they're still starting to wind up in this session. Let's hope we can have a good green run through the session now. I'll go and see what I can find out with KCMG, but the garage was pretty empty. Initial panic, and then they ran out.
Yeah, well, we'll see. That's understandable. Clearly the session not going to plan right now, and hopefully the red flag will enable them to get the car back and they can start to work on it pretty smarty. So we may well see that again over the course of the next 3 hours and 44 minutes.
But they've spent already quite a bit of time out there with nothing to show for it at all. They'll be desperate to get that car back. They'll be desperate to know either did the driver just go round and round in circles, which we didn't see, or whether there was something wrong with the car. Because this early in race week, you really do not want to lose a car, the opportunity to test it, to develop it, and any data that you would have got if you were running as well.
For a moment then, there were about 4 sectors under yellow flags, but it were all cleared almost as soon as they came on screen. So that suggests it's just a little bit of testing taking place with the systems this early on in the session. So 2 Toyotas out. The CLM isn't joining the session quite yet, but we do have 3 Audis out on track, 3 Porsches out on track, and 2 of the 3 one of the 3 Nissans, not 3 Porsches, beg your pardon. We have 2 of the 3 Porsches out, but the Neil Janney car, number 18, is currently still in pit road. Let's head back down to our Nismo pit lane team and Shay Adam. What you got, Shay?
Ricardo Gonzalez, you are the only driver in this field representing Mexico, but you've won the race before in P2. Do you think that with Oak you can do it again with G-Drive?
Definitely, I think we have the package, chassis, engine. The team is top level, so I think definitely we can challenge for the win. My teammates are very concentrated. They like to win, and they're doing everything they can in order to get there.
Noticeably, both G-Drive cars still in the garage in this session. What's the reasoning behind that?
We got a lot of running intermediate tires during the test day, so I guess we're trying to get some information on where the track stands right now and just not putting mile in the engine.
Hopefully it dries out soon.
Thank you.
And we can go straight to Bruce Jones and to the 53 car, which is the only Viper in the entry field. Bruce.
The only Viper in the field. It's also the only Viper in the garage, Mark Miller. Surely you want to be out there on the circuit?
As soon as it dries, I think is when we want to really be out there. But, you know, this first session, we got a lot of rain practice in the test, in the official test, and both Ben and I and Jerome all split the car mostly in the wet. So, you know, the way the car is now with our notes from last Sunday, we're kind of waiting for the track to dry out a little bit before we get it back out of the garage.
And obviously you in particular, you've got a lot to learn here at Le Mans, but it's presumably something you've been aiming for years, and now here you are.
Yeah, no, I've put this, since the moment I got this nod, or the possibility of a nod, I've worked pretty tirelessly at focusing on what it would take to do well here. And, you know, it's not about coming here to just experience it. Like, I want to win here. I mean, I want to win a podium. I want to do well. I want to leave here with a great, not just a great experience for myself, but this entire team.
But so far, how's it sort of matched your perceptions of Le Mans before you first saw it?
I didn't have any perceptions like this. No, there were no perceptions. I came here with a clean slate. Like, I haven't been here as a spectator. I haven't been here as a participant. Only from what I've seen on TV or listened on Radio Le Mans. And it's always, I knew, it's like, this is the biggest event. This is the Holy Grail event. But I never thought that I would actually be here anytime soon. So the idea of it, I wasn't really prepared for it. But the fact that I'm here, I'm soaking it in as it happens and trying not to let it overcome me.
I think that's very, very wise. Have a really, really good weekend. That's Mark Miller.
Thank you.
From the 53, as I say, the number 53 entered car from the GTE AM element of the race, the Riley Motorsports TI Auto SRT Viper GTSR, which is a speedy title. The teams up and down pit road are, Paul Truswell, being told now that concerning the red flag, there will be no change in procedure for this session. I don't know what that means.
That just means that it's going to end at 8 o'clock as originally it was scheduled to end. So they're not going to add any extra time on at the moment at the end to make up for it. Just a couple of other bits of information that come up on the screen. Track temperature currently 22.2 degrees, air temperature 19.7 degrees, the air temperature. So, and the pressure, the barometric pressure is dropping away, which in my elementary meteorology means that the weather is improving at the moment. So hopefully it is going to continue to dry. Won't necessarily continue to get warmer, but certainly if the track is at 22 degrees, then it's not going to take very long to dry out. And we haven't yet. Yes, we have now, haven't we? We had one flying lap. Nick Tandy has now gone through and done the first flying lap of the session. He's actually done 4 complete laps, but that was one out lap initially, then coming back in on his second flying lap to do an in lap, and then he's done another out lap, and then he's gone through and said finally a flying lap at 3 minutes 43, which is, as I say, the first flying lap on a circuit which still has bits of yellow flags around the place. There was a yellow flag for a moment midway between the 2 chicanes in zone 14, but that's now been withdrawn again, so the track fully green again at the moment.
Yeah, let's just give you an idea, some sort of milestones, if you like, of the zones down the Mulsanne Straight. Tête Rouge, the start of that section, is zone 6. The first chicane, which goes right, left, is zone 11. The second chicane, which goes left, left, is zone 16. And then Mulsanne Corner itself at the roundabout is zone 20.
And that's a most peculiar line in any race commentary, isn't it? Say, at the roundabout at zone 20. That's obviously, I think probably most people listening will know that the circuit itself does actually bypass the roundabout.
Yes,
very
it does.
slightly. That was
It's a slip road. It's not like roundabout, it's a slip road.
No, but there is certainly a roundabout there, and I'm a fan of circuits with roundabouts, having been taken to the Birmingham Super Prix at a very young age, where there is definitely a roundabout.
There was.
Up and down the Belgrave Middleway.
And there was a commentary box stuck in the middle of it.
And you were in it, Paul.
I was. That was a long time ago. Andre Lotterer has gone more quickly. He's done a 3:42. Mark Webber in the red Porsche, number 17, has gone quicker again and done a 3:41. And no sooner have I said that than Mike Conway in the Toyota number 2 has gone quicker again and done a 3 minutes 39. So obviously not quite dry, but that does indicate, and this is, remember, the first flying lap that the guys have done, already down to, within... Well, we'll see what kind of time it is of the ultimate pace, but certainly within 20 seconds of last year's pole position, let's put it that way.
Now, the car that did the first flying lap of this session, Nick Tandy's number 19 Porsche, that's the white and black Porsche 919 hybrid, is now being shown the black and orange flag for some reason, but he's obeying that almost immediately as Nick Tandy, because he's coming down pit road now, and I can't see anything immediately wrong with the 919 hybrid unless it's trailing smoke.
Got a helmet, it's got a headlamp out, I think.
Has it?
I don't know, I thought it had. Maybe it was just the angle from which I was looking at it.
There is a smell in the air as the car goes past our commentary box, so it could be clutch, it could be engine related, it could be anything, I suppose.
It was also interesting to see on the monitor that we followed one of the Nissans down the Mulsanne, and it was kicking out a huge amount of sparks out of the back. Now, whether that's by design or whether it's by mistake, I don't know, but it was it's an unusual thing to see.
Yes, well, someone who might be able to shed a bit of light on it is Shay Adam, who is on the spot as usual. Shay.
Well, the 19 has come in. Nick Tandy staying behind the wheel at least while they fill the car with fuel and then move it back into the garage. But Earl Bamber is suited and booted and ready to go. The car is not giving off any distinct smell. There's no substance dripping in the pit lane from it. There's nothing to say that it's not working as it should, except for the fact that the 18 is in the garage with all four wheels off, the mechanics working frantically around it. Complete brake change, it looks like, on that car, which is a little bit soon. It's odd that they've been doing stuff around the rotors for about 5 minutes now on all four wheels as Nick gets out of the car. I'm sure he's going to have a quick debrief with his engineers, but I'll try and stick close and ask him what he thinks the reasoning behind the flag was.
Rotors or brake discs, as the UK audience may well know them as. I should remind everybody, by the way, that if you go to the RadioLeMans.com website, we are Mobil1RadioLeMans.com this year, you can immediately, and I probably have to give you a health warning about this, see me and Paul Tarsi, not only in sound but in vision as well.
And I have been told for years that I have the perfect face for radio, so I'm
Me
very,
too.
very worried about this.
So how on earth have we got this...
Yeah,
you know,
it can only go downhill from here.
Plonked in our faces, or more to the point, it's the RadioLeMans.com web viewers and listeners who will have to endure this. But you can also see Paul Truswell as well, and at least some of the Woking Data Centre, which has made the trip across the English Channel, Paul.
Yeah, I brought a lot more than I actually needed to do, I think, but we're getting there, and we'll eventually get it all set up. It's not compulsory to look at the pictures, I hasten to add. If you've got other things to look at, then I'd recommend you do so. Andre Lotterer has gone quicker again to put the Audi number 7, John's tip for the top, at the top of the list, and that's now done a 3:37.289. So at the moment, I say the Hindhoff favourite is leading the way in the times.
That's my favourite as well, by the way.
Oh,
yeah,
dear.
I know it's an obvious choice, but I'm going with the 7. Have you got any preferences to who's going to win the race overall, Paul Tarsi?
With your comments about the Woking Data Centre over to our right, anybody who has ever seen the videos of the moon landing and the Kennedy Space Centre, where there was a room full of screens,
yes,
that pales into insignificance in comparison with the Woking Data Centre. It's up there, and you certainly could run a moonshot from there. I have no doubt at all.
He hasn't actually assembled the top layer yet. It's going to be like University Challenge, where you've got contestants sitting above the other contestants. Well, that's to come yet.
Possibly not.
Let's hand down to our Nismo pit lane team and Bruce Jones, who has Antonio Garcia with him.
Well, the yellow Corvettes look fantastic, but Antonio, yours looks pretty terrible because it's standing still in the garage. What's happening?
No, we are just waiting. I mean, there is no point now to get out there in this mixed condition now. Not good for wet or even dry. So I think it's worth waiting a little bit, see when there is a dry line, and then we go out.
So when you go out, will you be the first driver in the car?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I didn't do any laps on the dry during the test, so yeah, the program is to do that, and I hope it dries out quick so we can stick to the program.
Yeah, and have a good long run without any red flags.
Yeah, also that one, and a good return back.
All right, thank you, Antonio.
Antonio Garcia, who is here for his 10th Le Mans this year, having first been here in 2006. And I should point out that the Corvettes are running their more traditional numbers this year. I've become used to them being the 73 and the 74. And I thought 63 and 74, that's unusual. But actually, if you go back a few years, that was always the numbers they ran as.
Yes, quite. Tradition being like that.
It's the 3 and the 4 in the States, isn't it?
Yes,
so you bolt a 6 on for them to run at Le Mans.
Yes, and hopefully that brings them the slice of luck that they want. Andre Lotterer bringing the number 7 Audi into the pits, having done 5 laps altogether. But as I say, that was a 1 lap first of all, and now a 4 lap stint out there since the green flag. Almost half an hour of the 4 hours already gone, even though the cars haven't been circulating for a full half hour. The session isn't going to be extended, so as I say, we're half an hour in to a 4-hour free practice session.
Will that disrupt people's plans an awful lot?
No, not an awful lot.
Presumably there's a bit of slack.
Yes, I mean there is a program that teams will be wanting to get through. But I think more frustrating for them is the fact that the conditions are a bit mixed, and as we were hearing there from Antonio, some teams choosing to stay out on, say, in the garage, not go out on the track just yet, purely because the conditions are a little bit mixed and they're not going to learn anything. Maybe that's the right choice. There is more to be learned when conditions are stable, so maybe we'll, as I say, see the track getting a little bit fuller as it dries out and as the evening wears on. The bit that really matters, as I say, is after 10 o'clock when they'll come back out for some proper practice that actually counts as qualifying. My mind was distracted there as we saw the number 7 getting a new set of tyres. What we have seen in the past is that the intermediate slicks have extra stickers on the sidewalls, and I couldn't really see there whether we were getting different stickered tyres on the sidewalls.
Intermediate slicks thinks Bruce Jones.
Right. They have more stickers on them than the regular slicks do. Although for Le Mans last year, Michelin actually caught us out and didn't put the extra stickers on, so there was no way of telling just from looking at the sidewalls last year whether they were on the inters or the full slicks.
And just while we're talking about lap times and things, let's not forget that this is practice, this isn't qualifying, and that teams will be working through that process. They will be trying to find all sorts of different things for whatever the race itself is going to throw at them. And this is a research program rather than anything else, because we start with qualifying later on this evening, that we're now just into people finding the detail of the cars and everything else. So I don't think we should be too surprised that maybe some people aren't desperately keen to get their cars out on the track yet.
New car at the top of the times is the number 2 Mike Conway driven Toyota TS040 hybrid. A 3:34.335 is the time, and it is therefore a second quicker than the number 9 Philippe Albuquerque driven Audi R18. A gently smouldering 22 Nissan in pit lane, and that's just hot tyres, I think. Or I know it's stopped at the very end of the pit in element of the pit lane, so officials looking at that.
Yes, it was not in its pit.
No.
And here we're seeing a replay again of the Nissan going down Mulsanne.
Well, that was a different Nissan. That was a 21 car which was grounding out down the Mulsanne Straight. Now there will be a barge board underneath there, but that's surely more than it can take, Paul Truswell.
Yeah, so skid plate rather than a barge board, but I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Certainly not the way it should be, and it struck me as well that the car wasn't quite on its right line as it headed out onto the Mulsanne Straight. So that number 22 then having difficulties where it is at the moment, which is actually at pit in, isn't it? It's just at the entrance to the pit lane, and hasn't yet managed to get itself to a place where it can be pushed by members of the team. Oh no, what they're trying to do is they're trying to get it into the scrutineering bay so it can be weighed. But
so it hasn't quite made it to the scrutineering marquee.
That's right.
Which, well, it doesn't sell bread and cakes this weekend. It's, I know, much to the disappointment of Nick Damon, it's gone straight over the weighbridge.
Yeah, I don't think it was actually going.
Maybe it was
into,
just.
And
that was just its trajectory, wasn't it? And it was just more. Yeah. It was easier to push it underneath the tent rather than around it. And now there's a slow rebellion. That is car 12, I think. One is red and one is white. And it's higher than a 12. It's a 13. Yeah, I'll get them the right way around eventually. That's the candy red 13 rebellion, which white flags being shown to warn drivers that it is a little bit slow. Has it picked up pace now it's reached the top of the hill? No, not really. Coming down through Dunlop Curve. So one or two issues.
If it has issues, that's the very worst place to have it.
Daniel Apt at the wheel.
So you've then got to do a whole lap before you're ever actually going to get back. But I think it seems to be picking up pace now.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. It's okay, isn't it? So
maybe it was a bit of a squirrely moment at the Ford Chicane, because that would explain why it was slow across the start-finish line.
Shay Adam is down in the pit lane as part of our Nismo pit lane team and can update us on the progress, or lack of the 22 car. Shay.
Well, after seeing the Nismo mechanics running down pit lane clutching fire extinguishers, it turned out to be nothing, and they got the car moving again under its own power. The 22 rolled back by me and is now down in Bruce's end in the pit box, but the mechanics taking a more leisurely stroll back up pit lane toward their end.
Thank you very much for that update, Shay, and I'm not sure whether we should be concerned about the 21 car or not, whether they're happy for it to run like that, at least in a free practice session.
I mean, I think it was a question of whether it's doing it every lap or not, but if it is, then yeah, certainly I wouldn't be happy with it running like that. Certainly something is worn or broken on it. Another fast lap from an Audi, so no longer is it Toyota fastest, it's now an Audi fastest, and that's Oliver Jarvis who's set the fastest lap, the number 8 Audi, 3:33.165. So Audi, Toyota, Audi, Porsche, and then the fastest of the Rebellions, currently 7th, the number 12, the white Rebellion, now with its much fancied AER engine, twin turbo engine in that number 12 Rebellion, and it's Matthias Besch, the driver at the moment. He's done a 3:44.084. As I say, that's the fastest of the privateer cars, in 7th place overall.
LMP2 currently has the 34 car quickest from Oak Racing, so the HPD engine going pretty swiftly, powering the Ligier JSP2 with Kevin Estre at the wheel. Pierre Rag in car 43, which is the Morgan Team Sard chassis, the Swiss team on Dunlop tyres, and Pierre Rag has done a 3:55.604. Estre's time a 3:50.498, so a yawning gap between the top two P2 cars. Car 38 is third fastest of the P2 machines. That's Mitch Evans driving the new Gibson chassis for Jota Sport, and that is third fastest so far in the session, but we have only had less than 40 minutes of this so far. Down to Bruce Jones. Bruce.
Abdulaziz Al Faisal, you're one of the few drivers who went out and has now come back in. How fast is the track drying?
Very quickly. We went out on to bed in the brakes in the first lap, and then when I came in, after the red flag went out again, and it was completely different track. It was completely dry on the racing line. Off the racing line, slightly damp, but it's really drying up very quickly.
Okay, you've got a change of drivers now in the JMW Motorsport Ferrari. Is that Kuba Girmasiak I've seen on board?
Yeah, Kuba's going in, and he's going in on slick tires, so we'll see what we can do.
and how much are you coaching Michael Avenatti through his experience at Le Mans? It's a big, steep curve, isn't it?
I'm trying my best to give him as much as I can information on how to cope with the track and how to cope with the traffic, and just to take it one step at a time, and it will come to him.
Yeah, that's the key, isn't it? Stay calm and just get the laps in.
Definitely, get the laps in and not to do any silly mistakes. It's a long race, so hopefully he's up for it, and we can, at the end of the race, we can celebrate with a good result.
Yeah, and hopefully that wasn't a drop of rain I just felt. I don't think it was. Anyhow, good to talk to you, Abdulaziz.
Yes, thank you.
So Abdulaziz Al Faisal is the silver driver in that team. Michael Avenatti, the American, is the bronze driver, and Kuba Gimasiak, who I've admired for a couple of seasons in the Porsche Super Cup, finishing third in 2011 and second in 2014. He is the gold driver and switches to a Ferrari, so mid-rear engine rather than rear engine car. A little bit for him to get used to, I suppose, in the 458 Italia, but I'm really looking forward to the progress of Gimasiak in the number 66 British run JMW Motorsport Ferrari 458.
And once again, we have a yellow flag, this time in zone 35, which is the left right of the turns before the start-finish line and towards the pit lane. So something has happened there where the Porsche curves turn into the Ford chicane.
Two of the three Nissans appear to be in pit lane at the moment. One of them will surely be the 21, which was sparking quite heavily down Mulsanne only a few moments or two ago. So who have we got down pit road at the moment as far as the Nissans are concerned? 22 and 23 are in, 21 is still running, and our man on the spot is Bruce Jones. What can you tell us?
Hot foot, well, they both look exactly the same from the front. Those enormous, bonnet sections, if you want to call it. Let's call it the front bodywork is off as one. They look as though they're just working on the brakes on the 23. And he steps around the concrete pillars, and they're working on the brakes and the front suspension setup on 22. So going through the process, but don't forget this is the team that needs all the track time it can. So I'm sure they won't be hanging around in the garage for any longer than they have to. I've heard your comments about the 21 sparking out on the circuit. I'll take a look at that when that next comes in. But I gather since you haven't mentioned it for a couple of minutes, maybe either it's not been on screen or it's not doing it anymore. But I will let you know.
It is out on the circuit at the moment. None of the three have yet done a flying lap, although Harry Tinknell in the 21, it's Tiago Matsuda, isn't it, in the 21, is currently on a flying lap, and if he completes it, then that will be the first of the Nissans to do a flying lap. And two new fastest laps I was going to tell you about. We're under the 3 minutes 30. We're into the 3:26s now, courtesy of Andre Lotterer in the number 7 Audi, who's done a 3:26.241. No sooner does he do that, though, than Timo Bernhardt now at the wheel of the number 17 Porsche, and he does a 3:26.215.
And as you take a pause for breath, Paul Trustwell, we're going to go back to Bruce Jones, part of our Nismo pit lane team, who does have an update on the number 21 Nissan.
Obviously, I wanted to check about why it was sparking, and I've just been told they're just playing around with ride heights to see how low they can go. And of course, the lower they go, the more aerodynamic the car, but go too low and you get sparks coming out of the bottom side. So they're just going through, but it's just something else to try in this big mix of a million possibilities here at Le Mans. But at least that's out on the track and going around. 22 and 23 still going about the same process as they were before. I don't know how long it'll be till they go out, but certainly no sense of panic, but they do need the track time.
Motorsport at this world-class level is all about the slimmest of margins, but even I can tell that was probably a bit too low, and you are going to run your skid plate down to nothing in no time.
And you also get into the situation here at Le Mans where everything in terms of testing and trying things out is done in slow motion because of this huge, great long lap. What you have to do is go out, test that ride height, then the car goes out, comes back in, and whereas if you're doing a 3-mile lap, it's going to take you next to no time. With an 8-mile lap, it's very different.
Saw a problem for, just bear with me a moment, Trussers, an issue for Daniel Abt in the number 13 car. A man that might be able to throw us a little bit of light on that is Alexandra Imperatori, part of the Rebellion team, and he's with Shay.
Unfortunately, Alex, your car is sitting in the garage after a very slow lap. What was it that your teammate reported happened to the car?
Yeah, it's a little electrical problem. There was a spec that delayed basically the pit limiter from engaging. It didn't engage on the previous time he came into pits, and then it suddenly activated on track. So we are looking at it. We know what it is, so we should be out shortly.
Had quite a few issues during the test. Did you guys get all of those sorted in the week between?
Well, I think as you can see, we're still ironing out all the little problems. But like we've been saying, it's nothing fundamental, and I think we should be running properly very soon, and we're trying to rack up as much mileage as we can. We really need it, so hopefully from now on we'll be good.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
KCMG is making progress, but it is very, very slow because it is being wheeled up the pit lane at the moment with about 4 or 5 mechanics at the rear wing. And Paul Trustwell, you wanted to make a point. I was about to interrupt you, sorry. Have you forgotten it?
I was just bringing you up to date with times. At the time, I was going to say there were now 3 cars into the 326s because Felipe Albuquerque in the number 9 Audi is now into the 326s as well. So 3 cars all within a second of the fastest. 326.6 for Felipe Albuquerque. And we've had 2 cars going through in one car in 327s and another in 328s. Sebastian Buemi with the Toyota does a 327.779, and Neil Jarni in the number 18 Porsche does a 328.373. So faster times coming thick and fast now at the top of the list, even though still not fully dry all the way around the circuit, and we yet to hear whether anybody is on full slick slicks, but it's certainly improving all the time, and if the weather stays favourable, then certainly by the end of the 4 hours we'll be into some really quick times, and which demonstrate the true potential of these cars.
Are you permitted to use different tyres on different axles, so therefore wets on the front, dry on the rear, or vice versa?
You're permitted to, but Michelin wouldn't suggest that you do so. It has been done in the past, but these days Michelin says no, you want to put all the same tyres on all the way around.
But Nissan, with their unusual lineup of larger wheels, diameter wheels on the front compared to the rear, they might try something like that, particularly in free practice, when they seem to be experimenting with all sorts of things.
Yeah, no, good point. And they might do that, and certainly because of the uniqueness of that rear tyre size, there's no reason why they shouldn't put something different on the back there. I think that car has always been on wets thus far, I have to say, but remain to be advised whether that's true or otherwise.
Here's Shay Adam with an update from her end of the pit lane. Shay?
Well, you guys were just talking about which cars would go on to full slicks. The number 12 Rebellion decided to take the gamble. They went off of their slick intermediates and went on to the full slicks. So they're headed back out on track now. Watch their times.
And are you identifying those through stickers, Shay? Are there the extra stickers on the intermediates?
Yes, on the intermediates, there's an additional white sticker below the Michelin symbol. There was not one on these.
Fantastic. Okay. That's good to know, and certainly it will help us when we're looking at television pictures, but also it'll be useful to keep an eye on that one.
Incident for the 64 Corvette I'm drawn to now, which is driven by Ollie Gavin, a very unusual mistake for Oliver Gavin there, and the yellow flags are covering it in zone 5, which would tally with the S's, certainly. So I think it was on the exit of the S's.
Yeah.
And almost as if it's pirouetted and the rear came perilously close to the Armco, if indeed there may well have been some contact there.
Yeah, I don't think it did, but it was very much between the S's and on the run up to Tertre Rouge.
Now, the KCMG, having had problems very early on in the session in the opening moments, has made it back to pit road. As I've mentioned, it has been pushed back to its garage with manpower, and Bruce Jones can maybe tell us more.
Well, I think it was very, very clever and alert people on the pit wall spotted the engine suddenly lost pressure, a water pipe had popped off, and Greg Wheeler just told them told Richard Bradley turn off, and he did it as quickly as he could, coasted to a halt, and at least that's something as they take the tail end off the car to try and fix. They should be able to fix fairly soon, and they're just thanking their lucky stars it was today, not tomorrow, that happened, or indeed in the race. So anyhow, a little bit of a glitch early on, but they should be back relatively soon.
Ollie Gavin having got back going again, but that is on perhaps some older asphalt, which doesn't include the Bugatti circuit, of course. And you were making the point, Paul Tarsi, earlier on that the Bugatti circuit almost extra grippy because it's been resurfaced, you reckon, quite recently.
It certainly looked that way. I don't know that to be a fact, but it certainly looked that way, and it must be very difficult because you are permanently on that run down from the bridge through to the S's. You are either turning left or right, and suddenly to have a change in not only the road service, but also there's a bit of a change in camber there as well. And because clearly the Bugatti circuit gets used a lot more than the Circuit de 24, and that consequently, it must be quite a difficult one to do. And then you're hard onto the brakes into the left-hand turn into what was the old S's.
And obviously there's going to be an awful lot more running on the full circuit before we get to race time at 3 o'clock, which will bed in that circuit and indeed the join between the Bugatti and the run up through to the S's.
And the wise engineers will then be extrapolating that improvement forwards, because of course that improvement will continue to happen through the race. And of course if there are changes that you need to do to the car to dial it into the improving track conditions, then you're going to be able to dial that in. And this is something that in the past Audi has been past masters at, so that the car just gets quicker and quicker and quicker as the race goes on. And as I say, the trick is to work out how much the track is improving and how you make the car react to that improvement in the grip that's available. Can I just say that Sugio Matsuda has set his flying lap for the number 21. It was a 350. I was going to say a 357, but he's just gone through and put another one in. So that's 2 flying laps from the number 21 Nissan, now into the 355s for him. Meanwhile, at the front, although we've got Timo Bernhardt into the pits with the number 17 Porsche, who was quickest for a moment at 3:24.9, we now have the quickest car being the number 9 Audi, Felipe Albuquerque at the wheel of the number 9 car at 3 minutes 24.6. And Andre Lotterer has gone into the 324s as well, but he's, quotes, only done a 3:24.9. So there would seem to be this gradual progression forwards where, Johnny, everybody's kind of going into this particular zone. I mean, we had them went into the 333s, and then they went down into the 320s, 326s, and now we're in all 3 cars in the 324s as conditions improve. So 3 cars, say, still separated by less than a second, but now that bit further forward. Question is, how much further forward are they going to get?
And let's not forget that part of the rubbering in of this track is counteracted by the fact that still a fairly large part of it is public road for 51 weeks of the year. And that certainly from Tertre Rouge right the way down, or nearly all the way down to Mulsanne Corner is public, and then Mulsanne Corner down to the beginning of the Porsche curves is public road, and therefore you're going to get smoky mopeds and trucks and articulated lorries and all sorts of things, putting all sorts of bits of rubber and oil and dirt and everything else on the circuit prior to the first session of this part of race week.
There was a very squirrely moment just then for Gary Hirsch in the number 41 Greaves Motorsport car. That's one of the Gibson chassis, and it happened exactly where we've now got yellow flags at Zone 6, Tertre Rouge, with one of the BR01s coming to grief there. Not sure whether it's the 27 or the 37 right now, but with green flags about to be shown once again, and that car having headed away from that scene. Maybe I had to work it out actually on the split times. Let's have a look. 37 it is. 37 car which has pirouetted at Tertre Rouge. And Gary Hirsch, as I say, just had to correct the steering very slightly. He ran out onto the chevrons there at Zone 6. Didn't have as big a moment though as Mikhail Aleshin, who is leading actually the P2 class in the number 37 BR01 and clearly pushing the envelope. It's funny actually, Aleshin and Hirsch, one has had a big moment, Hirsch who had a lesser moment or a fewer moment, which is I can never work out. Yeah, they're the ones pushing hardest, and they're the ones who have found the limit at Tertre Rouge, certainly for the current grip level.
Yeah, I like that. Lesser moment, fewer moment. Think bike, think biker, think bikeist. It's all those great things that make the English language what it is. But yeah, a bit of a turn up to see the number 37 at the top of the P2 chart right now.
So it reads 9 Audi, from 17 Porsche, just heading back out onto the circuit with Brendan Hartley at the wheel, from 7 Audi, but that is in pit road. Andre Lotre was at the wheel. We'll see whether that changes when that car heads out again. Then it's the 1 Toyota with Sebastian Buemi out on track, from the 2 Toyota, Mike Conway, and in 6th position on this free practice timing screen with 3 hours and 7 minutes still to go. It is Ollie Jarvis in the number 8 Audi. P2 headed by the 37 BR01 from SMP Racing, and Mikhail Elishin at the wheel of that 37 car. 41 is second fastest so far, the Gibson, driven by Gary Hirsch. 27 third fastest, although in pit lane, Maurizio Mediani, also for SMP Racing. GTE Pro, the quickest car, number 64, Ollie Gavin, despite his moment exiting the S's. And quickest GTE AM car is Matthias Lauda, number 98. That's an Aston Martin, 24th in the overall standings.
So all to play for still currently in this test session, which is beginning to get to the end of the first hour. We have still 3 hours and 4 minutes left to run. So lots of work will be done, and the teams will be putting stuff together now of their programs. But they've all still got a huge amount of work to do.
Busiest of them so far, though, Paul, is the 2 Toyotas. Both Toyotas have done 12 laps altogether, and Sebastian Buemi, as we were saying, or as Johnny was saying just a moment ago, 4th fastest at the moment, is currently on his 7th lap of a stint, even though, as you say, with about an hour coming up on the session, we had that, about a 10-minute break whilst the red flag was shown. Since then, we've been running in green flag conditions, although various zones with yellow flags on them. But Sebastian Buemi building up the laps in the Toyota, and for my money, I mean, we've been speaking about how many laps are going to be capable of being done during the race. I'm pretty certain that Porsches will be happily able to do 14. Audis will only be able to do 13 on their tank full. By my calculations, Toyota's right in between. It's going to be right on the edge of being able to do 13 and 14. So it's interesting that Toyota are using the time on the track to just go round and round and round. And I think part of that is going to be evaluating where they are in their fuel window, whether during the race they're going to be capable of doing 14 laps.
Because that's going to night and day, which you shouldn't talk about in a 24-hour race, but it's nonetheless true. How much do you think, Paul, that we should take from lap times at this particular point? Is it indicative, or is it just part of the process?
No. I think it's very indicative, and I think what's interesting is that Porsche and Audi have been absolutely matching each other's times second for second. The times haven't improved just for the moment. Everybody's still in the 320. I say everybody. We've got 2 Audis and a Porsche in the 324s. Then a Toyota in 4th place, having done a 325.2. Now, if Toyota are less than a second adrift on lap times, then if they can remain reliable, they're certainly not going to be out of the chase. We've seen Audi win this race with a car that was 3 seconds a lap slower than its competition. So, I think Toyota have the role of dark horse to play in this race somehow. They're going to be very much playing the long view when it comes to the race on Saturday and Sunday.
So they'd be taking a view now with that possibility of getting 14 laps. They'd be taking a view of, do we need to turn the wick down a bit to get 14 laps, and what's the effect of that going to be on our overall race strategy?
You see, my rule of thumb is always, if you've got the pace, then use the pace and take the penalty of the extra pit stop. And generally, you can, as I say, unless you're massively massively slower by doing the extra, getting the better consumption, then you're far better to go a little bit quicker. If you're half a second a lap, then maybe the extra pit stop is worth trying to save. But if you're anything more than half a second a lap different, then it's worth going half a second a lap faster and paying the penalty of the extra fuel stops.
I'm not sure whether the observer at Zone 35 has just turned up on post, but all of a sudden we had 2 cars in quick succession. In fact, 3 cars now that are being flagged for track limits, exiting the Ford Chicane. They are the number 1 Toyota TS040 Hybrid, which is currently driven by Sebastian Buemi, but also being flagged about that. And this is a black and white flag for not respecting the track limits. Car 62, which is the Scuderia Corsa Ferrari 458 Italia, and also car 63, which is one of the Works Chevrolet Corvette C7Rs. That's the one with Antonio Garcia, Jan Magnussen and Ryan Briscoe, and it is Garcia currently at the wheel. Let's head down to our Nismo pit lane team, and one half of it, Bruce Jones, with some news from Porsche.
Not all good news. I mean, 18, the black one, is sitting in the garage. That's just having standard brake work. But the 19 entry, the white car, well, obviously with black lines on it as well, has got a problem with its GPS system, and they're trying to sort it out at the moment. Nick Tandy will get on board, but there's no body language suggesting that's going to happen anytime soon. In fact, the only real movement down here is just getting ready for the red Porsche number 17 to come in and make its pit stop. I haven't seen any new tyres being brought out, so an element of frustration for Porsche at the moment, I would say, certainly as far as the 19 car is concerned.
And there are 3 Porsche 919s here this year, a red one, a black one and a white one, and they are numbered, the red is the 17 car, black is 18 and white is the 19 car that Bruce was just talking about there. 3 hours and 2 minutes to go of this 4-hour free practice session, and it is currently the number 9 car which is quickest, driven by Philippe Albuquerque, and Philippe still pushing hard on this, his 12th lap of the session, because he's done an absolute best through Sector 1. A slower Sector 2 time though, and it looks like he's been delayed to a certain extent on this final sector as well. Windscreen wiper working on the number 9 car as well, so there is still a little bit of moisture in the air.
There was a message on the screen a moment ago, Johnny, saying that there was rain reported over at Mulsanne Corner, which is the far south of the circuit. So perhaps that's an explanation, and also an explanation why, for the moment at least, we haven't had any more improvements in times.
Bruce Hanshay reporting a couple of drops from the pit lane as well, and there are certainly drops on camera lenses appearing.
That will certainly put the cat amongst the pigeons as far as this whole session is concerned, because if it's raining properly on Mulsanne and towards Mulsanne Corner, then certainly there are going to be no competitive times, but they're not going to get the benefit of being able to learn about how the cars perform in the wet, albeit they had quite a bit of experience in test day, but they're not going to get that experience simply because it's not a completely wet circuit. So almost what they're going to want is to have either wet or dry, and preferably dry, but nonetheless we're going to see that. And there's a lot of cars coming down pit lane now.
Yeah, well, they're all obviously sensing that the track is, the conditions of the track changing enough to make changes in setup, maybe fit different bodywork, certainly change tyres, I reckon. So we've had the first hour of this 4-hour session, and certainly there's some running that's been able to take place. The first 5 minutes, of course, remember, included a red flag. So it's been quite a stilted start to our coverage here on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans on 91.2 FM at the circuit, and around the world, of course, on radiolemans.com. It will still be, in a moment or two, Johnny Palmer, Paul Truswell and Paul Tarsi here in the booth, Bruce Jones and Shay Adam down in the pit lane. But for the moment, we will just take a brief pause and be back very shortly.
All the action, all the latest news from the pits and the paddock. Informed comment. There's always been and always will be just one authority on the race and just one place to listen. Radio Le Mans. You can't manage without it. Mobil 1. Get personal with motorsport.
So local time here in France is 5 o'clock on the button, and we therefore have 3 hours still to go, and there's almost a pause in the session by accident rather than design, perhaps, because the weather has intervened, and there is certainly a little bit of wet weather down at Mulsanne Corner and the latter part of the lap down to Indianapolis and Arnage. There may still be a dry section of Mulsanne Straight though, and well, the track is so large here, 8.5 miles long, that you're never always guaranteed to have the same bit of weather at any corner that you negotiate, Paul Tarsi.
And I think that's very much part of it. We're looking now at spectators on the tribunes with umbrellas up. There certainly is enough weather now to be causing that right back here at the start-finish line.
Let's head, without further ado, down to our Nismo pit lane team. Bruce Jones and Shay Adam, part of that, at least for the next half an hour or so. And Shay has Jeff Siegel from the number 63 car.
Jeff, you're fresh out of the car, you're shining with sweat, but you're smiling like a madman. And finally here as a rookie, is it everything you hoped it would be and more?
Yeah, absolutely. Biggest issue right now is the track is too long in length. I want more repetition, and I'm hogging the seat time. So we went ahead and put Bill in the car, trying to get him some laps in the dry. I think I'm the only one that got any dry laps at the test, which was great. But we really need to get Bill up to speed and get Townsend some dry laps. Of course, we put Bill in the car, and now it's raining again. So this seems to be the story of Le Mans so far, but car feels good, and we have a lot to learn, but so far so good.
What's the biggest disadvantage of not running with the team car at Le Mans?
You'd think that would be setup information, but we have a really good team, really good engineer, really good depth, and good assistance from Michelotto. So I think we have everything we need. For us, it's just, we can't replace the experience we don't have. We don't race full time in the WEC, so a lot of the rules are a bit strange. A lot of the procedures are foreign. Not knowing who's in the other cars and what to expect from them. But I think, if we mind our own business, we can be in good shape.
Fighting an uphill battle, but these are three guys who have won a 24-hour race before. That was just at Daytona. Let's see if they can do it at Le Mans.
Jeff Siegel, 30 years old. Bill Sweedler is 48, and Townsend Bell, 40 years old. But all here at Le Mans for the first time. Scuderia Corsa. So we will hope that they go well in the 62 car. And one of the cars that were being warned about track limits exiting the Ford Chicane a few moments or two ago. That could have been, of course, to do with the wet conditions.
I suppose it could.
I don't think it was wet here when they were warning, but it was interesting what you were saying, Johnny. I'm sure your tongue was in your cheek as you said so about the sudden flurry of warnings that came up. But there certainly was that sudden flurry, wasn't it? 62, 63, 98, 92.
One car.
68 was a red, was rear lights on, wasn't it?
Number one Toyota?
Yeah.
Didn't see that one, I must admit.
That was the first one, I thought, but it's definitely raining down at Mulsanne Corner, and that is clearly a heavy braking area, turning right past the old signalling pits, and you need to make sure that you are applying the brake at the right point there. And of course, compared to a lap ago, 2 laps ago, 3 laps ago, it will change every time you get to that, and you don't get a lot of warning about it.
You don't, and very, very quick part of the circuit now with these cars. Probably the fastest part of the circuit complete, and that right-hander before you actually get to Indianapolis, which, if you look at it on a map, you'd think, oh, it's a bit of a kink. But even when you drive it as a road car, it's really quite a corner, and then hard on the brakes into the left-hander at Indianapolis, and then a tiny little squirt up the road to Arnage. And the width of the track between Indianapolis and Arnage is incredibly narrow. With these big wide prototypes that we have here, it's not much more than 2 cars wide, and probably hasn't changed a huge amount over the years, but as a modern race circuit, that must be one of the narrowest bits anywhere, I would think. More redolent of Alton Park than an international circuit. But it's a great part to watch, and if for people watching here at the circuit, take the opportunity to get out to Indianapolis and Arnage and to Mulsanne Corner, because those are great places to be and great places to watch, as we're now seeing, I think probably with rain still falling, and just looking at the monitors now, there is rain pretty much everywhere, I think, to a greater or lesser extent, and we're seeing lap times which are sort of reflecting that.
This session due to go on until 8 p.m. local time. Then there are 2 hours of interval before we head into the qualifying session from 10 p.m. through till midnight, and I reckon it's going to be sort of passing shower weather, interrupting the session without majorly affecting it until we get to 8 o'clock though, and there's meant to be quite a lot of rain, possibly some thunder and lightning at about 8 o'clock, and a little bit more rain at 9 o'clock before it gets slightly lighter in terms of the rain. It'll get darker in terms of it being dark and night time at 10 o'clock, but the rain less likely, I understand, once we get to qualifying.
That was the forecast that I had when we left this morning. I haven't had the up-to-date one, but yeah, certainly, hopefully. Not quite completely empty track, though, Johnny, between the free practice and the qualifying practice, because we do have a free practice session for the Aston Martin Racing Le Mans Festival cars, who will be having a 1 hour free practice session between 8:30 and 9:30. So although the 24 hours cars will be able to go away and work things out how they want to work them out between 8 o'clock and 10 o'clock, the support race cars for the Aston Martin Racing Le Mans Festival will be out having a 1 hour free practice session in that period.
And there'll be some swallowing hard with that particular bunch, because most of those people are amateur drivers, and to be out on this glorious, wonderful circuit in any sort of Aston Martin is pretty exciting and daunting. But to do it in what may well be wet conditions will make the most experienced amateur driver swallow hard.
There are 3 Porsche 919 hybrids here this year, and one is red, one is black, one is white, as we've been saying. A man who is here for his 4th time is Brendan Hartley, and he now joins Bruce Jones.
How wet, Brendan, is too wet to get meaningful running? You brought the beautiful red 919 in, but Mark Webber hasn't gone back out.
Yeah, it's kind of in between at the moment. It was funny, the rain came over Mulsanne and just slowly came over the whole track. Yeah, I'd say it's probably into territory at the moment. So we're just assessing what we're going to learn and what test items we can do in these conditions. So ideally, we'd love some dry running to put some mileage on a set of tyres. But yeah, actually, I don't know the exact plan for the rest of the session yet. But with mixed conditions, it's tricky, you know, and we have to manage how much tyres we have for the whole weekend as well.
Now the car's up as high as it can be in the pit garage. Can you see what they're doing to it at the moment?
Actually, I wish I could give some information, but I just hopped out and I have no idea. So.
It's worth pointing out Brendan hopped out and ran over to the pit wall to talk to his engineer, and also Mark came to
in the end, I'm just a driver, so I just turned the wheel, mate. But no, actually, to be honest, I don't know what's going on right now, but we have a bit of a test list to go through, so maybe we're throwing on one of the test items now. I'm not 100% sure.
That's right. Thank you very much, Brendan Hartley.
91.2 FM, Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans for the 2015 running of the race, and this is the voice of Paul Truswell.
Richard Bradley is now back out on the track, I'm pleased to say, in the number 47 car, the KCMG Orica, which ground to a halt on its first lap out of the pits. Well, Richard Bradley has taken it back out again and is now circulating, albeit in slightly damp conditions. Everybody else has done at least one lap and come back into the pits. The least active of them is another of the LMP2 Oricas, being the Murphy Prototypes car, which has been out and done just one lap and come straight back into the pits again. But at least all 56 cars in the entry have been seen, have been out, and once Richard Bradley gets back at the end of this lap, will have done at least one complete lap, albeit not necessarily a timed lap, because to do a timed lap you have to cross the start-finish line on the track, both at the beginning and the end of the lap. So the count of laps is not necessarily the same as the count of timed laps, if you see what I mean. But as Johnny was saying just a moment ago, we do have this kind of, call it a hiatus in the session, if you will, where the cars have kind of nearly all come back into the pits, having been on slicks, to probably go back onto wet tyres. The number 8 car there just going through, I think that's, is it Lucas de Grassi at the wheel at the moment, of the number 8. Yes, it is. Lucas de Grassi has taken the number 8 out, and he's just done a 3 minutes 42, and that is a flying lap. So indication there that we're a good 15 seconds off the pace that we were at just before the rain started again.
This is the way we stand then at 5:10 local time here at Circuit de la Sarthe. It's the number 9 car of Philippe Albuquerque, which is fastest, a 3:24.673, done in drier conditions. So number 9 Audi currently down pit road, and it is 0.229 of a second quicker than Brendan Hartley's number 17 Porsche. The 7 car of Andre Lotre has done a 3:24.926 to put it third quickest. In P2, it is SMP Racing first and third, 37 and 27, and the meat in the sandwich, the number 41 Gibson, run by Greaves Motorsport. Gary Hirsch did the time of 3:45.194. but Michele Leshin's time in the 37 BR01, brand new chassis for 2015, has done a 3:44.482. That is the fastest LMP2 car so far in this practice session. GTE Pro, Ollie Gavin, despite a moment out of the S's in car 64 quickest, a 3:58.880 from the 92 Porsche Fred Makovici, 4 minutes .308 the time that the 92 car has done, from the 51 Ferrari of Tony Villander, and it did a 4 minutes .451 time. And GTE Am, quickest car there, number 98, which is the Aston Martin, Matthias Lauda, has most recently been at the wheel, a 4 minutes .307 to put it 27th overall, but the quickest of the Am cars, from Bill Sweedler in car 62. And we heard from his teammate Jeff Siegel not too very long ago.
And the dial has absolutely been set back an hour now, because we've now got a wet track. We've now got people who, I mean, it's actually gone back more than an hour in some ways, because what we've ended up with is that any data that they actually got in that first 20 to 30 minutes of this session doesn't really, they've got that, they can put that in the bank. So there's no benefit now to these cars being out there in this slightly wet, but not very wet conditions. They can't set very good times out there, and therefore, they're running around. They'll be doing what they need to do, clearly, and still working through the programme, but it's not ideal for the teams at all.
A message coming through to me, perhaps something that our Nismo pit lane team can investigate, that the number 64 Corvette has had, if it doesn't still have, a broken rear wing. So if we can get that one sorted. Have they talked to us about that already,
No.
Johnny? I don't remember them talking to us about it.
No, but that would tally with Ollie Gavin's moment out of the S's, because I'd wondered whether he'd made contact with the Armco or not.
Right,
And that could be
okay.
as a result of backing
sounds
it
like
into the wall.
Contact with barriers, doesn't it?
Yes.
I think that would fit completely, because when the cameras cut to it, it was close, but it wasn't anything more than that.
Bruce Jones can indeed confirm that work is taking place in the 64 garage to fix that rear wing as quickly as possible. The thing is, even if it was fixed, would they be out in this? Possibly not. But surely you can glean some information from these conditions, because the race might end up like this for a couple of hours.
Exactly so, and it's really all about giving the drivers sufficient confidence that they can go out in this kind of condition and where to push and where not to push. Of course, the drivers with the most experience perhaps have the least to gain by going out, but nevertheless, there's one of those things where it's never time wasted. Although there's always a danger you might break something, and it all depends how many spares you've got in the truck as to how hard you push, I suppose.
Marcel Fessler pulling the belt tight as he heads out up towards the Dunlop chicane and under the bridge, and then down towards the S's. Another car out on track at the moment, braving it, is the 40 Crone Racing entered car. Tracy Crone at the wheel, just coming into Ford Chicane now, in fact. The double right, left, right, and then another one of those. It wasn't always like that, of course, in the old days. You just had one Ford Chicane. Is that right, Paul Tarsi? Can you remember those days?
I can't remember those days, but in fact it wasn't always like that at all, in that there wasn't always a chicane at all. And that back in the 60s, you came out of Arnage and then straight down through White House.
Yes.
Harry Flatters all the way through there, past the start-finish line. Harry Flatters under the Dunlop Bridge, right the way down to the S's. So
I thought there always was a Ford Chicane, though, if you go, even if in the very, very early days.
Ford Chicane was installed in 1968, or for the 1968 race.
That's just the one chicane.
Yes.
Initially.
Yes, it was.
And I also need to ask you, what is the Chapelle S?
It's the Forest S's, or the S's between the Dunlop Bridge and Tertre Rouge.
Right.
Because that's where the Mass used to be held on Sunday morning. There used to be a little church, chapel.
Okay.
And so
it's the section from Dunlop Bridge down to the S's. Or
well,
it is the S's.
It is the S's.
It is the S's.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And the bit from the end of, or from pit out down to Tertre Rouge, that is relatively new in that it's 1935. That everything's relative, but it's certainly not the original part of the circuit. And if you think back to what that really, really, really early part of the circuit was. That it went to Pont-Lieu in town, flat chat all the way down through Mulsanne, turned right at Mulsanne, piff-paff at Indianapolis-Arnage, and then flat chat all the way back to Pont-Lieu again. And so there wasn't a huge amount of store placed on handling in those days, but it was purely about endurance. But it must have been absolutely terrifying. Largely a road that was not particularly metalled, so it was gravel. It was like a forest stage, and, except doing it in a 4.5 litre Bentley.
I remember a good few years ago now, you took me down to the hairpin that used to exist in the town.
Yeah, the Pont-Lieu.
Yeah, which was kind of the barrier was basically haystacks.
Well, yes, on a good day. that's when they put the safety features in.
Okay, all right. Well, yeah, but I mean, it's so narrow through there. It was beyond the rally stage. You know, you could barely get a single car through there, and I was astounded when they mocked it up. And some people will tell us, I'm sure, exactly what year that was. But it was great to actually go down there and then just imagine the race being run through that very, very narrow section.
Yeah, and Paul and I went out and just did our usual bit of driving the circuit last night. And when you go from Arnage and follow the existing circuit down to where it turns off towards the Porsche curves, obviously with the public road it goes straight on towards Whitehouse, which is what it always did do. And it is incredibly noticeable that it goes from being a wide open racetrack with not much in terms of runoff up there, we know that, but there is at least some runoff. And then you go into what was the old circuit, and it's a narrow country lane with ditches and trees and everything else. And it was an incredibly dangerous part of the circuit, even when danger was part of motor racing in a way that it isn't today. And some big accidents happened down that way. And it's hard to think that people were driving Porsche 917s and Ferrari 512s down there back in the day.
Yep.
It's okay, it's one thing thinking of 4.5 litre Bentleys, but when you think of something like a Porsche 917, yes, you have got to be very, very brave.
The fifth fastest car so far in the session is the number 2 Toyota, driven at the moment, or at least it was most recently, by Mike Conway. The car currently in pit road. One of the other two drivers, though, that will be driving the number 2 this weekend is Alex Wurz, and he's now with Shea Adam.
Alex, the Toyota is one of the most beautiful cars on the grid, but it's even more beautiful when it's moving. Why is it in the garage?
Well, thanks for the compliment that the car is looking good. But you know what? Motorsport, only the lap time counts. So at the moment we look better than at the test session, but it's really early days with the mixed conditions. So let's wait and see.
So are you not going out because of the mixed conditions?
We want to do one specific test where we would like to have dry tires. So we're just gonna wait another few more minutes, and if the weather forecast doesn't give us this opportunity, we're just gonna switch back to normal running and then go out on whatever tires is appropriate.
Thank you, Alex. Stefan Sarazan waiting to go out when the situation is appropriate.
So Conway's been out, we're waiting for Sarazan next in, and Alexander Wurz will get his turn as well. Clearly some teams need to get laps under their belt for certain drivers, Paul Truswell. There were drivers that weren't able to get their mandatory 10 laps under their belts during the 31st of May, which was the official test session here, and that presumably, can it be done in free practice, or does it have to be done during qualifying?
No, it can be done during free practice, and that's one of the reasons why this session has become a free practice session. What I haven't seen is a list of the drivers who didn't do their 10 laps in the test day on the 31st of May, but from the list that I've seen, there are drivers who are entitled to participate in the free practice session, and then after the free practice session a further list will be issued, which gives the list of drivers authorised to take part in the qualifying sessions.
Right.
But I don't think that anyone has a huge problem in getting drivers qualified to by knowledge.
But that has to be done in the next 2 hours and 38 minutes.
Yes.
Right.
Yes,
and then there are also night laps to take into account, which
yes,
obviously
once
we'll
you get
to.
into yes, that's right. I mean, obviously this session is a day qualifying session. If you do your 3 laps now, then in effect, as long as they're reasonable lap times, then the organisers will take them into account should they need to for qualifying purposes. But that then becomes a discretionary thing for the stewards to decide.
Yeah.
Just going back to the story of the track, because whilst you were talking about other things, I was going back just to check. You're absolutely right, Paul. When the Ford Chicane was first installed in 1968, you get the clue that it was as a result of Ford that the Ford Chicane was built. So you can kind of work out the fact that it was called the Ford Chicane was in the middle of the Ford dominance at Le Mans. And it
66, 67, 68
yes,
and 69.
Yeah, exactly. And it was in 68 that the first Ford Chicane which was built, which was just a single chicane. Then when they built the Porsche Curves, and again you can work out that was from 1972, when the Porsche Curves were built. At the same time as building the Porsche Curves, they also implemented the second part of the Ford Chicane. And there are people that I speak to who still refer to the Porsche Curves as the new section, which always seems a bit bizarre to me. But then there are people who refer to the sweeps down to the Dunlop S's as the new section, and you always get these new sections being built at Le Mans. But I think it's part of it. It's a growing circuit, growing place.
Bruce Jones can give us some news on one of the Nissan GTR LMs, the Nismo cars, and there has been an issue for the 22 car of late. Bruce, what do you know?
Well, it's the one shared by Harry Tinknell, Michael Krum and Alex Bunkum, and drive shaft boot leakage. And they said that's being sorted. I mean, they're still working on the car now, and with wry expressions they said, oh yes, and we were adjusting the ride height on number 21 that you picked up early on because it was sparking out around on the circuit. But I suppose from their point of view, they've got cars out on the track. They're nearly finished on 22. That should be back out again soon. But will it be raining or will it not? It keeps fluctuating between being quite bright to the extent we're squinting in the pit lane to spits of rain. So I guess nobody knows what's happening. But anyhow, working away on 22.
Yeah, still that sort of halfway house of weather condition, which is useful to nobody right now, particularly the 45 car, which is rotated at the first chicane. That's the Ibanez Racing entered Oreca 03R, so the slightly revised chassis, but not as new as Thierry by TDS Racing's example, which is the Oreca 05. So this is the uprated 03 car, which has come into, well, not actually made contact with any scenery, thankfully, but it is facing the wrong way, and it is Pierre Perret that is at the wheel of that car at the moment, sharing the car with Jose Ibanez and Ivan Bellarosa in the yellow and black car. Should be relatively easy to get that car restarted and back into the session, though.
But it's part of the nature of a big long circuit like this that drivers are likely to be caught out in this weather, because so often if there's a weather front moving across the circuit, you can get dry at the start finish line and wet at Tertre Rouge for one lap, and then it's all moved a bit further to the east, and that suddenly you've got it wet at Mulsanne and dry everywhere else. So for periods like this, there isn't a huge amount to learn, except that what you don't know, and it's always going to be like that. And it certainly looks to be dry on this part of the circuit currently, and there's no umbrellas out at all on the tribunes, but that doesn't mean to say that it's going to be like that everywhere else.
7 car, just a moment or two ago, heading into the Ford Chicane and actually overshooting the first bit of it. There are some sausage curbs there, looming large to catch out the unwary, and certainly the Audi number 7 jumped up into the air after catching the first of those, so that will not have done the under tray of the car any good at all. It's Marcel Fessler pushing the envelope into the final sequence of corners, zone 35 as it's coined, new for this year. Let's head down to Nismo pit lane and speak to Shea Adam, who has got a guess. Who have you got?
Sam Bird, and you haven't spent any time in the car today, and your car has spent a lot of time in the garage. What's the reason behind that?
Well, as you know, the weather's been a bit iffy so far in this test session. We had an engine mishap at Spa, which really put us on the back foot. Regulations in LMP2 mean we can only have 3 engines a year. We've used one of them, so we have to be conservative on our mileage. So we're only going to go out when the track is at its best. So looks like we're getting ready now, and Julian's going to head out after that Roman, and then I'll be in for the last part of the practice and then for quali.
It's your second time to Le Mans, but you're in a different class this year. How do you find P2 in comparison to GTE AM?
Yeah, it's more to what I'm used to, you know, coming from Formula 1 and GP2. It's got downforce, good brakes, so I fit in pretty much straight away, felt very at home, so there's no reason why we can't compete at the top level.
And speaking of competing at the top level, why not speak to last year's GTE AM champion, Christopher Nygaard, and Bruce is with him.
Nygaard, no more, it's Nygaard. I've just been checking on the pronunciation. I used to have some Danish neighbours, so I thought I'd do that. Christopher, we had all 5 Aston Martins in here while the weather was changing, but at 95, your car, there's been some work going on. What's happening?
I felt a little bit that the car was tracking a lot more than we had on the test day, so we were worried there was something. We changed some bits and pieces from the test day till now, so it was just a concern if everything was as it was supposed to, but it looks like it's okay, so we'll send Nicky out now to confirm.
Isn't it better to send you out since you knew how it felt before?
Yeah, but we're also a little bit behind of test program because of the weather, both at the test day and now, so it's like we need to go through it and we have to do something with Nicky, so he also needs some laps because he wasn't here on the test day, so I'll have to sit back a little bit.
Frustrating. Thank you very much. So the Dane train will be back on the tracks. Thank you, Christopher.
New fastest lap, so conditions obviously improving. 3:24.596 now. Neil Jarni at the wheel of the number 18 Porsche, the black car. I won't say bouncing over the curbs because that might be prejudicial to his chances, but we can watch him coming through the Ford Chicane, and he was using all of the track limits. So a 3:24.596 is marginally faster than Felipe Albuquerque went in the number 9 car before the rain started coming down again. He did a 3:24.673, and René Rast is now out at the wheel of the number 9 car, the number 9 Audi. Other cars to look out for. Mark Webber is now behind the wheel of the red Porsche number 17, and Marcel Fessler, having had his roly-poly moment at the chicane on the Mulsanne Straight, number 7 Audi coming into the pits. He's still the 4th fastest car. So Porsche, Audi, Toyota is the top 5, and then Porsche, Toyota, Audi, the next 3, with the Rebellion number 12 on 3:39.526, 14 seconds behind the class leader, but not too bad as far as Rebellion are concerned. Although I have noticed, Johnny, I think you mentioned this as well, that both the 12 and the 13 cars both have had black and orange flags for mechanical defects which have to be rectified in the pits, and we never quite got to the bottom of what those mechanical defects were.
No. So that's maybe some work for our Nismo pit lane team. I know we're about to enter a shift change though, and Shea Adam and Bruce Jones will step down for a little while. We'll welcome Joe Bradley and Nick Damon to the Nismo pit lane team for the first time during race week at the very least. The car being instructed to stick its lights on is the number 21 Nissan, which was sparking heavily earlier on down Mulsanne, but they will have cured that now and ratcheted up the ride height very slightly. Careful not to cross the blend line. It's Sujo Matsuda back at the wheel of the blue and red Nissan, the GTR LM Nismo.
On the subject of the Nissans, Johnny, we've now had a time not only from the 23, from the 21 car, which we reported on earlier on, 3:55. We've also had an improved time from the 23 car. That's now down into the 3 minutes 50 for the Nissan. So 3 minutes 50.548 for Jan Mardenborough at the wheel of the number 23 car.
Strange incident for the number 19 Porsche 919 Hybrid, which has gone straight on at the first chicane, but it's kind of got round the first bit of it and almost got round the second element of it, the left-hander. This is Earl Bamber at the wheel, and it's charged its way up to the braking area relatively normally into the first. Oh, and then a big twitch mid-corner. That's between the first and the second elements of the chicane, and therefore it's gone straight on, hasn't made contact with the tyre wall, But something either broke there, or it was just because it was rather slippery track, and it twitched on Earl Bamber, and he couldn't react to it. Stuck it in reverse, tried to get it out of the stones, but it's wedged deep.
And that is now a slow zone. That's not just a yellow flag, that is a slow zone. So the procedure there now has to be that everybody slows down to 80 kilometres per hour and observes that speed throughout that zone where the yellow flags are being displayed.
And that will be obviously because you've got people on track, and you've got a big tractor as well, and so both of those things will determine the fact that there's a slow zone there. But that's redolent of the accident we had with the Audi a few years ago, which went off at exactly that same spot, and for the life of me I can't remember who it was.
Mark Genet, who then had to leap out of the car and did his Superman effort, pulling bodywork off the car so he could bring it back to the pit lane.
I thought it was Romain Dumas.
It might have been.
It was, because he was superhuman. We gave him the title Superhuman Romain Dumas, who did wrench the front bodywork off the car in order to get it back. You're squinting at me, you're not sure.
Yeah, no, you're probably right. Your memory's better than mine.
Look it up. But I think I'm right.
He went into the marshal's post, pulled his underpants over his race suit. And
it was
came out
impressive,
Superman.
I tell you. I mean, and these guys not only have to be world-class drivers, but also mechanics on the move as well. Because if you do hit a problem on this very long Le Mans lap, you are on your own. All these cars, to my knowledge, carry toolkits and sometimes a mobile phone, so you can phone home for advice from a friend, and the mechanics on the other end can tell you what you need to be doing. And some of them, in fact, make their way to the scene and start to shout instructions over the tyre wall at you. But if you receive outside assistance, that is not permitted.
Particularly parts, which has always been a thing. And there have been stories over the years of people, back in the day of, I found a fan belt for a Triumph TR2 in the grass. That's a bit of luck, and those sorts of things. But certainly that Porsche 919 is, as you say, off at the left-hand part of the first chicane on Mulsanne. Didn't hit anything, so they will get it out and will get it back, and are working on that right now. But it was a twitch, wasn't it, Johnny? It was nothing more than that. Went to do the left-hand part. Clearly didn't connect properly and just sailed off into the gravel. But the gravel did its stuff. It did what it should do. Stopped the car before it hit the barrier. Whereas with Marc Genet and Romain Dumas, who were both driving that car, because I don't want to come between you two lovers.
Careful.
That whichever one it was hit that barrier at exactly the same spot, incredibly hard, and that I can remember at the time thinking, well, that's the end for that car, but it wasn't. That one of the things about Le Mans is that you can see cars these days particularly have huge accidents and limp back to the pits, almost literally sometimes on three wheels.
Oh yeah.
And get repaired and get back out onto the circuit before the end of the race, and that to me is amazing.
Still the slow zone at zone 10 and zone 11 because of the 19 Porsche that stopped at zone 11. So there is actually a buffer, if you like. The previous zone is also on the caution to enable the cars to be at the required speed as they switch right, left and right through the first chicane on Mulsanne.
Yeah, and you would kind of expect that because they need to slow the cars down before they get to the chicane.
And the Porsche 919 is now actually pointing in the right direction, so it will be able to rejoin. Doesn't look entirely stable, almost as if there's a little bit of damage done.
Not sure whether that was going over the curbs, which made it look unstable, but certainly it is now mobile and on its way back. And we would hope that, I'm pretty sure he will get it back, and that our Nismo pit lane team can find out exactly what went wrong, although I don't think it's going to be terribly hard to do.
Funnily enough, it had just set its fastest lap of the session thus far, the number 19 car, in the hands of Earl Bamber at a 3:25.723. As I say, that was the fastest lap that car had done, having had a pretty long pit stop. And as I say, we'll see whether or not it makes it back to the pit entrance.
So let's get some mileage under the wheels for our new 2 members of our Nismo pit lane team. First of all, Nick Damon. Welcome, Nick.
Hello there. Well, of course, I was there earlier from Elite Motorsport, but I'm now sitting on the pit wall there. I'd like to be best, just watching the number 12 Rebellion racing car coming into its pit stand, and with me also watching it, it's Nick Highfield. Nick, finally you get to do some racing this year.
Yeah, definitely. We were a bit late with our car, just doing Formula E till now. Happy to be here at Le Mans. Didn't do much testing, but we hope for the best.
Can you tell the difference with this new engine installation from the old one?
Yeah, I think the Toyota did a good job in the past, but it's had some years on it now, and now we have an AER double turbo, and it's bloody quick. We just have to see how well it lasts. It's new, as well as the gearbox.
So is your target the Collins car, or do you think you can get those Nissans as well here?
Well, as we've not competed against them in the first 2 races, it's difficult to judge. From what we've seen so far, we should be able to fight both of them, but let's wait and see.
Nick, thank you very much.
And thank you, Nick. We will hear from Joe Bradley very, very shortly as well at the other end of the pit lane towards the Nissan and Audi end pit lane out, with still a little bit of rain affecting the start and finish line, and a twitchy G-Drive Ligier there, the number 28 car, trying to get out of the way of the Greaves Gibson, I notice. So we haven't really seen G-Drive feature in this session quite yet, although the 26 car is 4th fastest within P2. We'd certainly expect more, though, from car 28, driven by Pipo Dirani, the Brazilian driver, down in 25th overall and something like 12th in class. So, or more than that, 15th in class. So some improvement, no doubt, to come from car 28. Oh. And Nick Johnson joins Joe Bradley. So let's head to Joe to find out a little bit from the Swede. Joe.
Nismo pit lane, coming to you live, and I'm with Nick Johnson, who is standing on the pit wall, inquiring, I would imagine, Nick, as just what's going on with the Krone Racing Ligier out there.
Yeah, exactly. As talking about the weather, when it's time to come in and put slicks on instead of running in intermediates and stuff, trying to get a feel for the car and get a good balance there before we go into qualifying later tonight. So I just did a couple of laps the first 10-15 minutes when it was still wet out there, and then we kind of been cycling between Jao and Tracy. I hope to get back in the next hour or so and hopefully be a little dry, then we can start working on some setup work.
So far the track has been so far we have not had an optimized track at all. It's been changeable throughout this session so far.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's been dry all the way around at any point so far. I mean, it was pretty dry there for about half an hour maybe, but I don't think it was quite dry everywhere. So it's very, very changing conditions and makes it very difficult.
How are you finding the close top LMP2 Ligier?
It's a fantastic car. The Ligier is a fantastic car to start with, but to be able to drive one of those here at Le Mans has been a dream for many years for myself, and it's great to be back here at Le Mans in an LMP2 car.
And is it a car that's suited to the circuit here at Le Mans? I mean, I know you've competed already in the car at the likes of Daytona and in the Tudor and in the World Endurance Championship. What's it like around Le Mans?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very balanced car. Brakes fantastic. It's very good through fast corners. So I think it's a suitable car for Le Mans. I mean, that type of car is same as the P1 cars are not really built for slow, really twisty tracks. It's more like flowing tracks like Silverstone, Le Mans, Paul Ricard, Estoril, Road Atlanta, and so forth. So I think that's what these cars are really built for. So I think it's very suitable for this weekend here at Le Mans.
Is LMP2 going to be a flat-out race, do you think, Nick?
I think it's going to be a very, very fierce race. It's a lot of good cars, a lot of good drivers and teams, and I think we feel like we have a very good driver and car lineup here, and we should be as good of a contention as anyone else.
Thanks for talking to us, Nick. Cheers. Krone Racing, no strangers to Lassart, knowing exactly what they've got to do to finish the 24 hours.
And that's very easy to spot around this venue, the 40 car running its traditional Krone Racing bright green. Up at the Dunlop chicane, almost a very embarrassing moment for Aston Martin Racing, with the 95 coming perilously close to the number 98 car. Nicky Thiem having to take avoiding action, fully locked up. He had to go over the curbs through the first bit of Dunlop chicane, trying to avoid Paul Dalla Lana in the number 98 car, but nearly a Pro and an AM Aston Martin coming to blows there. Aston Martin looking for their first GT Pro victory since 2008, by the way, and it's been a long wait in that class for Aston. Get a little bit more news from our Nismo pit lane team and Nick Damon. What can you tell us, Nick?
Well, the number 19 Porsche rescued and trundled back in under its own steam. It was welcomed in the garage. It came back in again. They stripped everything you can take off it, front deck, rear deck, all four wheels. Had a look. It's been a very small exit of gravel. A bit of scratching between, some gravel got caught between the alloy wheel and the big brake drums. They're not obviously drum brakes, they're brake drums for aerodynamic reasons. And they're now doing a mag-light torch check. Elbam has got out, but the car is now back reassembled again with nothing repaired. They were looking at tyres, looking at the brake drums rather than the discs themselves, the carbon fibre coverings, and they now seem in a position where the car is getting ready to go again, but they do not have a driver. There's no damage, so it's an odd one. I'm not sure until we talk to Earl whether it was an accident or whether it was the car didn't do something it was supposed to do.
It got very skittish through what looked like a damp chicane and just broke away from him through the second bit where he needed to be turning left after negotiating the right-hand bit of the first chicane pretty well. Grip just disappeared from him and he went straight on and into the gravel. And Paul Tarsi and I were privy to an onboard shot of that a little while ago. It looked to be not a lot that Earl could do. He tried to react, he braked, and thankfully did keep the nose of the car out of the tyre wall. Gravel trappers, kind of shallow as it is, did its job pretty well.
Did its job very well, and the whole thing happened in probably well less than a second.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything he could have done once there was that little twitch, whether it was just getting onto the curbs a bit too early or something else, I don't know. But the fact that the car is now safely back and that they're not having to take it apart and put it back together again, then I think you would have to assume that it was probably just one of those chicane moments that happen from time to time.
3 cars have still to set a time, although, as I was saying a little while ago, now that Richard Bradley has been doing some laps in the number 47 KCMG Orica, everybody has been out and done at least one lap. And in fact, most cars have done, in fact, the least number of laps that anybody has done is 4. Yes. So, but there are still 3 who haven't set a time. And one of them perhaps is something that we could look at with the pit lane crew, and that's the CLM, the Team by Collis car, number 4. That car has only turned in half a dozen laps, but yet to set a flying lap. And as far as I know, it is next door to Gianluca Roda, the number 50 Labra competition Corvette, which we've seen out on the track, but as I say, it hasn't yet done a flying lap. So the number 50 car hasn't yet done a flying lap, and the only other one that hasn't done a flying lap is the number 22 Nissan GTR LM. So the other 2, I'm pleased to say, numbers 21 and 23, a 350 for number 23 and a 351 for number 21, Jan Mardenborough and Tsujiyo Matsuda, the 2 drivers at the moment of the 23 and the 21, but 22, as I say, has done the least laps of anybody on just 4.
Got an opportunity now to catch up with Oliver Gavin, who we reported had a moment out of the S's. Did the car touch the wall? Did it not? Well, the suggestion that the rear wing is damaged suggests he may well have had a brush with the Armco, and Joe Bradley is now with Ollie.
Ollie was speculating as to whether you brushed the Armco when you had that slide off.
Yeah, I did. I just touched it with the left rear. It was a kind of frustrating, slow speed, lazy spin that I thought I caught, and I got it. And I just nicked the right rear onto the grass, and then it just went ever so slightly into the barrier, and it just damaged the rear wing. And so then we had to change that, fix that, just check it all over. Kind of a bit of a frustration, really, because it's something that you don't need to do, not at this time, not this period in the test. Lost us a little bit of time, but the weather's also not really cooperating. But the car seems to be good. It's come out of the box exactly the same as we had it for the test day. Feels really underneath you, really solid. Does seem like there's something on the track though at Tetra Rouge. It seems to be very, very slippery there for whatever reason. We don't quite know why that is, because the rest of the track feels fine, except for there's the odd bits of spotting rain here and there. But yeah, just trying to get Jordan some dry laps now, and then Tommy will be in the car after him.
a green track's pretty much what you would expect at this stage of the week. But does this wet weather delay the track coming to you, so to speak?
Yeah, it delays the sort of how the track develops, and that's what everybody's kind of looking for. They're trying to sort of see how the track's going to be for the meat of the race, the main part of it. And historically, you want to try and get the car right so that it's good through the night and then good through that next day. It might have a bit of not such a great car to start with, but then by the time you get to the end, the car should be fast. But with the weather forecasts and everything else, that whoever weather forecast you want to believe, it's looking like it's going to be a little bit wet at points. So, I don't know how much track development there will be, but it's certainly something that we work pretty closely with Michelin on.
And when the track does rubber in, as we say, is there a significant change to the car with regards to, say, I don't know, tyre pressures, cambers, casters? Do you play around as the track comes, or is the car pretty much the same as it will be tomorrow afternoon?
No, our car in these sort of conditions tends to be a little bit oversteery, a little bit on the loose side, and as the track rubbers in, the car gets a little bit more secure in the rear. And so you're just building that into your process, you're building that into your strategy, that right now the car might be a little bit free, a little bit loose on the way into the corners or through the corners, but come tomorrow evening, or mainly the meat of the race, that the rear of the car is settled, it's good, you can carry an arc, a lot of speed through the corner, you're not really suffering too much with understeer mid corner and off. So we're trying to build that in and sort of predict where that's going to go with the track and our car. So at the moment it's not too bad, but it still is a bit free. So we're just going to work away on some of that, see how Jordan finds it, see how Tommy finds it. We'll come back after this session, pull up all of our information and knowledge and talk to the 3 car and see what they've done. And then we'll make an assessment on what we're going to do for the first part of qualifying this evening.
Great stuff, thanks Ollie. Really interesting stuff there from Ollie Gavin out of the 64 Corvette. Interesting start to their Le Mans week, that's for sure.
And very interesting to hear Ollie's experience coming out there, because that's where you need an experienced driver, one who can say, yes, I know the car is a bit loose or not quite how I would want it for the race, but I know the circuit well enough to know that the circuit is going to come to me somehow, and there's no need specifically to work on the car to do anything different to the car.
But it's also about the fact that this isn't just about the car, is it? It's about getting the drivers settled, getting, as you say, that degree of experience and knowledge, and perhaps settling people down who might be a bit highly strung about some of the things that are going on. Not that I'm saying in that particular Corvette, but it could happen in all sorts of cars, that the team is about so much more than just the car on track at any given time. And there's so much to do.
Absolutely right. 2 quicker times to tell you about. We're now into the 23s, because we've had a 3:23.176 from Marcel Fessler at the wheel of the Audi number 7. And a 3:23.126, just 0.05 of a second faster by Mark Webber in the number 17 Porsche. So it just seems every time we get a fast lap from one, we get a fast lap from the other, and it just seems to be a matter of who's out on the track just ahead of the other one as to who sets the faster lap. So at the moment it's Webber quickest in Porsche by, say, 0.05 of a second from Marcel Fessler with the Audi 3:23.176, and also now down into the 3:23s, having just set his fastest lap of the session, the number 18 Porsche Mark Lieb behind the wheel at 3:23.215. Then René Rast at the wheel of the number 9 Audi, so it's Porsche, Audi, first 4 places, 3:24.673 for the number 9 car, and Toyotas are still there or thereabouts. I know there are a lot of people rooting for Toyota, and they may not have had the most successful start to the season at Spa and Silverstone, particularly at Spa. 3:25.276 for Sebastian Buemi at the wheel of the number 1 Toyota, and he's now back into the pits. But fewer laps done by the Toyotas than by certainly the Audi. Number 7 has now done 22 laps out there.
Just seeing the number 99 Aston Martin get extraordinarily squirrely on the way into the left right of the Ford Chicane, and very, very lucky not to lose it. Went under braking, went to turn left, and locked it up big time.
Well, the rear turned right, didn't it? Alex McDowell all crossed up there in the Hanergy liveried number 99 car, the red and yellow machine. Paul, you're pointing at something.
So I was trying to draw your attention. Black and orange flag again for the Rebellion number 12 and also for the number 64 Corvette. We were just hearing from Ollie Gavin. Well, now he's gone out, but they're giving it a black and orange. This is the technical problem flag. And it does require, it's not a warning flag, it does require the driver to call into the pits. It's not an option. It is required that the car comes into the pit. So if you get a black and orange, you do have to come in. And we've had one of those, as I say, for the Rebellion again, and that's certainly not the first time, it might even be the third time we've had a black and orange car for that number 12 car, but also for the Corvette number 64. Those messages coming up on the screen. And having drawn attention to the cars who hadn't set a lap time, they now all have done. So before anybody phones in and says, well, they're all listed on my timing screen, well, they are now, yes. 56 cars have been out, and 56 cars have set a time. And we haven't even had 2 hours of the session yet.
The black and orange flag is not deployed as you say, as advice, and it will only be deployed if there is a risk either to the car or to other cars on the circuit. So it won't be, well, I think you ought to know about something. It is either that a car is going to drop a piece of bodywork, or it is leaking fluids, or that there is something which is going to go wrong and cause problems either for the car or for other cars. So that in itself probably says a bit about, when we've seen it with the Rebellion, for example, second or third time, that those are things which are bad enough that the officials feel that it is something that needs to be attended to immediately.
Just going back to Toyota and how you mentioned, Paul Trustwell, about them not performing well, I think it's fair to say, at Silverstone, and particularly not at Spa. But in their defence, Pascal Vasselon has gone on record to say that their hybrid system, which utilises the supercapacitor, which is all about getting energy in and out of it super quick, actually should be very, very good around here at Le Mans. It's where it's been designed for, and it's where the car has seven equal boosts around the lap. And they presumably are very self-explanatory. Out of the Dunlop chicane, Tête Rouge, first and second chicanes, Mulsanne corner, Arnage, and Indianapolis as well. Indianapolis and Arnage, to get them in order. And the supercapacitor is very good at receiving energy, not necessarily holding on to it for very long, but boosting it out again. And the Toyota could really come into its own at this meeting.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm, as I say, not meaning to spoil their chances at all.
But what I mean is, you don't necessarily take the form of the first two races
correct.
And translate that into the third one.
Correct, absolutely, and I think Toyota have always been saying, watch out when we get to Le Mans, because particularly the chicanes, because you get a big stop followed by a big straight. So, the two chicanes going down the Mulsanne straight is where, and in terms of sector times, if you're in a position where you can see sector times, that'll be sector 2 on the circuit. That'll be where perhaps we will see the Toyotas, I won't say coming into their own necessarily, but they won't be losing out as much. Certainly with them hanging on to a 6 megajoule hybrid system, as opposed to both Audi and Porsche, who have increased their hybrid capacity for this year, whereas Toyota know exactly where they are with their hybrid system. So in a sense, they have a far less risky strategy this year. And as I say, I think theirs is going to be the long game and taking advantage where they can.
But having said that, Paul, the Porsches have the number 17 and the number 19 have both done fastest S2 sector 2 times with 77.4 seconds. So that currently those cars are fastest in that sector.
And I'm not surprised to hear that. What I'm suggesting is that Porsche is going to be closer to them in sector 2 than it will be in the other sectors.
Yeah.
Let's head down to our Nismo pit lane team and Joe Bradley, who is with Audi, and you can tell us a little bit about rear wing assembly on the number 8 car.
Well, I'm not sure who it was, Johnny, who was asking about the end plates on the Audi. Who was it?
Me.
Paul Truswell.
I thought it was Trusses.
There you go.
The end plates on the number 8 Audi is what I can see now are completely straight. There is no angle on them whatsoever, which is in complete difference to what we saw in the car at the test. Hang on. Yeah, it is. They are straight.
You're making sure your head's level.
And that's what I'm worried about. I'm behind a line of Audi mechanics waiting for the number 9 car, which comes in now. Now get a better look at that one. Now then, there is a very slight leading edge, and there's a very slight curve on the leading edge. You've got to look very, very closely at it before you actually see it. It is ever so slight. And I know Sam Collins is joining us later, and we'll get Sam Collins on this because he can explain exactly what the... yes, it is. It's kind of got a thicker leading edge with a bit of a curve to it.
Which way is the curve? Is it out?
The leading edge is thicker than the rear edge, if that makes sense. And there's a curve, concave, kind of slightly concave to the front edge of the end plate. And does that make sense at all?
No. Kind of.
I mean, you do need to look at Race Car Engineering's website to see some very good pictures of it. But what we did get, Joe, and it's interesting that you mentioned it on the Audi, the TV cameraman was on the ball as well, because he showed us very clearly that the Porsche is running with this slightly outward pointing, and it's certainly not symmetrical about its centre axis, which is the critical thing that the regulations say it has to have. But as far as we know, even though the regulations seem to be stretched to their absolute limit, the ACO has accepted these cars through scrutineering and has accepted them as being legal. So, as I say, it will be interesting to see what Sam says about the situation later on. But certainly, if you look on Race Car Engineering's website, it does describe very cleverly, and they've got some good pictures of how they look. But as I say, it would seem from what you're saying, Joe, that the Audis are running with that configuration, and we've seen on the TV pictures that Porsche is as well. So we can only assume that they're going to run that as well in the race itself.
There is some great stuff, presumably it will be duplicated on the website, but in the July edition of Race Car Engineering, and there is a side-to-side comparison of the 2015 standard configuration, which is what appeared at Silverstone, and the 2015 low drag configuration, which is what one of the cars ran as at Spa.
Two of them appeared as at Spa. The difference is that these rear wing end plates only arrived at the test day.
So this is even newer
than what's in.
Okay.
That's why you have to read the online version of Race Car Engineering. Quicker time again, though, and it's from Mark Webber, who's now actually done improvements on 2 successive laps. A 3:22.228 now for Mark Webber. Having done, actually it wasn't successive laps, I tell a lie, there were 2 slower ones in between. So he did a 3:23.126, then he did 2 slower ones, and now he's done a 3:22.228. And Nick Tandy has gone with him into the 22s. Nick Tandy has done a 3:22.819, so still less than a second separating the top 4. But 3 of those top 4s are Porsches, and all 3 Porsches, because Mark Lieb is on 3:23.215 and is 4th fastest. So times are dropping further and further, and we are just about, Johnny, halfway through this session, aren't we? Because despite that slight gap that we had, we're kind of 2 hours down, 2 hours to go.
Absolutely, yes. We are closing in now on 6 o'clock local time. You're listening to Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans on 91.2 FM here at the circuit, around the world on radiolemans.com. It's Joe Bradley and Nick Damon down in the pit lane as part of our Nismo pit lane team. Paul Tarsi, Paul Truswell and myself, Johnny Palmer, here in the booth. 2 hours done, 2 hours to go then in free practice. We will be back very shortly.
RadioLeMans.com, Motorsport's original internet broadcaster. Our world-class live coverage has been setting the standard for over a decade, and now it's even easier to listen. Just go to RadioLeMans.com. You don't need an app or a download. It's motorsport 24 hours a day, every day. And remember, we have a huge archive of motorsport audio ready when you want to listen. Live, on demand, on download. 3 ways to listen, 1 place to go. RadioLeMans.com. Get closer to motorsport with Mobil 1. Mobil 1.
Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans on 91.2 FM. We enter hour 3 of this year's free practice session. It's a 4-hour session in total. Johnny Palmer, Paul Truswell, Paul Tarsi here taking you through the opening exchanges, if you like, the build-up to the 83rd running of the greatest motor race in the world, the Le Mans 24 Hours, which starts at 3 o'clock on Saturday and through till 3 o'clock Sunday, obviously. And we will be there every step of the way here on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans. And we not only have the 3 of us in the booth, but also downstairs in the pit lane, Joe Bradley and Nick Damon. What have you got, Nick?
Yeah, I've been having a little bit of a spy or a look or a stare into the Toyota garage. They don't seem so depressed, but the number 2 car has had a pretty big setup change. All 4 torsion bars came out and replaced with another one. Couldn't see they're thicker or thinner. Some prodding and pushings. They've made a big change on that. I believe, and I could be wrong, I think it's Mike Conway on board, but I may get that wrong when it goes over the timing burn in a minute. But quite a big change, and all the time the kind of one was turning laps. So could be the case. They now need to optimise. They're just trying things between 2 cars.
Okay. That's something to monitor, certainly over the next half an hour with us, and also for the following show as well, when Jim Roller will be moving into the booth.
He will indeed. Going on from Paul Truswell's point about the man who obviously checks on track limits at Ford Chicane maybe went off for another cup of tea because we just had a sign on saying that there were 7 cars which were being reported for track limits at point 35, sector 35, which is the last corner on the track.
To give him or her their due, by the way, it might be that they're just kind of collecting them on a little list and then they're submitted at a certain point.
By carrier pigeon?
Well, yeah, maybe. It could be. By semaphore, smoke signal.
Yes, I think semaphore would be interesting at the edge of the track with flags, wouldn't it?
I'd watch that. Paul?
Numbers 2, 19, 26, 27, 37, 47, 88 and 91 were the 7 cars that Paul Tarsi was just referring to. 2 being one of the Toyotas, of course, 19 being one of the Porsches. So it's it's not just the GT cars or not just the P2 cars, but there's a fair smattering of each of them. 2 and 19 in LMP1, 26, 27, 37, 47 all in P2, and then 88 and 91 are 88 and 91 are both GTE AM cars, but they're all getting their comeuppance.
The 18 car is running with a different nose from that which it started. A different front nose is what Joe Bradley would say. Because I can tell you that because the front nose doesn't match the rest of the car. They're using a bit of the 19 car there, surely.
I didn't actually see it on the screen, I have to admit.
It had a white nose and the rest of the car was black.
Okay.
But clearly the number on it was correct. Still said 18.
So that was definitely the front nose.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, good.
It's sparking a little bit out of Tête Rouge, but that was enough, or not enough to worry the Porsche team, I'm sure. Not quite to the extent of the Nissan doing so earlier on, the number 21.
Mark Webber, incidentally, is on a long stint here. He's currently on his 11th lap of a stint, so he'll be going right the way through a tank full of fuel. Unfortunately, we've had some bits of yellow flag out during the stint, so it'll be a bit difficult to work out average times from the stint as a whole, but it's interesting to notice that Mark has been out and is doing a long stint, so he's currently on his 11th lap, and we'll see whether he stays out for a full 14. Certainly has the time to do that, and that's the best way to check the fuel consumption, is to run the car for a whole stint.
Is it also, well, it is clearly a way that Porsche will work out how the tyre degradation is doing on a stint as well, because we know from World Endurance Championship last year that, and indeed this year, they've had to run one set of tyres for an extra stint, and often they can't get those tyres to work quite as well as a brand new set of Michelins.
That was certainly the problem that Porsche had at Spa-Francorchamps, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Because and there is a limit on the number of tyres that they're allowed. They're allowed to use 7 sets in the free practice and qualifying. In other words, the session that we're now in, so today and tomorrow, they've got 7 sets. For the race itself, they have only allowed to use 12 sets of tyres, which means that in effect they have to make each set of tyres last 2 hours, which is going to be at least a double stint. And on occasions, therefore, Porsche are going to have to make their tyres last triple stint the tyres, because otherwise they're going to overrun their allocation, unless it rains, because that's only the limitation on slicks.
Right. Okay, thank you for that. The top 14 positions occupied by 13 P1 cars and 1 P2 machine. That means we're missing a P1 car. I have to look down to 23rd overall to find the number 4 CLM, and one of its drivers is Pierre Caffer, who now joins Nick Damon.
Yeah, used to seeing you at Le Mans, but not in an LMP1 car. How's your association with the Collins CLM come about?
Yeah, well, I think it's always nice to be here in Le Mans, and this year with the Collins car. Obviously, last year it was the Lotus, so we did a lot of, or the team did a lot of development on the car, and so far it seems to work everything. In the beginning of the session here, we had some issues, some small issues, but right now Thiago is out and he's doing his run. So everything is after plan so far.
The car's kind of lacked a bit of pace all season. Where is the problem with it? Where is the bit which needs to be improved the most?
Well, to be honest, it's a small team and they all do the best. The crew is very good, but to bring everything together is a big job. And it's not a factory team, obviously, so it takes a bit more time than for a factory team. That's obviously normal. It's the same for Rebellion. They needed some time to develop, and all the updates now are on the car, and here in Le Mans it's the first time that the car is running in a complete new shape.
You've got not just the Rebellions as a potential target. We spoke to Colin Coles earlier in the day, and he said you were also thinking about whether you could get on terms with the Nissans as well. Is that the target the drivers have?
Well, we have seen on the pre-test that obviously the Nissan has also a lot to do, try to develop the car, and I expect them far quicker, so we will see what they are doing now the next this session and the qualifying sessions. So it's not easy to develop an LMP1 car.
The car's just arrived back, which is why we had to avoid it. Is this just a standard stop, or is there another little niggle?
Yes, it's a standard stop. We still try to trim out the car, the aero-wise, the balance, and at the minute we're playing with the ride heights and with the aerodynamic.
Yeah, thanks, talking to you. Have a good weekend.
Pierre Caffer from the number 4 by Collis Racing run CLM, and that was the rumble of the AER engine that we heard in the background. Paul Trustwell, I'm seeing purple times all over the shop here, and there's certainly one total lap time that is better than everybody else's.
Mark Webber going still quicker in that number 17, and as I say, this is a long old stint for Mark. He's now on his 12th lap of his stint. His 12th lap of the stint, and he's now down to a 3:21.796, which means that he's more than half a second ahead of the second fastest car, which is another Porsche, the number 18 car, and Porsche's having a good sense of order now, because they now occupy, as you say, we've had a rippling of times, the top 3 places. So Porsche's in the correct order, 17, 18, then 19 in the first 3 places. Audi's, all German, occupying the next 3 places, also in a sense of order, 7, 8 and 9, 4th, 5th and 6th. And then Toyota's in the right order in 7th and 8th places, number 1 from number 2. Then the 2 Rebellions in numerical order, 12 from 13. And then the LMP2 car, or the spoils, the KCMG car, having had glitch on the very opening lap, remember, the number 47, when Richard Bradley took the car out. Mark Howson, now at the wheel of the number 47 KCMG Orica, has now done 3:39.897 to be the quickest of the LMP2s and faster than the 3 Nissans, which are next up. But not much. The 3 Nissan, still Sujio Matsuda at the wheel of the 21, has done a 3:40.332. Then it's Jan Mardenborough at the wheel of the 23. He's done a 3:40.429. And then Harry Tinknell with the 22, which has now turned in 7 laps altogether, with a quickest of 3:41.302. So the 3 Nissans then, as we were just hearing from Pierre Caffer, going reasonably quickly, but they are 4 or 5 seconds off the pace of the Rebellions.
And in the time it took you to utter that sentence, Mark Webber's gone even quicker.
Has he? Oh dear, looks back to the top. Yes, he has, hasn't he? 3:21.362 now. So that's on... I mean, look at the last... Sorry, I say I can look at the last 4 laps. Mark Webber, a 3:21.362 on his last lap. The one before that was a 3:21.7. The one before that was a 3:22.8. The one before that was a 3:25.3. But then the one before that, a 3:22.2. So the last 6 laps are kind of within spitting distance of 3 minutes 22 seconds, which is as close as I think we're going to see to race pace this early on a track that will still be a little bit green.
So would you see that, Paul, as being part of the plan to go out and do relatively really quick laps, or is that just the track coming to them?
This is I'm going to speculate here. I love speculating.
So do we.
Carl Wilson Clark is running that number 17 car, and he's an ex-Audi man. This is typical of what Audi used to do, is to go out, do it as if it's a race, just go out, pretend it's a race, do the kind of laps you would in the race, don't take unnecessary risks, but just keep putting in the lap times. I don't want you to come in and just say, oh, I've done a so-and-so lap. I want you to come in and do a full stint as fast as you can do them.
Push without risk.
Push without risk, exactly.
To utter the famous Lena Gade line. Are we getting close to a 3:19.074, which was Loic Duval's fastest lap in the race in 2010?
Yes,
and still stands as the lap record.
Yes, we will see, I am certain, it won't be a lap record because this is only a free practice session, but a time faster than the existing lap record and the existing pole time, I believe.
Right. During this session?
During this session.
Well, that'll be good. The problem is we've only got another 18 minutes to go, Paul. We might miss it.
On that bombshell.
Of this session, we've got an hour and 3/4.
No, me and Paul Tarsi.
I see.
We're off
Of your session,
you might miss it.
Well, you'll have to go out on the track and watch it on the track. That's the place to watch it.
It is, to be fair,
right,
because the blinds are down in here. Oh, red flag! I just spotted another red flag.
Oh.
I've just had a note handed to me from John Hindorf saying that Webber is faster than Pole in 2014.
Yes.
So,
okay. So we're certainly
Porsche. Yeah. Something at the Porsche curves, I think, is the reason for the red flag.
Certainly broken a record in terms of last year's race, as far as Porsche are concerned. Although, as we've said, this is free practice, so kind of doesn't count for a lot, but does give us a good indication as to how the rest of the week is going to unfold. Something at Porsche curves is the reason for the red flag.
Sector 30, zone 30, is that first right-hand bit into the Porsche curves off the normally public road, which tends to be a very quick bit of circuit. So it probably would be something which was not the work of 5 minutes to clear up. We haven't got any, there's very little television coverage down there, but if anybody has gone off on that long right-hand corner at the beginning of the Porsche curves, it tends to be something fairly major, although they have increased the runoff down there as well, so it could just be somebody beached in the gravel there, but nonetheless double yellow in zone 30 has brought out a red flag, so we're going to see all the cars now coming back into the pits. This is going to play havoc with everybody's schedule because we still have an hour and 45 minutes of this session still to go, and that in itself is enough to do quite a lot of work within it, but this red flag will be causing everything. Yes, we've now got a picture of Porsche curves, there is a car off driver's right, which usually tends to mean that the back has stepped out. Can't see from this distance which car it is.
So John, top of the hour.
But that's certainly going to be a fair bit of time clearing up, because it seems not to have the required number of wheels on the car. We're just getting an onboard from the Audi number 9 coming into that area, so we might be able to get a little bit more information there. Yes, car off on driver's right. Still can't quite see what it is, but there's going to be a bit of clearing up.
Yeah, 48 Murphy Prototypes car has had a big incident there with the, left side, the whole of the left side badly damaged on the Murphy Prototypes car. So whilst we're under this red flag condition, a perfect time to switch things around in the booth. I'd lulled Paul Tarsi into a false sense of security and gave him indication that we were here for another 15 minutes. Sadly not. That's our time up, at least for the moment, Paul Tarsi. But
I
obviously
haven't had a false sense of security for a long time.
Great to have your company over the, it's been nearly 3 hours, 2 hours and 45 minutes. And
yes, it must have been.
Yeah, kind of stop-start session. We hope for a bit more clean running for Sam Collins and Jim Roller, who will be here on Radio Le Mans, Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans, in a very short time.
Mobil 1. Mobil 1. Engineered to perform. If you count your year from June to June, then visit radiolemans.com. Radio Le Mans is more than a radio station, and now more than 1 week a year. Radiolemans.com features news, images, video, and of course our world-famous radio station. And it's there on the web right through the year. Visit radiolemans.com right now. Radiolemans.com for whenever your life needs a bit of June.
Around the world.
Around the clock.
Endurance racing direct to you.
RadioLeMans.com.
Coverage of free practice.
Get closer to motorsport with Mobil 1. Mobil 1.
Coverage of free practice continues. Jump the gun there, Sam. I'm so eager to get started. You're listening to Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM for 2015. Jim Roller and Sam Collins taking over in the booth, along with the venerable Paul Truswell. As we heard before the break, we had the 48 car, Murphy Prototypes. Mark Patterson behind the wheel of that car into the fence, and he is out under his own power, so we'll await a further update on him, but all seems to be in good order there. Welcome, Sam. It's great to be working with you again.
It's great to be back, Jim. It's the old partnership again.
Yeah, exactly. Any surprises? Anything that you didn't expect?
Yeah, the weather, unfortunately.
Well,
we still haven't had that enough warm, dry running to really get us, just, get an idea of where it's going to go. We've seen some decent lap times, decent sector times, but I think we're going to see a lot quicker to come, and I think we might see a few people have a little qualifying simulation at the end of this session, so it could get really spicy.
That would be outstanding. But we're going to have dry weather to continue with that, and that is our hope, that the rest of this session, another hour and 41 minutes, will be good to go. Let's check in with our Nismo pit lane team. Joe Bradley.
And very aptly, I'm at the Nismo Nissan pit, where I've been overseeing some changes on the 21 car. That's the red, white and blue liveried, retro liveried version. Matsuda sat in the car whilst the front dampers were changed, which it looks on, they're so tightly packaged on the front end of this car. It looks a very fiddly job. Now, you would think, looking at that, complete damper changes would just maybe still going through a testing program, but no. They're chasing an optimised setup to get the best out of the car. And they've gone stiffer, which tells me that the track might be coming back to them. And they're trying to scrabble for grip. So the positive there is that we're not still working through that test program. We're actually chasing performance and chasing handling performance, which is great stuff, isn't it, Darren? I hope he's listening to us. Bit of a delay whilst he picks that one up. But I'm just saying, Darren Cox here, joining me as ever. Just talking to one of your guys, you're actually chasing performance now. You've worked through the job sheet, damper changes, not just for the hell of it to see what happens, but actually stiffer springs on the front, chasing grip maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. This is exactly what we needed, was some dry running. That bit of wet at the beginning didn't help us much. And, you know, we're really happy that it's dry. I hope it stays dry for the next hour and a bit, so we can get running around and do those changes. Yeah, all three cars are having different things changed on them. Jan did a nice little stint there. Unfortunately, when this car was out, the 21 was out in the dry, we were on wets, but we just wanted to keep going around and see where we were. So yeah, we're just trying lots of different things, and as you say, damper change on this one. I think everyone's got some brilliant photographs for later on with some sparks coming out the back of it. So yeah, we're trying a few things. The car is very, very sensitive to ride height adjustments, and we're just trying to dial it in across the bumps here at Le Mans.
Those TV shots that we saw of the sparks flying out of the car, was that the wrong ride height or just the amount of downforce that this car's creating?
Well,
bit of both.
The two things are combined, aren't they? But yeah, I mean, you know, obviously we needed to go up on the rear ride height on that one. We've been quite conservative on the front ride height on the cars for various reasons, and you know, the idea was to lower the front as we went through the session, but that one was a bit too low on the rear. But as you say, great news. You know, it's dry, and we'll just keep on running and see where we end up.
And performance-wise, you're clearly going in the right direction, because you're not just taking tenths here, you're taking chunks of time, and that's good at this stage, isn't it?
Well, we keep saying every time we go faster, and that's what we're doing. So, you know, let's see where we end up on Sunday afternoon in terms of lap time. You know, our fastest lap will probably be our last one.
And forecast-wise, I hope it stays dry for the rest of the week, not just the next hour and a half.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen, and we wouldn't mind some rain on race day, but we could do with it the next 2 days being dry, to be quite honest.
Thanks, Darren. We'll stay in the Nismo pit lane down to Nick Damon.
Yeah, I mean, it was just my mistake. I broke a bit too late. It was still damp, so when I went slightly offline, caught the tyres and touched the curb too much and went straight. So that's okay. The car was feeling really nice. That was the problem. It had a lot of grip, so I thought, yeah, we brake late. But anyway, better learn it for now than later.
Yeah, you got away with that one. Interestingly, you hardly managed to pick up any gravel as well, so you had a real charmed life.
Yeah, no, it was really lucky, but I tried to reverse out, but we were just stuck in there a bit too much. So these guys did a good job to recover us quickly and got back, and the car had no problems, and Nick went straight out and was nice and fast, so that's what we like.
Yeah, your teammate in the 19 car, Nick Tandy, with Earl Bamber, of course. Nick Tandy got out the car and he did the famous hand-waggling thing that they do when the cars aren't quite right. What was he complaining about?
I mean, we've just started. This is the first time we've been running in the dry, you know, from the pre-test and stuff like that. So just trying to get the balance better and better. So, you know, it can be better, he just said to me. So that's a good thing, you know. At least it's not perfect yet, but come the quality tonight and the race, we'll get it right.
3 cars, of course, with Porsche. Are you working as a team, each testing different things, or are you working as an individual car going through your own setups?
No, definitely we're working as a team. You know, the whole idea is to bring the third car here is to increase Porsche's chances of winning, and that doesn't come just by having another car driving around. That comes because we can test more items throughout the whole week, the test day and this week, and that also helps the overall pace and the learning of the whole team. So definitely it's we're working as a team, and it's good that all 3 cars are at the front at the moment.
Given that test day was unpleasant in weather, I mean, how much did you not get done? How much information did you not have, and how much work do you still need to do when you came here for these 10 hours of running before the race?
Yeah, I think we didn't get everything that we wanted to do, but actually we got a lot done because of the conditions. And I think when you look at the conditions that might happen on the weekend, then it actually was good that the test was like that. I think you can do Le Mans and finish the race and still not finish everything that you wanted to do each year. So, you know, every time we go out on track, every lap that we do, we learn and gather information. And, you know, it's good. Like I said, the third car helps a lot.
Earl Bamber, thank you very much. Just a quick note for Paul Trustwell's notebook. The number 17 car was coming into the pits without the red flag anyway. So that came in, got stuck on the weighbridge. White seemed to come in at the same time as the other cars going with the red flag. Came in, went up and down on the hijack, had a look underneath it, everything all right, and now all the cars are penned in and waiting for these lights to go green again.
Well, it'll be at least 20 minutes, according to race control. We'll get new information at 18:40, which is 6:40 p.m. So for the next 15 minutes or so, we are definitely going to be under this red flag, and then they'll give us an update. Now, the other issue that is causing this red flag, or after the red flag came out, but on his outlap, the 13 car has stopped on Mulsanne.
Yeah, it's a strange situation, Jim, because I'm not sure if it happened before the red flag, or in fact that was what caused the red flag to come out about the same time the Murphy Prototypes car hit the wall in Porsche Curves. The Rebellion has clearly had some sort of issue on the Mulsanne straight. It looks like it's hit the wall, and there's a wheel missing. Imperatori was at the wheel at the time. We don't really know what's happened in that situation. There's not much information. If he has hit the barrier there, that might be the reason for this long delay to repair the barriers at that section of track. They're quite old around there. Went out on test day and had a look. They really are quite old in that section. Or it could be for the same reasons in the new Porsche Curves, where they've got these new Tech Pro barriers installed, which can take a little bit of while to get all those plastic bits swept away. So that could also be the reason for the bit of the delay. But I think we've got Joe down in the pits looking at the Oreca in the Murphy Prototype. So they got it back down there, Joe.
That's what I was asking. I'm down in the Murphy pit, and the guys down here are unaware as to whether or not they're going to see their car before this session continues, or indeed before it ends even. They'd obviously like it down here, and I was just wondering, can you see if the car is going to be making its way? I know we were kind of envisaging it being on a flatbed, but is there any chance of it perhaps being brought onto the pit road and delivered at the pit garage of the Murphy team?
Yeah, Joe, I think looking at the condition of the car, they're certainly going to have a very difficult time getting the car back on anything but a flatbed. I did see a flatbed head off down into the Porsche Curves, and well, the damage to the car. Patterson's out of the car and walking around, and he looks okay, but it does look like monocoque damage sort of to the car, and it has hit quite hard. So I think they might be making a phone call to the local car manufacturer, Oreca, to get one of those new garage tubs to put back together. That's the way it looks to me at the moment.
They could kind of carry a tub from the Oreca workshop from here, couldn't they?
Yeah, I mean, for a lot of people that don't know, the Oreca, which is used by the Murphy Prototypes team, is actually one of the old Courage LC70s in origin, and that car, and actually, as I can tell you now, Joe, the flatbed is coming back towards us. I can see it just rolling out of the Porsche Curves at very low speed, so you'll see the car, so the team will get it any minute. Right. But it may go to Parc Fermé rather than go to the garage, which I think is the standard procedure here. I really don't think we're going to see this car out again today, and possibly even not tomorrow.
Is the reason for Parc Fermé, Sam, is that for the scrutineers to maybe have an inspection of the car?
That's exactly right. They have to look over the car's condition. They have to inspect the monocoque to see if it's safe to send that back out, let the team have it back. And it's just standard procedure in an accident. They need to just check over things, impound the car, just check everything so the officials can really just have a check over it. It's a typical procedure, and here at Le Mans they do impound the cars up there. Usually one or two of the team members are allowed to go and sort of poke and prod it as well, because it's not a Parc Fermé sort of situation, even though it's in Parc Fermé.
Yeah, got you. Stay with the Nismo, stay in the Nismo pit lane, because chance to speak to Greg Murphy. Greg, have you had any information as to whether you're going to get the car back?
Yeah, we're expecting it to come back now any second, I think. We're waiting for, it should be coming back. I think it went off the Porsche Curve, so yeah, it'll come back.
I think they call this character building.
They call it vomit inducing.
Yes. Yeah. Did you get to see much of what happened?
Nah, it looks like there's a couple of corners, a couple of wheels off the car, so that's not a great sign. I don't know down there now what the layout. Have they a lot of Armco still, or a lot of tyre barrier? I'm not sure. So.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah,
we'll have to wait and see.
And I mean, you know, when you see corners come off, they're made to come off, aren't they? They're shear points, so hopefully the tub's not touched.
Yeah, that's exactly, here it comes now. Yeah, looking fairly, this won't polish out, that's for sure. So we just see it here. Oh dear.
Yeah, the car's kind of in front of us, Greg, isn't it?
Just lost the ability to speak here, sorry.
Yeah, I know, mate. You've got the checkbook to put this right, haven't you?
Great, does it? Doesn't look great. We'll have to have a look.
Yeah, I'll leave you to it, Greg. You've got more important things to be assessing than talking to us. But as the car hasn't gone to Parc Fermé, it has pulled up right outside the Murphy garage. Let's have a word with Mark and see what happened there. Mark Patterson just out of the car, just off the truck. Mark, it's horrendous to see you getting a lift back off one of those things. What happened?
I went in too fast into the first Porsche curve, brake, turned in, and the car just washed out toward the pebbles, and I think I just gave it too much steering. Started to lose it there, straight in.
At this step, were you trying? Were you kind of on it? You were trying to optimize the car?
We're pushing. We're pushing hard and trying to get some decent feel out of the car. Dry, full tanks, new tires. We were done about 5-6 laps, and it was getting better and better. Just got too aggressive taking it in before braking.
Okay, it happens. Mark Patterson there, just describing what's happened to that. I'll keep you updated when they get the car off the low loader guys, and I'll be able to get a better look and see just what components are going to be needed out of the truck to repair this.
Thank you very much, Joe Bradley, part of the Nismo pit lane team. We're under a red flag condition, and it's about 6:30 here at Lasarth, about 90 minutes remaining in this session. You're listening to Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans, 91.2 FM.
The Hourly Update, powered by Audi.
Well, the hourly update at this point is red flag. And Paul, this is not a optimal situation. The track has finally dried out enough so that we're starting to see some representative times. And now they can't run for the next 20 minutes. Go over some of the quick times for us, if you will.
Yes, I mean, we had this very symmetric situation at the top of the field, really, with the three Porsches in first, second and third places, with number 17 leading, number 18 leading, number 19. Mark Webber, as we were hearing from Nick Damon a few moments ago, had just done a 12-lap stint just before the red flag came out, the fastest of which was a 3 minutes 21.362, the fastest time we've seen of the session thus far. Second fastest, Romain Dumas in the number 18 Porsche, 3:22.491, and Nick Tandy in the number 19 Porsche, 3:22.819. Then the three Audis, 7, 8 and 9 in the right numerical order. They're all in the 3:23s. No, Bononomi, the number 9 car, is just into the 3:24s. And then the two Toyotas, numbers 1 and number 2. They've done a 3:24.8 and a 3:25.5 respectively. And then the two Rebellion cars, number 12 Matthias Besch, a 3:28.441, and then the number 13 car, but that car went out on the circuit just before the red flag and possibly caused the red flag with a moment of its own on the Mulsanne straight. Fastest LMP2 cars, the KCMG car, number 47, Matt Howson currently behind the wheel, 3:39.897. Behind the leading LMP2, we get the three Nissans, not quite in numerical order. 21, 23, 22 is their order, but they're all in the 3:40s, 3:41 second mark. Then we get the second placed car in LMP2, which is the number 46 Thierry by TDS Racing Oreca 05. 3:41.7, and then behind it is the G-Drive Ligier number 26 on 3:42. In the GT classes, in GT Pro, it's very much Aston Martin to the fore. Aston Martin number 99 with a 3:58.1 ahead of Darren Turner in the 97, 3 minutes 58.4. Third fastest in GT Pro is the Chevrolet Corvette number 64, which has done a 3:58.8. In GTE AM, the fastest car there is another Aston Martin, the number 98 car, currently with Paul Dall'Anna behind the wheel, in the car that he shares with Pedro Lamy and Matthias Lauda. And that car has done a 4 minute 0.3. Second fastest in GTE AM is the number 88 Abu Dhabi Proton Racing Porsche, and that car has done a 4 minutes 02, and then third fastest in GTE AM is car number 53, the Viper, and that car has done a 4 minutes 03. That is your Audi hourly update.
The hourly update on Radio Le Mans with Audi TDI. Vorsprung durch Technik.
And as we finish that hourly update, we can let you know that the Rebellion has come back to the Nismo pit lane, and Nick is with it.
Yeah, and contrary to popular statement earlier, it's completely undamaged. All four wheels on the wagon, all pointing in the right direction. However, there is a wisp of oil smoke still emanating from the left-hand exhaust. So my guess is it's had some sort of mechanical problem. How deep or how serious, it's hard to tell. The engineers themselves are looking at it. There's a possibility it may be a loose wheel, I've been told, but at the moment it's all coming off okay. About the dolly jacket, I'll look at the rear left. Is the wheel loose? Well, looking at it, it doesn't appear to be loose, but it's to say it is looking okay. We'll see. It's going to go on dolly jack. So I'll carry on looking, voyeuring on it, and get back to you with any wobbly wheel news.
Thank you, Nick Naiman, part of the Nismo pit lane team. I'd like to take a moment here while we're still under a red flag to wish Vic Elford a happy 80th birthday today.
It's great to hear. Vic's a good boy, isn't he?
He was the first man to go 150 miles an hour for his average lap time at speed here at the great Circuit de la Sarthe in 1970. He's probably best remembered for his 1968 season. He won at Monte Carlo. He won the Daytona 24 Hours. It was the first 24-hour victory ever for Porsche. He finished second at Sebring. He won the Targa. He won the Nürburgring 1000K. And then on July 4th in a Cooper, he finished fourth at the French Grand Prix. That was what he did between January and July in 1968.
And you've missed one out on that, Jim. I think he also finished 11th at the Daytona 500 the same year.
That's right, he did.
And
that's right.
He's also the last Brit to ever win the Monte Carlo Rally.
That's right.
I'm a bit of a Vic Elford geek on this one.
And that great poster of him. I recently got to spend 3 hours with him doing his life interview.
He's brilliant, isn't he?
It's wonderful, and it was super.
I'm sure.
So happy birthday to Quick Vic.
I'm sure he's tuned in. And we got a little bit of update from Joe Bradley down in the pits, and he was telling us that looking at the Murphy Prototypes car, it doesn't look like the tub is damaged. So I think he's actually got a bit more information for us.
Well, I'm at the front of the car, and you know the way the suspension attaches to the carbon fibre tub, it's basically broken where it's supposed to break. There are shear points where the wishbones, top and bottom wishbones, attach to the tub, and the wishbones are the bits that have snapped. They're looking at the underneath of the tub for any further for possible damage to the actual tub. But everything that looks like it's broken are just basically ancillaries, things like brake and clutch master cylinders, maybe a steering rack, suspension components. Now that's the front end. The rear end, which is also taken the impact, that gets a bit more delicate because you've got suspension attached to the gearbox and drive shafts going into the gearbox. Now all that means is obviously the check needs to be a bit bigger if we've done some gearbox bearings and stuff. But they've already had somebody with an Orica jacket on, and they're obviously from the manufacturer who built the chassis, so they'll be there in very interested in just how the tub stood up to the impact. But I'm not sure. There's only really the right rear corner that appears not to have hit anything. Everywhere else in the car seems to have come into contact with something. So I can't see them getting this car out for any further running this evening, but certainly tomorrow is not an impossibility by the looks of things. And that's the initial assessment, chaps.
Just to pick up on what Mark Patterson was saying about him pushing on, he was on a long stint. He'd done 7 laps at the point where he had the accident, and his previous laps, a 350.8, a 349.4, then a 351.8 and a 350.4. So he was certainly setting lap times. Okay, they weren't quite as quick as Karun Chandhok had gone earlier, but they were certainly very decent lap times that Mark was doing, within a few tenths of what Karun Chandhok had done. And as he was good enough to admit to Joe, it was driver error, but he was certainly pushing on. So I think that was fair comment from him.
Well, just before we sort of talk a little bit more about something we were just talking about earlier, I just saw a little shot on the screen. Now, this red flag, they stopped at least 20 minutes, and they were going to update us in about 20 seconds. We should get an update.
Yeah.
But I've just actually seen a shot of what is causing the day. It is, as I thought, barrier damage. And there's a big old hole in the barrier down in the Porsche curves, and they are currently rebuilding it, but I don't think we'll be getting back running for at least another 15 minutes looking at that.
Well, we should get an update here very shortly. And don't forget, if you want to see what Sam and I look like, it's an image you probably will never be able to erase from your brain. You can look at StudioVision and www.radiolemans.com. That's powered by Duke Video for 2015. And let's head back down to our Nismo pit lane team. The mystery of the rebellion could possibly be solved. Nick?
Well, you were absolutely right. It was a loose rear wheel, rear left, but it wasn't caused by your normal thing of the nut not being sufficiently tightened, because there are 9 Rebellion engineers looking at the tyre, the hub, and the whole rear axle assembly to try and work out what on earth's gone wrong. They are at the moment perplexed. Now, the even less good news for them is that the white car, the 13 which broke down is the red car, the number 12 white car is up on the high jacks and slowly being dismantled for a problem I know what. I'm going to go for a quick word with Bart. He's looking quite busy. Bart, quick word? Yes, here comes Bart Hayden from Rebellion. Not the smoothest of starts to race weekend.
No, I wouldn't say that actually. Not too bad. I mean, we've had a car stop out on the track, but the red flag wasn't caused by us. It was coincidental that we happened to stop at the same time. In some ways that's helped us because the car's been recovered back, and it may not have been if the Murphy car hadn't had their problem. So number 12 car's done a good lap time. I think it's running quite well. 13 has been running well up until that stoppage. We know what it is, we can fix it, so we should be fine.
This new car, has it done what you hoped it would do, the new engine installation?
Not yet. We haven't done enough laps yet. But it's going to. It's going to be up there. It's probably not going to be quite as close to factories as we'd like, because they've made quantum steps and we've made giant leaps. We're quite quietly pleased. We just need to get a few more laps and iron out a few more little wrinkles.
And can you take the Nissans?
I'd like to think so. I hope so. But we're sort of looking forward rather than behind.
Oh, thanks, Bart. Fighting talk there from Rebellion.
That's terrific. Absolutely terrific. Oh, good heavens. One final note on Vic Elford before we move on. As Bruce Jones pointed out, that is old is new again. Vic was the first man to ever win a rallycross event. It's something that's becoming very big, and that was at Brands Hatch. So thanks, Bruce Jones, for that extra
It
note.
wasn't at Brands Hatch.
No, it wasn't?
No, that's incorrect. It was at Lydden Hill. And it was in
no, we've got a dissension amongst the He was there, he says.
It was. I know this. It was.
We're older than you
Vic
are.
Elford in a Porsche 911. It was red. It was at Lydden Hill. The original one broke down, so he went to the local dealer in Ashford and took one off the forecourt without asking, and entered it and won the event, and then took it back to the dealer.
Wow.
No, we've got right. This is open to the collective.
We'll work that one out later. Yes, collective, help us out with that one. Oh, good heavens! We had a question earlier on 1967. Say again, John.
And Hindy is saying it's February the 4th, 1967, and it was Lydden Hill. I know this because I do a lot of rallycross things. Yeah. I reckon Vic would be up for a run in the Global World Rallycross Championship.
And I think he'd probably hold his own still.
Yeah, I reckon he would as well. That Peter Solberg bloke, now forget that.
Earlier we had a question. If you have a question, just hit us at RSL_studio. Jens Jensen writes in, the wheel arch openings have changed again from the side on the Audis. And he's asking, was that a dictate from the ACO, or is that just all part of the new aero package?
The new aero package had the wheel openings in a position. Now, I need to go and check this because I noticed something down in the pit lane earlier at the beginning of this session that Audi has got a nice black sticker on the top of the wheel arch, which looks like a wheel arch opening, but it isn't.
No.
The wheel arch opening is still on the inner face. So I need to check what Jens is looking at, whether he's looking at pictures from this session, the test session, or the car's opening test. And I also need to compare it to my pictures just to make sure. I don't want to say it wrong. I don't want to get this wrong, because I think the wheel arches are open on the top at the front and on the inside at the back. Yeah, and
by
Truffles
sign
is nodding.
language.
Yeah.
By sign language, Sam and I are communicating and agreeing with each other.
Yeah, that's what I think it is. But there are some very confusing black stickers, which I think are deliberately there to confuse the eye, rather like the ones on the Corvette, which are there to confuse you that it's got the venting that the road car has, which it doesn't.
But the point is, and this is where I'd welcome your wisdom on this, Sam, is that those rear ones at the side are all designed to get the air that has come in at the front out in the right place at the back.
That's right.
So it's all about airflow through the car, if you will, because if you get a chance to see on the TV screens or whatever, but a shot of the front of the car, you see how open it is at the front, and by opening up the rear wheel arches on the inner face, then the air comes out in a place where Audi can then control it and do stuff with it that helps the whole balance and tyre wear and stuff.
That's exactly right. This car really is a continuation of the Audi R15 concept and R15 Plus concept. Now, I think we're going to talk, and I'm looking to John for a little bit of a nod or shake head. I think we're going to talk quite a lot more about that car in the tomorrow pit lane show. So I think we're going to go into a lot more detail. So tune into that tomorrow, and we're going to talk a lot about that and all of the information about that. So I might save some of that till tomorrow, because there's quite a lot to talk about there. And
Criminal on the loose in your neighborhood.
We'll answer
Film
Jens's
at
question. 11. Yeah, exactly. And we'll go into Jens's question and other similar ones on that bit. I think a bit more tomorrow.
Perfect. Are you going to talk about like wing end plates and all of that stuff?
That's exactly. A lot of people
you've been
talking.
chomping at the bit to talk about that, haven't you?
Well, it depends how much longer this red flag goes on for.
We may need the material.
Exactly. At the moment, we still haven't got an update on how much longer this red flag's going to go on. They are still fixing the barriers down at the Porsche curves. At the moment, there's a hole and no barriers. So I think we'll expect some more. And John is now showing me the openings, but that is the high downforce specification car there, John, not the low drag car we have here. So we will talk about that in a lot more detail tomorrow at 11 a.m. I believe the show is live, and that's French time, so 12 p.m. 12 p.m. 10 p.m. UK time, isn't it? I'm getting my time zones mixed up.
And it's, just check the website.
Exactly. Yeah, it'll be on the website, and I'm sure there'll be a stream and a MP3 download later on.
Well, we've been talking a lot about LMP1. Let's check in with the GTE category. And guys, right now, it looks like it has been, as we heard in our hourly update, a bit of a Aston Martin show at the front, but we've got the number 64 Chevrolet Corvette, which Oliver Gavin took off the track early in the session, and the Porsche number 91 also in the fight. Everybody under those cars, those four cars, the 99, the 97, the 64, and the 91 are the only cars that have gotten under the 4-minute barrier.
Well, as we're being told, the session is due to restart in about 7 minutes' time. Did you know the Aston Martins are the lightest car in GTE Pro?
I did not know that.
May have something to do with it. Yeah, they weigh in at 1,215 kilos, which is the lowest in the class, compared to the Corvette C7, which is 1,245 kilos. So this is all the balance of performance process. So the Aston Martin has also got the biggest fuel tank, and it's also got the biggest restrictor. So it might not be a surprise that it's in front.
Yeah, really. Well, one of the cars that we expected to see in the battle at the top of the GTE category is Ferrari. Nick Damon from our Nismo pit lane team has more.
Yeah, I'm hanging around literally in the of course, the garage, and I'm going to do SMP and lead up to Jimmy Bruni. Jimmy, not showing much speed yet, the Ferraris, but are you just going through a program?
Yeah, we are sorted out a few issues that we have in the car, and we are working now to get the best out of it, of the car for the race, so sure. And now Giancarlo will start again this after the red flag, and we'll see. We just start now the long weekend, so.
The 458 now is a very old car. It's already been replaced on the road. Is it getting more difficult to keep up with the other cars with this machine?
Yeah, for sure. Every year is very difficult. Every year is a new challenge. Every year is a new season. And like you said, every year is difficult, even more difficult with the very good rivals than they race against us. but it's also part of the challenge, and also this is something good that the WEC Championship brings on us.
Are you yet working on the new car, the 488? Will that be the GTE car next year?
Not at the moment. No, not at the moment. For sure will be the car for next year, but not at the moment. We are not working at the moment.
Jimmy, thank you very much, and best of luck for the rest of the very long weekend, which of course is more of a week. And I believe Joe can carry on with this little piece.
Yeah, I think the 99 Aston Martin is actually on the GTE Pro Pole. Alex McDowell, who drives that car. Alex, have you been out yet?
Yeah, I just went out for that last 20-minute stint to try and get some tyre deg info for the team. Obviously, we're just looking at long tyre runs at the minute. We weren't out there to set a fast lap, and that lap I got in was pretty good. So I was a bit shocked at the time for not really pushing. So yeah, it's looking quite good.
I didn't want to hex your week, Alex. Provisional pole is what I meant, of course. Fastest so far, but the Astons are proving to be fast across the board. Even in the amateur class, you guys are at the front of the field.
Yeah, we've got obviously a very strong car. With running 5 cars, you can share the setups. Every car can try something new, which really helps us. Whereas just the 2-car teams, they can only try 2 different setups, whereas we can try 5. So that really helps us, especially around the track here. If you've got the setup bang on for a 4-minute lap, 3-minute 54, whatever the time will be, it's a great way to come here to Le Mans with a great package.
And what kind of setup do you guys go out to achieve? Is it the one where all 3 of you are comfortable?
Yeah, obviously we actually have very similar driving styles, me, Fernando and Richie, which helps. We like the car to be a bit more understeery at the front, so we don't like the rear to slide around too much. In that run, the car was really hooked up at the rear, so I could just get on with it through the Porsche curves, through the high speed. It was, it was a real treat to drive for that one lap that I got in.
Alex, give us a bit of insight as to how you physically train for a week like Le Mans, because it's kind of a sleep deprivation week all round for everyone, isn't it?
Yeah, obviously, been doing a lot of cycling is my chosen sport to keep fit. Obviously, you can cycle for about 3 to 4 hours, try and simulate a stint that you would do in the car. So I try and cycle in my homeland, Cumbria, for about 3 hours up and down the mountains. So, obviously, if you come onto the grid knowing that you're fit, you can go through a stint. That's very good for the mental side. And there's aircon in the car, we have fluid to drink. So I think the first few stints will be difficult, but into the night, the cooler temperatures, it should be slightly easier.
I remember you were in Clio Cup alongside your father, weren't you? You both raced in Clio Cup back in 2007. Has Dad ever had an inkling to have a try of the car, if indeed he has already?
He tried. We had a customer test before the start of the season at Monte Blanco. He had a test in a GT3 Aston, just to blow the cobwebs away, and he really enjoyed it. So, but he's trying to concentrate more on me. Obviously, both of us can't go racing. He's starting to get more into his classical stuff. Whereas for me, this is the best opportunity I've got to be at Le Mans. Was something I never thought I would be able to achieve anyway. So to have the confidence that in my own ability that I can do it and just get on with it is great.
That Brands Hatch gravel trap in that little Clio Cup car must feel like a million years away. Thanks for talking to us, Alex.
Okay, thank you.
Joe Bradley, part of our Nismo pit lane team. You may have heard some engines firing in the background. That's because we are now about 2 minutes away from, less than that actually, about a minute and a half away from sending the cars out onto the racetrack and back to green flag action. Quickly, just to update you, as you heard Joe in that interview talk about the Aston Martin also leading in the AM category. That's the Paul Della Lena, Pedro Lamy car, along with Matthias Lauda. So that is a heck of a lineup.
Yeah, I remember Matthias Lauda. I was at his only Grand Prix ever. Oh, no, it wasn't Matthias Lauda. I'm getting my Formula 1 driver. I was confused. But Matthias Lauda was the test driver for that car.
Yes.
Who was in the Spiker squadron, yes. I believe. Yes, and he didn't. It was the other driver who did one Grand Prix, led it, and then the race got red flags. But red flags going away, it is like the end of a day. It was Manfred Winkelhock, indeed. Yes, exactly. Matthias Lauda was in the same team. It was indeed Manfred Winkelhock. He did that one race, and I got them all confused there.
Paul Trustwell.
These things happen. 42 minutes will have been lost by the time we get going again, and we are due to get going within the next 30 seconds if Eduardo is to be believed, and he normally is.
He's never lied to us before, has he?
Exactly so. So a fairly high state of readiness down there in the pit lane for teams, drivers ready to go out again. Conditions pretty much perfect now for some fast lap times, and still an hour of free practice remain, hour and 5 minutes remain, and then that'll be it until they get into the real McCoy, which will be the qualifying session due to start at 10 o'clock this evening. Green flag, away they go.
Nothing better.
Well, one car I noticed that is in this queue, or is back on pit road, looks like it's getting ready to go out, is that Red Rebellion, which is a real impressive thing. So they obviously got that problem solved, and it looks like they're going to go back out again.
Whatever it was literally it was a pipe that was loose or something that we were told, wasn't it? So the Rebellion back out of the pits, and who is it going to take the wheel of the car? It's Alexander Imperatori, I think. He
was in the car before when it stopped out on track. So how are they going to time the score when they've got the stop next? It's going to be quite interesting.
It wasn't. I just getting the transponder information from pit out. It must have been the Nissan. I think we saw.
No, the Rebellion is being held by John Boy, the mechanic, at the moment. But he's just waiting to roll out.
I was going to say it's not yet. There he goes. Yes, it is still Imperatori who goes out of the pits with a pit time of 0. Everybody else goes out of the pits with a pit time of 45 minutes.
Thank you, Joe Bradley, for that beautiful music you sent us from the end of the pit lane of the cars going back out onto the racetrack. That's what it is, It's not noise. That's music.
It is music, and one of the strange sounds, one of the strange notes you're going to hear throughout the next few days is the engine note of the two cars. If you're watching on the live footage, you've got the great onboard from one of the Audis of the two Nissans in front of you, and these two Nissans sound completely different to everything else because they don't really have many revs from that Nissan engine. Oh, okay. It's a very, very low revving engine, and it means they really struggle to get the car off the line, so the drivers are always stalling it in the pit lane. But now they've got it out on track, they really get to open it up. And even at top speed, and it is the fastest car in a straight line, even though it doesn't look like it on screen at the moment, it still just sort of grumbles and growls its way down the track. And I think there's a lot more to come from those three, red and one red, white and blue cars out there. And the front-engined, front-wheel drive concept is still to prove itself, but I think it's going to surprise a few people.
Air temperature right now is 20 degrees Celsius, and the track temperature is 20 degrees Celsius. 20.2 is the air temp, and 20.6 is the track. But the humidity, 52%, it feels a little more humid than that. I don't know if that's the booth or if that's really how humid it is outside.
Because you're standing next to me, Jim.
That's outside.
Oh, yeah. Gotta remember not to touch you. Oh, good heavens.
Some of the other interesting cars, we were talking a little bit about GTE AM earlier, and I was looking at the numbers on that. Now, I mentioned the Aston Martin in Pro. It also has the biggest rear wing in the Pro class. Not the biggest rear wing of all, because that's down to the Viper. It's not the width, it's the height. The width is the same, it's the height that's different. But in the AM class, it's not actually the lightest car, it's the second lightest. The lightest car is the old 997, of which there's only one still in this event.
That's the AAI car.
The AAI car. Now, that is 1190 kg, and the lowest by miles. They've got a 55 kilo weight break coming into this weekend.
That's the 67.
Yeah, just because it's such an old car, I think, and it's still not going to be that competitive. Yeah. So, of the really competitive car, the Aston Martin is again the lightest. So, the ACO and FIA seem to, the balanced performance seem to have smiled at Aston Martin a little bit this year.
I talked to Doug Feehan about this, and he's pretty pleased with the way they've done the BOP. And I think the proof will be in the pudding on Saturday and Sunday, and I think that we'll see things a little bit closer. Yeah, they may have a little bit of advantage in qualifying, but I think over the length of the 24 hours, I think they've done a very good job with the BOP.
One of the things you have to be aware of is it used to be the case that in the AM class, the teams had to use the older spec car. That's no longer the case. The AM cars are now exactly the same specification, technically, as the Pro cars. However, they do have a different balance of performance, so the organisers adjust the fuel tank, the restrictor size, the weight of the car, and the rear wing height to make the racing a bit more spicy. And that's why we have the return of the Superbird, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
We talked about it at test day. The Dodge Viper, just if you're here at the track, if you're watching on telly, or even just looking at photos on the internet, rear wing of the Dodge Viper, it's the highest we've ever seen in GTLM, as we're seeing quite a bit of fun and games with the Ford Chicane there, Jim.
I don't know how much fun it was, but the 18 and the 1 car both shortcut the chicane, the inside on driver's right, and both of them were completely airborne. Sparks coming off the Porsche number 18 as they came through to complete the first lap. The Porsche tried to cut underneath the inside of the Toyota, and both of them shortcutted the second part of the chicane and took a pretty good beating for it. And now going down the Mulsanne, the 18 was throwing some sparks out the back, which I don't remember seeing him do before. Did he do that before?
No. I think they've lowered the ride height on that number 18
sure.
Porsche. But Romain Dumas really hit the ground quite hard, and I think he's going to have a sore bum tomorrow morning because that was a big hit. But we're seeing Ant Davidson, who he was scrapping with there, the wheel of the Toyota. Now, Davidson is not known for being a gentle driver on track, and I think, just looking at his eyes, I think Toyota might be going out for a qualifying simulation, because I think with the little amount of time left before qualifying, these guys didn't manage to do it on test day, Paul. We haven't seen any short runs yet because of the weather on test day. This is the only time they've got to practice it.
Exactly right, but it's also one of the few times when they've got a relatively clear track, because, of course, because the red flag kept everybody in the pit lane, as they've come out of the pits, they've now got a clear track that they can use. So I think there's that kind of urgency about being out on the track. And what kind of triggered it all was Dumas trying to get ahead of Davidson, because Davidson was ahead of him in the queue coming out of the pits.
And also, I think that the 40 minutes that they had to prep the cars gives them time if they did want to tweak for a qualifying run. The reaction you heard is because in traffic, Anthony Davidson, as you said, he's a hard man, and he was right up the behind of the number 47 P2 prototype, and had, if he missed him by an inch, he missed him by a millimeter, as now we've got the number 61 AM car, one of the AF Corsa cars around.
That looks like he's rotated down near the Dunlop S's there, Jim. But yeah,
Zone 5 indeed.
Anthony Davidson nearly was a KCMG driver at that point. It came so close. That was very close. But you're absolutely right. I mean, these guys are pushing so hard. One thing I'm going to mention now, because before people ask, the disco lights at the back of the cars. You're going to see it if you're watching your onboard footage throughout the race, and particularly at night, it's going to become really obvious. You've got these bright flashing lights. Now, this is something the ACO and FI have introduced for Le Mans following the crash at Spa that saw Kazuki Nakajima get injured. These very bright Hella lights at the back of every single prototype car, but not on the GTE cars, Paul.
Aren't they only rain lights, though? And because this has been declared as a wet session, I think they're only required to use them if it's a wet track.
That's correct, yeah.
So if, as we confidently expect, the race itself on Saturday and Sunday is bright, sunny, dry weather throughout the 24 hours, you won't have to see them.
What weather report were you looking at?
I'm hearing...
I've heard biblical rain on Sunday.
Yes, I'm hearing that Fuji Speedway a couple of years ago, middle of the night. Yeah.
I'm being boyishly optimistic, chaps. Forgive me for that.
Well, it's the weatherman. He's the only job in the world where you can be right less than 50% of the time and keep your job.
He's got 50 weeks of the year when he can do weather at Le Mans. Why does he have to do it in June?
It always rains at Le Mans.
Yes, yeah, I heard that once.
Well, just looking at times, I've been watching the Nissans, Jim. Everybody's talking about it. Will we see them quicker than a 340? What do you reckon? Paul, you've been looking at their times.
Oh, I think we'll see them quicker.
So.
They're already down to 343 now, so 340.3, they'll definitely get between. And I think they will end up ahead of the P2 cars.
I think what they've got to do is to continue to take things steady. What they don't want to do is to try and bite the whole cherry at once, if that's not mixing my metaphors. They've got to go at it slowly and gently and go with the program. If they start trying to get ahead of themselves, then they're going to have an off and it's all going to go horribly wrong for them.
Well, just to give you a quick update, Loic Duval has turned a 3:21.950. That's a personal best for that car, and it moves it into second place. So it's now the 17 car, the 8, the 18, and the 19 are your top 4. Let's go down to our Nismo pit lane and Nick Damon.
With Nismo, Nissan, GT Academy, Nismo athletes, it's Lucas Ordonez. Lucas, the LMP1, it's a dream come true, but it's also a struggle, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure it's a great opportunity, for us to be part of this LMP1 project with the GTR LM. As I say, we're still proving that GT Academy works, and we are 3 GT Academy drivers here in LMP1, so yeah, learning a lot in this project now, and can't wait to get on track today.
The car still not through the 340 barrier. How fast do you in your simulations think the car can go today?
Well, we're still improving, Every time we get into the car, into the pits, we get a lot of information, a lot of data, and we are improving in every session, in every run. Not sure where we can, how far we can go, but for sure we made a lot of progress in this week after the test day, and yeah, for sure we're gonna be on the 30s, and we'll see. We're working hard. A lot of people working to improve the car and to make it more reliable. And yeah, making good progress for sure.
What's the aim for the whole meeting? I mean, are you hoping to get to the finish, or just hoping to get the car going faster lap times?
Yeah, for sure. As a factory team, we want to be as fast as possible. It's the first year. For sure, our target is to finish and to improve, to get a lot of data, to get a lot of information for the future. We are here to learn, and that's what we're doing now. Reaching a lot of laps now. After this red flag, hopefully we can all the 9 drivers get a lot of running, and get the most information as possible for tonight's quali session, and for tomorrow, and for the race.
As a team, would you prefer it to be a wet race or a dry race? What would suit your particular aims better?
Well, for what we have now, a wet race, a crazy race will help us, I think. But in the practice sessions, we would like to have the same conditions, same weather conditions to compare many things, to compare a lot of data, to test as much as possible. But looks like the weather here at Le Mans is going to be crazy as always.
Lucas, thank you. Thanks for talking to us. Now, once again, somebody else not working actually outside in the pit lane who wanted to rain. Guaranteed Joe, myself, Shay and Bruce want a dry one.
Radio Le Mans is the only way to keep up with all the track action here at Le Mans, with full coverage of every second that the cars are on the circuit. Plus interviews, insight and good old gossip from behind the scenes. Listening to Radio Le Mans is a sure way to sound like an expert, even if this is your first time at the 24 hours. But don't forget that RadioLeMans.com gives you the 24-hour feeling all year round. There's live coverage of major events, the biggest motorsport archive on the web, lively discussion programs, listener forum. It's full-on motorsport. It's full-time motorsport. RadioLeMans.com. Mobil 1. Mobil 1. Engineered to perform.
91.2 FM, Radio Le Mans, Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans for 2015. And we've just had Gary Hirsch put the number 41 Greaves Motorsports Gibson into the tire wall at driver's left coming out of the Ford Chicane. Looked like he overkicked it, hit some curb, and ended up in the just lightly tapping the tire wall.
Yeah, it's not too bad there, Jim. I'm just looking at the car at the moment while I'm kneeling on the floor. He's trying to drive it out. He's going to struggle to get it out that way. There is a service road back there, but I think there is no serious damage to that. We can't call them Zytecs anymore. They're called Gibsons. Gibson 07S, because the Zytec bit was sold off, but it's still the same company run by Bill Gibson as for years now. He's got onto the service road, so he'll get that round for another lap and then bring it back to the Greaves Motorsport team down there.
The problem is he's gone past the pit lane entrance, so he has to kind of go around and do a full lap before he gets back in, which will mean that all that gravel will get nicely scattered around. It should be empty by the time he gets back. Yes, they're Gibson 015S's though, rather than
On the chassis plate, it says Zytec 07S because
Right.
that's what it was homologated at, but
Okay.
the company's now called Gibson.
And so, yeah, I don't know, the entry list shows it as an 015, but I've just done a quick tot-up of laps completed. I haven't been listening to Lucas O'Donnell's talking about the laps completed for the Nissans. The number 21's done 14 laps, the number 23 has done 12. And the number 22 has done 10, so they're all up in double figures, which is as good a reliability really at this stage as they can hope for.
Strong rain reported in zone 30, which would be Indianapolis. Or the run into Indianapolis. No, I've got this confused.
Porsche curves.
Thank
the
you. It's the
entrance
beginning
to
of the Porsche curves.
Well, it's quite funny because it does not appear to be raining where we are, which is just literally the exit of the Porsche curves in the run-up to the Ford Chicane. And it seems to me to be dry, but the marshal's reporting strong rain. And I've seen an onboard with the wipers going, so I think we have that little bit of the very Le Mans localised little storm, which is really going to ruin your day if you're trying to do a qualifying simulation.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think this is going to be the story of the entire qualifying. Unfortunately, I've got a feeling this grid is going to be determined by who gets the right lap in and who's got the best satellite weather to time that simulation, because I think we're going to see wet and dry all the way throughout.
But it isn't that big of a deal other than you get the headline for a day and a half.
Yeah, it's quite fun.
You get to rule the headline for a day and a half. They don't remember who was on the pole, but they remember who won the race forever. I just think, I mean, I agree with you, and it's fun, but I think ultimately it doesn't really, it's not really going to matter. Are we getting any rain on the front straightaway yet there, Nismo pit lane team?
Yeah, I would say so. Certainly where I am, and I'm in now at pit in. Well, it's going to hit me first, then it's going to go further up to you, Nick.
Yeah, sorry, just a quick one. The number 8 Audi came in as soon as that announcement of the wet weather in section 30 came in. Even though it's actually dry where I am at pit out, but he's put on a set of wet tyres. So it must have been damper than we thought, or whether they're going to get themselves a little bit of Audi-esque practice when the track's different in various places and see what it does to the lap times.
Well, it's definitely raining here, guys.
It's also useful to know how well the wet tyres last in kind of intermediate conditions. So, as you say, Nick, Audi-esque type activity. The Jota Gibson can't quite decide whether to come into the pits or not.
I think he couldn't decide which direction forward was in one go.
That's Oliver Turvey. He should.
Yeah, I think he's on slicks and found the rain.
Yes.
And now found all of the directions at once, rotated and decided not to pit. He's going to have to go around very slowly, and got out of it without hitting anything, which is the difference between a professional driver and an amateur.
Just to pick up on what you were saying just after the green flag was first shown, which was 10-15 minutes ago now. During that very brief session of 15 minutes, we had improvements from all three Audis and one of the Toyotas, being Anthony Davidson, who we said was out and trying to go for a lap. But all three of the Audis improved their times, and one of the Toyotas did. What didn't improve were any of the Porsches, so they obviously decided that wasn't their moment when they wanted to go for a time. Still more than 3/4 of an hour of the session remain though, and the way the weather is kind of blowing through, I think we might get a dry period before the end of the session.
I think the conclusion of the session may well be dry, Paul, but one thing that's really jumped out at me is looking at the Toyotas now. We've seen this all season. The Toyotas do seem to be third of the big three at the moment. And there has been some comment in the press this week that they feel that maybe the development curve took them a bit by surprise in Cologne. And they turned up, thought they'd got a car that was faster than last year. They had the fastest car at the end of last year. And then everybody else took a much bigger step forward. And I think they're now really quite having a long, hard think about what to do for next year, because I personally think they're going to need a new turbo engine in that car. And I think that I'm not the only person suggesting that. I think that suggestion may be being said in those halls in Cologne.
That's a big step, isn't it, Paul?
Well, you're probably right, Sam, because you are close to the people who make those kind of decisions. I'm just sad because I do like the normally aspirated noise, call it music if you will, of the Toyota. But I agree with you also that they were taken by surprise at how steep the development was of some of the others. However, I have kind of classified them in the role this year at Le Mans of Audi turning up with a slower car or a less quick car, but one which has proven reliability and one which, if it stays perfect, and neither Porsche nor Audi were perfect in last year's 24 hours, and they've both taken major forward steps this year. So, there has to be a question mark over the reliability of all the three Porsches and all the three Audis. Whereas there is a far smaller question mark over the reliability of the Toyotas.
I completely agree. I actually think there's a big question mark over the reliability of the Porsches. I don't think they'll have any race stoppers, but I think they're going to have lots of fettling in the garage moments, and that will see the Toyotas work their way back
and
through.
so will the Audis.
Audis, I think, have got reliability. That car, again, we'll talk about it more tomorrow, but there is no excuse for that car to be unreliable.
I agree. I agree. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but I agree with him. I mean, they just seem to do it. Let's P2 update. The 47 car, the KCMG car, continues to be fastest. That's Matthew Howson, Richard Bradley, and Nicolas Lapierre behind the wheel of that car. Lapierre is out there in the car now as it has quieted down because all but, I think, 7 or 8 cars have come in to put rain tires on. They'll be heading back out. Also, the Thierry number 46 car is the second quickest, and he is indeed 2 seconds behind the number 47 car, and then the Ligier, the first of the Ligiers. So it's the two Oricas, 47 and 46, and then the first of the Ligiers with Rusinov behind the wheel of that car now, the number 26 car. That's your top 3 in the LMP2 category. Let's check in with our Nismo pit lane team. An update from Joe Bradley.
Now, the reason why I stayed silent for the initial you coming to me there, Jim, was because the number 1 Toyota was just pulling away. Now, I remember the days when that would have been a crescendo of sound. However, it was the silence of the electronic hybrid system.
That was just a whir.
That was, you could barely hear it. That number 1 Toyota has gone out on the Michelin Intermediate Slick, which is a slick tyre which acts like a sponge and soaks up the dampness from the track. It is an intermediate, so the team here at Toyota feel that the track isn't wet enough, maybe.
Yeah, I think that's right. Whether it's not wet enough, it's not dry enough, and it's what we've seen in the past is this is actually an example of where racing improves the breed. It is a very clever bit of chemical work in order to develop a tyre which works so well and has been shown to work very well in these horrible mixed conditions that often confront us here at Le Mans.
Yeah, sorry, I just as guided in my ears by the wonderful hairdo of Sam Collins, I've nipped back up to Nissan to have a look at their interesting rear tyre, their rear intermediate. Now, their rear intermediate is a slick, well, I assume it's sponge tyre that Michelin like. Obviously, the first thing you have to say is it's very narrow. It looks like the tyre off a medium performance hot hatchback, and its width is quite narrow and quite small, reasonably high profile to it, but it is just a bit of rubber with 2 straight grooves round the middle. Now, looking at the 22 car, sorry, that's going up in jacks at the moment, currently it is slicked all round. They are looking at it. They have the front wets, which look just like the nice big heavily grooved wets you'd expect. Onto the back wheels of the 22 goes this rear intermediate, obviously the sponge tyre and the 2 grooves, and ordinary looking wets at the front. Of course, the front tyres for the Nissan will be completely different from either the front or the rear tyres you'll see on the other factory team, despite being provided by Michelin, because they've got so much more to do. They've got to start, stop, brake, turn the whole lot together, so they'll be completely different construction. And so this car, the 22, is going to go out with Sam's favourite new rear intermediate, but the front, well, that looks like an ordinary wet tyre to me.
Yeah, it's a really interesting construction. Now, we just heard from Joe down in the pit lane as well that Toyota might be making a ride height change. Now, we saw them do this on test day, and it looks like they're going to go a bit higher on the ride height, according to Joe down there. But we saw them do this on the test day where the weather changed. They actually changed the whole rear suspension layout. To completely different damper units. So Toyota clearly working through their wet and mixed weather options, just training for the race. That's why you're doing it now. You've got 40 minutes of the session left. The track may not come to you, but they've had a qualifying simulation now, so I think they're now playing about setups for the race. And I don't know, do you think we're going to see anyone have a play there, Paul?
Very much so, yeah. And I think they'll. I mean, as Jim was saying, I mean, it doesn't really matter from the point of view of the race, but it's a bit of fun. There's some bragging rights, and you're also learning about the car. You know, you're pushing it to as far as it will go.
And as many cubic dollars that are being spent by these factories, having that headline for a day and a half is worth millions and millions of euros.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it is a lot of fun as well, because you're seeing the ultimate performance of these cars, and that in itself is just astonishing. You know, we get to. You get to come to Le Mans and you can stand around the circuit and just see these cars, the speed that they can carry into corners, how late they can brake for corners, the speed they carry through corners, and then the acceleration that they can do out of a corner. And the great thing about Le Mans is you can kind of walk around the track and see those different elements with your own eyes, you know, and it's great.
Something I'd like to just look at a little bit with you guys is the field spread, which how big the gaps are in the field. Now, we quite often talk about LMP2, and you can throw a cigarette paper over the entire LMP2 field, 26 cars covered by nothing, no gap. Well, right now, you're leading a Raker, the number 47, which I think is the KCMG car, the beautiful blue and chrome car. At the moment, Nico Lapierre's at the wheel of that, but it's sat in the pits, but he wasn't the fastest driver in it at the time. His 3:39.8 is a vast distance faster than the second place Raker of Beatty.
Luca
Beatty, and he's not a driver I'm familiar with, actually, of a 3:41.7. That's an enormous gap in class terms, but think of that.
2 seconds.
Think almost. Yeah, exactly, 2 seconds. We talk about that huge gap in LMP2. Have a look in the gaps in LMP1 right now. If it ends up like that, and it's that sort of comparative pace in the race, we are in for a spectacular show.
Oh, yeah, because from the 3:21.362 that the December 17 car has laid down, you've got 3 seconds back to the first of the Toyotas, the number 1 car, at a 3:24.763. So that's 3.4 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, that is an incredibly tight field. I mean, that's going to be a hellish good scrap.
And I think, actually, once we get through qualifying, when these guys do get some, and they will get the opportunity to do some dry running, I think we will see it tighten up even more, don't you, Paul?
Yeah, I think the thing that, I mean, is interesting. I mean, in terms of, and it's an interesting point you've raised, Sam, as always, but the way it's going to be interesting to see how it pans out in the race is it's not about lap times, it's going to be about track position. And what we're going to see during the race is drivers potentially getting frustrated because they're getting bottled up against a car which has a different performance profile to it, where, for example, the Porsche is able to pull away down the straight from the Audi, but the Audi is going to be much quicker through the Porsche curves or going through the first corner down Dunlop chicane down into the S's. You know, that kind of area is going to be where the Audi's strength is, and the Porsche's strength is going to be on the straight bits. Now, what you may see is, as I say, a little bit of frustration building up because the driver wants to get past and can't, and that's going to be where the team manager starts coming into it and trying to calm the guy down. But that in itself is going to make the race even more fascinating. But it means it's not just going to be a race over lap times, but it's going to be a race of drivers working out what they're going to do and getting ahead and being able to pull away or not, as the case may be.
I call that Formula One circa 1995. It's going to be really, really close. They're going to have to be working Formula One style race strategy. They're going to have to be thinking about when they're pitting, when they're going to come out. That's going to be defined by fuel and tyre wear. Now, Paul, you have a theory about the Porsche. Now, a lot of people have told me that they expect the Porsche to do either 13 or 14 laps, but you think something different, don't you?
I think Porsche will have no problem at all in doing 14 laps. If the weather is with us or against them, if the weather is wet or there's slow zones, then they'll be able to drop 15s in. But I have no doubt at all in my mind that Porsche will quite happily spend whole stints doing 14 laps.
Relative to the others at 13?
Audi will definitely be on 13. Toyota will kind of be at 13.8, which is no use to man nor beast.
Yeah. Just like at the Nürburgring.
But again, if you Again, if you have a bit of water down, if the pace is slowed by slow zones, then the Toyotas are going to have to be quick thinking enough to say, okay, we can stretch this for another lap. And that's where, again, you have to be careful and not to make the mistakes. The counter, though, I'll throw the question back to Sam in a minute, is that because the Porsche stints are longer, that means that their triple stints on their tyres are going to end up being 42 laps rather than 39 laps. So they're going to have that extra number of laps to have to do on their triple stints on the tyres, which are going to wear them out even more.
Exactly, and this is something that they haven't been able to test properly because of the mixed weather we've had. Consistently this year at Le Mans, we've not had a single session where it's been dry throughout or wet throughout. They don't know in terms of tyre wear. They've tested on the tyres at other tracks, they've tested everywhere. This is Le Mans, the surface is different. It's a completely different performance profile to any other circuit in the world. They have no idea. And it's going to be how much the driver's feeling. So the driver's going to be on the radio, like we see in Formula 1, the engineer saying, tell us about the tyres, tell us about the tyres. This could be a race decided by tyre strategy, not fuel stints.
Yeah, absolutely right. And because of the restriction, they're going to have to do 2-hour stints on the tyres. And as I say, that's going to force them into areas where they may not particularly want to be on the fuel.
You're going to have some really confusing graphs. I like one of the classes we haven't.
You brought the whole Woking data center, haven't you?
Well, I'm still trying to work out how I'm going to make it work, but we're close.
7 monitors, ladies and gentlemen. 7.
2 of them aren't working though.
No, 2 of them.
Well, but that's for race day.
One of the classes we haven't talked about much recently is the GTE Pro. Now, talking about field spread again. Mm-hmm. Well, that is cigarette paper, and it's not even the whole cigarette paper. It's just a bit with the gum on to stick it when you roll the cigarette, if you ever have done that. I'm a non-smoker, so I haven't.
Right.
It's less than a second over the entire class, throwing a P2 car and an AM car as well. That's a touring car race, isn't it?
Yeah. Even better than a touring car race, because there's more power.
A bigger track.
But your point is well made, Sam, and Jim, this is a free practice session, so there's no reason to go for times even, and even with no reason to go for times, they're so incredibly close.
It'd be nice if I was just sort of thinking out loud here now. I'm looking out the window and the track looks dry to me. Our booth is located just on sort of the link between the Porsche curves and entry to Ford Chicane on the exit of the Bugatti circuit. Which it's the same surface as the start-finish area, so you get an indication of what it's like, and it's looking fairly dry. So maybe after in a little while we can get a bit of feedback from this Nismo pit lane team from the drivers what the track conditions are like and what they think they're going to be like in the next session in a few hours' time, Jim.
Because we've got 33 minutes to go in this free practice session. Qualifying will come up later this evening. 3 hours. At 9 o'clock, 9 to midnight. That's the other thing I like about this place. 9 to midnight.
Yeah.
And then about the last hour is in the dark. There's only about 4 or 5 hours of darkness in this race when they run it. This is a beautiful time of the year here in France, and it is just quintessentially French that they do this way.
The reason they do it is actually very logical. If you were of a certain persuasion, you might grow a long beard and wear white robes and dance around Stonehenge on this weekend because it's the summer solstice.
That's right.
It's the shortest night of the year this weekend.
Well, it's actually next weekend, so we're about a week ahead. But yes, we are in that ballpark. Trouble for one of the SMP cars, the number 37, currently about 7th in class. One of the Latigan brothers behind the wheel of that car.
It's a neat machine, that, Jim. This is the first really big race for it. It's been contesting a couple of races in the European Le Mans series. It did Imola, he just looped it under the Dunlop Bridge just to get in the tyres on the wet there a little bit. But it's a very neat car designed by Paolo Catoni. Lots of wind tunnel development gone into this, and it's been funded by Boris Rotenberg, the very wealthy Russian friend of Vladimir Putin. But this car, if you get a chance to have a look at it during the pit walk or something, it's very, very neat. It's very nicely designed. I don't think we're going to see too much for it during the race. It's a bit too new, but next year it's one to really have a close look at.
The fastest of our LMP2 cars is the 47 car, and that car is currently in the pits getting some work done. But further down pit road, Joe Bradley has one of the other LMP2 competitors.
Ricardo Gonzalez out of the number 28 G-Drive Ligier. Ricardo, just how significant with regards to outright performance are we seeing in this session?
Oh, it's very difficult to say. Everybody's trying different things. Everybody is with different amount of mileage in the tires. Weather's coming in and out. You get a dry track, you get a wet track. So it's very difficult to say right now.
How difficult does that make your job when the conditions are not just changing for each run, but from corner to corner, it appears?
It's very difficult because this practice was to develop the car, to try different things, and in order to get that information and that feedback makes it a lot more difficult. And this track being so big, you lose a lot of time from one lap to another, so it makes it quite difficult.
And everyone argues and debates how important qualifying is for a 24-hour race. Are you guys chasing that pole position, or are you concentrating on a race setup?
No, definitely we're going to chase our best job, and we're going to try and be as close to P1 as possible. It's a little bit less dangerous in the start, and once everybody gets their pace, it makes it much better if you're close to everybody in the front.
Makes sense. Thanks, Ricardo.
The RadioLeMans.com forum is full of people just like you.
People who have opinions and aren't afraid to share them, just like you.
People who love all forms of motorsport, just like you.
At the track, on the radio, online.
Go to RadioLeMans.com and click on the forum button.
RadioLeMans.com.
Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans, the sound of Lasat for the 24 hours. The hourly updates on Radio Le Mans, brought to you by Audi Ultra, lightweight technology.
Just half an hour of this session, free practice session remaining. Then times pretty much the same as they were before. The fastest car being Timo Bernhardt's the car currently in the pits, number 17 Porsche, 3 minutes 21.3, just a whisker under last year's pole position time, but outside the fastest time from the test day here 2 weeks ago, just under 2 weeks ago, 321.362 for the number 17 Porsche. Second fastest, the number 8 Audi, a 321.950 for the number 8 car. The third fastest car is the number 18 Porsche, the black car, 322.491. And fourth fastest is the number 19 Porsche, 322.819. Fifth is the next of the Audis, number 7 at 323.051, and number 9 at 323.480. In seventh fastest and eighth fastest are the two Toyotas, numbers 1 and 2 in that order, 324.7 for number 1 and 325.5 for number 2. Then we have the two Rebellions, number 12 on 328.4, and then a bit of a gap back to the number 13, because the fastest that the number 13 car has done is a 335.3. That car having had a stop out on the circuit, but then has been going again in the hands of Alexander Imperatori, and it's just left the pits, back on another outlap. 11th fastest is the fastest of the P2 cars, 339.897 seconds is the fastest P2 time, and that is nearly 2 seconds, 1.8 seconds faster than the next car up in LMP2, which is the number 46 Thierry by TDS Racing Orica, which has done a 341.7. Third fastest in P2 is the G-Drive Ligier number 26, which has done a 342.6. In GTE, it's Aston Martin, and Chevrolet Corvette, first, second and third. The number 99 car is the quickest, 358.106 as it was last time we did the update. 358.4 for the number 97 car, but the number 63 Corvette is now the quickest of the Corvettes, 358.5. So just half a second, less than half a second, separating the top three in GTE Pro. GTE AM, Aston Martin also fastest there, the car number 98 of Pedro Lamy, Matthias Lauda and Paul Dalla Lana, the quickest. That car has done a 4 minute 0.307. Second fastest in GTE AM is the number 88 Porsche, which has done a 4 minutes 02.029, and third fastest in GTE AM is still the Viper, number 53, 4 minutes 03.287.
The hourly update on Radio Le Mans with Audi TDI. Vorsprung durch Technik.
Coming to you live from the Mobil 1 Broadcast Center. It's Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans on 91.2 FM and around the world on radiolemans.com. I'm Jim Roller, along with Paul Truswell and Sam Collins here in the Broadcast Center. And down in our Nismo pit lane team, we have Joe Bradley and Nick Damon for the next 26 minutes or so. We'll be with you for till about 8 o'clock here locally, about 7:15. And then we'll have some great programming for you in the interim until John Hindhoff and Graham Goodwin will be along to carry you through that first qualifying session tonight, which, pray to the weather gods, is dry. At least in the beginning, we might get some excitement, Sam.
Well, the lap times there, Jim, are going to be absolutely crucial. And I think what the end lap time's going to be, at the moment we're looking at 3:21.3. Now, we'll talk a lot more about this tomorrow, but the lap time we see tonight will have a huge implication for next year and 2017.
Yeah, that's for sure. Let's go to Nick Damon.
Well, I was wondering, perambulating down in Joe Bradley style, the pit wall, and who should I bump into? But a man who I've seen in many racetracks around the world. Now at Le Mans, it's Bobby Bell, but Aston Martin runner, and how's it going?
Well, it's so far so good, really. I mean, we've got all the systems checks done and all of that sort of boring stuff, but the weather's not really playing ball at the minute. So we're sat in the garage waiting to go out, which we are just wheeling out now. So hopefully we get one more dry run and then see where we are.
How frustrating is it to get both this first 4 hours out of the test as being so wet or mixed as such?
It's mixed is the problem. I mean, if it's wet, then you can do something, and if it's dry, you can do something. But when it's like this, it's a bit of a waste of time. But having said that, we've got what we do. We've got some things we've done that we needed to. But yeah, it is frustrating. So lots of cups of teas to drink.
Right, it's just me and you. What do you think of the paint job on the 97?
It's growing on me.
What, like a fungus?
No comment. Look, it's different, and art is about being different and different opinions, and that's cool. So it's nice to be a part of.
Thanks, Bob. And there's no truth you're driving an unmade bed next year, I take it. We missed that, thank heavens. Joe has someone.
I have Patrick Dempsey out of the Dempsey Proton Racing Porsche. Patrick, it's a frustrating session for everyone, it seems, out there.
Yeah, it really is. You have the normal butterflies going into the first practice to get ready for the weekend, and on top of that, the inconsistency with the weather, and it's really catching everybody out, I think, because it's neither here nor there. It's been very challenging to figure out what we can do, and all in all, you just got to take it as it comes and use it as preparation for the race. I learned a lot in that session I had. It was nice to get back in the car for sure. But yeah, you want to work on the pace and improve things. But I think this is what we're going to have for the race most likely.
Team car, El Kabisi shows very well on the timing screens. Second in class so far. Are you guys sharing things like setups and stuff?
That's been the advantage of racing this season in the WEC. We're really working well together. We're having a great time and collaborating and sharing, and working on different things to see what's the best for the overall team. So that's been really good. And Klaus did a phenomenal job. He's always been very quick here, and the 88 car's looking good, which is nice to see.
What you guys prefer, wet or dry?
Just either one or the other. Yeah. Right now it's, they were just talking, it's like, from Ted True's down the back, it's raining, and then on the front it's dry, so it's very hard, and the tire guys, Michelin, is struggling a bit, and it'll be a question of what the tire allocation will be during the race, if we can keep up with everything.
We're going to see you in the car during qualifying?
We got to get Patrick out there, but we're going to have to do some night qualifying tonight, absolutely. So I'm looking forward to getting in the car and seeing what it's like at night.
Great stuff. Look forward to seeing you out there, Patrick. Good luck. Cheers, man.
The latest news from the pit lane is brought to you by Nismo. Eat, sleep, race, repeat. Eat, sleep, race, repeat. Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans.
Well, the track is drying. Romain Dumas just turned a 3:21.164, and it brings up a point I wanted to go back to after our trip to the Nismo pit lane. This weather, right now, the race organizers have discussed the fact that 3 minutes 15 seconds is kind of the line in the sand, that they don't want the cars to really get under that time. If the weather stays like this and it's changeable throughout qualifying, we won't see that time. But if it does get dry and stays dry, we'll definitely see at least close to a 3:15, if not under a 3:15, won't we? And then what does that mean?
Well, I think if we do see that 3:15 or anything even close to it, 3:16, 3:17 even, and these are really quick times, we have seen that these cars are quicker than they were last year. They're much faster, and Paul's going to throw some statistics at us.
And the man with the book says
it's going to present a problem, because it means the apex speeds and the average speeds of the cars on this track are really verging on being safe. And if then it becomes a question: do you change the track or do you change the cars?
And it's not the straight line speed; it's the apex speed. It's the cornering speed that gets dangerous.
Yeah, and I think there's two elements to it. It's what you're saying there, and it's the relative speeds between the P1s and the P2s, because the P1s are getting quicker and quicker, but the P2s are not getting quicker at the same rate, and the GTs are not getting quicker either. So what you're getting is the overall distance and the closing speeds are increasing. It's interesting you talk about this 3:15 as a line in the sand. I am convinced, I have a press release from the ACO from a few years ago where they were talking about 3 minutes 30 as being the required average lap time. They were talking about average lap times, not ultimate laps, and they were quite happy for fast laps to go at under 3:30, but they were concerned about average lap times in the 3:30s, and that's why I've looked up the book, because one of the things I do at the end of every race is, or the end of every 24-hour is to look at average lap times for best stints, for example. Last year, the best average lap time for a single stint was a 3:24. Compare that actually to the previous year, it was a 3:25. The year before that was a 3:27. The year before that was a 3:28. You see a pattern emerging here where we've kind of dipped away from 3:30 and we've been gaining around a second a lap on stint time for the last 5 years. And that's got to stop.
Let's ask a man who knows. Dr. Ulrich, if we get some dry weather, either this evening or tomorrow evening, what do your predictions say the pole time will be?
Yeah, the prediction says that there will be some rain coming in the next minutes again. And there is a chance that the second part of this evening, that means the first qualifying session, at least at the end, will be 1.5 hours of dry. For tomorrow, it looks still that it will be very much changing. So
how fast will you go in the dry?
How fast will we go in the dry? I mean, until now we didn't see everything because the period of dry was never really long enough that the race circuit will build up grip. And if this does not come, I think we will not see very exceptional times, because the racetrack has by far less grip than in the year before.
But I mean, as fans, we all like to know what it could be. You must have run it through your supercomputer simulators. You must have an idea of where it would be. Are we talking is a 3:15 possible?
Yes, we have an idea, and it should be about 2 to 3 seconds at least quicker than last year. But as I say, it depends very much of the build-up of the grip on the racetrack.
Enough of this speculation. Is this massively frustrating, this constant changing of weather where you can't do one thing or the other, or is it good preparation for the race?
On the one hand, it could be something realistic, we know Le Mans. On the other hand, it would be nicer to have at least, let's say, 2 to 3 hours on the dry. We didn't have it until now.
Dr. Ulrich, thank you very much.
Well, 2 to 3 seconds a lap quicker now than last year's pole time. Now, I can't remember what last year's pole time was, but I'm being waved. 3:21.78. Well, we're already quicker than that. The fastest lap we've got in this free practice session is the number 18 Porsche of 3:21.1. Now, I think that car, because it's on an outlap with 16 minutes to go, that's already on a qualifying simulation. So, yeah, exactly. We're already going to see some super fast times. So 2 to 3 seconds will put us, I think we're going to see 4 or 5 seconds quicker, Paul.
Yeah.
Wow,
no,
really? So down in the 16s. Wow.
It's entirely possible. I mean, there was a faster time during the test day than we've seen yet here. Because, to be fair, as Dr. Ulrich was just saying, the weather on the test day provided us with more dry running than we've had here in this 4-hour test session, free practice session now.
That was a 17 car at a 3:21.061.
Yeah.
I think we'll see quicker time than that in the next 5 minutes. But the problem you got there is he's absolutely on the money. The track is in really bad condition right now. That's not talking from a technical point of view. It's talking from it is a public road and it's got lots of grime and gunk and public running on it. And every time they've managed to get a bit of rubber down, the rain's come down and washed it all away. So that is keeping the apex speeds down a bit. But I think we're going to see that start to creep up. And hopefully, if his weather's wrong, I'm hoping the Austrian weather forecast isn't that good. We stay dry and it will build up and we'll get that rubber build up and it'll be super quick.
The funny thing is, I don't think we're necessarily going to get it in the next 15 minutes, Sam, because there's still damp areas around the racetrack, and I think that's going to stop us. Okay, Bradley?
Yeah, as well as that, we've got the, what do we call it, the golden hour, where we've got the cooler temperatures and the thicker air, and the engines just love that, don't
they? They do, Joe, but I think we've had fairly typical air temperatures for that golden hour throughout today, actually, because it's been quite a cool day. We've had the air temperature it's 19.8, it's falling a little bit, but we're already approaching that territory now. So the start of the session this evening at 9 o'clock will be, it may even be past that golden hour, because when the track temperature falls below a certain level, it becomes much harder to get those quick times in. And right now, we've got a track temperature which is pretty much in line with the air temperature of just over 19 degrees Celsius. So right now is quick. Beginning of the next session will be quick. Tomorrow, we're going to have the absolute worst conditions with forecast temperatures right up in the 30s with heavy rain as well. So I really don't think we're going to have suitable conditions tomorrow for fast time. So it's all about the next 15 minutes, which aren't going to count towards the grid, but will give us an indication of pace, and that first hour to hour and a half of running tonight. And that's going to be when a certain man from Sunderland gets very excited, I think.
Oh, goody. That's one of my favorite parts.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Veins stick out, heads explode.
I think the track is still not dry enough. I think there's still damp patches around the track. I'll grant you that Neil Jarni has put in that time, 3:21.1, but it was very much a one-off. He did that lap and then just came straight into the pits straight after it. None of the Audis, and I've been watching it for the last half an hour, none of the Audis have been able to beat 3 minutes 30. So they've been almost 10 seconds slower than that one-off time from the Porsche. And what we were seeing earlier in the session was very much every time Porsche went quickly, then an Audi would go quickly as well. So I think there's still some dampness around the track, and I just think it's all going to kind of fizzle out a little bit in this part of the session. If it stays dry during our evening meal and whilst the Astons are out, then I think the final 2 hours of proper qualifying, where it does count for the grid, as you say, Sam, that if it stays dry, then that will really start to set some markers down of what the cars are really capable of doing.
I entirely disagree, because we've just seen the number 9 Audi in the pits for a driver change and a new set of booties on it, some nice fresh rubber, with 12 minutes to go. That is only one thing. That is a qualifying simulation. So keep an eye on the sectors, because they may have thrown some sandbags in with that new driver as well.
You think?
But we have seen some
very heavy radio.
Exactly. we have seen some really interesting lap time improvements in LMP2, though. Mm-hmm. Having a look at that, we've still got the same overall KCMG car in the lead, but the John Lancaster, that's a Greaves Motorsport, Gibson Zytek has jumped up to third position with 3:42.1.
Let's go for a little P2 moment down in our Nismo pit lane team with Nick Damon.
Luckily, I'm with Gary Hirsch, the other member, one of the other two members of the Greaves team. Gary, first, we had a bit of a moment a few minutes ago. What happened?
Obviously, I was on fresh tires, and we did just some few changes on the car. Seems with a good feeling with it. Tried to push a bit, and I probably came with too much speed into the last chicane and locked the rear wheel. So yeah, a bit of a mistake, but we have a good pace and we're confident.
The track obviously is going wet, dry, greasy. Is it really difficult to drive at the moment?
No, it's quite good. It's okay. It's quite okay. I mean, you gotta go step by step. It's getting drier pretty quickly, so there is surprisingly a lot of grip on the track, considering what happened before. So it's not so tricky. We just gotta go step by step.
What is your team's approach this evening going to be? Are you going to try and get the fast lap in for qualifying tonight?
Yeah, obviously we know that we can have a quick car on one lap, so for sure that we'll be out there to fight for the pole.
All right, thanks a lot, best of luck.
Taking a look at an update in our GTE category, we are seeing some times going much quicker there as well. Richie Stanaway on his last lap improved the number 99 Aston Martin to a 3:57.547. All of those cars were in the 58s beforehand. Then comes the 97, the art car, Aston Martin. Stefan Mucke behind the wheel of that car. Currently, the best time for that car is a 3:58.448. Then the 63 Chevy Corvette has moved up the ladder. Ryan Briscoe at a 3:58.501 is now third. And then the 92 Porsche, Patrick Pilet behind the wheel of that car at a 3:58.702. Then comes the 98 AM Aston Martin with Pedro Lamy behind the wheel of that car at a 3:58.7, and then the 64 Corvette at a 3:58.880. Tommy Milner currently behind the wheel of that car. So certainly the top 5 or 6 all under the 58s, and now Stanaway goes through and improves to a 57.302. But that's just a little improvement.
Yeah, I thought I was just pointing there, Jim, because I could see him coming through and I could see he was on a hot lap there. And I just thought he'd make quite a big improvement. But he actually lost a lot of time there in the Porsche curves. He found some traffic. The 99 car is what I call the red one.
Yes,
and
it is.
The 97 one is what I call, some people call the art car, I call the printer test card. And the rest are all painted Golf and look the same.
Yes, exactly. That's one of the anniversaries.
No,
Golf liveried car.
I know somebody who's got a Golf liveried room. I just wonder if they're going to have an art car liveried room, because that would be
probably not.
That'd be quite a headache.
Car 18's lap number 36 is under investigation, Paul.
Yeah, that I suspect was an incident we saw on the screen happening at the Ford Chicane, where he was all 4 wheels over the white line on the inside of the track, trying to get past a GT car. But I suspect because that was on his fast lap that the stewards have decided to have a look at it and might end up by disallowing the fastest lap just because he went and put all 4 wheels off the track. Now, of course, it's a free practice session, so it doesn't really matter, but that's my interpretation.
I think someone needs to tell the 9 and 17 that the race starts on Sunday.
I was going to say, it's a free practice session, but we've had a race breakout as the 17 and the 9. The 17 red Porsche and the 9 Audi are screaming through traffic, and now streaming down the Mulsanne straightaway to the first Forza chicane.
That's the new guys as well. That's Brendan Hartley and Rene Rast going at it like it is Saturday morning, Saturday afternoon. They're running into some traffic. They're both clearly on qualifying simulations and trying to get good lap times in. They are finding big amounts of traffic. Here we get the number 9 struggling to get past a P2 Ligier 3 wide on the straight. That's
like the number 26 car.
That's quite brave. Now, one of the things you can do a little bit, the straight
is brave.
Is slightly wider than it was last year. They've put these extra asphalt runoffs off. Little bit of high grip tarmac, which is going to damage your tyres if you use it too much, but it just makes it a little bit safer for these big prototypes to get past. But they're really going for it right now. On the lap times, because of that traffic, their sectors aren't actually brilliant. They're not setting fastest sectors because they keep on getting caught up with other people. But looking down a timing screen through the field, we are seeing lots of blues appearing.
Which is what you see with a personal best for the car.
Personal best times and class best as well in the case of Richie Stanaway, who is on another very hot lap right now.
And those 2 cars have gone through Mulsanne Corner now and make that very, very fast run down towards Indianapolis. And look at the Porsche just pull away just a slight bit there. That's some ponies.
Well, somebody else has got ponies underneath them, or certainly got some good handling in Sector 1, the section through Dunlop all the way down to Turk Rouge. Neil Yarney in the number 18 Porsche has set his best time so far. Not the best overall, but it's pretty close to it. And I think we could see some... This is what I'm talking about. This is why I thought we'd see these fast sectors, Paul.
6 minutes and 40 seconds left in the session, so time for about 2 more laps.
If you want to see this is the trailer for what's coming in about 2 hours' time. This is the bande annonce, as they call it here in France.
The tease. Just had a quick look at...
You always wear a tease.
Just had a quick look at best speeds down the speed trap on the Mulsanne Straight, and currently the 2 Porsches are fastest on 336, but the Nissan number 21 has done a best of 335, which is no difference at all really, and also on 335 is the number 8 Audi. So 3 different types of car, one a turbocharged petrol 2 litre, one the Nissan with its twin turbo, and one with the diesel turbo, all within a mile an hour of each other at top speed.
And much like we saw at Silverstone and much like we saw at Spa, the Porsche is able to pull out on the straightaways, but in the run from Indianapolis through the Porsche curves, the Audi has eaten up all of that advantage, is now right on the tail again of the Porsche as they head up to the Dunlop Bridge.
And they are racing again, but that traffic is still causing both cars problems. And we've now got a yellow flag down at zone 20, which is down towards, I think, just looking at my little map, that is Mulsanne Corner. So someone's had a little bit of a moment down at the hairpin at the bottom of the track, the furthest point from the pits. Not quite sure who. It's car 27 has had a moment. Not quite sure what that is, whether it's just conked out. That is the SMP driven by one of the Russian gentleman drivers.
We saw that car spin at the bridge.
I suspect he's either had a little moment or I think the car might. It's a new car teething trouble. That's caused a problem, as we also have a minor problem with our timing screen.
Have to press OK. There we go.
Yeah, we're back on there.
It's going to shut itself off.
But the sectors aren't there, Jim. Neil Yarney's lost a bit of time in the second sector, so he clearly got held up on the straight. And we have 4 minutes 30, so that should see them get 2 more laps in before the flag falls. So if you're looking for anyone who's going to go really quickly, there isn't anybody in any class, actually, with the exception of even Bellarosa in the old Oreca, the Ibanez racing car, that's on an outlap. So there's not much chance for a super quick one.
Because there's just so many cars out there.
Yeah.
I'm actually showing just 6 cars in the pit lane at the moment. So 50 cars must be out on the track, which means your chances of a clear lap, as you say, are pretty
slim
remote.
And none, and Slim just left town.
So it's it's how you it's where you come across the traffic, of course, which then just becomes a matter of luck. But you're absolutely right, Sam. They are now putting in this dress rehearsal for how it's going to be in qualifying, and if the track isn't completely dry, then it's certainly not far off it.
Yeah, I think even if you only need a dry line, and in some ways, sometimes, a little bit of dampness might scare off some of those GTE AM cars and get them out of your way a bit quicker.
Yeah, but the GTE AM cars are equally less likely to go off the line in order to get out of your way if the track is wet offline.
This is certainly true. But there is some improvement in that class, certainly. Patrick Long, who is in the 77 car, has gone into second position there with a 4-minute 1.6. But Pedro Lamy has gone on an outlap, clearly wanting to have a go. But something clearly has gone a bit awry somewhere on the track, because we have a yellow flag out somewhere on the straight and slow zones being introduced at the second chicane and at Mulsanne Corner, so that will destroy any chance of a fast lap appearing.
Darn it.
Indeed.
Yeah, that slow zone is actually between the 2 chicanes, Sam. As you say, a very mistimed or ill-timed slow zone being thrown, but it is actually between the 2 chicanes, which suggests that a car may have come to a grinding halt rather than having an accident.
Yeah.
We also have a new second place in P2, like we had a new second place in AM. That's the Ligier with Vantore behind the wheel of that car, has just turned a 341.311.
I'm really not clear about the reason for the slow zone between those 2 chicanes, Paul. We know that there is a car stop down at the hairpin, so we can sort of understand that. There's 2 slow zones on the track at the moment, but the reason for one between the 2 chicanes is a little bit confusing.
The hairpin at Mulsanne Corner, you mean?
Yes, that's right.
Sorry,
yeah.
sorry. Le Mans doesn't really have a hairpin, but
oh, it's pretty tight.
It's tight.
It's pretty tight.
But no, that is going to spoil any fast laps at the end of this untimed free practice session, of which we lost 50 minutes in total, because 50 and a half minutes in total, because we lost 8.5 minutes early on, and then a further 42 minutes kind of halfway through.
Well, we just had a sunny comment from the man from Sunderland, or one of the two men from Sunderland. Apparently the sun is breaking through the clouds behind the grandstand, according to Joe Bradley down there in the Nismo pit lane. And he says it's very pretty, it says Nick.
And Joe, you'll want to let... And Joe, you'll want to let Bob Bell know that Steve McLaren has accepted a 3-year deal at Newcastle. So,
oh, that's even greater news than the sun coming out. It was like a scene out of Monty Python. That sun, it's like a gap appeared in the clouds and the sun appeared, and I thought someone had put the lights on. It's got off again though. It's gone back behind the cloud.
it was just teasing you, Joe. 45 seconds left in our 4-hour free practice session. As Paul said, the 50 minutes of it were lost to red flag stoppages. The first one coming almost immediately when the 47 car had it off, and then the second one coming when we had both the Murphy Prototypes car go off the racetrack and pretty much prang all 3 quarters. And then we had the Rebellion go off the racetrack. So with 15 seconds to go, let's check in the pits in our Nismo pit lane team with Nick Damon.
Down with Loic Duval. Loic, a frustrating 4 hours for everybody?
Let's say yes and no. I mean, for sure it would be nice to have some time on a dry condition, like proper one. The track condition is really not good, but it can be that kind of situation during the race. So at least we know where we are testing. But for sure will be nice or not also to know which tires to use, how many stints we can do, and this is something we cannot try so far.
Where do you feel Audi is relative to the other P1H opposition?
I think we are there. I mean, for sure we're going to be, I believe, slower than Porsche on a single lap, as we saw since the beginning of the year. But at the end, so far, the first 2 races, Audi was really competitive in the race. We've been able to win, so we're going to try to keep our trend and to carry on.
Give us an idea of how much endurance testing the team has done. How many Le Mans distances have you tested so far?
Let's say whatever we do anyway, it's endurance. We try to put as much mileage as possible on the car. Sometimes we go for 30 hours test, but sometimes we go for 2 or 3 different tests, but following one to another to put some mileage on the car. So we've done a lot. All
right, thank you very much.
Radio Le Mans is the only way to keep up with all the track action here at Le Mans, with full coverage of every second that the cars are on the circuit. Plus interviews, insight and good old gossip from behind the scenes. Listening to Radio Le Mans is a sure way to sound like an expert, even if this is your first time at the 24 hours. But don't forget that RadioLeMans.com gives you the 24-hour feeling all year round. There's live coverage of major events, the biggest motorsport archive on the web, lively discussion programs, listener forum. It's full-on motorsport. It's full-time motorsport. RadioLeMans.com.
Mobil 1.
When seconds matter, science matters.
The checkered flag has fallen on our free practice session here at Les Arth. You're listening to Mobil 1, Radio Le Mans, 91.2 FM. It's Jim Roller, Paul Truswell, and Sam Collins coming to you from the Mobil 1 Broadcast Center. And we've got about 15 minutes left as we'll wrap up and give you the details of this practice session. Our Nismo pit lane team is Joe Bradley and Nick Damon, and I'm sure they'll grab a couple more interviews from the folks as the guys are getting out of their cars. So stay with us. And then coming up in about 15 minutes, we've got Mitch Evans, Doug Feehan talking about the state of the Corvette team, and Oliver Jarvis. They all spoke exclusively to Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans, 91.2 FM, and also you'll hear that on RadioLeMans.com. So that's coming up in about 15 minutes. Those interviews will bridge to the first official qualifying session, which will get underway at 9 o'clock. And the rain continues to start again. Can it do that? Can it continue to start again?
Well, yeah, I think in the current form it does, which is very disappointing. We were talking about the mystery yellow flag slow zone on the Mulsanne Straight earlier on. I'm pretty sure, looking at it, it was Fernando Reis. Yes, indeed. Maybe it wasn't, because he has now crossed the line, so I'm a bit confused. I was going to tell you it was the 99 Aston Martin that had pulled over on the left-hand side of the track, the red Aston Martin Vantage, Fernando Reis, but he's just come into the pit lane, so I'm a bit confused by that. There was definitely a GT car pulled over on the left-hand side of the track, and I'm now not entirely sure which one it was. It was Ryan Briscoe.
Okay with that.
It was Ryan Briscoe in the Corvette who had pulled over. I saw some yellow and red. I thought it was an Aston Martin. It was actually Ryan Briscoe who's pulled over and stopped on the side of the straight for unknown reasons. The other yellow flag that came out was at Mulsanne Corner. Now, I had a look down at Mulsanne Corner. We have one of those onboard feeds. I couldn't see anybody off there at all, but I could see some displaced bollards, so it looks like somebody certainly had a moment down there.
The other news that has come through, I'm not quite sure if you had this on your screens as well, but the fast lap from Neil Jarni, the number 18 Porsche, will be deleted from the times. So even though it was an improvement, it won't be allowed as far as the timing screens are concerned, because he abused track limits at the Ford Chicane, comes the news from the stewards, and as a result that fast lap will be removed, and so instead of a 321.164, his best lap will be his previous best, which I think was a 321.5.
It doesn't really matter though, because it's what we call free practice or untimed practice, even though it is timed.
We used to call it untimed, didn't we?
Yeah, the times count towards absolutely nothing, other than pride and honour. They can sometimes
it's a benchmark.
count.
That's all it is. It's simply a benchmark.
They can sometimes count. For example, if you're in the Murphy prototype situation where your car's in small pieces currently and you have a job to repair it over the next few days and you couldn't get out for qualifying perhaps, you could show that your drivers set a representative time in free practice, therefore they will be allowed to start the race under what we call the Pedriton Israel. Exactly. It means you've set your time within a certain percentage of the fastest time, and that you show that your drivers and your car are capable of running and you're not dangerous to really allowed to go and race, even though you start at the back of the grid or in the pit lane, Paul.
And the other point that might be relevant, although I don't think it will be, is if all the other qualifying sessions are wet and so nobody is capable of setting times within the requisite 125%, then you'll be able to use these times to prove that your drivers were competent of setting relevant lap times.
Well, slightly strangely, even after the checkered flag, we've now gained another yellow flag, which I'm a little bit confused. Literally sort of 30 seconds ago, another yellow flag came out at on the approach to Indianapolis corner, so I'm not quite sure what's gone on there. Perhaps a car returning to the pits may have, to use common parlance, conked out. I'm having a look. It may a Murphy Prototype's car fail. It got damaged in that accident. The SMP, we know, disappeared off at Mulsanne Corner. Ryan Briscoe stopped on the straight, and everybody else has taken a checkered flag, but maybe not returned to the pits.
Or come back to the pits. Yeah, there's three cars. There's the number 27, which, as you said, the Murphy prototypes, the 63. Yeah, I think that
there are still
everybody's
cars.
back.
They're not all back. But there's some cars returning to the pit still. So it may be that one of the cars on their in lap has had something of a moment.
We've got about 7 minutes left. Let's check back in our Nismo pit lane team. We'll start with Joe Bradley. Your thoughts on this session?
Well, I think we got a hint of what we are going to see, not just for the rest of this evening, but perhaps for the rest of the weekend, just there towards the end of the session when we did get a little bit of a consistent track. The track seems to dry very, very quickly. Right now, you can hear in the background, I'm at the Toyota pit where the Toyota team are not lying down, and it must be very frustrating and you know, keeping their motivation when you see the performance difference between the other LMP1 teams. But these guys are going to keep what they're doing. They know they've got the reliability factor, they may not have the performance factor, and they are now practicing driver changes. So things serious all the way down this end of the pit lane too.
Yeah, and at the other end, it's now moved into that phase of either running away as quickly as possible with some food, or more likely you now have to do your seat changes and your driver change practice. I think that was a session which none of the teams wanted. They wanted the 4 hours. They didn't want to lose an hour for the red flags. They certainly didn't want the weather all over the shop. How much have we learned? Well, not very much. And I think that's the same for the teams. They've not really learned an awful lot, especially about tyre wear, which is probably one of the main reasons they want to be out there. Certainly if you're Audi or Porsche, where the whole, as you guys discussed, the whole tactics and strategy of the race might come down to tyre stints. If you're not being able to try it in anything like a representative format, and you don't know what the weather's going to be like either later today or more importantly tomorrow, with swirling storms maybe hitting the track at any moment, it's just a frustration. You can't get out to get 4 hours of clean running.
Your thoughts on that, Paul?
No, I agree entirely. I think that's that's the problem. But again, it adds to the fascination of the race, because all we do if you get dry running is we kind of simulate what's going to happen during the race, and then it doesn't surprise us. Whereas because we don't really know, then the race becomes much more of a mystery, and the early laps become what we then try and use to define what's going to happen as the race progresses. So no, it's a valid point.
Well, one of the things we were talking about was the mystery yellow just at the end there. It looks, Paul, like you believe it was the Viper that stopped out there and did not return. And I've certainly been looking out the window and I haven't seen him return with that giant wing, but we haven't seen any confirmation or otherwise of that. But you have the satellite tracking, I believe.
I don't have satellite tracking, actually, sadly, but I do have pit entry information, and I haven't had the Viper come into the pits.
I have it as being in the pits currently, actually.
He monitors our cell phone calls. So.
Yeah, you see. I actually have on my screen, Paul, actually that might be some duff info. The Viper is in the pits, according to my screen, but I don't know why we got that yellow at the end.
Oh, no, that's our
No, you might be
government.
right, actually, yes, because it last came into the pits.
However, something has just appeared in the pits, which I thought should have come back quite a long time ago. The number 21 Nissan.
Okay.
So I suspect that's probably had a conk out time.
Let's go quickly to the Nismo pit lane and Joe Bradley.
Yeah, I've got Patrick Long out of the 77 Dempsey Proton Racing Porsche. Pat, that was a fantastic lap at the end there, but just how on the edge were you?
Well, it was a tough session. I bed the brakes in at the start, 2 or 3 laps. We had a lot of yellows and changing weather, and then I sort of watched the rest of those 4 hours, and then Jacques, our engineer, said, well, what do you want to do? We can leave Marco out there. He's learning the track. This is his first time in the 24 hours. And I told him if he wanted me to try to qualify after dinner, then he better give me a lap. So I knew it wasn't going to be a lot of time out there, and I just kind of slung it in there. And it was okay. There's certainly more in the car than that, but I don't know if there's Aston more. I mean, that's a big lap from both the Pro and the AM cars. And I'm not going to get into the BOP discussion, but we'll be racing for second, and that's where we're at right now. So we're relatively happy, but we're going to make some changes here at dinner and keep smiling.
Did you have a consistent truck there at the end?
Far from it, so that gives us a little bit of hope, but I don't know if 2.5 seconds of hope. It was pretty wild there at the end. Obviously, everybody was trying to get a lap in, and a lot of guys who are short on laps the whole month were out there in the P2 cars, so plenty of action, cars coming out of the pits, 3 wide at the exit of the Porsche curves. So we'll take that, but we're realistic that a lot of the GTE AM cars didn't have their qualifying driver there in at the end. Again, they're just trying to get laps for some of their silvers and bronzes, so we'll see where it is. This is, again, it's easy to get caught up in the drama and the emotion of qualifying, but in the grand scope of things, top 5 starting place, we'll be happy.
Just came back there to the back of your garage. You were there looking at squiggly lines of data. What exactly are you looking for, just to give our listeners a bit of an insight?
Yeah, it's generally just trying to make sense of laps when you don't get a full 3 sectors strung together. It's a little bit of coulda, shoulda, woulda, but it gives you a peace of mind when you go back to dinner that you know that you have a little bit in your pocket if you can put it together. But there's nothing that guarantees that you're going to have a clear lap after dinner. And usually the emphasis on day 1 wouldn't be so extreme in qualifying, but with changing weather conditions, if it is dry in a couple hours here, then I think you'll see a lot of people doing some desperate stuff. And again, to keep it all in perspective, it's amazing to watch, and this is the sport we all love, but at the same time, it's a 24-hour race, and an hour and a half in, everybody forgets about qualifying.
Shh, don't spoil it. We're building the excitement. Thanks, Pat. Pat Long, great to always talk to Pat. bit of insight there. Spoiled the excitement,
always
though,
one,
at the
Joe,
end.
isn't there?
Yes. He's not the entertainment business. He's all intense and serious like a racing driver should be. All sort of serious and realistic. We just make it up as we go along, I think.
Yeah, exactly. Don't let the truth spoil a good story.
We do have a little moment there, just to. I know I'm just changing the subject very quickly before we. I think we go back down to Nismo pit lane.
No, we only got about 2 minutes.
Is
so
quickly. The Nissan number 21 driver, the Russian, is going to be called up to the headmaster's office, I think, because he took the checkered flag twice.
Yes, he's going to get a wrist slap.
Eduardo doesn't like that.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks to our Nismo pit lane team, Joe Bradley and Nick Damon. Earlier, you heard Bruce Jones and Shea Adam patrolling our Nismo pit lane. Great job by all of them. Thanks to Paul Tarsi and Johnny Palmer from earlier in this session. And along with yours truly, it's been Sam Collins and Paul Truswell. We've got about a minute left. Just real quickly, Paul, qualifying?
I'm looking forward to qualifying. I just hope it stays dry. I'm a little bit disappointed because we were kind of had it stolen away from us in that last 10 minutes.
If it's dry, what time will we see?
Oh, I don't know, 3:18.
Sam Collins, if it's dry, what will we see?
3:15.
3:15. So, there you have it.
Just before we go off, just before we sign off, Jim.
17.
Just before we sign off, sorry to jump in like that.
No,
if you
do.
are at the track, that you are witnessing something a little bit special right now. This is a preview of the Garage 56 for 2016. The black Norma, I believe it's a Norma that's running around out there, is a FICN prototype, so it's not quite an LMP3. The guy behind the wheel is a quadriplegic, and he will be racing at Le Mans this time next year with a specially adapted LMP2 car. So have a look at that. He's doing a lap behind the Pescarolo 02 school car, so that's just a little thing before we sign off.
That's it for now. Qualifying at 9 o'clock.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
The sound of endurance racing across the world. Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans. Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans.
The sound of endurance racing around the world. radiolemans.com.
Well, hello there, this is John Hindorf and another one of our Tyler's Long Ones, named after Graham Tyler, whose idea this was in the first place, to sit down with various members of the motorsport community on a little bit more of a relaxed situation and go back through their early career. We're in the Espresso Lounge in the High Street at Tring, and our subject for today's long one is Mitch Evans. Mitch, first of all, great choice of venue and one of my favourite places to come. Very good cup of coffee as well. Tell me about your early years then in New Zealand. Your dad was a racer. Did that influence your early career?
It did, yeah. His father also raced, so more of a rallying background. But the fuel and oils always been in our veins from that, and my dad gave me a go. I was always driving when I was 3, 4. Sitting on his lap in the car or whatever. Had my first kind of go-kart when I was 4, which looking back now just seems absolutely mad. But knowing my dad, that just seems normal. And then legally, when I was able to race at 6, I got my card on my birthday and that sort of stuff. So
that was what, a cadet kart or something like that?
Cadet kart, yeah, a little Racket 85cc. It was probably one of the best days of my life. When you get your car, your helmet, all the kit, it's just incredible. But I guess in a way, I got an older brother as well who races, but we weren't really pushed until we got the opportunity. Dad knows the expense of it, and it wasn't saying that we could just do it as a hobby. So, he sat down with Simon, my brother, and I, and said, if you guys want to do this seriously, I'm more than happy to do it, but you have to be fully committed to it. And
And what age were you at that then when he said that? Because doing a bit of karting, dad and son, doing a bit of spannering yourself, learn a little bit. But even in karting, particularly here in Europe, and I doubt it's any different down in New Zealand, that gets serious and gets expensive very quickly.
Yeah, exactly. So he wanted to know that we were fully committed to it, which is, looking back was good of him, because he gave us the opportunity. He didn't force us into it. And that was around when I was 6 or 7. And when I started winning a couple of things quite early on, I realised that I really got a bug for it, and I wanted more of it. So I was playing rugby league as well a lot when I was younger, and I represented a lot of rep teams, and my second cousin was quite a big league player back in New Zealand, so he gave me the opportunity to choose between the two sports. And then
that's a pretty heavy conversation to have at such a young age, and put the responsibility on your shoulders to make that decision. I mean, looking back now, first of all, do you think you made the right decision? You could have been a pro rugby league player. And secondly, were you ready to make that decision there? I mean, it's kind of worked out for you, let's be honest, but that, as I say, very early.
Very early, yeah. And then obviously massively naive to the big wide world. Probably my dad financially probably would have preferred me to do rugby league. A pair of boots are pretty cheap these days, and so that from that side he probably would have preferred that. But his heart's always been with motorsport, to be honest. And 14 years later, I'm still doing it. So,
So what were those early years like then? Karting, and then what? When did you make the transition into cars, and what did you go and race? We're fairly ignorant in Europe of the New Zealand and Australian, the whole Antipodean racing series and scene, but we see TRS and things like that nowadays. What were you doing? Was it Formula Ford and then into something slicks and wicks?
So I never actually got to the senior categories in karts. I got out of karts when I was 13. I did compete at the Worlds at the Rotax Max Challenge, so competed at that, and then got straight out of go-karts and got into a category called Formula V, Formula First, which is obviously a step below Formula Ford, and really, really good training ground to learn all the basics and gear change, because it was an H-pattern gearbox.
So you can heel. You're one of the young drivers who can still heel and tow. Then it's a dying art, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I was just the other day we were thinking about it, because there's not going to be many drivers that I race against that have actually driven H-pattern gearbox that have had to right foot brake and heel and toe. So to have experienced that in Formula V and then Formula Ford was incredible. So I did a couple of races in Formula V just to get used to it. I was obviously very young, and then went straight into Formula Ford in New Zealand, and had great success in that. Got second to Richie Sanaway, and then we both went to Australia actually to compete in the Australian Formula Ford National Championship, which is massively competitive. So that's when I was...
How old were you then?
I was 14 then.
Wow. Australia and New Zealand are not that far apart. It's not like coming back to Europe, but still, that's a big commitment. A lot of time away from home. A very packed championship that is massively competitive. That was actually quite a big step.
Yeah, looking back, I didn't actually realise how big it was. It was just felt normal for me. I took we ticked a lot of boxes in New Zealand, and it was just ready to make that transition over. And from that, that's when I met Mark Webber at the Aussie Grand Prix. We were a support category to the F1, and obviously being very young, I got on the podium, which raised a lot of interest and all that sort of stuff. So, and then I had a really good season. My teammate won the championship and I got second. He was 21. I turned 15 by the end of the championship. But for me, that was one of the biggest years of my career in terms of the interest, and that sort of got Mark on board with me. So, it was, looking back, it was a huge year.
Was that the year that it really started to dawn on you that there was more than a small opportunity for you to actually make your living out of this and be a proper professional driver?
Yeah, but I've always been really realistic in terms of how difficult it is to break into F1, and because my goal since I was 4 was always F1. So I just sort of took each step at a time and tried to make the next transition. I knew I deserved it. In terms of I had to tick that box, win a few races, either win or get second in the championship. So then, and deep down inside me, I knew I was ready to move on to the next step. So after doing that in New Zealand and Oz, I went back and did the Toyota Racing Series, which was my first championship in the wings and slicks categories, and managed to win that my first year, which was great. And then did a bit of Aussie Formula 3 that year. Older chassis to what they have in Europe, but still very good learning for me. And then the following year, that's when I signed with Mark and came over to Europe. So I did one more season of the Toyota Racing Series, managed to do back-to-back championships, which was great, and then came to Europe with a very healthy CV up until that point.
And with Mark Webber backing you. In all honesty, that must have been an advantage, because there's a lot of good drivers out there. Mark Webber is in your corner, and you must have realised that was going to give you some advantage.
Absolutely, and that's what got me over to Europe, because I raced for his GP3 team. Signed with him a long-term contract for him to manage me, which is great. And then had a pretty decent year. Won my second race in GP3 against I was very naive in terms of who I was actually up against, because I never really knew the European drivers. There's Bottas, Sims, Carlado, a number of really good drivers, and I'm winning my second race in Barcelona.
So you must have thought, this is a piece of cake. This is just like racing back at home again.
Well, for me, it took a while to kick in, because I realised the depth when I did my first race. I was like, okay, this is going to be really difficult. And then, that weekend was a turning point in my career. And then, had a bit of an up and down season, but always had really good pace, which for me kept my head high. And then re-signed the next year. I finished 9th in championship, which was really disappointing, but then the next year we re-signed with MW Arden, and then took the championship on and managed to win. So that set me up well for making that next transition to GP2 with Arden again. And since then, it does feel like my career has not plateaued a little bit, but 2013 has definitely been the hardest year of my career for sure.
Going into the GP2 and the GP3 and GP2 categories, clearly that's a large financial investment for somebody.
I've got really, really loyal sponsors from New Zealand, from the Giltraps. The Giltrap family has been a huge supporter of New Zealanders, trying to break through to either the States or, they've been supporters of myself in karts, but, into Europe or whatever. So I've had great support from them and a number of other companies from New Zealand that got me the opportunity to race in GP3 and also my first year in GP2 with Arden. So obviously it really helped being with Mark. It always adds a lot of horsepower to any deal.
Having that loyal support financially, does that slightly take a weight off your mind? The last thing you need to be worrying about is whether you can afford to fix a front wing if you break it, or where the next tranche of money's coming for the next race.
No, exactly, and my family's not well off. I've always been well aware, the expense, to damage the car or anything like that. And the first time I drove a Formula Toyota car, my dad said, "Whatever you do not ding this car." And then he told me how much the front wings were, and I was just like, and then that sort of, brings you right back down on your feet, because that. I can't just do this for fun, absolutely not. And then when I got to GP2, and everyone knows how much those budgets are, luckily I got a pretty good deal and got prize money from winning GP3 to take on to GP2. But, the expense of the front wings or any sort of damage, and for me that was difficult to embrace, because I've never really been that, I've realised, how much a dollar is worth, and when you're talking millions in euros, for us it's just unreal. So I did feel the pressure a bit, because I never wanted to, obviously have an accident, and then I felt like I had to perform even more. So, that was tough, and we didn't have a great year. They had a great year the year before with Arden, but the tyres changed, and we just could not get on top of the car the whole year. I'd have, a number of podiums and stuff like that, but could never have a consistent feeling. Then the next year moved to Russian time, and for me financially I didn't have to bring pretty much any budget, which was huge because I wouldn't have been able to afford another year of GP2.
You were that close to not being able to continue your single-seater career. You would have had to look for something else because GP2 wasn't financially viable for you.
Yeah, exactly. So, from a management point of view, that was great. They could get that deal with Russian time. Obviously, the team changed a lot from Motorpark running it with Sam Bird and Tom Dillman from 2013 to 14, and then iSport started running it. So it was a new thing for me. I was team leader and trying to, they'd been out of the championship for a year, so there was a bit of housekeeping to get under, to do, and for me also for my own confidence to try and get back from having a pretty tough year in 13. So, fortunately I had some great success in 2014 with Russian time. Getting my first feature race win, then the next week and getting my next feature race win, which it's definitely on par with my championship winning year in GB3. So, and then finishing fourth in the championship, that's something that I was massively proud of. And then you look back from where you've come from, it's like, getting fourth in a category like GB2 with some of the names I was up against, it was really incredible, to be honest. So it was, then we're trying to push to get into F1, but, there's just so many hurdles to get over to get into F1 at the moment. Most of them financial, which is a bit of a joke, to be honest. I've been quite, verbal with how I feel about it, because for someone like myself and Richie would back me up with that, and a number of Kiwis, or Hartley, when you realise how far we've come from in terms of from where we are in the world, making the sacrifice to come over here, I never really saw it as a sacrifice. I saw it as an opportunity, obviously, which it is, but there's a lot of sacrifices that come with that, and then ticking all the boxes, and then you get to that last door, that last step on the ladder, and it's just like there's no way of getting up. For me, that's been really hard to take in. So
you're listening to Long One on RadioLeMans.com with Mitch Evans. We're at the very lovely Espresso Lounge in Tring High Street. I'd like to explore that a little bit before we go very much further. That final jump to Formula One. You've proved quite clearly that you have the ability in the junior formula. The issue is that you're getting further and further up the pyramid, and the top of the pyramid is very narrow. There are fewer seats, they command a premium. What do you do as a young driver, and how does that affect your mindset to say, well, I have to do another year in GP2, I've got to keep my name in there?
Yeah, it's been very, very testing, to be honest, mentally. To have come quite far, and then for it just to literally, there's a roadblock right in front of you, just that you cannot climb up, you can't go across. It's hard to keep your head up high, to be honest, but I've come, as I said, I've come a long way, and I realise that, so I don't want to stop now.
How long can you keep going back and doing GP2 though? It's a young man's sport, particularly in Formula One now, and getting younger.
No, exactly, and obviously financially, you just can't keep on going. Fortunately, this year and last year, I've got a really, really good deal that requires me not to bring pretty much any budget. So,
but you're not getting paid either. This is you're not earning money to pay your bills.
Yeah, exactly. And okay, I'm 20 years old. I'm young, but I've been doing it since I was 13. So it feels like a long time. So yeah, that is very frustrating, and that's one of the biggest reasons, well, the only reason why I've decided to do the LMP2 thing. Not as a backup, just as a realistic goal, because LMP1 and sports cars is in such a positive situation at the moment compared to Formula One.
And, I mean, if you look at Le Mans this year, there will be 33 works drivers all getting paid by manufacturers. All right, not to the level of Formula One, but they're expected to perform, to behave, and to prepare at the same level as Formula One. I'm sure Mark's told you that.
Yeah, absolutely, and the teams are on par with Formula 1 teams, you know, in terms of the size of them and the budgets and all that. So it's hard. It's a very awkward position that, you know, the timing for a lot of junior drivers like myself, the timing to try and get into Formula 1 couldn't be any worse, to be honest.
Did you look at maybe going to the States and doing IndyCar or something like that?
Yeah, it's definitely in the back of my mind, especially the success that Dixon has had over there. You know, Scott has done so well for himself, and he's still going. You know, he stayed with the exact same team since he's first been in IndyCar, which is great. So that's definitely on my radar. Again, whether it's realistic is another thing, but you know, I really want to give the LMP2, you know, my best shot, and then, you know, ideally you want to be in a works, you know, LMP1 drive for the following year.
There's a family connection with sports car racing and endurance racing, because your dad qualified to race at Le Mans in '96 with a Kiwi effort, and then couldn't do it because of a very, very nasty accident he had, breaking the New Zealand land speed record. So has Le Mans been a part of your life since you were younger? You've been aware of sports car racing at least?
Yeah, I've always been aware of it, and obviously with that history of Dad from '96 has been, you know, a little bit different for me. I never thought when I came over to Europe that I would, you know, I thought I would actually be racing there, because it was never on my radar to be doing sports cars, you know, if I'm going to be completely honest. But now that I've got the opportunity to, and realise, you know, I went as a spectator last year, and I was blown away by how massive the event is. It is just enormous. So to now be part of that, and obviously with the, you know, with my dad's, you know, history with it, with qualifying but not actually being able to race, he's coming over for it, which is going to be really special, and to be able to complete the race, well, hopefully complete the race for him, will be, you know, for me, you know, it'll be a nice touch.
How influential then has Mark Webber's experience with Porsche been?
I think Mark getting out of Formula 1 and at the end of 2013, you know, it raised a lot of eyebrows to the state of the sport, well, Formula 1, and he realised where it was sort of heading, and wasn't overly enthusiastic about the new regulations of Formula 1, and for timing, you know, with Porsche coming into LMP1 and his love for the Porsche brand, it couldn't have been any better, the timing. And looking back, he absolutely nailed it, I think. And he knows that, but yeah, that was an really interesting move, but, you know, one that he's going to look back on and probably say it was probably one of his greatest moves.
And did that, and the fact that it paid off so well for Mark, was he pushing you, or was that something you were asking him about?
No, he definitely wasn't pushing me, but it was always on the radar when he, you know, after the first few races, realised how great it was, and the slick operation with Porsche, and just how impressive they have been in the first sort of, you know, 18 months of their comeback. Yeah, from then on, we sort of definitely got a lot more interested in it for my career. So yeah, he definitely hasn't pushed me into it. You know, I've wanted to do it myself, because I'm a very realistic person, and I know the state of F1 is mad, and, you know, what's going to happen in terms of my goals of trying to get into Formula 1 are very, very, well, my chances have almost, you know, nil. So,
but you haven't given that up, because you're still doing GP2 this year as well. You're keeping your head above the parapet in terms of single-seater racing.
Honestly, I don't think anyone has got a clue where F1 1's going to be in the next few years. You know, in the next 5 or 10 years, no one has got any idea where it's going to be, whether it's still going to be around, or whether it's going to be in a healthy position, or whether other manufacturers start to go into Formula 1 for whatever reason. No one knows. So I would say yes, there probably still is an opportunity. Say if you went with a manufacturer that wants to get into Formula 1 for whatever reason, or I look at it in terms of, you know, you can only look a couple of years ahead of, you know, you can only plan a couple of years ahead in terms of racing, in terms of, you know, for me, LMP1 seems safe for the next few years, and a lot of drivers are turning their interest into that where F1's a bit on the ropes.
And like being out in a race, you can only react to what's around you. You can plan a little bit ahead, but anything else, you're starting to take risks. And taking risks with your career at your stage is something you do want to do. So Jota and P2 then is much more than a toe in the water here. This is something that you are putting in place to gain experience. It's not unlike you racing your Formula Ford at the Aussie Grand Prix, is it? You're out there, you're in front of the people who are making decisions.
Absolutely, and I think they do look down at the P2 categories, for their own, future, because they see the benefit of, the experience of doing Le Mans, doing the WEC races and all that sort of stuff, and the cars are very similar in terms of the way that they're made. Okay, the engine and the hybrid systems are very different, but they see the value in that, and I think, doing a year with doing this year with Jota, whatever happens in terms of me getting a factory test or drive, I've got no idea about, but all I can do is give my best shot and try and make an opportunity come about. And for me, that's only going to happen from doing a really good job with Jota. And you look at Harry last year, he did a fantastic job and, deserve...
It's Harry Tinkler, of course, who's been picked up by Nissan as a works driver.
Yeah, exactly. So, and that's full credit to him, and he's done that from merit. So I want to, go down the same track with in terms of, trying to shine above the rest and show that, show the, manufacturers and LMP1 that, there are drivers out there that are really hungry to work with them and be part of their journey in Le Mans and hopefully add a lot of credit to their program. So we'll see what happens, but for me, I've just got to focus on doing a good job and solid job with Jota, and fortunately that started off really well. And we can keep that up. You just never know what will happen in the future.
There's a solid little coterie now of Kiwi drivers in the WEC and in sports car racing, with Brendan obviously most prominent, Richie Stanaway doing a cracking job as well. You add to that, you have to have a very long memory to remember New Zealand drivers competing at the highest level and winning world championships. But there's a real buzz about New Zealand motorsport at the moment. You're a proud Kiwi. You must be really pleased to be part of that.
Oh, absolutely. It's been a massive drought since the Amon, McLaren and home days. Obviously Denny winning the World Championship in 67, which was incredible for New Zealand, but since then there has been a massive drought. As you said, I'm proud of where I'm come from and our heritage and what Kiwi drivers in the past have done for Formula 1 right now. Look at McLaren Formula 1 team. That started from a little shed from not far from where I live in New Zealand. So that's quite incredible. So we all appreciate the opportunities we get. Brendan, now Earl with Porsche as well. To see those two drivers deservedly get those drives, and obviously Richie with the GT stuff doing really well with Aston. New Zealand, and it couldn't be in a better place with drivers at the highest level. Obviously, we all strive to be in Formula 1, but for pretty much the same circumstances, it's not happened for us. So for us to take a little bit of a side step and change of direction with our career is great to see them at the pinnacle of of sports car racing and doing the country proud with that.
Final question, tough one. Where are you in 2 years, in 5 years, in 10 years' time? You still clearly hold the dream of Formula 1, but now you've tasted a little bit of sports car and endurance racing. I get the feeling that it's opened your eyes a little bit.
Absolutely. I think last year really opened my eyes, but now competing at a weekend has opened my eyes even more. But if I could predict, where I'd like to be in a couple of years would be obviously Formula 1. It's just my heart's been there the whole my whole life, but the way it is at the moment is a worry. But realistically, in the next 2 years or in the next year or two, I want to become a professional and start getting paid for driving. So, which I've never had before. So for me, that's my biggest goal is to become a professional, whether that's an F1, LMP1, IndyCar, or whatever. some way, shape, or form. I want to be getting and earning a living from it and enjoying it at the same time.
Mitch Evans, thank you very much for joining us on the long one here on RadioLeMans.com.
Thanks a lot. Cheers.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at RadioLeMans.com.
All the action, all the latest news from the pits and the paddock. Informed comment. There's always been and always will be just one authority on the race and just one place to listen. Radio Le Mans. You can't manage without it.
The home of endurance racing. RadioLeMans.com.
Joining us now on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans, 91.2 FM, is Corvette Program Manager Doug Feehan. And Doug, it's been 4 years since Corvette has been able to climb to the top step of the podium here at Le Mans. And as the American representative on the Radio Le Mans team, got to help a brother out here. Come on, man.
You know, it kind of sounds like the end of the world, Jim. It's been 4 years. Let me tell you, we've been here 15 times prior to this event. We've won 7 of them. Now, if we're guilty of anything, it's making this thing look a little bit easier than it is. You know, there are manufacturers who have spent a lifetime and hundreds of millions of dollars trying to win this race and haven't accomplished it because it is just so difficult. But for us, having been 4 years without a victory only serves to motivate everybody on this team. We've come close a couple times in those 4 years. Last year especially, I think we had a great chance to win. It was just a odd little occurrence that happened, and that's the way this race treats you. 25% great car, 25% great team, and 50% good fortune. We've won several on good fortune, and we've lost some on not having good fortune. Last year was a prime example of that, but it didn't have anything to do with not being competitive. It had everything to do with just good luck. So we've worked very, very hard over the last 12 months to get that done.
After a couple of lean years being so competitive as you were last year, what have you done in the preceding 12 months to build off of that good performance?
Well, I think there's been two things largely responsible for. One is kind of what I refer to as a new sheriff in town. And I don't mean by that any one individual. What I mean by that is an operational philosophy, a balance of performance philosophy taken forward by the FIA and the ACO, whereby they have a committee, a technical committee set up that collects huge amounts of data and working in conjunction with all of us, not just Corvette, but all the manufacturers in GT. We've created a program and a process that allows us to develop what we think is one of the best BOPs on the planet. And I think last year's race was indicative of that. This year's race is only going to prove to be even better, I believe. The second half of the equation is the fact of the work that we've done as a team. Last year was the first year for the C7. We're writing the book on that car. We were really impressed with how well it adapted to the 24 hours of Le Mans. We've obviously had the remainder of that race year under our belt. We've had a few races this year. We had both Daytona and Sebring where we had pretty good outcomes. And in addition to that, over the winter, down at the Corvette Museum, the new motorsports park, the team played a pivotal role in designing and laying out the track down in Bowling Green so that it had some resemblance to several of the corners here at Le Mans. We've got a significant straightaway there where we can reach speeds of about 175 miles an hour. At the end is the Mulsanne corner, essentially an exact duplicate of what we have here at Le Mans. We have a representation of the two kinks on the Mulsanne straight and a reasonable representation of the high-speed Porsche curves. Now, there's no other place in the world, certainly not in America, that you can go that's going to give you that close a representation of what we encounter here. So we were down there for a couple days prior to coming here, testing and getting ready. And lo and behold, we collected data from there. We came here, we ran during the test day, and the similarity between the two is remarkable. What we've done is simply validate the fact that the work that was done at the Motorsports Park is going to be of great benefit to us in the future in planning for Le Mans. So that was one of the other key elements that we had. And obviously, There's not many teams that have the ability to design their own racetrack on which to practice for Le Mans. Corvette is one of them. You know, down that facility down there on one side of the street, you have the assembly plant. On the other side of the street, you have the Corvette Museum, and then across the expressway from those two facilities, you have the new Motorsports Park. It's all self-contained, it's all right there, and it's going to play a huge role in our future success here.
One of the challenges that you have when you come to Le Mans is the fact that you have to adapt to a new tire as well, isn't it?
Yes, it is. You know, each year Michelin does yeoman's duty in developing their product, just as we develop our product. And we were fortunate to have that. Last year, the way the production went, the cars in which we competed against had that tire for a couple races over here in Europe. We didn't have it in the U.S. So this was 2 years ago, I think. It was a problem for us when we got here and struggled with the new tire as well as some other issues. Last year we had a little more work with it, and we had the new car. Worked out very well. This year we've got some time on the new tire, and we think it holds some real promise for us as well. So all those things come together. Again, it comes down to strategic partners. You know, we've got some great ones. We've got Mobil 1 lined up for our lubricants. Obviously, Michelin, a key strategic partner in our tires. I mean, if you're going to win here, you got to do it on Michelin's.
You said that the C7 adapted well to this race. What do you mean by that?
Well, I think when you look at in the past, you know, we've touted the fact that Corvette is very representative of what we call technology transfer. And the C7 is really the epitome, the culmination of all the years' work on Corvette. The C7 that you buy in the showroom is as close a representation as what we're racing on the racetrack as you can find any place. I mean, it's just amazing. And so by virtue of that fact, you know, when you've got a great production car from which to build a great race car, it's going to adapt more rapidly and more effectively to a racetrack. And we've taken a lot of our Le Mans learnings, whether it be aerodynamics, whether it be chassis stiffness, whether it be advanced materials, vehicle weight distribution in the car itself. All the lessons that we've learned in past Le Mans have gone into Tad Schechter over at Corvette Engineering, and he's incorporated that as best he can into the production car. That gives us a great base from which we can homologate a vehicle and build an effective race car.
You have great competition in the United States. Let's not discount that at all. But the competition here is particularly stiff.
Here's another thing that we've learned here. If you're focusing on what the other guy is doing, that's time you should have better spent focusing on what you're doing. And that's what we do. When you come to Le Mans, and anyone who hasn't been here, I know it's difficult to grasp it, is all you have to do is walk around this place and look at the infrastructure investment that every manufacturer has put forward for this event, and you understand that this is the holy grail of racing. This is the Super Bowl times 10. In 2011, National Geographic declared the 24 Hours of Le Mans the best sporting event in the world. That tells you what these manufacturers are bringing. Now, they're having this same interview someplace, and they're asking who the toughest competition's going to be, and they're taking a look down at what we're doing, and they're thinking, well, it's probably Corvette. Yeah, and they're right. But we only have to look in either one of those camps, whether it be Porsche, whether it be Ferrari, whether it be Aston Martin, and I can tell you, all of them are more than prepared enough and more than capable enough of winning this event. And that serves as the motivation, because when you win here, you are the best in the world.
There's also, though, a great mutual respect. I can remember the days of when it was you guys and Aston Martin, and you would almost have the hockey line handshake before and after the race. Is that part of just this special event?
There's a camaraderie in sports car racing that doesn't exist in other forms of racing. And it's a pretty simple formula to figure out why that is. We're not racing for $1 million a race. When you put that kind of money on the line, friendships, loyalty, all that goes out the window. This has always been and continues to be, for the most part, a gentleman's sport. And you have a great deal of respect for all your competitors. You kind of look at what they're doing, you pick out the things that you think maybe you can use to improve yourself. You look at the things where you might see they have a weakness, and you fortify yourself to prey upon that. But at the end of the day, when this is all said and done, Everybody on every team understands they've just been through the war, and we've all survived in one way or another. Some obviously with a little more glory than the others, but that doesn't take away from from just the treasure that's the fight. And to be here is an honor, and everyone who participates and competes at the 24 Hours of Le Mans knows it's an honor, and that's what creates that camaraderie before, during, and after.
Now, as if all the competition you have here and all the competition you have in the United States isn't enough, your crosstown rivals from Dearborn are making a lot of noise about racing in the Tudor Sports Car Championship, trying to bring 4 cars here next year, and racing in the World Endurance Championship. You say bring it?
Well, first of all, let me say this. I'm going to finish with bring it, okay? But I'm going to start out by saying, and those of you who may not know, I mean, I started my professional racing career inside the Ford Motor Company. So some of those people are still there. It's obviously a hallowed name here at Le Mans. The great rivalries of the late 60s between Ford and Ferrari, they helped put Le Mans on the map. They're a respected global manufacturer, obviously a competitor of ours in the showroom and now on the racetrack. But there's an old epic line that says competition improves the breed. Those are not just words. It does that, and it serves as additional motivation. And it also adds to the drama of the race. It also adds to the credibility of the race, both here and stateside. Having Ford come aboard signifies, A, they recognize the value of sports car racing when it comes to selling vehicles, and B, they're not afraid to go and compete with the best they can bring. Those are the kind of things that makes fans come out to the races, that creates brand loyalties and allegiances, and that's what drives the automotive industry. I can tell you this, the first automotive race started as soon as the second car got built. Having Ford come aboard couldn't be at a better time. I think it speaks volumes for the value of sports car racing in America, and certainly the proven value of sports car racing in Europe. We're happy to have them aboard, and I can't wait for them to get out here next year. And back to what we started this conversation, bring it, baby.
Is there any possibility that Doug Feehan, the man who does occasionally have to put on the coat and tie and go to the boardroom, is going to be pushing to perhaps expand the Corvette program to have a more international footprint?
You know, that's a question that we're often asked. You know, when are you going to compete in WC? Are you going to compete in WEC? First of all, we must understand that Corvette is a U.S.-based manufacturer with its one single assembly plant and a finite number of vehicles they can build per year. I think we had a pretty much a record year last year. I think we sold 38,720 or some dramatically large number for a first year of the C7. Racing in Europe, what we need to accomplish from a marketing standpoint at this point in time can be done by our competition at Le Mans. We have put Corvette on the global map by running one race a year. Now, if you look around, you'll notice that there's another Corvette here this year, Labre Competition, and 3 years prior to that, competing in the GTM class, they won 2 Le Mans in a row. So now it wouldn't make a whole lot of sense for us to go ahead and start competing against our customers who want to race in Europe. Thus far, our formula has been, we're going to race in America, we're going to race at 24 Hours of Le Mans, and we're going to leave the European stuff to our very, very capable European partners. We'd like to continue on with that. It's a formula that works for us. Would we like to compete in WEC on a global basis? Of course. But, you know, you have to look around and see how much we're doing at Chevrolet and at Cadillac as far as on a global racing perspective. In the U.S., I mean, we've got drag racing going on, we've got NASCAR going on, we've got Cadillac racing, we've got Corvette racing, we got Chevrolet Corvette Daytona prototypes. There's a finite number of motorsports budget that makes sense to the company and makes sense to our stockholders. And right now, I think we've created a tremendous balance between the funding that we've allocated, how we spend it, and the victories that we're achieving to advance that and increase budgets to such an extent where you'd have to start battling on the European front, at that point in time, you really have to look, does that make economic sense? I'm not suggesting it doesn't, is all I'm saying is it's just not a decision a couple of guys sitting in a boardroom and saying, hey, let's go race in Europe. It's got to make sense, and it's got to have value for selling vehicles. At the end of the day, that's how we're measured. How many cars did we sell? And I don't mean race cars, I mean production cars. And right now, I think we've created a tremendous balance there. So short term, easy answer is no. Long term, I can tell you this, every year we evaluate what we accomplished, we evaluate what our future goals are, and we evaluate all opportunities. And nothing is off the table. And that takes place every 12 months.
Would you see perhaps with Labra increasing the factory's involvement with them, whether it be support with newer equipment or that sort of stuff to help them face the Ford challenge?
Let me say this. First off, our partners are so well organized and so well developed and have spent years. I mean, Labra Competition is a first-class operation. They have access to anything and everything that we have. Anything that we have, they have access to. Now, they drive their own budgets, and they determine what they think they need to be competitive. And at this juncture, thus far, they've been very, very satisfied with what we've been able to provide. The results have shown that. We have engineering services that are available to them. We have a Pratt & Miller personnel embedded in that team right now. That's something that we supply it, but they pay for it. And when you do business that way, motorsports makes sense. When you start just filling out blank checks and throwing money to the wind, that's when eventually it's going to catch up to you. Somebody upstairs is going to look at it and say, what are you doing? And we've just been very prudent, I think, in the way we've allocated our funding. And I think our results prove that it can be done, and it can be done on an economical basis.
Well, Doug, thank you very much for your time, and good luck in 2015. Any predictions?
Never prediction. Here's my prediction. We are as well prepared as we can possibly be. 25, 25, 50, baby. I know we got the first two 25s. I want the 50. When I get that good fortune and we pass it on to these guys, we're feeling pretty good about it.
Thank you very much to Doug Feehan. I'm Jim Roller. Bye for now.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com. At radiolemans.com, we live for endurance racing. Le Mans, Bathurst, the Nürburgring, Spa, Silverstone, Fuji, and many more great races on classic circuits around the world, all covered live. Now add Daytona, Sebring, Watkins Glen, Road America, and Road Atlanta to the list. IMSA Radio from the International Motorsports Association and Radio Show Limited is a new service bringing you coverage of every session of the Tudor United Sports Car Championship, qualifying and race coverage from the Continental Tire Sports Car Challenge and the Support Series races, live, free, and without commercial interruption, direct to you. Look for the IMSA Radio icon on the radiolemans.com homepage.
The home of endurance racing. radiolemans.com.
Hello and welcome to radiolemans.com and another one of our Tyler's Long Ones, the longer form interviews invented by Graham Tyler, one of our pit reporters, which still bear his name. Today we're in West London in the very lovely Quattro Rooms, which you're getting a little bit of a makeover if you hear anything in the background here. And our interviewee, is Ollie Jarvis. Ollie, first of all, welcome along to the Long One here on radiolemans.com. When did you start motor racing, and can you remember when you first got interested in it?
For me, I spent most of my youth at racetracks. My father raced in Formula Ford 1600. So, believe it or not, my big memory is being at the racetracks and playing football. back then I wasn't involved. I was probably too young to fully understand and appreciate. So I used to clear off in a field and kick a football around.
And was that your first? Were you sporty though? Were you interested in football? Was that something that you thought, you might? Every little boy thinks he's either going to be a spaceman, a fireman, a footballer, or a racing driver.
Yeah, I've always been very involved with sport, whether it's football, rugby, even running, and still am today outside of the racetrack. So, for me, like I say, I wouldn't say football was a passion, but it was something I had the opportunity to pursue later in life. But I started at sort of 4 years old in motocross. And again, that all starts back to my father. He spent most of his younger years in motocross. He never had the money to move across to cars. And very late on in his life, he, when he sort of set up his business and had I wouldn't say extra money, because I don't think there was ever such a thing, but he found the opportunity to sort of go do Formula Ford 1600. And so I myself started in motocross, and about 8 years old, I got the opportunity. I could either stay in motocross or I could make the step across to cars. And I chose carts. And I remember choosing carts. And I'll never forget the day that someone came to pick up my motocross bike, my beloved KX60. And I remember hiding all the new bits, thinking, I'll get a new one soon. But and that, I never looked back from there. From then on, karting was unbelievable. You look at the guys I'm racing against today, a fair few of the Brits I was racing against at 8 years old. Every weekend, full commitment, not just from myself, probably more commitment from the parents back then. They're the ones that have got it, prepare the car, get up early, drive the car and trailer to the kart tracks, prepare the kart, because, sort of 8, 9 years old, you don't have that mechanical understanding, so it's very much on the father to do that.
Question then, do you feel that your early days on two wheels in motocross and the balance and the race experience that you got there helped you when you jumped into that early karting career?
I think it all helps. More, I wouldn't say so much the racecraft, because I can't remember much of that, if I'm honest, but it's more the speed, the getting used to the speed, the adrenaline, and
can't fall off a cart either, can you?
Well, they say that. I've certainly had moments where I disagree with you there. But
you and the cart parted company.
Yeah, and one was more recently actually, but we won't go into that at the moment. There was also that side, funnily enough, the safety factor. There were a lot of guys getting hurt when I was involved in the motocross, and it's not nice to see 6-7-year-olds getting, broken arms, broken legs. So
where did you start in karting? Was that cadet karting and then moving up to Junior Britain, Senior Britain, Super 1, etc.?
Yeah, so cadet karts, then Junior Intercontinental A.
Oh, right.
In fact, I think there was TKM in between that, and then JICA, Formula A, and then on to cars. And with my father's experience, I moved into Formula Ford, which by then had moved on to the Z-Tech engine. A lot of guys probably made the step straight across to Formula Renault. Unfortunately for myself, budgets weren't there. But then eventually did make the Formula Renault progression. British Formula 3. I then had the incredible opportunity to go to Japan and race in Japanese Formula 3. And to be honest, that was probably the biggest point in my career to date, in the sense that I probably wouldn't have continued motorsport without that opportunity.
Just want to take you back then to when you make that first leap from karts into cars, into Formula Ford 1600. To an outsider, that doesn't actually look like a big jump, because you've done karting, you've been on tracks, you've raced possibly some of the most competitive races you'll ever do in a racing career. But you jump into a Formula Ford car, which looks fairly simple. But having done that myself and done them back to back, the difference between sitting in a car which barely moves and jumping into a Formula Ford is like jumping from a sports car into an SUV. You feel all the movement. How did you get on in those early days of Formula Ford?
I have to say, I think now the progression from a kart to, say, a Formula Renault is much easier.
Yeah.
Because it's even from a kart to a Formula 3, they're quite similar in their characteristics, whereas for myself, the jump from karting to a Formula Ford, it's a different concept. There's no slicks, there's no downforce.
Yep.
So the grip to power doesn't match, for example. A kart's got a lot of grip compared to power. It's very similar with a Formula 3 car. When you add that downforce, there's a lot of grip there. Whereas the Formula Ford, it used to move around, it used to roll, and actually they used to set the car up so it did roll and did move around, because it was the quickest way. and you used to drive it very much, I'm not going to say sideways, but you did expect the car to move around and pitch it in. So it was quite a shock, I have to be honest, because that wasn't how you drove, European cars. A European kart was set up, the thing's on rails.
Yes.
The idea is you turn it in and the thing turns in and you go on the power and it doesn't move. So I've got to say, I think the guys that stepped across from karting to Formula Renault found the transition much easier.
Yeah.
I certainly remember my first few laps were quite daunting, to be honest. And it's not.
And how old were you at that point?
17 years old.
Right, so you were already driving on the road, so a gearbox and a clutch weren't potentially so much of an issue to you?
No, and that was one of the decisions I think my father took, was that he wanted me to be able to drive on the road, to understand, the principle of heel and towing, a skill that's almost died out now.
Shockingly.
Yeah, because they were skills, a lot of the guys coming up now probably wouldn't even know what heel and towing is. But to drive a Formula Ford fast, it was, it was an important part. And but yeah, them first few laps, it's not the speed, because like I say, if you jump, when I even jump into a kart now, the speed surprises me. Because speed is, if you take what it says on the dash, 100 mile an hour, it's all relative. Because if you do 100 mile an hour in an RS6, it feels like nothing. You do it on a Mini, where you're an inch above couple of inches above the ground, and the thing's rattling around. It feels like 250 mile an hour. So it's perspective. And, jumping into a Formula Ford, I'm not even sure what speeds are, but let's say 120 mile an hour. It probably didn't feel as quick as a go-kart in sort of terms of perspective. But, when you turned into the corner and the thing
felt like
moved,
it fell over.
Yeah, you turned in and you could feel the front load and then roll, and then all of a sudden the rear starts to come round, and you've got to balance that on the power.
The important lessons, though, in car control, in car setup, in racecraft. Now, you're a tall lad now. Were you a tall lad then, and did you harbour, even in those early years of the Formula racing, ideas of going forward and going through Formula racing?
To be honest, I was very small growing up. Certainly in karting, I was, I was probably one of the smaller drivers, and I'm not sure when the actual growth spurt happened. But I sort of arrived at Audi and noticed that I'm just shy of 6 foot, which isn't ideal. But no, height was never an issue. But for me, I guess, even in karting days, something changed, and it went from a hobby to a potential profession.
Yeah, very good.
And it's there's not an exact point in time I can remember where I can say, that was the time I thought I could make a career of this. But I think when you put so much effort in and you're racing, because the crazy thing about karting is, we talk about commitment now in cars, but, we're talking 10, 12 races a year, whereas karting, it can be, if you really wanted to, you could probably race 50 weekends of a year.
Yep.
And a lot of the guys in cadets and JICA were doing, we were probably doing 30 to 40 race weekends a year. So,
which would be at least 3 heats and maybe a couple of finals every weekend.
Yeah, you'd turn up maybe Friday night, you sort of leave school, Dad would pick me up and we'd be straight off to the racetrack. Saturday morning, you've got to warm up, 3 heats, and then Sunday you've got a warm-up, a pre-final and a final.
Yeah.
So, for me, there's a point where even at an age of 11, 12, you've got to make the decision, is this for fun or is this serious?
And the point that goes along with that, Ollie, is that you've got to start thinking, even at that age, and it's a tough thing to think about in your early teenage years, can my family afford to continue pushing me along? Because quite quickly, even in karting, and certainly in Formula Ford and the other Formula that you did in your later teenage years and into your 20s, that's a considerable investment.
It's huge, and it's something I probably say, naively enough, I wasn't aware of maybe till you sort of start to get into 12, 13. But it's not just financial investment. It's a lot more than that, because I've got 3 sisters, and every weekend my parents are at a racetrack with me. That's a weekend they're not doing something with them. So, and it is something I'm still very aware of today. There was sacrifices made, not just by my parents, but by my whole family. And for any race driver, that's the same. Whether everyone's aware of it, I'm not sure. But, it's an investment of time.
Yes.
You know, we never had Sunday dinners because Sunday dinners was during race season. You know, it was a rare moment we'd sit down and have a roast dinner. And you know, even today, I can't wait to have a roast dinner because it's something quite special.
So when was it then? So in the karting, you sort of thought, hello, I might be able to make something of this. So was there a point then that you had to sit down with your family, with your mum and dad, and possibly your sisters as well, and say, how do we push this forward? Formula Ford you mentioned. Even in those days, you could still probably do that with you and your dad prepping the car. But once you get into Renault and Formula 3, you can't do that. And then you're talking about serious financial investment.
Yeah, I mean, even karting was difficult. I was very lucky that I sort of got taken under the wing of a Tony Kart importer here in the UK, O'Neill's, and you know, they looked after us to an extent. And then
semi-works driver then, even then.
Yeah, I guess, you know, in terms of the UK, you could say that, and then moved across to what I'd call European and World Karting, and got a very good offer from Tony Kart. So that allowed me to do it on that stage. But you're right, the moment you then make that progression to cars, you know, there's bits and pieces you can do to keep the costs down, but it does start to become a burden, you know, unless you're, you know, a millionaire, you know. And it really is that bad because, I mean, I was fortunate. When I see budgets now, they scare me, you know. And back then they were still large sums of money and huge sacrifices from the family. You know, we paid for a lot of it purely by my dad and mum and dad working extremely hard to give me that opportunity. But we did something that I doubt many racing drivers have done, and I actually took out a very large bank loan. You know, someone had to underwrite that, of course, because at the age of sort of 17, 18, but I took out a large bank loan to allow me to do Formula 3 in the UK. It was the only...
Which was how much, not the bank loan, but how much was F3 in those days? What, £500,000, something like that?
Yeah, I mean, Formula 3 in them days, a competitive drive at the time was £500,000. I mean, I was very lucky, and there's key sort of things that have happened in my career that have allowed me to continue, because I have questioned it. I wouldn't say every moment, but there's been moments where I've certainly questioned it, because there's no good chucking away good money after bad.
No.
You know, I've seen people sell their houses, and I never wanted that, you know, and I knew we struggled, and there was a point at Formula Renault, I was having a disastrous time of it, and I rang Dad up and said, look, this doesn't make sense anymore, and it's just not happening. And I remember him arriving at the track, and he told the team, right, stick him in the other car, because they were a two-car team, and I instantly went a second quick around Brands Hatch Indy. So there was clearly an issue with the car. Had there not been,
that could have been the end.
That would have been the end, and it was that simple. Because.
And how old were you then, Ollie?
What were we, sort of probably 17, 18?
Wow, that's a massive heads-up sort of thing to do, to be that self-aware. So you haven't got stars in your eyes at this point. At 17 years old, you kind of want to do it, but you don't want to do it at any cost.
No, and I think, you know, I always maintained an education behind me, because it's something I was very aware of, that unfortunately nowadays talent doesn't guarantee you a job. I race against some phenomenal drivers in go-karts, and you know, now they're running kart teams, or they're you know, working in offices, and that's not through lack of talent. It's through lack of opportunity. And you know, like I said, I remember being at Brands, ringing Dad, just said, you know, it doesn't make sense. And fortunately, there was an issue. But had that have not been the case, I would have hung up my helmet. And I also so the following year we made the move to Manor, one of the best race teams in the UK. And I said, if I didn't win the championship again, I would have quit there.
That's pressure, though.
Yeah, it's pressure, but at some point, it's a hard decision to make. But how long do you continue, you know, making investments and seeing no return? You know, again, fortunately, went on to win the championship, and probably as importantly, or maybe even more importantly, was I then won the McLaren Autosport Award, which raised my profile at the time. But not only raised my profile, it also gave me a check. You know, and that check,
not a huge one, in fairness. I think, was it 50 grand in those days?
Yeah, unfortunately, I think I probably got the year with the least amount of money, but it was 50,000, and whilst we say it's not a huge amount,
yeah, but that was only 10% of a British F3 budget, as we've just talked about.
Yeah, you're correct. But again, maybe timing. Mercedes had just moved into Formula 3. budgets were spiraling out of control, and nobody wanted to be on the Mugen Honda. So who was running the Mugen Honda? Carling. Another fantastic team. So, we did a very good deal with Trevor. As I say, they were not the in-team for probably the first time in many years. He got a very well-funded sort of crew of drivers, so we were able to do what I'd say, was a very competitive deal. And we had a fantastic year.
With your bank loan?
With my bank loan, So you take the 50,000 from winning the McLaren Autosport Award, you add that to the bank loan, and you're starting to make a budget. I mean, and in fairness to Trevor, at the end of the year, we had a very strong year. We finished second to, believe it or not, Mike Conway. And we probably, once we sort of, at the time I probably would have said once we got the Honda working and we made progress, but at the same time, I guess, as I progressed, we were definitely the stronger the second half of the year. I don't think the Honda Mugen engine was a match at the time. It had its, strengths, it had its weaknesses, but certainly by the end of the year, we had a very strong package. And, we spoke a lot to Trevor at the end about going to Formula Renault 3.5 with him, but I wasn't aware that, we were probably not as up to date as we should have been with payment. And, to be fair to Trevor, he was very good, and he'd never mentioned it to me, which is why I wasn't aware. And, my father had also kept it from me. So, and then when I read that Trevor had filled his seats, I couldn't believe it. It was only later on I understood what had happened and why. But then I got the opportunity from Tom's in Japan, and I guess, I've heard drivers say they've turned down opportunities in Japan, and for me, I can't understand how a driver who wants a professional career in motorsport could turn down being paid to drive a Formula 3 car.
It's a good point to sort of take a breath. We're on the long one here on RadioLeMans.com with Ollie Jarvis, and talking about the key point, one of the key points at least, in Ollie's early career, the transition to a pro driver, being paid. It sounds like it's a no-brainer, but, as you've just said, people turn it down. How hard did you have to look at it? How easy or difficult a decision was it for you? And what was the thought process in doing that? Because it is if nothing else, it's a big move to go that far away from home.
Yeah, for me, the thought process, once I realised that there wasn't opportunities with Trevor and Carling, and we certainly weren't ever going to get close to a GP2 budget, there wasn't a thought process. It was, right, let's do this. And I remember arriving in Japan, and I'd given it so little thought. Once I'd arrived at the airport, I didn't know how I was getting to Tom's, because it was just so simple. I'm quite laid back anyway, but who wouldn't go live in a foreign country and experience something different?
And you were how old at this point?
Cool, I've got to work this one out. I was probably 20 years old, and I'd been off to uni, I'd lived away from home, and I'd been travelling with karting. It didn't matter where it was. It was an opportunity to pursue a dream.
Well, that's a completely different philosophy, a different culture. Racing is racing, but everything around it, very, very different.
Yeah, but if you want to sort of make a career or you want to pursue your dream, then you make sacrifices. And maybe some people would see it as a sacrifice. I saw it as an opportunity and an experience. And what an experience. Some people go travelling. I got to live and get paid to sort of be in one of the coolest countries in the world.
And the racing side of things just gives you more experience, and of course you're being paid for it, and it puts you in the eyes of a number of manufacturers, because the racing scene in Japan, for those that don't know, and ask people like Eddie Irvine, is first of all quite well paid still, and also very well followed by what we call the OEMs, the original equipment manufacturers.
Yeah, for me there's sort of two things. You can go to Japan, and there's potential to have a sort of 20-year career in Japan in its own right.
Still?
Yeah, and still there's guys out there, I was fortunate enough to go back last year. There are guys that, without a doubt could jump on the WEC grid or the Formula 1 grid and be right up there. There's top drivers out there who, like myself, probably didn't have the finances to go, whether it be F3000, GP2 at the time.
And what were you thinking right now when you got there and you got yourself settled? Were you still thinking, oh, hello, Formula 1 could still be on the horizon here? Or were you thinking, I could quite happily do this 20 years over here and be a pro racing driver?
No, I was working on a Formula Nippon as it was back then and Super GT deals. I fully intended to make a career in Japan. It just so happened that we went on to win the Macau Grand Prix. But funnily enough,
that's an F3. That was F3, still is F3 race.
Yep. Formula 3, probably seen as the World Cup.
Yeah.
Before I went to Japan, I'd had a contact with Audi, and they'd sort of wanted me to go test. Unfortunately, I'd already signed a deal with, or not unfortunately actually, I'd already signed a deal with Tom's Toyota, and I was always someone, if I've signed something, it would be easy to sort of rent.
And what was that to go and test then?
It would have been a DTM car.
Right, okay.
So, but I chose, I went back to them and said, look, I'm already sorted, I've got a contract in place. And then, but I tried to stay in contact. And then when I won Macau that year, we managed to make contact again, and I got offered the test in the DTM car, or I say test, a shootout, as it was back then. So, it was, the contact was made a year earlier, but actually, I delayed it myself, and, that was probably a risk in itself, because, manufacturers don't always ask
Come knocking twice, no.
But, certainly winning the Macau Grand Prix sort of probably opened that door again, that otherwise maybe would have been shut. But up until that point, I'd got contracts for Formula Nippon and was working on a Super GT deal.
So the shootout comes. That's another turning point in your life. What was your mental attitude as you were going into that? Again, you've said you're a very laid-back person, and you seem to approach these things quite realistically in terms of what might happen, what might not happen. Does that mean that you don't put pressure on yourself?
No, I put pressure on myself, because there's such a desire there that naturally you put pressure on yourself. I don't feel the pressure from outside. I would say 95% of it comes from within. But at that time, I was in a great place in my career. I'd got contracts, on the table. I was also racing in the A1 GP. I'd just jumped in the car and won the first race. That they've been trying very hard to do so for a long while, and they'd been unfortunate. Robbie Kerr at the time had done a great job. It just so happened that everything had fallen in line for when I jumped in the car, as sometimes can happen in motorsport. And so I was in a riding a wave of confidence, let's say. So I turned up at the test at Almeria, and for me it was a race car, steering wheel, four wheels. And I just jumped in it, and I remember feeling very comfortable and doing the job, which, at the time I was very aware not all drivers were able to do.
No.
And I have to say, I think one of the key things was the McLaren Autosport Award, having driven a variety of different cars, and certainly maybe even going back to the Formula Ford days, you were able to adapt, and that was key. And I remember at the end of the test, these sort of engineers asked me straight out, we're a bit worried, are you still harbouring ambitions of Formula One? I said no.
And was that true, or were you telling them what you thought they wanted to hear?
I mean, if someone at the time, let's say BMW who were in it at the time, or a Mercedes, or if they'd have come knocking on the door, of course you wouldn't say no. But I wasn't, let's say, actively pursuing, because there were no opportunities. I wanted to race. I'd followed DTM for a long time. It's highly respected within the motorsport community, especially in the UK. And so, like I said to them at the time, if there's an offer on the table, then I'd jump at the chance.
Had you driven a DTM car as part of the McLaren BRDC Young Driver shootout as well?
Yep, Mercedes have had a long-term involvement in it, so it's one of the cars you get to drive. So I'd had 10 laps experience or 20 laps experience, but I was up against some guys with a couple of years experience in DTM, or who had done the test before, so I wouldn't say I was that much further equipped than anyone else. But at the end of the test, I got given a very good idea that they were very interested and would be in contact.
So at this point you start thinking about opening a Euro account and learning to speak German.
Pretty much. I mean, I remember I got a phone call soon after from Dr. Ulrich just saying, "Great, we'd love to have you on board." And I remember.
And it was Dr. Ulrich himself who rang you, was it?
Yeah.
That's very cool.
It's amazingly cool. And I remember putting the phone down and thinking, that's amazing. And he'd said to me he was going to give me a call sort of end of January, and just to sort everything out. And I remember end of January came, and I started to question whether I'd interpreted everything right, whether he really did say they were interested. But fortunately, they made contact in February, and it was the case. And that's the start of my Audi career.
You mentioned that DTM is not for everybody, and some very good drivers who have been very successful in other forms of motorsport, I won't embarrass anybody by naming them, have not been able to get on with DTM, either with the car, the style of racing, because it's kind of a cross between close quarters touring car racing and sort of semi-endurance racing, with the technology of effectively a Formula car underneath there with a body on top of it. It's a real hybrid, and I mean that in not necessarily in terms of electrical hybrid, but a hybrid of different formula, if you like. But you did get on with it, and it seemed like you quite enjoyed it.
Yeah, I had a fantastic first 2 years. The way the DTM worked back then was that there were old cars and new cars. So to save on development costs, what they would do is they would only develop 4 new cars each year, and then at the time, so there'd be 4 new cars, 4 old cars, and I was in an older style car, and we had some huge success considering, I mean, back then there was gaps of up to a second between the new and the old cars, so we were fighting for 7th, 8th place, and we were reliant on the new car drivers making errors or making mistakes. But I got a pole position and a couple of podiums, so I absolutely loved the car, and for me it was an extension of a Formula 3 car.
Yes.
Very stiff, plenty of aero, and great fun to drive.
And actually underneath, when you look at them, they don't look dissimilar from a Formula car in terms of that big carbon, at the time, that big carbon fibre bit. You're almost sitting in the middle of the car anyway. It's like a Formula 3 or a Formula 3000 too.
Yeah, and there's, in terms of lap time, there's very little difference as well. So I think someone coming, that's quite often why you see, for example, a Formula 1 driver struggling, because that step down's much harder than that, let's say, step across or step up.
Yeah.
And but I had a great time. First 2 years, like I say, every time I stepped in the car, we were probably outperforming where we should be. I then got the opportunity to step up to a new car, which you'd think should be really the start of something special. And I can laugh at it now, but for some reason it just didn't click. Whether it was the new car itself, I just always had lots of understeer, and it was something I never enjoyed. I could never get the car to work the way I wanted. And when you're talking gaps of a 10th of a second, you miss out on you're in 10th,
yes,
and your teammate just sneaks through to the top 8 shootout at the time, but then goes to put it on pole.
Yep.
It's a bit of a killer, I have to say. And like I say, things just didn't work out. I wasn't.
Did that hit your confidence, Ollie?
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to say no, but yeah, it did. You go from sort of being the up and coming guy to all of a sudden you're the one that everyone's looking to replace. And
it's dog eat dog out there, and the old adage is you're only as good as your last result. In DTM particularly, the churn of drivers, of those people who don't perform, is quite high.
Yeah, there is Audi have always been very loyal, but there is a turnover of drivers, and like I said, I knew the situation because I'd been that up and coming guy.
Yes.
And I know once you start to get results, you always focus on who you're going to replace, and it's the way it should be. There should be this. I'm not saying every year, but if there's a guy that's outperforming at the time in an older car, they should make the step up.
Yeah.
Things are slightly different now, of course, where everybody's in an equal machinery, and actually I would say it's much easier now.
Yeah.
Whereas before, if you made the step up and say you had a bad year or 2 bad years, where there was nowhere for you to go, because there'd be someone in an old car
other than out the door.
There'd be someone in an old car wanting your seat, and very rarely would they then say move you down to an old car. I mean, I know sort of Gary had the situation, but that was through other circumstances, stepping across to Formula 1 and that sort of thing. But whilst this was all going on, I'd been trying to make the move across to Le Mans. And probably a lot of people won't believe my version of events, but it is the case. I remember going to watch the race in 2010, and
was that the first time you'd been there?
First time I'd followed it, but it was the first time I'd been, and I went as a spectator. Absolutely loved it. I mean, the place is magical. For me, going to watch motor racing quite difficult if I'm not involved. But to go watch Le Mans, I mean, I remember going out to the Porsche curves at 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, and I mean, the cars through there, when you see them, it's incredible. Even into turn 1, when you see the brakeless light up and glow at night, I mean, that is magical. But at the time, my DTM career, you got sort of Mike Rockenfeller and Premat, who were doing the European Le Mans series. and they were doing the double.
Yep.
Also, Tom Christensen at the time.
Yeah.
So I was pushing really hard to get in the Le Mans car, and unfortunately, with the way things happen with the economy and the reduction in the sort of championships that Audi were doing, the opportunity didn't come. But I got very close to stepping into, let's say, a Le Mans drive before I did. In the end, it took me actually sort of going off, I wouldn't say on my own Audi. Audi helped, but I drove with Collis in the R10. And that really paved the way. And the reason being was, at the time, they'd taken away the Le Mans test day.
Mm-hmm.
And probably not ideal to bring up, but Mike Rockenfeller didn't have a great first experience in Le Mans. I'm not sure if you remember.
Yes, I remember. He went out, and on his first lap out, he stuck it in the barriers at Tete Rouge.
Yes, and probably one to forget. And it really highlighted how important experience is.
Yep.
And it is a lot of pressure to stick a sort of young guy with inexperience into Le Mans 24 hours, because for anybody that doesn't appreciate, it is huge pressure.
Yes.
There is a lot of attention on
And there's
you.
a lot going on in the week. In fact, actually getting into the car, McNish always says, getting into the car was his alone time, because that was the time that he could get down to his job. The rest of the peripheral stuff, whilst important from a manufacturer point of view, is a distraction for you guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's very important we do it, but like what Alan says is exactly right. The moment you get in that car, you can focus on what you're good at doing. Yeah, and it's, I wouldn't say it's the time you relax, but it's the time that you can just focus on doing what you consider to be the core of your job.
Yes.
And like I say, going back to Mike, that incident sort of highlighted, that, it's not easy to step in as a rookie, especially if you don't have that test day.
Yes.
Nowadays they insist that you achieve so many laps before doing the race, whereas back then that wasn't the place. And I have to say, being able to do the race previously was a huge help, and it certainly opened the door. And and it was the reason I did it. Because I wanted to make that step across. And speaking from Alan and guys like that, they were very aware and very opinionated on where I should be trying to direct my career. And for me, it was exactly the right decision.
It still didn't happen overnight, mind you.
No, I have to think how many years. 3 years I was part of just Spa and Le Mans, which is tough. I'm not going to lie. You've got two opportunities to shine, of which one of them quite often you run a different aero setup.
Yeah.
So it basically leaves Le Mans. And the other issue is, if you're not in the car as much as the other guys, all of a sudden you're expected to jump in this car and perform at the
Just
same
as
level.
well, yes.
And people judge you on that.
Yes.
And it's not just yourself. Audi have taken a huge step forward in producing 3 identical cars, but you've got to think the engineers, the mechanics, they're not as used to working as a crew together. The drivers with the engineers. So your learning time is during the Le Mans week.
Yes.
And by the time you get to Saturday morning, you need everything to be running perfectly.
You did some GT stuff as well, though, with the R8 LMS, and did quite a lot of development with that and testing at places like Monza without the chicanes and such like.
Yeah, I mean, that's the great thing. I've always been busy. Even when what I call my main project was only 2 races, Audi have always kept me busy, whether it be with sort of Blancpain or the Sprint series, and that's a great thing. Again, driving different cars, getting different experience, and it's something I even love to do now. If I get the opportunity, I'm still happy or would love to jump in a GT car, let's say, and it's important, and especially doing only the part program, it was very important to keep race experience, to do qualifying sessions, so you don't lose your race sharpness, because it's all very good being in, we were in the car quite a lot testing, and of course we had Spa and Le Mans, but it's important you stay race sharp, so that if you do get that opportunity to move up, you're ready.
Serious question then. Try and take your mind back to when you were, let's say you were karting or you first jumped into Formula Ford. You probably neither knew nor cared about Le Mans at that point. From there to where you are now is a huge step. You've worked hard for it. When you look at it now, how do you feel about how your career's developed and where it's going to go for the next period of time that would mirror that? Because you've got plenty of time in front of you.
I hope so, yeah. I mean, it wouldn't be bad to go on as long as Tom or Dindo. But I'm hugely proud, but not just for myself, but like I say, I mentioned it earlier, I feel like it's a family achievement. You know, it's not just myself, it's a real family thing, and it's nice to see that there's been reward for the hard work and sacrifices that were made. It's crazy because I feel like to some extent a major part of my career has not ended, but I feel like I'm at a point where I'm just starting again.
Yes.
Yeah. So, you know, everything that's happened to now, I feel like has got me to the point I wanted to be. And now it's almost a clean sheet of paper and that chance to rewrite my CV and my racing history. Because for me, where I am is exactly where I want to be. You know, as long as sport car is around in its current form or even in an improved format, this is exactly where I want to be. I mean, I often get asked by people outside motorsport, you know, what do you want to do? Where do you want to go? And it's like I am at the top. You know, everybody wants to compare WEC to Formula One, and it's understandable because we're at a great point where we are comparable. You know, because we have reached an area where, you know, people are seriously looking at us as a threat to Formula One, which is, you know, I don't feel that's the case at all. I had a chat with someone the other day on Twitter, and I love Formula One, you know, and the two sports are very different in concept and also fan base to some extent. But why can't fans of Formula One also love the WEC and sports car? They've both got something unique to offer, but we're in a real golden era of sports car racing, and there is nowhere else I want to be. You know, if I can stay and win a few Le Mans and a few World Championships, I'd certainly be a very happy man. But you know, take nothing for granted nowadays. The competition is so high that you can't guarantee anything. No. I remember leaving Silverstone, you know, I was in a car with my two teammates and we were saying, you know, how great it was that we've got a competitive package. But even with that, to win a race this year, you cannot afford a mistake. No. You've got to be 110% on it, because there is 6 cars out there that all have the capabilities at every race of winning. And, you know, who knows, maybe Nissan will make that more in Le Mans. It is incredible. You know, there's going to be very few opportunities to win a race, and you've got to take them opportunities when you get them.
Well, thank you very much for spending the time with us to do this long one on radiolemans.com, and it's nice to hear you say that you feel you're at the start of another part of your career. Maybe that means we can talk again in the future on another long one about how you feel your career's gone since then. Ollie Jarvis, thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
Mobil 1. Get personal with motorsport. When we say live from the event, that's exactly what we mean. Our team of experts are at the track, pounding the paddock, patrolling the pits. More driver interviews, more insight, more information, more excitement. As it happens, it's live, it's here. radiolemans.com.
Around the world.
Around the clock.
Endurance racing direct to you.
radiolemans.com.
Get closer to motorsport with Mobil 1.
Mobil 1.
Well, hello everybody and welcome along to Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans for 2015. From our broadcast centre overlooking the Ford Chicane, the end of the 8.5 mile circuit here at Le Mans, right out in front of us at the moment, behind where that camera's looking at Graham and I and Paul Truswell. We're getting ready for the first 2 hours of qualifying for the 2015 event. The good news is the radar is absolutely clear. No chance of any even showers in this next 2 hour session. So stand by your beds, or if you're at the trackside, probably take a step or two further back, because this is going to be a blistering opening to this session. If you're listening on 91.2 FM, Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans around the circuit. Get your cameras ready. There's going to be some great sights and sounds as well. And don't forget that Nissan, the Nismo GT RLM with the exhaust flames coming out from the front of right in front of the windscreen, which is something quite remarkable. And also, we will expect to see some very fast times in this session. If you're further afield, then go to radiolemans.com, and on the front page you can join us in the studio as well. As I said, it's Graham Goodwin, editor of dailysportscar.com. Alongside me, Paul Truswell is over in the far corner. He has recreated the Woking data centre in 1/43rd scale, which I think is nice, over in the corner. A lot of people looking very, very sure about themselves in terms of this session. The weather forecast is clear, Paul, and what it looks like is the opportunity then for people to go for a fast time. With the weather forecast tomorrow iffy, or at least changeable or unknown, to say the least.
I think you hit the nail on the head. I mean, the first 10, 15 minutes to half an hour of this session, there's going to be fireworks. This is going to be certainly a very good opportunity to set a pole position time. It's going to be pole position time not just at the front of the field for the LMP1 cars, but right the way down the field, I reckon. The GT cars want to be up at the front of their grid, the LMP2 cars want to be up at the front of their grid. So expect a very busy track right from the get-go. But of course, because of the way that the cars just come out of the pits, there is going to be a bit of space. There is going to be the opportunity for fast cars to go around and set a fast lap straight away. And it's so nice to be able to look out of the window here and see, a bit of red in the sky, a little bits of gaps between the clouds, because for most of today we just had that kind of grey, slate grey sky, and just at the moment we can see some blue up there.
And no one in the sharp end of the LMP1 field, Graham, with any issues in that first session. So that's good news. It means that they've had the time to just hold the cars over the last couple of hours without having to do too much in terms of mending, fixing or fettling, although there was a couple of people who came to a sticky end towards the end of that first free practice session.
Yeah, I mean, I entirely agree with Paul, by the way, and it is such a pleasure after a frustrating test day and, frankly, a rather frustrating early part of the evening to actually see clear skies ahead for this one. Not very many problems, you're quite right, John. A couple of cars stranded by the side of the track at the end of the session. Problems for the Murphy Prototypes car, of course, in the free practice session. That car we won't see, but the tub is okay, as is Mark Patterson.
That's the most important part, clearly.
Absolutely right. But, I agree. I think we're going to see fireworks. Are we going to see a record? I don't think we are.
Why do you think not? Because you've been sniffing around a bit of a potential inter-Nissan rivalry that might become an inter-Nissan pact.
Well, I sort of wonder whether or not I can barely imagine that I'm actually going to suggest that this might even be a possibility, so apologies for troubling you with my mad ramblings, but that bearing in mind we know that I think there's a line in the sand been drawn around the 315 mark in terms of having to pin down these cars for the escalating performance that we're seeing. But I do wonder, I think Paul's about to dive in with this one, but I do wonder
you carry on.
Whether or not it's in the interests of the major factories to allow that to happen, and whether or not we might see them actually put their own cap on it.
And particularly as we have two factory squads that are from the same stable, as it were. Paul, you were talking earlier on about the 330 and how that had been held up as the limit. I suggested earlier on today in Midweek Motorsport, which by the way is available for download already, thank you Becky, thank you Tim, back in the London control room, that the ACO were a lot more relaxed about the 330, coming from what we'd spoken to Pierre Fillon and Gerard Neveu about, and it may be that 330 perhaps is too slow. But 3:15 might still be too quick.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're talking about two different things, because the 3:30 was only ever meant as a race average lap. 3:15 is clearly being talked about as an ultimate lap in qualifying. You talk about records, and it's worth just.
She's got the red book out.
I've got the red book out. The highest speed lap in qualifying was set in 1985 by Hans Stuck, and of course that was pre-chicanes on the Mulsanne Straight.
And that's average speed for the length of circuit.
For the length of circuit. Now, the length of circuit in those days was just 3 metres different from the length of circuit now.
Right.
Because of the way that the track has changed. Tete Rouge has got a shortcut in it, and there's a longer bit of track going down towards the Dunlop chicane. So an equivalent lap time now would be 3 minutes 14.8. So I think that is probably going to be out of range. But on this particular configuration of circuit, you go back to 2008, when Stefan Sarazan set the pole position time of 2 minutes 18.5. That's the fastest official lap. Of course, it's not a lap record because it was a qualifying lap. So it's not a lap record.
Hear this? That's that being blown away in this session.
Exactly. So we're certainly going to see the fastest ever lap on this configuration of the circuit.
I'd agree with that.
3 minutes 18.5 is entirely within range, although it is 2 seconds quicker than we've seen at the test day. It's 2 seconds quicker than the pole position lap last year. But
pole position lap was beaten in the last session.
And,
yes,
but then
by Mark Webber.
But then withdraw.
By Mark Webber.
Yeah, that's right.
Mark Webber beat us.
Fair enough. We should say Romain Dumas' lap time for the last session was taken away from him.
And rightly so, because
correctly so.
He found a huge shortcut.
Enormous madness, frankly, for a free practice session.
But he
incredibly
did go quite
risky.
far into the air.
He did rather. But
it's a shame he's not racing here this year, isn't it?
Right. But we also had that time beaten at the test day. By LMP1 cars, by Brendan Hartley, I think, at the test day, in far from optimum conditions. So I think you're absolutely right, guys. We're going to get that time blown away. And let's just remind ourselves of what the cars were at that time. That was full fat, full time, 900 horsepower, lots of aero, bigger tyres,
and a little bit of judicious digging around. Audi have probably got just over 900 horsepower now, combined on boost. Other than Nissan, who we know are relying far more heavily, he says diplomatically, on the internal combustion engine than any of the other manufacturers. Ben Bowlby telling Joe Bradley in Midweek Motorsport that they had done a number of laps without any hybrid at all. Didn't say how many. Didn't say how many he'd done with hybrid either.
A very considerable proportion, I would have said.
Yes. So Audi somewhere in the region of 900 to 950, perhaps even a little bit less than that, perhaps a little bit more. We'll never find out exactly. We know that last year Toyota had more than 1,000 horsepower, and they've optimised everything. So smart money is in them being somewhere over 1,100. And Porsche, well, who knows, and we'll never find out. But going up from 6 to 8 megajoules without any disadvantage of the extra weight, we think probably 1,200 plus. So
yes, I think so.
Digest that for a moment while we head down to the pit lane, and the first report from our Nismo pit lane team tonight. It's Bruce Jones down in the pit lane. Good evening, Bruce.
Good evening, John. And I'm with the face I saw on the podium at Zolder at the weekend, winning the Blancpain sprint round. I think he's got quite a winning record. Laurence Vanthoor, you're going to go out and qualify the 34 Oak Racing entry. You're looking forward to it?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, but obviously I'm a bit more nervous than I usually am because of the Audi R8. It's like my own bed. I know it very well. This car is still pretty new and it didn't have so many dry laps or running on new tires, so it's a bit unknown for me, but I will do my best and let's see what will happen.
Well, it was sort of wet, dry, but we saw some good pace from the KCMG Orica. Do you reckon you can topple that? What sort of mark do you think you can get down to if it's dry? It's dry now.
Honestly, I have no idea. We ran now on soft tires for the first time, but I drove them then and the feeling was not so great, so we changed some things and we'll try to go on the medium now and see if it's better. But like I say, it's all still new for me. I'm learning a lot, and time prediction is far off at the moment.
Well, look, I'll leave you to concentrate. Thank you much. That's Laurent Vantour, who I think I'm picking out as one of the rising stars of sports car racing.
Mark Schlesitsky, your car right now in a couple of different pieces. You going to be ready to go for qualifying?
Yeah, for sure we will be ready soon. We need to check some setups in the car and we will come on the track soon.
What was the issue?
It's just try to find the best setup for this track. You know, it's a new car, new track for us, so yeah, just need time. And unfortunately in the test day it was rainy a lot and we have no time just to find a good setup.
What did you learn in this first practice session?
A lot. No, seriously, yeah. Every kilometers of driving this car, you learn a lot, and team as well, especially about technical stuff of the car. And now we work in a lifting course because it's really hard to find good places to do it. And yeah, and overall balanced car need to find some good setup as well. Yeah.
For you personally, to be the first Russian P1 driver, what does that mean to you?
I'm really proud. I'm really proud to be first Russian LMP1 driver. I always thinking about it in the past, and yeah, it was my dream, and dream come true, you know. So I would like to continue. It's only one I really want.
And why are you guys been working on the lift and coast?
Yeah, you know, in a test day, like I said, it was rain, and we don't know exactly what's going on with lift and coast and all this stuff. And now it's really tough because sometimes it happens in place where you not expect it, and it's sometimes really dangerous when a car behind you. So we work on it to be safe, you know, to have a good places to have a lift and coast on it.
Is it to save fuel or to get energy?
Yeah, to save fuel. To save fuel.
Thank you, Mark. I'll let you get ready to go in the car.
Thanks a lot.
At Gearbox Girl is Shea Adam down there in our Nismo pit lane team. John Hindhaugh, Paul Trustwell, and editor of dailysportscar.com, Graham Goodwin. It's at RSL_studio for our studio computer here, which has been running things for us this week. Rebuilt by Gary Dodds up in the UK. I don't know what he's done to it, but it's taken over all kinds of things. GFD computers.
It's terrifying.
Look it up on the internet.
It's looking at me now.
Gary. I noticed earlier on, Carol Brink was having a little bit of back and forth about a HAL 9000, and I have to say the studio computer wasn't
Didn't tell us she was doing that.
No, it's very scary. Fabian has said to RSL Studio and at Specutainment, how amazing is it that we talk now very regularly about more than 1,000 horsepower, 1,000 horsepower.
Well, I think a lot more regularly next year. You know, we're talking a little about the Nissan there, and the potential of that car is stratospheric. If all things all things been equal, then we would be talking about a Nissan GTR LM Nismo that
with 2,000 horsepower.
2,000 horsepower potentially, and you know, I think we're going to get reasonably close to that if their plans, come to fruition for next year. So, yeah, number one, we're going to have a battle royal in just a few minutes' time. Number two, we've got, I think, the most spectacular looking new prototype for an awfully long time in that Nissan. It won't be on pole, but they made very good progress in terms of the times delivered in the last session.
I don't understand. I do, in some respect, understand the criticism that they've been getting for making the big, huge announcement and then perhaps not being able to back that up with LMP1-like performance at the moment. But considering it has so much less horsepower out of that car, and considering it was still fastest with about, I think, 4 laps of running down the trap speeds. Now, all right, the trap speeds don't count for anything other than down the trap speeds, but that is the concept of the car, Paul, that it will go fast in a straight line. Add horsepower to that, add punching out of the corners to that, add more time developing the car to that, and surely everybody's got to see that that's a concept that is worthy.
I had the opportunity. I didn't do it deliberately, but as you do when you're walking around at lunchtime, I bumped into bumped into Bob Neville, and God, dear, he looked miserable. And I said, God, but I just caught him off guard. He wasn't particularly miserable, but I just caught him off guard. And he said, oh, and I can look a lot more miserable than this. But he took the opportunity to show me around the garage and all this. But I said to him what I'd said on air a little bit earlier, is the worst thing they can do is to say to their drivers, right, go out and see if you can break 330. What they've got to do is to take small steps, small steps, small steps, small steps. And if they can continue to take small steps between now and when the race starts, and then get into that psychological frame of mind where they continue to take small steps during the race, and they're still running around at the end of the race, the driver psychology will be so positive, they won't feel like they've reached a ceiling and that's the end of it.
Yes.
They'll feel like they're in a car that's getting better and better and better.
Which is actually what is really happening.
Exactly.
And I think there's something else as well, which is, who did I say this to the other day? Harry Ticknell, in a conversation with Harry. Drivers don't get the opportunity in motorsport nowadays to develop something in the way that these guys are going to get that opportunity. If they stay with this program, that's a hugely valuable asset to have inside a team.
But developing in the public eye is never an easy thing to do. No. And ask John Doonan at Mazda Speed in the States about their P2 effort. I mean, it's just difficult. Very difficult indeed. Well, hello to all of you. You've tuned in from around the world. We're bringing together the biggest community of endurance and sports car racing fans that is on the planet at the moment. Stop it, Graham. And you can watch Graham's antics on the StudioVision powered by Duke Video, www.radiolemans.com, or on the Facebook page as well. It's beginning just to get into that gloaming time that we all love here.
It's
the lights,
lovely.
It is. The lights in the pit lane are beginning to become more evident, and see if we can hear from Eduardo Freitas talking to the field. We're being told that he's going to speak in a moment. The mellifluous tones, not of Marshall Pruitt, but of Eduardo Freitas. Well, we may have been thrown a slight wobbly there.
He's pressed the equivalent of the traffic button, hasn't he?
Yes, that's exactly right. Meantime, the cars are beginning to gather on the pit lane. Let's just take a quick breath before the cars go out onto the pit lane, and when you come back we'll be somewhere close to green for this 2 hours of first free practice at Le Mans 2015. Mobil 1, Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM.
The RadioLeMans.com forum is full of people just like you.
People who have opinions and aren't afraid to share them, just like you.
People who love all forms of motorsport, just like you.
At the track, on the radio, online.
Go to RadioLeMans.com and click on the forum button.
RadioLeMans.com.
Track action. News from the pit lane. Talk from the paddock. Mobil 1, Radio Le Mans. Radio Le Mans.
Well, it is literally 1 minute before we get the green flag for this first 2 hour section of qualifying. Another couple of sessions, of course, tomorrow, but with the weather perhaps not playing ball, this is the opportunity. And right at the front of the field, the KCMG P2 car sitting pretty, as it might well do there. The 45 car, it's the first time I've seen the 45 car in that yellow livery.
Well, the car you're just talking about, John, the KCMG car, the 47, was fastest in this afternoon's free practice session, and the only one of the P2s to get in amongst the P1 cars. I've got a funny feeling that was in the hands of Richard Bradley.
I think it was Matt Howson.
Oh, right, yeah, rather odd session,
Richard Bradley had taken it out early and stopped on its opening, on its outlet.
Water pressure problem, I gather.
They got the car back, sorted it out. Richard took it out for a few more laps, and then Matt Howson got in after that and went more quickly.
Right, fair enough.
So the time
certainly Richard put it on the top of the times, and they must have changed it back again. But that was the only car to get in amongst the P1s. The cars are away now with green flag flying, and the 2 hours starts right here.
There's a frisson of excitement.
Just a touch.
For me, I am very, very excited by this. The countdown clock has already started, and the bulk of the field will roll out. The question is, who gets the gap? Because even with the 8.5 miles around here, finding a space out there is never an easy thing to do. Audi number 8 out, Audi number 9 out of the big hitters. 2 Porsches out as well, 17 and 18, but 19 remains in the pit lane, as does the number
both
7.
Out. Both Sodas leave the pits right now. And the 23 Nissan joins in the fun. Now Mardenborough appears to be on duty aboard that car.
They're at the far end of what used to be the Granny Annex. We're now calling it the Innovation Station. And they have been very quickly out onto the circuit in the opening parts of all the sessions. The brand new colour scheme for Rebellion in a chrome flare red. It's one of these fantastic thin wraps, I believe. The other cars, is the other car in white, Graham, is it?
It is, yeah, white with red, and actually, for my money, actually looks better. That does look great, the red car.
Red and white is good for me, but white and red, not awful, in fairness. We do have the Sunderland Porsche this year, of course, don't we?
We're going to find there are going to be moments in this race, and those judgment calls when you've got a second to call the car, where you're going to confuse that Rebellion with the Porsche.
No, it's a different colour.
In the dark?
Well, in the dark. They all look the same in the dark, don't they?
The really spectacular
I lived 10 years of my life with that mantra.
The spectacular thing about those Rebellions, I think, is we're going to see it in this session, because all of the sponsor logos are reflective.
And that's the first time we'll have seen that happening. So 2 hours then to go. The temperature is somewhere on the track is 18.9. That's dropped a couple of degrees. 19.5, 20 degrees. So that is in Fahrenheit. The track temperature is what, 72 thereabouts. The track temperature is 36, 38, 68 on the track in the Fahrenheit scale, thereabouts. Gives you an idea for those of you who aren't used to the Celsius numbers.
Beautiful evening now.
Best part of the day.
Best part of the week so far, John. A little bit too warm, if anything, in scrutineering earlier this week.
So let's very quickly go down to the pit lane for 2 of England's finest. They're in competition this weekend. Bruce Jones,
Oliver Gavin and Darren Turner having a friendly chat, but it could be battle out there, could be war. Aston Martin versus Chevrolet. Who's going to come out on top?
It's always been like that for the last, 10 years or so. We've always been fighting against each other, and they're great battles. And obviously in GT1 it was only Corvette and Aston Martin, and now we've got the Ferraris and Porsches to play with as well. So as long as it makes for good racing and it's close, then it's all great, really.
Do you agree with that, Ollie, or are you going to crush the bar? Crush them?
No, I agree with Darren. I mean, it's been great fighting with the Pro Drive guys, whether it's Aston Martin or Ferrari from years ago. Now we've got the Porsche and the Ferraris here. You know, it's just a fantastic battle, and our class is fantastic to compete in and be in. So delighted to be here. The fans all seem to enjoy watching our cars compete and race. And I think we're both pretty lucky to both be in works cars and right out there racing and competing. So just having a chat about families and babies and kids.
Well, you've got to keep racing to keep affording them. But aren't you a bit upset? The track's dry for the first time and you're in here.
Well, I think everyone's going to try and get their night laps done as soon as possible. So Stefan's gone out in the 97, 3 laps, then me, then Rob, and then we can try and put some laps together for the qualifying. But in reality, qualifying is not a big thing. It's just nice to be near the front, and it's only for your own ego if you can get on pole.
Ego's a funny thing. Best of luck, guys. Shay up at Audi.
It's not looking good for the defending champions, as right now their car is sitting in 3 separate pieces. Lena Gage is walking back onto the pit wall after being in the garage. Andre Lutter walked to the back of the garage. Currently, it looks like Marcel Fassler is ready to go. Ben is standing in the back of the garage waiting his turn, but the car in its current condition not going anywhere anytime soon.
Shea Adam, and before that, Bruce Jones in our Nismo pit lane reporting team. You're listening to 91.2 Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans for 2015. Well, who is out there at the moment then? Both Toyotas, 1 and 2, Sebastian Buemi and Alexander Wirtz. Timo Bernhard in the best of the Porsches, the 17 car, the car that As soon as Mark Webber found out there was going to be a red and white paint scheme, he says, yep, that's the one I want, which is odd because he's a Chelsea supporter.
Absolutely. The cars out there at the moment in the order: 17 Porsche, 8 and 9 Audis, 18 Porsche, then the 1 and the 2 Toyotas. A little bit of P2 traffic as they passed us here, setting out onto their first flying lap, John. Let's see who finds the clear air, because we're already getting pretty quick sector times.
Neil Yanni in the 18 Porsche, also out there, and he's the man on the move at the moment with purple sectors in both sectors 1 and 2. The question will be, do you go for it immediately after a warm-up lap, or do you have to bring the tyres in a little bit slower? Remember, you do not have to start this race on the tyre that you qualified on. The tyre companies, notably Michelin, at the front of the field, there are joker tyres, there are extreme qualifying tyres that aren't exactly the same compounds or indeed even construction as the tyres that you'll use during the race, Paul.
Yeah, that's right. There's 7 sets of tyres that you're allowed to use in the free practice and the qualifying and the warm-up, and then you have a completely new set or new allocation of 12 sets that you're allowed to use for the race. You could use the same set for the race as you have done earlier, but you don't have to. So the 12 that you use during the race are a completely new set. So it really can be throw caution to the winds, and that would seem to be the order of the day up at the front of the field, as you say, John, with Neil Yanni slightly quicker than Timo Bernhardt, who is driving the number 17 Porsche, I should say, and the 2 Audis, just number 8 and 9 at the moment. Loic Duval in the 8, Marco Bononomi in the 9.
3:17.787. That is amazing stuff. 7.67. A Timo Bernhard, the 17 car. Loic Duval, 3.19.8. 3.16.887 for Neil Yanni on his first flying lap. And Porsche have blown that old record out of the water. They have completely destroyed it. The 18 and the 17 have both gone quicker. And wow, by how much? A 16.8. And they're only just getting up to speed at the moment. What have Audi got for their first, if you like, their first bets on the table? Loic Duval's got a 19.8, a 21.8 for Marco Bononomi. 8 and 9, the only 2 Audis with laps in at the moment. Wirtz, 25.6 for Toyota, and Buemi 28.9. Different strategy there, perhaps.
No, Toyota's in traffic, John, but that 3-second gap from Loic Duval back from Neil Yanni is pretty extreme, isn't it? And the Audi had what looked to me to be a fairly clean lap there, but that was an extraordinary lap from Neil Yanni. It seems to be off the throttle for this one. We've seen this before with the Porsches. You'll get a fast lap, maybe a slow lap, then another quick one. Let's wait and see whether or not they can extend the envelope here in this session.
Well, that's a function of how they work their hybrid power and the battery pack. Remember, they're up to 8 megajoules with a battery pack that has not got any bigger or any heavier than the 6 megajoule pack from last year. That's how quick this technology is moving forward. They didn't have the full 6 last year. They probably have close to the full 8 this year. Toyota with 6 and a full 6. Audi have gone up to 4, and Nissan with the GT RLM declaring 2, which is the least you can. They'll get a little bit more fuel for their V6, hence they're putting out a bit more power from the V6, not relying on that hybrid power quite as much. Paul Truswell.
Yeah, just to say, the number 7 car has now left the pit lane. Marcel Fessler, as Shea Adams said, is behind the wheel. And also the other Porsche, the number 19 car, which we didn't see initially, has now put in an appearance as well. That's out of the pit. So number 19 with Nick Tandy at the wheel of that one.
It's quite dark outside, looking out towards the Ford Hospitality, which will, I'm sure, be unveiled in all its glory on Friday when their GTE and whatever other programme, the Phoenix programme, of course, is the big secret, which isn't the GTE. Ooh. That's their next generation sports car, if you will. And remember, the Ford GT is a hybrid, so currently not actually eligible for GTE regulations. So we wait to Paris on Friday to hear what's going on, but it does look dark out there at the moment.
Talking of GTE, we've had Richie Stanaway set the quickest time in GTE at the moment with a 3 minutes 55.063. Pedro Lamy just going through second quickest in the other Aston, the number 98 car, which is the fastest of the AM cars, at 355.102.
And there should be no difference between those cars, of course. They both run to the same specifications, not like a few years ago when you had to run a year-old car in the AMs. And as Sam Collins of Race Car Engineering was saying, the Astons are the lightest cars in the GT category.
P2, meanwhile, again, the number 47 Orica topping the times there, but with John Lancaster second quickest at the moment in the Greaves Gibson, another new name, of course, this year on a chassis, the Exitec chassis now named as Gibson, and the Dome third fastest in P2. Car 61, meanwhile, gets a final warning for track limits in Zone 6, John. That's one of the AF Corse GT AM Ferraris. That car at the moment in the hands of Raffaele Giammaria.
And that's Tete Rouge, of course. If you haven't seen the new zones, we're talking about zones rather than Marshall's post. It's difficult for all of us, but Andy Blackmore's spotter guides and a number of other places on the web. By the way, I heartily recommend the spotter guides. Really good thing to have. As Neil, well, there's the answer. Neil Yanni, after doing the 16.8, yes, that's right, I'm not going potty, a 3:16.887, it did a 3:39.3. He's charging the batteries, literally, as well as metaphorically, him and the car, girding his loins, charging the batteries for the full 8 meg to get through the next 8.5 miles. So where is Yanni on the track? That is the question. Has he got a decent run? Down at Toyota, sitting at the moment in 5th and 6th position. We're also waiting for the first flying lap from Marcel Fessler, the Swiss driver of the number 7 Audi. Favourite for me this weekend, and strong favourite for me as well. It's been a while since I've been so confident about a car that looks at a crew that looks head and shoulders above the opposition, but that is the car for me this weekend, and I'm sorry for putting the kiss of death on that car right now, because I'm terrible at predicting anything. Look at the football team I follow.
Two of the Nissans out there. Michael Krum has just left the pits. Jan Mardenborough goes through 10th quickest with a 3:41.399. Put it into context, that's 24 seconds off that extraordinary time for the Porsche, but they're still looking for track time, still looking for ways to improve the pace of that car. But it is all about, at the moment, I'm afraid, John, can the Audis close the gap to the Porsches? Can the Porsches go quicker still? It doesn't look like this is an ultimately quick lap this time around. Yanni, no improvement in the first two sectors for him.
Just after 10 miles, let's have a look at the LMP2s. 47 Orica, Richard Bradley leads on a 39.8. Excuse me, that's his last lap, a 38.0 and a 38.9 for John Lancaster in the Gibson, the 41 Greaves car. Mitch Evans, who you heard in the break, in the 38, the mighty 38, the Jota car. What a debut for Mitch Evans at Spa, 3 or 4 weeks ago now? Seems like yesterday, and in some ways like many months, as we have those top three separated by just 4 seconds. Johnny Kane for the Dome in 4th position, the Stracker, the 42, then the Ligier of Pipi Tirani in the G-Drive car, the 28, is next up in 245, 6th position as the Audis come through, and Marcel Fessler's first lap only good enough for 8th as Timo Bernhard from 2nd in the 17, the red and white Porsche, the Salzburg ring copy, pops into the pit lane after his 3:17.7, which was at the time a qualifying record, but that got blown out of the water by 9/10 of a second, pretty much, by his teammate Neil Yardy the next time he came round. Nice. Those Porsches are super quick. A shame they're not going to last.
Up to 3rd in P2 goes Pipo Derani, the number 28 G-Drive Ligier Nissan, 3:41.335. There's been another improvement there. Second Rebellion goes through in a 3:34. Car 7, the Audi now gets a track limits warning. And this Tete Rouge. And this timing screen is going bonkers as the guys are actually popping in their banker laps in these early running, 15 minutes in the early running for this 2-hour practice session. Number 17, Porsche, meanwhile, John, is on pit road.
Yeah, not sure if one of our team are down there at the moment, but there was some fiddling with the front end. Not a euphemism.
I think it was a new nose.
It was
section.
a new nose, yeah.
It was not just taking the nose off and putting it back on again whilst they fiddled. It was going to get a new nose.
That normally means, Paul, that they're making some aerodynamic adjustment in terms of how the front end of the car splits the air. Not easy to do by just twisting things as you would on a single-seater. They'll have some that are slightly different.
Yeah, or possibly with different dive planes.
Maybe the lights, I suppose. It's not dark enough for the lights, is it?
Or with different headlights set up on it. But certainly the car gets a new nose. I wouldn't be at all surprised, I just whispered this to Graham before the session starts, if we now go into the banker section of this practice, because there is the important part of getting your drivers qualified through the night laps. They have to do 3 laps during the dark. Don't have to do it in this session, they can do it tomorrow, but why not get it done now, get it out of the way. But once all that's been done, what we generally find is the track gets quieter again. The lights are so good on these cars, particularly the P1s, you might actually find that right at the end of the session, the track has rubbered in, and it's got quicker, the air has got cooler. Okay, the track temperature will have gone down as well, but I think that will be compensated for by the other factors.
Well, I don't think the track... It'd be interesting to see. It's still just about 19 degrees Celsius. That's 68 or so... 70 degrees Fahrenheit on the track temperature. The air temp will drop, but I think the track temperature is probably going to stabilise. It might drop another degree or two. And here's the other thing. This track's not dark. There's nowhere on this track that is very dark now, and most of the corners are very, very well lit, to the point where drivers have told me you don't actually need the headlights at all, other than to let people know that you're coming up behind them. Interesting point here, and it's something we should mention for people coming into Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans, perhaps for the first time this weekend, or indeed for the first time full stop. Matt Solowski has said, how is qualifying sorted out and determined over the session tonight and the 2 tomorrow? Yes, but it's the single fastest lap.
Absolutely.
It is an oddity now in the FIA World Endurance Championship that uses an average method in the 6 hours race, but this is old school. This is go out there, do your laps, and the single fastest lap is the one that counts and sets the field for Saturday's race, which Paul will be reading out the grid after we've had the checkered flag on Thursday evening, all covered live here on RadioLeMans.com from our Mobil 1 broadcast centre. Properly dark now as the headlights are beginning to really be noticeable across towards the Porsche Experience Centre, and on the other side of the track opposite the Ford Chicane, appropriate enough, the Ford Hospitality Unit that we'll expect to see their major VIPs in over the weekend.
The other change for the 17 car, you mentioned that change in nose, it's also going to change the driver. Brendan Hartley's now aboard the car. Timo Bernhard started the session, of course, and Brendan now out on his outlap. Nick Tandy, meanwhile, pops up in 5th position. So all of the Porsches at the moment in the top 5, Tandy with a 323, getting ahead of the 2 Toyotas. They've now closed that gap that was around that 10-second mark to about 7.5 seconds. Yes, 7.5 seconds to the Toyota that was the class of the field on pace last year.
It is 18 minutes and 23 seconds, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 18:30 into this session. So that would have been 41:30 to go as we are watching the bulk of the field now in the pit lane. Very quiet from our Nismo pit lane reporters at the moment. Let's go down, in fact, to the middle part, the last part of the substantive part of the pits, the original part of the pits. And Shea Adam is down at Audi.
It was quiet down here, so I felt like if I talked, I would disturb the mechanics because the cars make no noise. The 8 and the 9 both came in at the same time. The 8 got a front wing change as well as a driver change, so Luca Di Grassi in that one. 9 didn't have the same sort of attention, so they're trying something on the 8 that they have been doing a little bit further down the pit lane. Unfortunately, they've been changing the front wings, but I think Bruce has more on that.
Well, a new nose on the 17. They did one lap, came back in, they've checked it over, and all is well back on the way. The 18 nose being put on the dolly jacks, and that's the black one, pushed into the the garage. They've got the nose off, but they're not bringing a new one in as yet. Mind you, they're using it in that old way of just blocking people from seeing what's happening, but it all looks quite orderly. The rear engine covers off, but I don't think they're changing the front end. But what incredibly strong early shots from Porsche. Have we seen the lot yet? I have a feeling we haven't, John.
No, I think you might be right about that. Problems for the 92 car. This is sitting how far down for Fred Makovici? Down, well, in the top half dozen of GTE Pro, although there's some AM cars in there with Pedro Lami's 98 Aston Martin showing very strongly indeed. It's Aston first and second at the moment, but with a Pro and an AM car. Fred Makovici with a black and white flag for Tertre Rouge again, and also the 71 Ferrari, the AF Corsa car. Now, who's at the wheel of that at the moment? That's James Collado. Very, very hot. It looks to me as though once again what we're seeing here, Graham, and we've seen this in the FIA World Endurance Championship, Eduardo Freitas, the race director, setting out his stall very early and saying, fellas, you've got to keep some part of the car on the track.
Two things to say. First thing is, you're absolutely right. There's been a stream of warnings about track limits, and I think at some point Eduardo is going to lose his temper with this.
Yeah.
The second thing to say is we're now got a Porsche 1-2-3 because Nick Tandy's just gone through the 319.2. So 316.8 plays 317.7 plays 319.2, 18-17-19.
Yeah,
Porsche
can we get
1,
it sorted
2,
out, lads? It should be 17, 18, 19.
Porsche 1-2-3, Audi now 4, 5 and 6, then the 2 Toyotas, then the 2 Rebellions. Yet to see a competitive lap time from the Nissans, Paul.
Yeah, Nelson Panciatici is the victim, if you will, in the Alpine, the Signatec Alpine. He was given a black and white flag for track limits at Tertre Rouge, but thereafter he's then got a further message come up to say that he's been reported to the stewards for exceeding track limits, and he's the first and thus far only one to have been reported to the stewards for that. What they get is they get a warning on the screen first, then they get a black and white flag, and then if they continue to transgress, then they get reported to the stewards. And that fate has befallen Nelson Panciatici now.
Jimmy Bruni gets a black and white flag,
isn't he?
Yeah.
So I think there's a number in that situation.
I think
John.
you're right. I think we're going to see a judicious loss of temper, or at least a judicious loss of patience.
That's the word.
As into and through the first chicane, Marcel Fessler not getting the number 7 Audi slowed down anywhere near enough to get through the middle part of that chicane a couple or 3 minutes ago, and that's a lap that won't be allowed to count. I wonder if he bailed out of that one. A 23.194 was his last lap, and it was his best lap thus far.
Not the first time that's happened, John. That car has done that exact same trick before. So obviously evidence there that they are pushing on with the Audi.
The other point, building on a point that Paul made a little earlier, the cars have not had a lot of long, dry running, neither at the test day nor this afternoon. So the guys are going to be, I think, pretty keen to get through this first flurry and back into some routine and use this time beyond the laps they've got to do with each driver. Because what they haven't really had the opportunity to do enough is dry running on tyre stints.
Paul, you were trying to find out a list of drivers who needed to have done their laps in the last session. I know Kevin Estrella was one because he's not raced here before, and he somehow managed to convince the stewards of the meeting that because he's a professional driver and a platinum driver, there is a waiver allowed in the rules that he didn't have to come to test day, but he's never driven a prototype car here before. He's not got prototype experience. I think he's very lucky to be allowed away with that, but he would have had to do 10 laps this afternoon and 10 proper laps.
Yes. I haven't got the list of whether that's been through, but the other thing that he will have had to have done is the driving test plus simulation.
Correct.
Which is I think it's a half a day session. It's not just a couple of laps on the simulator. It's a long old session with
about €5,000 as well, I think.
With a written test in it as well. So there's a lot to be done there. But certainly no suggestion thus far that any of the drivers haven't been.
€7,000, I'm told that costs. Shea Adam, what do you have for us?
The 96 was just stopped in the middle of pit lane and cars were having to dive around it. It got going again. The scrutineers stopped it because the driver's side door was not completely closed and the driver himself could not close it. So a mechanic actually had to run up there while other cars were driving up pit lane. A dangerous situation, but they did get the door closed and he is now out on the track.
Thanks, Shea. Another Ferrari, this time. So we've had the 51, the 61 now, and the 71, all with black and white flags, and speeding in pit lane for the 43.
They're going to start to be losing lap times here, I think.
Well, the problem is you can push the race officials so far, as we've got a problem in the circuit somewhere near to us. It must be right in front of us, because 35 is the Ford Chicane.
It's clear again.
And it happened just a few moments ago.
I suspect it's directly opposite, in front of the Motul grandstand.
Yeah, and it's the 31 car that's caused the issue. One of the Legion of P2 cars, John Fogarty in the Ligier, sitting in 28th position, that had the issue. That car has moved on, and the yellow flag has been withdrawn. Well, this has been a very, very interesting opening indeed. If you're just joining us, you've missed some of the excitement, as we've had just on 25 minutes of this session. Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans for 2015, 91.2 FM and around the world at radiolemans.com, of course. And Neil Yanni with a blistering lap, a 3:16.887, fully 9/10 ahead of Brendan Hartley in second place, and Mark Lieb has just left the pits in that 18, the red and white car. And here it's starting, gentlemen. The 71 car, this is not about speed, but it's about slap on wrists, as the 71 car earlier warned James Collado, reported to the stewards for Tete Rouge track limits. I have a feeling we're going to be seeing that quite a lot in the next few days.
And in a sense, there's nothing wrong with that, because it's laying down the marker.
Absolutely agree.
And what I hope is that the drivers don't just sort of think, oh, we better watch out at Tete Rouge, let's go over somewhere else. But that they do treat it sensibly. So yeah, provided we get some decent running tomorrow, then no harm will be done, and all it will do is to lay down what are acceptable use of track limits. We've had 5 cars thus far who haven't yet set a lap time, and in fact 3 cars that haven't even been out yet, one of which is the number 48 Murphy Prototypes Orica. So number 48, that car hasn't been seen, nor have we seen the number 21 Nissan yet. Number 22 Nissan has been out, but has come straight back in again, so hasn't set a flying lap time. And then the other one we haven't yet seen is the number 67, one of the 2 Team AAI Porsches. 67 is the 997 Porsche, probably the oldest car in the race, truth be known. So that's the car which Yun San Chen, Alex Capadia and Xavier Masson are sharing. That car not yet out.
Played a couple of those. 21 looked just about ready to go out, so they were just having a quick look back in the cockpit just a couple of moments ago. 48, of course, was the car that had the big shunt in the free practice session, so I don't think we will see that car this evening. We'll certainly see a bit, I believe, later. The number 67 car, typically, Paul, as you mentioned it then goes out. So when you go, and the second of the Nissans, 22 car, Mikael Krum, is in the 3rd sector, about to complete his first flying lap. So we are getting to the stage where it's a tiny handful of cars that want to put in a competitive time. Meantime, in P2, we have a new 3rd place car. Laurens Vantour has gone through in a 3:40.058. So that's just a little way off the 3:38.0 we saw earlier from the number 47 KCMG Orica. It's the Gibson still in 2nd place, with Gaetan Pilatu, who's just gone out in that car. Mitch Evans has been, in fact, I think they've had all 3 drivers in that car already. No, sorry, it started, wasn't it, by John Lancaster? It's Gaetan Pilatu now. Laurens Vantour is 3rd quickest in P2. Then it's Tristan Gomandy in the 2nd of the new Oricas, the 05 Coupe. This is the car based on the same tub, the same chassis as the Rebellion LMP1 car. So it's been all changed in P2. In GTE Pro, by contrast, it's pretty static in terms of positions. Richie Stanaway aboard the 99 car leads the way at the moment. 98 is the first of the GTE AM cars. That was a time set earlier on by Pedro Lamy. Then it's Jimmy Bruni and James Collado, but both of those cars have already been warned for track limits, gentlemen.
And that may well just concentrate their mind a wee bit. 91.2 FM at RSL_studio. If you'd like to get in touch with us, it's past. We've had 30 minutes already.
The hourly update on Radio Le Mans with Audi TDI. Vorsprung durch Technik.
So that massively impressive time, 3:16.887, early in the piece by the 18 Porsche. Quite remarkable. Neil Yanni putting that time in. Mark Lieb is now in the car, still 88 hundredths of a second, if you like, nearly 9/10. Let's call it 9/10. Away from the 17 of Brendan Hartley in second. Earl Bamber now aboard the 19, which is on a very respectable 3:19.2, but 2.5 seconds away from the fastest time we've seen tonight. Best of the Audis is the number 8 car, Luca Di Grassi, now in the 8 car, 3:19.866. Nearly 3 seconds away. That's remarkable, isn't it? Felipe Albuquerque is next up in the number 9 Audi in 5th position on a 3:21.0. 3:23.1 for Marcel Fessler. Looked like he might have had an issue trying for a fast lap early on in the 7 car. Toyotas 7th and 8th with the 1 and 2. Anthony Davison with a 24.3 and a 3:24.9 for Alex Wirtz. Then the Rebellions 31.2 for Nico Prost and Dom Kraheimer back in the pits now in the 13 car with a 31.9. Those two cars very evenly matched. As far as the P2s are concerned, Nico Lapierre in the 47 Orica has the best time, 38.0, 38.9. Gaetan Paletti in the Paletti in the 41, the Gibson, it's a Greaves car. 34 is Laurent Vantour now, 3:40.0, ahead of the P1 CLM, the Bicollis prototype of Pierre Caff on a 3:40.3. Best of the Nissans, by the way, 19th is Jan Mardenborough with a 3:41.3. In GT, it's the Aston show after we had the Aston Festival and their free practice during the dinner break. Richie Stanaway's time of 3:55.0, fast enough for the best in class. 3:55.1 for now Matthias Lauda, although it was Pedro Lamy who put that time in a wee bit earlier on. Jimmy Bruni, the best of the Ferraris, but on a tightrope at the moment. 51, 61 and 71 all on a warning, and in fact 71 has now been reported for track limits at Tertre Rouge, along with a whole bunch of other cars that we haven't been able to keep up with. There's been so many of them, and indeed, just as I say that, the 91 has an issue at the same part of the circuit. Jörg Bergmeister in the Porsche, so it's quite easy to keep up with. 51, 61 and 91 and 71. Yeah.
Yes.
If we had an 81, it's time to give him a warning.
51 reported now to the stewards, John.
They are all walking a tightrope, and Graham, we've just seen laps 1 to 5 discarded for consistent abuse of the limits. For who?
For the Signature Alpine. They've lost the first 5 laps of the session for exactly that problem. They're not going to last at this stage, John.
No.
And maybe this is Eduardo just putting down the marker to the rest, that he's going to be prepared to act.
Absolutely.
It's 91.2 FM, Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans, and that's your hourly update at just a little bit after 33 minutes after 10 o'clock.
Audi, Vorsprung durch Technik.
Let's head straight into the Nismo pit lane. Shea Adam.
Danny Watts, I got your name right this time. You have not been out in the car so far tonight, but Johnny has. He's been doing a lot of setup changes. Is that why he's been using so many sets of tires?
Well, we've had one run. He hit traffic on the 3rd lap, so brought him in. A couple of setup changes, minor ones, nothing too major. Another set of Dunlops, and see what he could do now.
What are you expecting for qualifying?
It's not our main focus, it's not our main priority. It's more important that we learn a bit more about the Dunlop tyre, to be honest, because we're still learning, and of course we've had The weather was not too good on the test day here and on our previous test at Spa, so we just need a bit more mileage. Nick and I just want to get ticked off to do our 5 laps so we can get into the race. That's priority. Worry about tomorrow then.
In order to do that, you first have to crowbar Johnny Kane out of the seat. That might be a struggle.
Yeah, he's been hogging it today, but we don't mind that because he's quick, he's reliable, and he's doing a great job. So, top man.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Another car, John, in the meantime, in trouble. That's a 71 car now, gets its first 6 laps docked. And we'll lose, I'm sure we'll tumble down the order when this screen's adjusting for that.
And also, Pierre-Luc Chatin in the Alpine came into the pit lane a couple of minutes ago. The pit lane red light, the entry light was on, meaning go to the weighbridge. He hasn't done it. He's been reported. And now there's problems for the 37. This is Kira Ladigin in the very pretty number 37 car.
That's a Tete Rouge, I think.
It is coming through Tete Rouge. He's caught the edge of the grass. He's been very lucky there.
Indeed.
And the new runoff area absolutely doing its job. The car sideways into the gravel, completely the wrong way around, and staying on the ground despite the best efforts of its driver to do otherwise. And at zone 6, which is Tete Rouge, you'll get used to these as we do as well. The main action areas, zone 6 Tete Rouge, zone 22 is the first chicane. Excuse me, zone 11 and 12 is the first chicane. 16 is the second. 20 is Mulsanne corner. 24, 25 and 26, Indianapolis and Arnage. Porsche curves 30 to effectively 32, and in front of us it's 35 at the Ford Chicane.
Meantime, that car must be clear at the moment. The yellows, I think, no, yellow's still out, apologies.
Yeah.
But fastest time for Jan
tractor required there.
Gets him rather closer to the top 10, all filled by P1s at the moment. 12th quickest now for the number 23 Nissan GTR LM Nismo with a 3:38.468, which I think, Paul, is the fastest Nissan time we've seen so far.
Yes, it is.
First time under 3:40, I think.
Yeah.
So Jan Mardenbredt beginning to get to grips with the number 23 car.
Yes, if you are in a position where you can see a timing screen, when the penalties get applied, they actually get applied to the timing screens as well. So, say for Nelson Panciatici, it was 5 laps deleted. And for James Collado, he's had his first 6 laps.
All of his flying laps, that accounts for.
Deleted, yes, because his 7th lap was an in lap and his 8th lap was an out lap. So right. The next one will be effectively his next best lap coming up now. So James Collado still with work to do.
So down to the Nismo pit lane. Bruce Jones is still around the Porsche area of the pit lane.
Well, I thought I'd pop up there and have a quick look what was happening. The number 17 came in. Don't forget that is second fastest at the moment. Still Neil Yan in the 18 holds sway, but Timo Bernhardt has taken it over again. He went out at the start of the session, just taken it over from Brendan Hartley. Maybe this is the chance for 17 to take a tilt at pole. The pit lane is fairly busy, so that means there aren't as many cars out onto the circuit as there could be. So maybe this is the big shot for the 17. Mark Webber still helmeted but hanging around at the back of the garage. I think they've put Timo Bernhardt in back for a very clear purpose.
Fred McAvinky out on this circuit in the gathering. It's not even gathering gloom now. This is properly dark.
But beautifully dark. It really is magical time here at the circuit. My favourite time, I have to say, is just as it's getting into full darkness and the guys are still fully lit here. Wonderful, wonderful scenes out the windows here. And time's still coming. Yeah, Mardenborough brings a 23 car into pit lane as the 17 Porsche and the 8 and 9 Audis head out for another crack at it.
Very impressed by the speed that we've seen from everyone tonight, but they've just got to ease themselves down a little bit.
Still double yellow in zone 6. That's going to take the edge, of course, off times just at the moment. That's for the recovery of the SMP.
And there's
the
also a yellow being shown, according to the screen here, at the first chicane on the Mulsanne Straight.
I think that's just disappeared.
That's
disappeared. Right. I think you're absolutely right. So the whole field at the moment, we've, as Paul was saying a little earlier, we have 3 cars that are not so far posted a full lap time. One of those is Davide Rigon in the
James Collado.
James Collado, now Davide Rigon, in
Yes.
the number 71 AF Corsa car that's had all of its completed laps deleted. We haven't yet seen out of pit lane at all the number 48 car, and we're not going to see that car after the issues for the Murphy Prototypes Orica earlier. And we've had one in and out, I think, from the number 21 car. It's got Sugio Matsuda at the wheel at the moment and is still on pit road, Paul.
Absolutely right, except I'd have said out and in rather than in and out. But yes, he came out of the pits and then came into the pits thereafter.
It's a fair point, well made and nicely presented, that, Mr. Trustwell.
He didn't reverse it down the track. I
No,
got
no,
confused
that-
with the front wheel drive bit, that's
exactly.
what it was.
What would be interesting, actually, is presumably because James Collado's times have been deleted, he will also have to do his night qualifying laps again.
It's a very good point again, yes.
Because he came in at the point at which his lap times were deleted, then those won't count. So presumably he'll have to do those later.
Yeah, can confirm there was indeed a yellow flag at zone 11. That was Nico Lapierre in the fastest of the P2 cars. The moment has had a spin and has rejoined, so we believe with no particular drama. But yes, indeed, the timing screens tell the story of a very slow middle sector indeed for Nico Lapierre. What a delight to see him back here with a smile on his face.
Just reflecting on what Bruce just told us about Timo Bernhardt going back out again at the wheel of the number 17 car. Not quite sure why they would do that and not put Mark Webber in the car for his turn, just to get his laps in now.
Something odd going on there. Bruce Jones is down there. Is that? Did I just see the 17 car heading back into the pits?
You most certainly did, and now Mark Webber will get it to go. He's just come out. So why Timo went just to do one readjustment lap? It was a very short pit stop before. It's being refueled now. Hopefully, if he gets his helmet off, I thought so. Well, obviously, I thought Mark was disappointed. This seemed the right time, but guess what? A new nose is going on the car.
No, this will be for his night laps, won't it? Because Timo only did 4 laps. That was it. He needs to do 5 laps at night. He only did 4 laps, so he was just finishing off his 5 night laps.
Okay, well, Mark's already underway. So Mark Webber, is he going to be the one that takes... Oh, he's pulled away and then he's stopped about 2 garages further up. Now he's got it going again. But is this the guy who's going to put the 17 car on pole? Can they topple the 18? But it's very, very crowded down here at Porsche. They're waiting for the 18 to come in now, so I'll step out of the way.
So with an hour and 18 minutes still to go, 91.2 FM from the Mobil 1 Broadcast Centre overlooking the Ford Chicane. Good to have your company. Live in StudioVision, powered by Duke Video. It's all happening here. We had the excitement of the fast laps earlier on. And now I suppose the naughty school children being told off by the headmaster at the moment, as we've gone yellow again, just coming out of the Forest S's. Well, yeah, just at the bottom of the hill there. That would suggest to me somebody's lost it just where the Bugatti circuit heads off to driver's right. So down the hill from the Dunlop chicane, and we might be able to spot who's off on the side of the circuit, as through that area comes the 51 car with the Giancarlo Fisichella in that car at the moment. Now he's in that zone and I can't see yellow flags there, double yellows it's saying, and I have to say they weren't evident to me at that point, as into the pit lane comes the number 7. This is Andre Lotterer.
That was on a quicker lap for Lotterer, so either his Delta was telling him something unpleasant, or this is part of the plan. But Lotterer currently sitting in 6th position, and third of the Audis, not a place he's used to being, of course, in the number 7 car. Very much the favoured sons here of the Audi pack, the superstar group, I guess, Paul.
Well, certainly favoured by John Hindhoff this weekend. He's really sealed their fate, hasn't he?
Yes, I have.
Never mind. I just reflecting on what I was saying, how the rest of this session is going to pan out, bearing in mind that we now have 3 Porsches in the first 3 places, 3 Audis in the next 3 places, and then the 2 Toyotas in 7th and 8th places. We may well have seen as good as we're going to get from all of them. I would be surprised, I'll put it no differently than that, if Andre Lotterer actually manages to persuade Wolfgang Ulrich or Ralf Juttner to give him another set of soft tyres and go out and go faster. They are restricted to the number of tyres they can use during the qualifying sessions, or the number of dry tyres they can use during the qualifying sessions. And of course the fact that it is dry now and it might be dry tomorrow, they may say, well no, let's keep our powder dry, let's keep the tyres available just in case we need to use them. If I was running the team, I'd say, look, that's good enough, let's leave it the way it is. But sometimes drivers are very persuasive to their team managers.
Yeah, well, they've got the headline, haven't they, already this evening? That's an extraordinary lap, and it certainly wasn't in cruise mode. That's a full fat lap if ever there was one.
But it was done straight out of the box. There was no warming up. Okay, I mean, a lap round here is certainly far enough to warm the tyres, so there was no question of getting the tyres properly up to temperature. But once you get to that level of performance, it really is just down to having whether it's a clear lap, whether you have any traffic at the wrong point.
Well, just to put it into context, Ollie Jarvis with a 3:19.8 is fourth quickest. That is 3 seconds off the pole time, or the provisional pole time, but that time that Ollie Jarvis has put in is 2 seconds quicker than pole last year.
Correct. And how much quicker are Toyota than what they did last year?
Not at all.
How much slower are they than what they went last year?
3 seconds.
So they've stayed in the 6 megajoule class. They've gone faster at Silverstone. They've gone faster at Spa.
But not here.
But not here.
So what's going on there, Paul?
I don't know. But something is. Something has not worked for Toyota, or they have bags of dry sand at the back.
Anybody watching Paul on the live studio vision at the moment will notice a quizzical look. It is a bit strange, isn't it? Just noting there as John comes back into the studio that we've got clearly the Porsches going much quicker. We've got the Audis going much quicker, but we don't have the Toyotas going quicker. In fact, slower than last year, John.
Let's find out what that lap of 3:16.887 was like from the driver who did it, Bruce Jones. Nismo Pit Lane reporter has the fastest man around Le Mans in this configuration, Neil Yanni.
Neil, the fastest man ever around Le Mans in this configuration of track. What did a 3:16 lap feel like?
Quick. I promise you it felt quick, but you know, I still think it's not over yet. The track is still quite green after all the rain we have seen. It hasn't gripped up really yet, so there is still more in it. Plus I also know I overtook 2 cars. I had a bit of traffic, which I know cost me some time. We'll have to see. I don't think it's over yet, to be honest.
But from a personal point of view, do you just want to take the mark a bit lower, or would you be quite happy if that stayed as pole time?
To be honest, you know, pole is pole. No, I wouldn't mind if that is already pole, but somehow I don't think yet that's enough. I think there has to be a bit more in it, and I know there is more in it. So we'll see. You know, we'll see how this session develops, and tomorrow with the weather.
All right, Neil. I can see you've still got the glint in your eye. Thanks very much. And now Shea has Nathaniel Berton.
Nathaniel just ran to the back of the garage really quickly to grab a bottle of water, but the car was just running, and I asked him if he wanted to do the interview before, and he said, no, I'd rather wait until the engine stopped. Well, the engine has stopped. Nathaniel has returned, and it's good news that the car is running and that you're in your fire suit. Are you going to get out tonight?
Yeah, hopefully, yes. I mean, the guys are doing an amazing job, and we are expecting to be back on track before the end of the session, so it's really, really good. I'm just being ready and waiting for it.
Will you guys go for a good qualifying time tomorrow night?
Yeah, hopefully it's not gonna rain tomorrow. That's why we have to secure a decent lap time on the dry today. And again, the boys are doing a very good job, so hopefully it's gonna be enough.
How much do you push tonight if you do get back out?
As usual, I will be in quali mode, so I hope to get a good lap time.
Thank you, Nathaniel.
Thank you.
That's a good job by the Murphy Prototype.
Very good
team.
job.
And this, by the way, Envision is what a golf clap looks like at Radio Le Mans.
Only works if you're watching Studio Vision, powered by Duke Video. And I know that one or two of you listening on a variety of platforms may have lost us for a few months, but the Studio Vision continued to truck on. And thank you for just switching over for a moment. Circumstances beyond our control there. No, it wasn't me tripping over the wire, before anybody says that. Although that will be beyond most of our controls. Interesting that Andre Lotterer lap, you mentioned it, he was doing quite well, Graham, and looking for something around a 3:19, I think, and then bailed out, came in so lightly that he made a mistake on the last part of the run. Paul, have you got where the splits are on one of your screens there? Part 1, which is about 34 and a bit seconds, is from where to where? So start line, obviously, to...
From start line is to Tertre Rouge.
Part 2, which is about 79 seconds.
To Mulsanne Corner.
If you're on a quick one. And then the last one, which is from 90-odd seconds, isn't it?
From Mulsanne Corner, down through Indianapolis and Arnage, through the Porsche curves, and back home.
That's not really... Is that distance? Or is that
purely where the timing loops happen to have been laid?
Okay, right.
So it's basically there is one timing loop at the beginning of the Mulsanne Straight and one timing loop at the end of the Mulsanne Straight, and those are your 3 sectors. There are other sectors are available, and if you go onto the Alcamel timing results website, which is not a huge secret, but you do need to hunt around a little bit for it because it doesn't come up on Google searches, but I'm sure it's around somewhere if you ask on the collective. But if you go onto their timing results website, that does give you completely after every session all of the official timing bulletins, and it also gives you a sector time through the Porsche curves, which is very interesting to see.
An additional sector time.
An additional sector through the Porsche curves only, and then it also gives you a sector time through the Ford chicane only. So just the left, right bits of the Ford chicane. Those can make quite interesting reading.
Richard Leitz behind the wheel of the 91 Porsche, heading through the very well lit portion of the circuit that is Indianapolis. Now coming to Arnage, there were blue flags waving for a moment there as through went one of the prototypes and out has come a yellow at Mulsanne Corner. That, by the way, write this one down, is zone 20 as Richard Leitz continues his run back in the 91 car, currently sitting in 6th position. This is an outlap for Richard, as there's been an off, and it is a Ferrari.
That looks like the 55
it
car to me.
Does look indeed like the 55 car, which would have made it who? Michael Avenatti?
Oh, excuse me. Cameron in the car at the moment at Mulsanne Corner.
And there was also a yellow flag at Tertre Rouge there that I noticed just a moment ago. Now, who is on board the number 8 car at the moment? That's Ollie Jarvis. Thought that was a stunning chat that he had, that we had with him in that break session.
I'm a huge fan of Oliver Jarvis.
No, me too.
He's
I have to say I did
deal.
very little in that interview, but threw a few questions at him. He was very open and very honest.
He's an extremely quick racing driver, former winner of the Macau Grand Prix, and
very good GT driver as well, you know.
For my money, he should have been in a proper Audi last year.
3 times he's done just Spa and Le Mans, and as he said in that interview, and we'll play that again on 91.2 Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans, and it will be podcasted after this week. He said, you know, that was hard to take. It was frustrating.
Yeah, and particularly, I spoke to him just after Le Mans 2 years ago when he'd done his first works Audi drive, and he was easily the quickest driver in the car. I said to him afterwards, you know, you were a quick driver. He didn't even know. It hadn't crossed his mind to find out.
Many of our listeners will have been onto a popular video uplink site to see the Audi tests at Monza that they've done for the last couple of years, where they've run the prototypes without the chicanes. What a lot of people don't know is they also ran the GT3 car at that point, and Ollie did the bulk of the testing for what is now the new R8 round there. And he said, if you think that looked scary in a prototype car, imagine what it was like in a GT3. Smashing, lad. By the way, for those asking about podcast this week, the priority for podcast this week will be track action, and they'll be going up on radiolemans.com on the front page, but also on the Le Mans, the Mobil 1 Le Mans archive page, and then we'll get some of the features put in later on in the week. Although I have to say, Midweek Motorsport is already up there because Becky and Tim have been working so hard today.
Fantastic. Duncan Cameron still stuck at Mulsanne Corner, but I think he's just getting going again now. Interestingly, he had a moment at the first chicane as well, where he'd apparently kind of done the same as we saw whoever it was in the Audi doing a few laps before.
Marcel Fessler.
He'd gone.
Marcel Fessler did.
Marcel Fessler it was who did it. So he'd done something similar at the first chicane, and then he had that moment at the end of the Mulsanne Straight. So I just wonder if there's some problem with the brakes or something on the car, rather than it being Duncan.
You'd like to think so. I mean, certainly he's done plenty of laps around here now. Did the
He's
test
just knows
day
his way
course
around, yeah.
last year, did it again this year. Was in fine form at Scrutineering, and thoroughly looking forward to his race debut here, as of course is Alex Mortimer, who shares the car with both Duncan and Duncan's regular driving partner, Matt Griffin.
Well, funny enough, as you mentioned that, Bruce pops up and says he's standing at the 55 garage with Thrapston's finest Ferrari driver, Matt Griffin.
Matt, you were just looking at the screens there. Obviously, the 55 Ferrari is out on the track, and Duncan's had a moment. We were just wondering, is there a braking problem that perhaps he's suffering?
Well, we're not sure what happened at this moment, but for sure we had a problem with the diff in the first practice session, and we were really struggling with it. And then obviously the lack of proper running in first practice really hampered us. So I mean, I went out at the start of the session. The car doesn't feel great under braking. It's moving around a lot. Well, I mean, I did a 59.0, but we didn't do a quali run. I didn't even use a soft tyre. I kept the mediums on. We're just working to try to solve our problem for the race. I don't exactly know what happened to Duncan then. I can see the car's stranded, but in a strange place. So I'm hoping he hasn't hit anything. If he has, it doesn't look too bad. We'll get the car back. But for us, we're trying to make the car a bit drivable. We hope that the diff problem hasn't come back again, because that really affects the braking of the car and makes the car super unstable under braking, and it's a possibility that's what happened there.
Now, how about the handling of the Ferraris, though? Almost all the AF Corsa cars seem to have been reported for exceeding track limits, certainly the GTE Pro class cars.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't get any warnings, but in saying that, I wasn't absolutely on the limit doing a qualifying lap, because we were actually working to a slightly different program, and why we're P9. The Astons have a massive advantage, you know, there's no other way of saying it, and I know that between the Pro Ferraris and the AM Ferraris there's a big difference in the spec of the car, and to my understanding there's none between the AM and the Pro Astons, and it just seems that the Astons have a big advantage at the moment. Obviously for us, for Ferrari and the Pro car, we have the secret weapon, Jimmy Bruni. He seems to be able to pull lap times from thin air and keep the car up there, but for the rest of our mere mortals, I think we are struggling a bit to find balance and overall grip, but you know, we're going to plug away. The race is 24 hours, and I think that at least with our 55 car, providing it's just coming back now, we think we're going to be very strong in the race pace wise. We might have a crack at qualifying tomorrow if we sort our issues out now, but we got to get the car back and see what the actual problem was.
Okay, Matt, thanks very much. You're not a mere mortal.
No, he's not. A very thoughtful young man in so many ways, and glad to see Matt getting his due desserts. Now, problem out on the circuit for Audi number 7. It's facing the wrong way. Ben Treluer just put in the car's fastest first sector, and now he's sitting at Tertre Rouge, in fact just before the first chicane, facing the wrong direction with cars coming at him very quickly indeed. Very dangerous position on driver's left in the braking area and just on the turn-in for the first chicane. And Andre Lotterer and Marcel Fessler, his teammate, well, he was coming up towards one of the Aston Martins, down towards the first chicane. All looks good. Into the braking area, down through the box, and instead of being, in fact, he was coming out of it. I'll take that back, and it's caused a red flag. He got, now that's not where he finished up. On driver's left, so something else happened after that. Fessler's gone through there a couple of times and gone through the bollards.
I think he's probably tried to recover it to the inside, John, and then found himself stuck there.
He may be stuck in the gravel, actually, in that. That gives us a fantastic opportunity to run down the GTE standings at the moment. It's the 99 Aston Martin that leads the Pro in 32nd position overall. The 98 AM is in second position in the GTs. And ahead of the rest of the Pro field. So Aston Martin really using their advantages to the fullest at the moment. The second best Pro car is one of the Ferraris, the AF Corsa 51 car. Giancarlo Fisichella has just gone out in that car. His lap is ruined with this red flag. Jan Magnussen behind the 63 wheel. That is the Corvette in third place in Pro. In fourth place in four is his teammate Tommy Milner. And these guys separated by about 3 seconds before the... Excuse me, I've missed out the second Aston there, the 97 of Rob Bell. These guys separated the top 5 or 6 in GTE Pro by about 3 seconds. Second in AM, by the way, and right in the midst of the pros as well, the Francois Perraudot-driven 83 Ferrari with a 56.7. Third in AM, Victor Scheitar has been driving the 72 Ferrari. So the top 3 AMs well up among the pro runners. That's how the GTE field stands at the moment. It's exactly 10 o'clock here in France. Scrub that. It's exactly 11 o'clock here in France. 10 back in the UK. 91.2 FM, Mobil 1, Radio Le Mans for 2015.
RadioLeMans.com, Motorsport's original internet broadcaster. Our world-class live coverage has been setting the standard for over a decade, and now it's even easier to listen. Just go to RadioLeMans.com. You don't need an app or a download. It's Motorsport 24 hours a day, every day. And remember, we have a huge archive of motorsport audio ready when you want to listen. Live, on demand, on download. 3 ways to listen. One place to go. RadioLeMans.com. Get closer to motorsport with Mobil 1. Mobil 1.
So welcome along to the last hour of the qualifying. Oh, now that's interesting. This clock has stopped. The clock has stopped on the countdown, Paul. I wasn't expecting that, but we've seen this happen before. It's a minute after 11 here in France, but we've still got an hour, 1 minute and 46 seconds to go.
That's right, and apparently the red flag was not due to the Audi having spun, but the Greaves car has had a problem, has stopped at Mulsanne corner. And it's that which has triggered the red flag rather than the Audi having its whoopsie at the first chicane.
Well, we're not getting the team radio here, I'm afraid, so we aren't able to eavesdrop on what's being said from the race director or the team. Into the pit goes the Toyota number 1, defending world champion, sitting in 7th position. 7th and 8th for the Toyota at the moment, and it is Anthony Davison who is impassive behind the wheel of that number 1 car.
Would be good to hear from the sort of Toyota to deal with that apparent disparity between the progress we've seen year on year from the other 2 factory teams at the top of the timing screens and the falling back in time, Paul, in overall time from the Toyotas.
Well, yes, and particularly because, as I say, the Toyotas weren't slower at either Silverstone or Spa if you compare their 2014 times with their times from this year. So that doesn't quite make sense, John.
Just following up on something from earlier on about honking big holes in the top of wings, I'm looking at the number 8 Audi at the moment, and it's got a honking big hole in the top of the wing.
The front wing, yes, but not in the top of the back wing. What we were discussing with Sam Collins earlier on was the piece of black plastic
tape,
or paperwork or something over the top of the rear wing, which looked like a hole, but which wasn't a hole because the holes were on the inside of the wheel arch.
The rear fenders, as it were, yes. The wheel covers.
Which these holes are really, really, really helpful for, particularly from where the press room here is at Le Mans. You can look down and see which tyres the cars are actually running. One other quick update, by the way. Paul, very helpfully, ran through the cars that hadn't actually posted a lap time a little while ago. We're down to only 1 now that's actually not going around at pace, and that is the number 48 Murphy Prototypes car. We heard from Natalia Berton that hopefully we'll see that car out later
Remarkable.
this evening. That'll be absolutely wonderful. That means all 3 of the Nissans have now posted at least 1 flying lap. Olivier Pla, the quickest of those, with a 3:38.468, lies in 12th position, with just that 47 Orica ahead of him. Then the Mikael Krum car, the number 22 car, with a 3:43. And just before the red flag came out, we saw the first flyer from Tsugiya Matsuda, who's in the top 45, now 43rd position, albeit just inside 4 minutes, 3:58.2, John.
Let's head down to the Nissan pit lane team.
On the spot and in the heart of the action, the Nismo pit lane team. Nismo. Eat, sleep, race, repeat.
As a Nissan drives by us, Philippe Albuquerque, we're standing on the pit wall, and you just said it's a beautiful night. We should have some fireworks. There have been some fireworks on track from Porsche so far with that lap time. Were you expecting that right out of the box?
I mean, we knew that they would go fast, as they show in the previous races in FIOEC. I mean, they have more boost, and they can maximize that for one single lap. But what we've been seeing in other races, and it's what we expect, is in the race it's totally different. So we did our job. They did a really good lap, so congrats to them, and we will see.
Do you have anything for them?
We haven't in the race. I doubt that we can do that lap time. I mean, Neil Yanni just put it perfectly. But yeah, I don't know, to be honest.
Do you think the 16 is the lowest we'll see?
Probably. Really, probably. I don't know how much they have left, but it was the best sectors that we have seen so far in everywhere. Middle sector was impressive, but it depends also for tomorrow. I think later on this night will be even better, because the track is of course getting better and better. But we need to wait to see for tomorrow, because if it does not rain, and not tomorrow, it's going to be another chance.
So what do you guys gain from running tonight then?
Well, we have a lot of work to do, because the pre-test we had all the wets, so we have a lot of the schedule plan. We need to go through it. We are driving now whole tires, and the other guys are testing some tires, and there is plenty of work to do.
It's all for fun. Thanks, Philippe.
Thank you.
Always good to hear from Felipe Albuquerque. Well, we were rather thrown off the scent a wee bit, because there was not one but two Audi incidents there.
Trouble, yeah.
The 7 and the 9. Ben Treluet spun at the first chicane,
having just done his fastest sector 1.
Yeah.
So he was on a flyer, and the fastest for that car.
For that car, yes.
And Chief Inspector Straswell, I think, worked out what happened to the second one.
And at Mulsanne Corner, we then had a problem either with the Audi number 9 trying to avoid the Greaves Motorsport Gibson, get it right, or vice versa, but the two of them having a problem with the Greaves car finishing up on the outside of the corner, and the number 9 Audi finishing up on the kind of inside of the corner, or on most of the track at least. That was Rene Rast at the wheel of the number 9 Audi, who has actually finished up as his 5th fastest at the moment.
But he's on his way back slowly to the pit lane. Gaetan Palatu, who is the man at the wheel of the number 41 car, is stationary, I believe, Paul, still out at Mulsanne Corner.
Okay. Well, this has been a topsy-turvy session, hasn't it? It really has.
Meanwhile, the queue outside race control is growing, with Tristan Gomandy now being summoned to see race control immediately. And Tristan Gomandy from the number 46 crew. This is the Thierry by TDS Racing Orica 05, the Nissan engine car. That car currently 4th fastest in P2. So drama's not of the welcome kind at the moment in LMP2. We've had the extraordinary drama so far in terms of lap times from P1 in the very early running of the session. That fantastic 3:16.887. Timo Bernhard making it pretty clear, John and Paul, that he thinks there's a lot more in it.
David Wally pointing out that given that the 9 spun coming out of Mulsanne under red flag conditions, is Rene Rast in trouble for that?
I don't think it was under red flag conditions. Okay. I think it was a replay that we were seeing, because what we didn't see was an instant. Quite what happened with the Greaves car. Still cars.
I'm looking at the Aston Martin, the art car, and if you squint really hard, you can see a face in it. Do you know that? You can. There's a lion and a tiger. Yep. It's good.
I found Wally, by the way.
Did you?
It's just by the windscreen wiper.
Right, fine.
The Nissan has made it
Paul
back,
Smith.
the 22 Nissan. So
22 Nissan wasn't in trouble, it was the 41 car.
yes, I just thought the 22 Nissan was making its way slowly back. Here's Rene Rast making it back to the pit lane.
Red lights still out on the circuit. The responsible adult is listening to the web stream. So if you hear chuckles in the background that don't seem to actually match up with what we're seeing, she's a little behind. Lovely little behind.
Is or
actually.
oh right, yes, sorry.
You went the same place I did, Paul. Absolutely. So.
It does look
hearing
though as
from
though the time is going to be added on, which
Yes.
is a good thing.
I think is that in part, Paul, because we've not had a lot of dry running? Is
No,
that
exactly.
in part because I think they feel the need to make sure that the teams are given as much time as possible to go through that job list? We talked about this at test day. We talked about this earlier in the afternoon. There's a lot of work to do here beyond going for just that one quick lap. A lot of work.
We've got eyes all around the circuit at the moment, and a couple of people, David T included, who is the wonderfully named lights_2_flag, says number 9 spun under red at Mulsanne, no avoidance or anything. So, Rast, if that is the case,
Could it be oil? It could be oil.
It could have been on somebody's oil. Yeah,
Yep.
that is very true. Gaetan Palatou still waiting for the former Mijet driver and GT Academy winner, the young Frenchman, to come back in what is, of course, the second place car in P2 at the moment.
Its first proper motor race in France. Isn't that quite incredible?
And quite a late addition to the entry as well, wasn't it? It was only at
There was a shuffle
last week that Bjorn Verdheim kind of made room for Gaetan to be able to step into that Greaves car.
His performance in everything else he's driven, I would say, was certainly good enough to warrant an opportunity.
Yeah.
And we've seen, haven't we, from the GT Academy drivers, and interestingly, Gaetan was possibly more experienced than most, probably since Lucas Ordóñez.
Just looks a bit too much like the school swap, though, doesn't he? rather than a racing driver.
Lovely
He's
lad.
the guy that you go and ask to help you with your maths homework.
But he is a lovely lad. He's a very lovely lad. P3, of course, LMP3, his full season programme in the European Le Mans Series with Team LNT. And due to local law session, we must end at midnight. The flashes up. So I'm afraid attempts to extend this session are going to come to naught, gentlemen.
That's unusual because we've seen it happen in the past. In fact, I would have, when Eve and I were doing the schedules for this evening, we said, yeah, midnight. Oh, yeah, but that's the one they always extend to half past because they'll try out all the yellow flag periods and all of that sort of thing.
I've got the studio cam actually race control. I can see it from here, and we've got Eduardo Freitas being wrestled to the floor by a local bailiff at the moment.
Oh, wouldn't you like to have StudioVision in race control?
Oh, yes, please. That's something we could suggest to Gerard and the boys, isn't it?
I hope that local law doesn't apply on Saturday night.
No. Well, indeed.
Very good point.
I hope it doesn't apply to our links to our transmitter either. Otherwise, it'll go quiet rather sooner than we might have expected. So the clock has been reset and is running, and there is now 47 minutes and 48. Hang on, it's going up and down at the moment. That's not confusing at all. 47, 41, 40, 39, 38, 37, 36, 35, 34, 33, 32, 31 and 30. It's 47, 30. We'll have a more
radio that.
Well, I know that there are people who are watching other video feeds and syncing us. Tomorrow, Nick Damon, in his majestic technological role that he has here, he's scratching his beard like an extra from Captain Pugwash at the moment. And no, I was going to say Fortitude. He has come with an excellent technical potential solution to this, to have a countdown clock running at all times on our video feed and our StudioVision.
In the background.
You could have a clock in the background.
You'd have to sync it up though, wouldn't you? Just put me watch it. Hang on, I've got it here. Let's get the very non-technical 70 quid Casio. There we go.
Greaves' car is on the flatbed and on its way back to pit lane. Looked to me like there might be a little bit of barrier repair required there as well.
I just wonder if in the past, when we've had the extra time added on, it's always been added on the Thursday rather than the Wednesday. I'd have to
Is
go
it a
back and
Wednesday
check.
thing?
It might be a Wednesday thing.
So Thursday we can extend the session.
Because I was surprised to see that, but I think it might have happened on a different evening.
I'm going to nip down to Bruce Jones, who has been dutifully lurking in the nicest possible way around the Toyota garages without much to show for at the moment. But Mike Conway's just dashed out of the pits and headed to the pit wall into the waiting grasp of Bruce Jones.
I'm just going to see if I can interrupt. Sorry, gentlemen. Mike, just while it's quiet, for Radio Le Mans, there's a huge gap between the Porsches, the Audis, and then Toyota. How much can you come back from this, or what are you doing at the moment?
Well, I suppose we expected them to be, quite a bit ahead of us, but we haven't done a qualifying run as of yet. So, but I think there'll still be a decent gap, to be honest. But I think as the race will be different though. So just got to stay positive really and learn as much as we can and get a good race car.
Are you done for the night now? Because I think Stefan Sarrazan's taken over the number 2.
Yeah, unfortunately, I wanted to get some more laps, but timing obviously with the red flag was bad. So I'm done now for the night and watch Steph see what we can do out there.
Now, right at the end, obviously you're enjoying a dry track. Was there any oil down out there? We had a few spins right as the red flag came out.
I had a lot of oil on my windscreen actually, coming from one of the Rebellion cars, but there was so much like hay and crap flying in the air when you go offline. It was really hard to see if it was rain or something. So if we get that kind of situation, racing in the night is going to be tricky. I mean, it's tricky enough when it starts to sprinkle and you can't quite see. So it looks like it may be some mixed conditions come the race time. So it's going to be try and stay out of trouble, I think.
Yeah, but for Toyota, it's all about the race, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. There's no point going crazy in the qualifying because we won't have the outright speed for pole.
All right, Mike, thanks. Sorry to interrupt you. Thanks very much. That was Mike Conway.
No, good stuff. Well done, Bruce. Thank you. All kinds of milling around in the pit lane at the moment. We've got some news on Gaetan Paletu that's come in via text from Nissan, actually.
It does indeed, and thanks very much to Darren Cox for just letting us know. Slow speed spin for Gaetan, perfectly okay. Interesting part of that conversation, quite apart from the fact that Mike was actually telling us he didn't think they could get close to the time, but they've not yet gone for what he described as a qualifying run. So more to come by the look of it from the Toyotas. My guess is they're targeted to get in amongst those Audis.
Let's go down into the pit lane where Shea Adam has Ryan DL.
Ryan DL, your car in the garage and the headlights are being readjusted. Why is that?
Well, it's nighttime and it's very dark, so you need those. It's pretty typical, you would always do this in the test day. We didn't run obviously in the dark, so we're just making some fine adjustments here while we're under red. Cars are good. I mean, we definitely had a first good practice. I think it's the most comfortable we felt in the car since we got them. Made some pretty good changes, sizable changes between practice 1 and qualifying. I think we went the wrong way a little bit, so my run was just plagued. I don't think I've ever had 5 laps of traffic like that here. So we're going to try and give it another crack here if I can get it before the end and at least put in a little bit more respectable timing. Rolling Stone's car is fast. It was. I don't think we can get in the 30s right now. Seeing the 38s and 39s. I don't know if that's achievable for us this weekend. Definitely we can run a 40 or a 41, which for the guys would be a nice reward tonight. But 2 cars in one pieces, they're both running. They both look pretty mega, and we're just continuing to learn the Ligier a little bit here. It's very different to both HPDs for us, and obviously a little bit different to what we've worked on in the past. So just taking our time. The guys are taking their time adjusting the headlights, and we're focusing on all the little things. It's little things at this race that make you win it.
Track's pretty bright as it is now, and you do still need the headlights, though. To give the people at home who can't see what's going on because this is radio an idea, where were your headlights pointing in terms of up and down, and where do they need to be?
Well, the good thing is that we lit up most of the grandstands and most of the forest on the backside of the track. The bad news was we couldn't see the tarmac in front of us. So we just need to tip them down a little bit. It's kind of like driving with your street car, the difference between high beams and low beams. Except our high beams were not pointing on the road, so that's pretty typical. I mean, we have 6 headlights on the car, and each one has its own separate function. And then you have your main beams, which are the kind of the huge lights you see on them, which we only turn on at night. Those just need tilted down a little bit. I mean, we're talking nothing. We're basically shimming the top of them by like 2 or 3 mil. It's pretty minimal, but should make a difference. David will go out here trying to run. Hopefully he can see. All going well, and as long as he tells me he can see, I'll go back out. Otherwise, maybe we'll call it a night. But looks like the rain's going to be here tomorrow, so we definitely want to try and get some good running in tonight. Can't believe that the weather stayed as nice as it is. I just can't believe it's going to get miserable the rest of the weekend, but that's Le Mans for you.
Best of luck, Ryan.
Thank you.
Vincent Capillaire, it seems that the senior tech team is visiting the clerk of the course quite a lot. You've had a trouble getting a clear lap, but there have been other things that have been a problem.
Yeah, the first thing we passed the white line and the race line, so we had a small thing with the race control. But after we didn't have the clear lap to make a good lap time actually. But whereas we are working for the race also, passing some step on the setup, some spec on the tire. So let's see.
But do you think you're going the right way? I know now at least we have a dry track for the next 45 minutes.
Yes, for sure. We must drive now, because tomorrow we don't know if there will be some rain. So maybe something are possible now.
Okay, and no more visits to the stewards, eh?
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Vincent Capillaire.
Thanks, Bruce. Just eavesdropping on a very interesting conversation at pit out between one of the crew chiefs of the Porsche, it's the number 19 car, that was at the pit out when the red light came out. I think he was asking whether the car could be rolled back down the pit lane under people power. You can't reverse it. If you did do that, it'd be instant exclusion from the event. And he was also asking how long it was going to be before we went back to green flag, and we're seeing 5 minutes ago they said at least another 15 minutes whilst the barrier repairs go on. And in the meantime, we've seen the Urant Kairos sponsored machine coming into the pit lane of the Greaves car on the back of a flatbed, looking somewhat pre-owned.
Yeah, it didn't look terribly awful, but certainly I would be very surprised if that car was going to be able to
get... Not terminally awful, I like that a lot.
It got damage to both front corners, one more than the other. And clearly there was...
Right front looked worse.
We saw barrier damage, or rather more particularly it was the tyre barriers, as the Murphy car looks to be getting closer. I don't think we're going to see that car tonight.
No, but it's a heck of an effort from them. Paul, while we've got a moment, you said earlier on that you had sector times from Porsche curves. I'd be desperately interested, I'm sure so would the listener, to know what sort of times we are getting out of that information that you have.
Well, hardly surprising, the car that was fastest overall in the session so far, Romain Dumas, or the number 18 Porsche, is the quickest through that sector at 15.326. But second, third and fourth through the Porsche curves are all Audis. You've got the number 8, the number 9 and the number 7 at 15.34, 15.68, 15.79, so not that far behind. And the next two Porsches are actually then slower than the Audis. So it's kind of not really surprising in a way, but it's interesting when the kind of facts do match what you expect, that the place where the Porsche is making up its time is down the fast bits, and where the Audi is able to recover some of the time, not all, but to recover some of the time, is through the Porsche curves. But clearly, whatever the number 18 setup is, or maybe it's just a very committed driver or something, because it was Neil Gianni behind the wheel of the car when it actually set that fast.
And he should
time.
Be committed. Yeah.
Yes. So Neil Gianni then very, very quick through the Porsche curves and quicker than anybody else, but the three Audis looking very threatening there. But it goes back to what I was saying the other day in terms of the race situation. It could all be about overtaking opportunities, because it's far easier to overtake on the straight than it is through the Porsche curves. So we could find ourselves in the race with the Audis getting themselves a little bottled up behind the Porsches through the Porsche curves, and then not being able to get past on the straights.
Engines firing up in the pit lane. We're not green yet, but estimated. No.
2 minutes time.
Confirmed now. Session restart at 23:25. It is 23:23 and 23 seconds at the moment. as the queue lines up behind the Krone Racing P2 car, sitting in the pit lane. 36 minutes and 23 seconds still to go. Out goes the Salzburg Porsche. That is the 17 car. Mark Webber has been installed in that. Still at 9/10 behind the time of Neil Yanni, who is not now in the 18 car. There's another driver in it.
It's not quite pinstripes though. It's
not. But you
it's Salzburg colour.
But the big poster behind the pits has got them together, and it's clear that they're trying to make that linkage, isn't it?
Yes, I just wish that if they were going to, because that is one of my favourite Porsche liveries.
Me too.
That there's good reason for that. In your case, because it's red and white stripes.
Yes, that is. Yes.
You never thought of that, doesn't it?
I just actually really liked it. Yes.
Yes. Anyway, but it is a nice red, but I just think that if they're going to recreate it, they should. I don't know. That's just my view.
So, a few moments away, some 20 seconds away, indeed, from getting a green flag. It's 91.2 Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans for 2015. Graham Goodwin, John Hindhaugh, Paul Truswell, Nick Damon's in the studio with us as well, and there he is if you're watching StudioVision. And if you're not watching StudioVision, why aren't you watching StudioVision?
I was more tempted to say, if you are watching it, why are you watching it?
Well, there is that as well.
Is there nothing on television?
The StudioVision this year brought to you by Duke Video, and of course they have that fantastic box set of
StudioVision.
The last 150 years of StudioVision from Radio Le Mans. A mere 260 hours of us in studios all over the world, with an extra 340 hours of DVD extras and downloadable content as well, of more pictures of us in studios. No, actually the series that is, of course, that Duke Video produced, the official and supremely excellent 4-hour edit of this race, and that will be able to be pre-ordered, I think, this weekend. Eve, is the answer to the question that people are asking us. So keep an eye on Duke Video's site and also on radiolemans.com. They once again will be using our commentary to illustrate the race, to explain the race it goes through. And for those that are asking as well, it will be, although Graham and I aren't doing the WEC app this weekend, it will be Louise and I believe, who are doing the 52-minute highlights as well, that will be out in the early part of next week. I know that I've got to be here on Sunday night to voice that.
You know what? We've been talking the last 45 minutes, so we're going to settle down. It's going to do this.
It's not going to settle down. It's going to
be bonkers now. 33 minutes of bonkers. That's what we want.
Just light the blue touch paper and take a couple of steps back, everybody.
This is a good moment to do a quick lap time, because the track is going to be clear if you're at the front of the queue, and you can get through to the very front of the queue by the time you come round at the end of your first out lap from the pit lane, and then you're in the right place on the start-finish line. Then the track will be relatively clear, and if you do fancy to just go a little bit quicker, now could be a time to do it. Whether we'll see the Toyotas saying now is the time, we'll have to wait and see.
Just before we leave the sector times, have you got the Nissan sector times for the Porsche curves?
I have.
I'll set you that little task as everyone else is getting up to speed. Now, we saw before as the 21 Nismo GTR LM in 1990 tribute colours, and that's the first time I've seen that close up, as we've already got a yellow in at Mulsanne. No, it's gone straight back to green again, and now it's back to yellow again. Oh dear. They aren't behaving themselves at all, are they?
I still wonder whether or not there's a little bit of fluid down somewhere.
Well, we'll let this first lap get over. We're due an hourly update at past. We might just push that a little bit, because I've got a feeling we're going to see some quick... do you know what? I hate doing this, but let's do that early and get that out of the way, so that as the fast laps start to come in, we'll be able to catch them for you.
Midweek Motorsport, Wednesday Tuesdays at 8 p.m.
News and analysis,
Speculation and debate.
special guests, and our resident experts discussing the whole gamut of motorsport.
Formula One, sports cars, touring cars, rallying and bikes. If it has wheels and an engine, and they keep score, it's on Midweek Motorsport. Wednesdays at 8 p.m. on RadioLeMans.com.
The hourly updates on Radio Le Mans, brought to you by Audi Ultra, lightweight technology.
Well, as near as it makes no difference, it's 11:30, half an hour to go. We've had a red flag for the 41 Greaves car to be recovered from Mulsanne corner. Gaëtan Pelletou at the wheel. He's okay. The car looked a bit badly used, if I'm honest, when it came back. It's nothing that can't be fixed. The Murphy men continue their efforts to get their car back onto the circuit. They may be defeated, I'm afraid, by the march of time as we head towards midnight, and the absolute end of this session can't be extended this evening due to local bylaws. It is still with 27 minutes lost under that red flag. The 18, Neil Yanni's time, 3:16.887, described to Bruce Jones as pretty scary, but there's still some left. And Brendan Hartley is now aboard the 17 car, the red and white Porsche. He's out on the circuit at the moment, as is Nico Hülkenberg in the 19. Ollie Jarvis in the fourth place Audi, and the fifth place Audi has Marco Bononomi. Ben Treluet bolted back in and has done exactly the same on his outlap as he did the last time. In fact, he's a bit quicker, 31.6 to a 31.8 just before he spun it last time around. In P2, Nico Lapierre behind the leader on the timing screens at the moment in a respectable 11th overall for the 47. And in GTE Pro, it's still the Aston Martin number 99. In AM, it's the 98 Aston Martin. That's how it stands. The faster times due to come in. Let's get back to the action on the circuits.
The hourly update on Radio Le Mans with Audi.
So, gentlemen, so we've just gone yellow again at Mulsanne corner. Now, why is that? Someone must have gone off the road somewhere. It looks pretty clean.
It's clear again now,
from
John.
the onboard of the number 8, Ollie Jarvis, then heads down. My favourite part of the circuit. This is the darkest bit of the circuit. There's a 1 or 2 lights here. It's not pitch black like it is in some of the circuits that we see through the first kink, through the second, and heading down towards that brilliant flat-out right-hander just before you get into Indianapolis. Still going flat out. Now hard on the brakes, down through the paddle shift, turn left, use the banking at Indianapolis, squirt on the power, try and use the curbs to straighten you out before you go to the right-hander at Arnage. And meantime, there's a problem further back down the circuit at the second chicane. And that has just been cleared as well. This is just people just dropping wheels, I think. And Kaz Nakajima looking quick in the middle section. Ben Treluet not at all bad in the middle sector. He's going to improve if he puts a decent final sector together. 3:23.1 at the moment. He's down. He's going to take at least a second or so, maybe a little more off that. He is in 6th position at the moment. Meantime, also, we've got an improvement for Matthias Besch in the Rebellion, but we're waiting for Ben Treluet. A very, very important cog in this Audi wheel. When you want 5 stints out of a set of tyres, you bolt Treluet into it.
And Oliver Jarvis just behind him to look out for as well as they go across the line. Not quite nose to tail, but very close.
Jarvis 3:23.2, 3:22.9. Treluet does improve his time, but not his position, as Kaz Nakajima produces a decent time, 3:23.6, and closes in on Treluet. 6th and 7th then, down to just 0.8 of a second.
That's,
Graham.
I think, a full second's improvement from Kaz Nakajima. Not bad for someone who's been glued back together for the weekend, is it? Astonishing
Literally.
story here for this race. We shouldn't forget Kaz Nakajima fractured vertebrae, 5 weeks ago, and here and clearly in rude health and going quicker than anybody at the moment in a Toyota. 3:23.7, only good enough for 7th at the moment, but getting somewhere closer to where they expect to be. Another improvement too, by the way, for the number 12 Rebellion. Matthias Besch aboard that car, and Paul Chatan in the car that lost its first 5 laps, making his way back up the order in the 36 Alpine.
And don't forget,
to 7th position.
They got pinged as well for not coming into the weighbridge. A helmeted driver has been spotted in the Murphy garage. Maybe that's just boyish enthusiasm by said driver. Maybe they're closer. Shea Adam is hot-footing it down to their burning calories even as she moves.
Could be just a garage visit by Daft Punk. You've got to be quite careful about that one.
And Shea Adam, a conflagration down on pit lane.
The cluster of journalists around the Greaves garage is not indeed for that car. It is for the Murphy prototype. As this end of pit lane is getting very busy, there is a helmeted driver inside of the car. They are getting ready to bring out 4 Dunlops. This car will be turning laps before the session is over. Look for it out on track within the next minute.
Brilliant stuff.
Fantastic stuff. That's what we love to see. But,
and that is the sort of thing, of course, that Murphy already a fan favourite, but that is the sort of thing, gentlemen, that will only endear them even more to the fans sitting opposite. Put in the work, Paul, and there will be a little ripple of applause from people out there.
Absolutely. I mean, people. This is the beauty of Le Mans. For a lot of people who are here, this is the only race they come to every year. And you'll see a car last year, and Murphys have been here now, 3 years running?
Is it 3? Possibly even 4.
4 years running. I mean, they've captured the public's imagination, and that's what a lot of this race is all about. As the Greaves Motorsport car appears on the screens, and there is quite a lot of damage at the, as somebody was saying, both
it's corners only
fronts.
Though, Paul, by the look of it.
But it's not being pulled back into the garage.
No.
It's not being worked on at the moment. That has gone into the Parc Fermé area. I think the reason why the Murphy car didn't earlier on was because that was a free practice session. This is a qualifying session.
Yeah,
so
absolutely right.
Different restrictions apply.
3:22, Paul. 3:22.928 for Ben Treluer, who nips another. Oh, sorry, that was his last lap. This time he's going to do better than that.
He's done 2 improvements of sector on the first 2 sectors, so every reason for that to be a further improvement from Treluer.
It's going to be a 21, maybe down into the 21s if he holds on to a decent run through that long 90-second plus run from all the way down at Mulsanne Corner through to the finish line.
This is Audi trying to prove that they can do what Porsches can't and put their cars in the right order.
Yes, 1, 2 and 3. 7, 8 and 9.
It's a slow third sector, though, for the number 7 Audi, which means he doesn't improve. Also, we've got the number 12 Rebellion slow.
That's Matthias Besch, Graham.
An improvement, though, for the third. The Nissan's a 21 car, which have been the slowest of the 3. It gets ahead at least of the GT cars, in now amongst the LMP2 cars. So an improvement there for that Nissan.
And an improvement as well for Stefan Sarazan in the number 2 Toyota, ahead of Kaz Nakajima. Nakajima was the faster of the 2 Toyotas. Now it's Sarazan the faster.
18 and 17 across the line, almost as one, and set off to the first part of the lap as Karen Chandok has taken the 48 out of the pit lane. Fantastic
Wonderful
stuff from Murphy's men. And Greg Murphy, after being very, very downhearted indeed when we were interviewing him and his car went off. In fact, it arrived back as Joe Bradley was talking to him in the Nismo pit lane, and he was not a happy man. They have worked tirelessly over the last, hour and a half, maybe no more than that actually, wasn't it? It's a good couple of hours to put that car back together. All right, 23 minutes to go. 91.2 FM is Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans for 2015. Let's just take a little breath, gather ourselves for the dash to midnight. It'll be midnight and 3 minutes before we know what's happening. Are we going to see pole position set tonight? Weather forecast tomorrow somewhat changeable, to say the least. A bit of low pressure coming up from round about the Bay of Biscay, cutting right across a huge swathe, right across central and western France, up through the English Channel. Big thunderstorms have been forecast for the south of England. Will it skirt us, or will it actually give us any rain tomorrow? That's the big unknown, and that's why tonight's session and the next 22 minutes is going to be absolutely imperative for these teams out there.
Well, the other thing you've got to look for is not just drivers getting their night laps in. If we're going to have wet weather tomorrow, John, is which drivers are going to be outside the ultimate qualifying time, because we've not got a lot of dry running in yet. Yes, there'll be things like force majeure will come into play here, but my guess would be we're going to be talking about a number of drivers who are outside that qualifying maximum.
Stephen Marsh saying if a couple of cars are working together through a race stint, would they be able to save a pit stop over race distance? Probably not, but tonight they might be able to give themselves a better shot at some high speed. Remember, out of the, how many kilometres is it round here, Paul?
13.6.
11.3 are straights, is what we would call straights. So a huge amount of this circuit in percentage-wise is flat out running and getting an aerodynamic advantage, as we've seen from the Nissan, half the power of anybody else in LMP1, and they're still able to go very, very quick in a straight line. I don't think it's enough to save that amount of fuel, but the point is, at this point of the evening, it might not be the worst thing to pal up with one of your teammates.
Yes, that's right, but the trouble is that the chicanes down the Mulsanne Straight really do mess it up, because they kind of mean that it's all, although what you say is right about the amount of straight line running is true, it's not kind of all end-to-end straight line running, as that's the KCMG car taking a wider line going into Tertre Rouge.
And that's where Kirill Ledygin did exactly the same thing and ended up sideways in the gravel. Nico Lapierre flirting with danger there, Paul.
He was indeed.
He was very, very quick across the grass there. The marshals jumping for cover.
Yeah, I mean, the point I was trying to make was about the acceleration zones, because the straight bits, a lot of them are all about acceleration. It's not about just sitting at full revs as it used to be when the Mulsanne Straight was without chicanes. And just on that, you talk about the Nissan's top speed. Their top speed is very comparable with the top speed of the Audis and the Porsches, but if you look at their Sector 2 time, which has the 2 chicanes included in it, they're losing more than 3 seconds on each chicane.
Wow.
So the braking, turning in, getting it round the chicane is 3 seconds on each chicane that the Nissans lose.
And braking is such an important part of what you do. Remember, this is a car that was designed to run with 2 hybrid systems. It's running with 1, possibly none, and therefore the braking efficiency as well as the downforce situation with that car. You can't just say, oh, let's throw bigger discs on it. Well, you could, but it's going to upset all kinds of calculations.
And indeed, braking, I mean, the reason why hybrid systems use the braking system is that actually improves the braking as well, because you're not having to worry about getting rid of all the heat.
Watching a very, very close call. In fact, there was a bit of a touch, wasn't there, between Paul-Luc Chatin and I think
it was Alexei Basov in the number 72 SMP racing car, third quickest at the moment. The car in GTM, just outside the top 40.
And I'm afraid to say that Alexei was a little bit dozy there.
I don't think that was his brightest moment. No,
just turned into the right rear corner of the 36. In comes the 2 Rebellions, and the mainly white one is very nice. It does look like that's almost a test livery, though, doesn't it?
That car has just had the technical warning flag. The number 12 car, I think, is on
it was going slow, wasn't it?
With a reason. Improvement, meanwhile, for the number 43 car. This is the still known as the Saab Morand effort. That is really, in reality, a Morand racing only effort now. Saab with no further part to play in that car's progress.
Earl Bamber has just taken the 19 Porsche out, which means the top 3 cars, 18, 17 and 19, are all Porsches, and they are all out on the track. But there's 2.5 seconds between the 19 and the 18, and there's another half a second between the Porsches and the slowest of the Porsches and the rest of the field, headed by, at the moment, the 8 of Ollie Jarvis. Felipe Albuquerque has just jumped into the 9 car and taken that out. Ben Treluet is still pounding around and has just improved his time without... How's that possible? He's just done his fastest lap time without doing a single fastest sector. 3:22.456. He must have been so close to his fastest times, but wasted no time.
Or he's had a poor sector on his faster lap earlier.
Well, exactly. That means there's still something to come.
It's all about where you hit the traffic, isn't it?
Yeah.
And at this time of night, it's all about traffic management, and it's what I was saying at the early part of the session. As the minutes tick away, more and more teams say, okay, we've got our 3 drivers qualified, we're mid-pack, we'll go back to the garage, and the last lap is often one of the quietest laps. Think back, Stefan Sarazan, back in the days of him driving a Peugeot, did it at midnight. Thomas Enger used to go out in the GT
and scare the life out of the curbs.
And wake up the local rabbit populations. But that is a good time to be out because the track is clear.
Meantime, into the top 30 as we come within the last, 16.5 minutes of the session, comes the Murphy Prototypes car. So Nathaniel Berton is now at the wheel of the 48 car, the car up to speed, and I'm guessing, guys, will now start to make its way up through the P2 order. Exceptional effort from that team.
And more importantly, it's getting laps in the night time, which will then mean that they don't have to do them tomorrow night. So just adding to, I think if the weather conditions are substantially different tomorrow, then qualifying minimum will be waived, but it is important to get those laps in the night time.
Alexei Basov's slightly less than brilliant moment with Paul-Luc Chatin being investigated. That was up at the Dunlop chicane. Meantime, the 18 Porsche, this is the black car, the car that is fastest, emerges like something from Darth Vader's garage from the scrutineering tent and pulls down into the acceleration lane. It does look very purposeful, I've got to say, but I just can't see it lasting. I really can't. In it comes. The headlines for Porsche may well have to be those of Paul Sitter as another new nose goes on to a Porsche. We've seen, I think, every single one of the 3 Porsches have at least a couple or 3 changes of nose.
More new noses coming out here than a Hollywood wife. It's quite astonishing stuff this evening.
There's no harm in putting them on. If you've got them in the garage and they're new, then you might as well make sure they all fit and that the mechanics can get them all on, because you might have to change them in the race itself.
Good point. Find out if all the catches fit, etc. Under quarter of an hour, less than 15 minutes to go on Mobil 1, Radio Le Mans, 91.2 FM around the circuit, around the world at radiolemans.com. Our Mobil 1 broadcast centre lighting up the Porsche, into the Porsche curves in the Ford Chicane. So we look to our left, we can see the big screen that many of the spectators are down there watching. The Porsche centre lit up over there to our left as well.
Should make it clear, John, that it is actually mandatory now at the Le Mans 24 Hours that every driver has to wave to us as they go by.
Otherwise you get your lap,
looking for that as the cars come past.
Through goes Ben Treluet to start another lap. It's a 30s. Hello, Ben. It's the 3:26.3, and he had a bit of a gap ahead of him. He's got one car and then a huge gap, and he's got through, going down into the Forest S's. Now, did he lose time there as he heads off towards Tertre Rouge? There's still a lot of dust on the circuit and 1 or 2 people just dropping wheels off there as well. So Treluet, no, it's a 32. Well, it's there or thereabouts. He's been doing 31.8s, 31.7s in the first sector. Let's grab a chance for a couple of driver interviews before the real drama. We'll head down to Bruce Jones and Fred Makovici.
Fred, it's not looking really strong at the moment for Porsche in GTE Pro. Can you catch up?
Yeah, for sure. It's not what we expect. We will see how is it now. It's only the first part of the qualify. We try to be concentrated to have a good car for the race. And today we was really unlucky with the traffic. So much traffic at the wrong moment. We will see tomorrow if we have again some dry condition.
Yeah, we'll see. Best of luck. Thanks very much. That was Fred Makovici, 92 Porsche.
There are still times coming, though, particularly in P2. Sam Bird's just improved his time to a 3:42.134. Expected to see that 26G drive Ligier Nissan, though, guys, a little further up the order there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10th at the moment in that 19-car field.
A little earlier on, I set Paul a challenge to have a look at the Nissan times through the Porsche curves, and when you ask Paul, you get the answer, and the answer is what?
Well, the quickest of the Nissans is the number 23. The quickest time that it's done through the Porsche curves in 18.2 seconds.
That sounds fast to me.
Which is, it's not too bad until you compare it with the Porsches. That's doing 16 seconds, and the Audi's 15 seconds. So about 2 seconds off what a Porsche will do. And remember, a Porsche is kind of perhaps more comparable to a Nissan, so 2 seconds is the gap, but it's 2 seconds over something less than 20 seconds, and however you do that, that's a kind of a 10% gap on opening up over the whole field. So it's the area where Nissan have to work is, and they know it, through the corners.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, again, got to make the point, they are somewhat hamstrung by not having all of the hybrid power they were expecting. Nothing at the rear wheels. Might as well have casters on the back of there. And all they're doing is keeping the exhaust. I mean, in fact, they're not even doing that. The exhaust comes out beside the windscreen.
And they've never been here before. I mean, that's the
no,
biggest
absolutely.
thing. That, as a team, they're still learning the way around. And as I've said, they've just got to take things easily.
We heard earlier on from a GT driver not feeling so good. A man on top of the world at the moment after 2 wins in the FIA World Endurance Championship, leading that championship obviously at the moment for Aston Martin, and second quickest Aston Martin and second quickest GT car overall. The best of the AM cars is the 98. Paul Dallalana is with Shea Adam.
Paul, it's been a good year for you so far, but it's even better to get out of the car at Le Mans, see your name atop the timing screen. You think that'll stick?
It's really, it's always special to see Pedro go to work, and he's got the bit this year. So, it's hard to say. I mean, at the end of the day, we're planning to have a bit of a wet day tomorrow. So we sort of threw everything at it in that first session, and it seemed to work. But, it's going to be a long day tomorrow and an even longer race. So I'm not sure it really means that much other than a moral victory.
Do you get double points for the pole, so does it mean that extra bit of much for the championship?
Yeah, I mean, our experience last year, of course, is that every point matters, and we had a great year, except that our sister car had an even better one. So this year we've reminded ourselves that if we can get it, let's get it, and we're, that's our mentality. So nice to sort of, if this holds up, to have maximum points this far, which is a little bit unexpected, but certainly, helpful.
Good to have momentum on your side. Thanks, Paul.
Thank you very much.
The Big More. That's what they call about it going into playoffs. And in some ways, this is a bit like a playoff. Harry Tinknell up to 20th and a 3:41.4 for the Nissan. Kaz Nakajima's on a quick one, but doesn't deliver in the final sector. 3:24.2. Lost a good second or two there.
Paul the pedant butting in. You don't get double points for pole position. You only get double points
for your
finishing positions.
Okay. And of course, it's that weird hybrid because you get the finishing positions based on where you are in the FIA WEC field, not the overall class field.
Yes, yes. So
which I think's wrong, actually. I like Graham's idea is the most elegant for me. I think you should get positions based on where you are in the FIA WEC field, and the extra points should be how far up the class field you are.
Yeah, that's an interesting way of doing it. So I think the best way to deal with points at Le Mans is to do them on Thursday. Don't worry, because it's such an important race that you don't actually worry about where you are in the World Endurance Drivers' Championship until you start focusing on the next round of the championship. The post-Le Mans euphoria is only about Le Mans.
It's a funny thing, gentlemen. Ben Treluer just chipping away at his time. 3:22.2 now for the number 7 car.
But still third quickest the Audis.
Yeah, but Ben doing what Ben does, doing that consistency thing. He's been out for quite a few laps now, and Paul will tell me how many laps he's been out for. I think this is a full run that they're doing.
It's not a full run because he's not going to have time, because the most he's going to get is 10. But it is a long run, certainly. And it is as long as he can make it, given the fact that we've just come out of a red flag scenario. So, yeah, he is on his 9th lap at the moment.
And he's just gone quicker again. a 3:21.8. That, this, by the way, is the quickest this car's gone on a longer run. This is very interesting strategy here by Lena Gade and the 7 car.
On equally, another Progressive Motorsport engineer, Kyle Wilson-Clark, who's running the number 17 Porsche. Brendan Hartley is out, and he is on an 8 laps so far run as well. So great minds think alike.
Do you think we're going to get that last-minute splurge here that you're expecting, Paul? Do you think they're going to have a crack at it right at the death here?
I think Porsche are. I think Porsche are.
I don't see the point. Porsche have already locked out the first 3 positions. They know that, I believe they know that Audi can't go better than them. So I would be surprised if it happens, but John's going to tell me.
I think they want the 17 car on pole.
There is a question here, Paul, which is that, well, actually, no, it's not the 19 car, but it is whether or not you would position your car for that pole position point, depending on the championship position. You'd expect to do that. Shouldn't miss, by the way, when we're talking about Paul Dalla Lana, maximum points for the championship so far, both wins, both pole positions, and not just because the Pedro Lamy is involved in that, because, of course, Paul Dalla Lana now has to take a full part in qualifying.
Yeah, absolutely.
But
yeah.
It does beg the question, doesn't it, with 3 cars? Not quite sure that works. Do you lose the pole position point if the non-championship car gets pole, or do they count back?
No, they count back to the first championship car. I don't know. I mean, the bizarre thing is this whole question about pole position, how much it's worth. You know, there was a long time where pole position never won at Le Mans, and then we suddenly went into a phase in the last few years when pole position did win. Then last year again we started breaking the mould. Last year pole position didn't win, but it was the first year for I think 3 years or 4 years when pole didn't win.
While you have a quick look at that, I'm just going to point out another big loser here this evening, which is the number 71 Ferrari. You remember this was one of the cars that lost 6 laps at the beginning of the evening. That car has not improved very much. It's not broken 4 minutes yet. Is still in 52nd position and way down even the Anfield and way off the kind of pace we're seeing from the lead pro cars. How far off? About 6.5 seconds off.
Quick update on GTEs as it's just gone past 10 past. Nobody anywhere near the Astons at the moment, and the next 2 Ferraris, or the Ferrari and the 63 Chevy Corvette, are both in the pit lane. So it looks like Aston at the moment on provisional pole position in Pro and Arm, and the 3rd Aston, Stefan Mucker, in the 97 car, is ominously just lurking there in 4th position in Pro. Rui Aguas has the best of the Ferraris in Am in 2nd position, but about 1.2 seconds away from the 98 Aston, and in 3rd Alexei Basov in that 72 car that we saw having the little incident with the 36 Alpine it was Paul-Luc Chatan at the wheel of that car when that happened, as flags waving across the line. That is for a bit of overtaking as they go past us.
Paul?
I was only going to go back to the AF Corsa Ferrari number 71. James Collado hasn't driven it again. So the driving duties since the problem for the car, David Arrigon and Olivier Beretta, are not as quick as James Collado.
Which also means that James hasn't done his night laps.
If we assume correctly that is
Can't do them tomorrow though, can't he?
He can do them tomorrow, yeah.
Let's head down to the end of the pit lane, and Shea is with the Nissan team.
The Nismo pit lane reporter has found her way down to the Nismo team, and I have never been so happy to see filthy, dirty cars before in my entire life. The 23, the 22, which is just coming back in now, it wasn't a lap ago, and the 21, all covered in dirt. And it is a beautiful thing because it means that this team has gotten exactly what they needed tonight, which is laps, experience, and data. So I think even though they are off pace in terms of qualifying right now, these are going to be some happy guys tonight.
And they've done exactly what they needed to do. Thank you, Shea.
Further improvements coming, guys. Principally, the one first up the field is Oliver Turvey. Turvey stays third, but has closed the gap into the other Gibson right down to just about a tenth of a second. Right at the back of the field, 4:12 had been the best from the number 68 Team AAI car, 56th position. It's moved up just one position, but Mike Parisi has put a time in that is 9 seconds quicker than its previous best. And we said about that number 71 car not having broken 4 minutes. Well, Olivier Brett has made a liar of me, and he just puts it in a 3:58. Marco Sorensen in the number 95 Aston Martin is one of two. Both of them have been warned for track limits, but has put in a 3:56 to lift that car up the order as well.
Sam Bird improves the 26G drive. Nissan, the Ligier Nissan, to 20th position and 7th in class with a 3:41.3. We've got two 3:38s in that class and a couple of 39s as well as Mikael Aloshin looks like he's going to pull that 37 car up through the field with a faster lap. I'm also looking as well at Felipe Albuquerque. He's found a little speed in the number 9 Audi. Ollie Jarvis, by the way, has gone back out of the pit lane in the 8 car. It was briefly in the box a moment or two ago. 1 minute and 14 seconds. Jarvis is going to have to hustle to get around, to get across the line, to get one shot at it.
He can't.
He's not through the first sector yet. Olivier Beretta hasn't improved at all that position. It must have been James Collado, because he's Oli Beretta is with Bruce Jones.
Olivier, the timing screens are still saying you're out on the track, but you're here with me in the pit garage. So is that James Collado driving 71?
Yes, James is on the car right now, and the car is running quite well. We are happy. So far, there has been a good session for us. We just have to see what the meteo will do for tomorrow, but until now it's good.
Did you not have your times taken away at the start of the session?
Yeah, James did a very good lap, but on turn 6 he went a little bit large, and the steward cancelled the lap time. But the main important thing is that he did a good job, the car was fast, and we are all happy about the car.
Okay, always good to see you, whether on the timing screens or not. That's Olivier.
Improvements in the GT times as well, John. We were talking, as the checkered flag has shown, we were talking about those Aston Martins going quicker, but track limits warnings, but both of them improved their times. So it's Aston Martin's first and second, the 99 and the 98 second overall in GTE and first in the AM car. Then it's the 51 Ferrari, then the 97 and 95 cars in the hands at the moment of Stefan Mucker and Marco Sorensen, both putting times in the 3:55s, 3:55.4 for the 97 car, 3:55.7 for the 95. So it's Aston Martin, Ferrari, Aston Martin, Corvette, the top 6.
And proof, if proof were needed, that Al Kamel listened to...
Just to interrupt, Paul, because Ben Treluer has ditched the number 7, and it is at the first chicane, zone 11. The Audi is off. He's gone straight on.
Exactly where the red flag came out last time.
He's exactly the same incident. You're absolutely right. Coming out, sorry, a bit close to my microphone there. Coming out of the chicane and just getting it wrong, but this time it looks like he missed his braking point and went straight on, wasn't able to dodge the bollards and just couldn't get it stopped, goes straight into the gravel but does not hit the bailed tyre barriers on the far side of the gravel track. Time has expired. There's a couple of cars out, notably Mark Lieb in the 18 car, but I don't think he's going to improve. James Collado has, though, Graham.
James Collado gets in amongst the GTE pros. He's pulled back something like 3.5 seconds from the mark that car had scored, just 2 laps ago. So he's got back towards the pace, if not on the pace. Sam Bird, meanwhile, has actually hauled up the number 26 car up into 4th position. But the latter running, almost every car that improved in the late running there, guys, was getting a track limits warning. Almost every one.
Yeah, and that will be looked at to see if anyone has done that when they were getting their best lap. Who is out, who might trouble the scorers? Well, no, Lieb's lifted off and he hasn't got a good first couple of sectors. Albuquerque the same. So Audi's coming in. It's going to be further down the field, and Marco Sorensen's just improved there for Aston Martin, Grim.
He has potential to improve on this lap. We'll wait and see how that one actually comes through. He's in the third sector now as the final batch of cars making their way through the Ford chicane. So we'll keep an eye on the times of both those Aston Martins, in fact, as the running for this session comes to an end. And the 97 car pits. That car won't improve. We wait for the number 95 to see if we see any improvement from the Dane train. But I think that car is pitted too.
He's in the pit lane right in front of us.
Yep.
So Sorensen, a single-seater exponent, will dive into the pit lane. Checkered flag being shown in the pit lane and on the circuit at the moment. Our finish line marshal working very hard, and we should say thank you to all of our marshals and officials. Been a busy night for them again tonight. So KCMG provisionally on pole position for LMP2. Aston Martin sweep the GTE provisional pole positions, and Porsche at the head of the field lock out 1.5 rows.
I think someone else may be off, John, because we've got a double yellow in zone 21 now.
That's just after Mulsanne.
Yep, so not just the incident for Benoit Treluet, there is another incident out there somewhere.
Well, that's exactly what happened the last time Ben went off there. And it was his teammate. Let's head down to the pit lane. Provisionally on pole position after the first of our qualifying sessions. It's the number 18, and it was Neil Yanni who put in the time. He's with Bruce Jones.
Neil, congratulations. It's pole for now. Are you praying for rain for tomorrow, or do you want to go and have another go? You enjoyed that lap, didn't you? 3 minutes 16.
Oh, definitely, and I had to overtake 2 cars, so I know there is still more in it. In one way, yes, it could rain tomorrow because pole is always nice, but on the other hand, it's not about qualifying. It's a 24-hour race, and we didn't have a lot of dry running, and we would still like to prepare a bit more for the race. So I don't mind if it's dry tomorrow.
But it's also quite a nice feeling if you do start in this order. Porsche has the first 1.5 rows of the grid, so making the run to turn 1 on Saturday afternoon should be that little bit easier.
It should make it easier, but we are racing here, we like battling, so we don't mind anything else.
One look at your face, Neil, I can see that. He's really enjoying it. But Porsche, they've got the bragging rights, John.
Thank you, Bruce. Let's head straight down into GTE and to Aston Martin. Fernando Reis once again is leading the 99 team, and that car is leading the timing screens. Alex McDowell, one of his teammates, is with Shea Adam now.
Alex McDowell, it's nice to be on top of the charts, even if there is another opportunity tomorrow. Are you going to start doing your rain dance right now?
Yeah, definitely. I think if it can stay like this and it rains tomorrow, for sure we'll be on pole position. So, yeah, we'll be hoping it rains, but, we've still got a good package. If it does end up being dry tomorrow, I'm sure we can go out there and nail another lap in. So we're pretty confident. It's great to see Pedro up there in the Pro-Am Aston, so we've got somebody to guard us throughout the race, hopefully.
Any celebration tonight, or are you going to wait until tomorrow?
No, there's still a long way to go, and it's a 24-hour race, so quali doesn't really matter, to be honest. If we qualified last in Pro, you can still come through to win, like the Ferrari showed, I think 2 years ago. One of them qualified last and won the race, so it's nice to start, if we do start on pole position, and we get a point for pole position, so fingers crossed it stays this way.
Fingers crossed indeed. And we see Richie Stanaway is also in the garage. Richie, I chatted with you briefly yesterday, or at Scrutineering on Monday. Did you ever think that you would be on provisional pole at this point?
No, but it's obviously nice to get the weekend off to a good start. And we'll have to see what the weather does tomorrow, because the weather forecast doesn't look too good, so maybe this was the session that will determine the result, but we can't know for sure, so we'll just have to see what happens tomorrow.
How big of a confidence booster is it to potentially start from pole?
Yeah, for sure, it's a big confidence boost. We know that the pace is there and the car felt amazing, both in the free practice session and at the start of qualifying there, so it can only be a good thing. So.
Well, and a good thing indeed it was. Thanks, Richie. And see if we can grab a quick word with Fernando. That was a great lap you put in there at the end. Totally different from last year at Le Mans this time. You feeling a lot better?
Well, it just, I don't know, it just feels good. The car's good and everything went according to the plan.
So yeah, I'm happy with it. Richie got a very good lap earlier on. I think we were fast and consistent so far all the time. So it's looking good in the wet or dry, and any condition we're fast. So I'm happy.
Do you feel like you have a good setup for the race?
Yeah, in fact, we worked more on the setup, thinking about the race, not for qualifying, because we didn't have enough time to prepare everything because of the bad weather. So we kind of changed plans just to focus on the race, and we were surprised that, in fact, it works well for qualifying. So it's good enough, good first day.
Well done.
Thank you.
GT car facing the wrong way after
62
Mulsanne, and it was the 62.
The Scuderia Corsa car, and the Benoit Treluet car now away and clear from zone 11 at the first chicane, and the Scuderia Corsa car appears to have been cleared up too, and will make its way back here towards the pit lane.
Let's grab our only provisional pole sitter that we haven't talked to at the moment. That's Pedro Lamy, and Shea has managed to find him in Aston Martin World.
Pedro, that was a great lap out there. You've got momentum on your side this year. Do you think your time will hold up?
Yeah, hopefully it stays. We'll see tomorrow if we're going to be dry or not. But at least we had a good lap today, and we had a clean lap with new tires, and that push at the beginning of the session was good. It was a nice feeling. We'll see tomorrow.
Were you surprised to be ahead of all the other GT cars?
Yeah, I was quite surprised. I didn't know how far could I go, but I really pushed, and I felt that was the lap with new tires, and I went for it, and it was good.
You're happy but very reserved. Congratulations for now. Let's hope it sticks for tomorrow.
Thank you. We'll see.
Well, I know that the driver's not quite out of the KCMG car down with Bruce Jones, but that's the provisional pole sitter, 11th position overall for that car. Bruce is just standing by at the moment. They must be delighted with that, Bruce. I bet there's a lot of happy faces down there.
Well, especially bearing in mind what happened right at the start of practice today when they pulled up at the first chicane on the opening lap. I'll be waiting. Yeah, but actually, you know, they've all been quite measured. They got the car back. They fixed the water pipe that had come loose. But they're not big smiles down here, not high-fiving or anything. And I will get Matt Howson back. He's just walked right out of the back of the garage with his helmet still on. But actually remarkably downbeat. I'll report back when I've found someone and trodden on their toes to make them smile. Back in a minute.
Well, it's a brand new car, and every reason for them all to be pleased. The Oreca 05, brand new for this year. 2 cars out there, currently sitting on provisional pole for the number 47 car, the KCMG car. Team that really did show race-winning form in the WEC last year, albeit in a far less strong field than we have this year. Just the 4 cars for the full season. But KCMG, I believe, coming on strong and could well be a force in this year's championship, particularly if that car continues to show this kind of form. And in fact, well, the second Oreca 05, the Thierry by TDS racing car, the 46 car, running is looking it's 5th at the moment in the order, and comes here, Paul, on the back of a debut win for that car, for that Oreca 05 chassis.
Yes, I mean, I think the one thing you can guarantee with LMP2 is that it's going to be a dogfight. And it's going to be a dogfight in a different kind of way to P1, because P1 is all going to be about being on the track and how quickly you can be on the track. P2 tends to be a little bit more tactical. You've got to use the silver graded driver, and that's that's part of the skill of doing it.
And I think we can. In fact, no. I know we can nip back down to KCMG, where Bruce Jones has managed to corral Matt Howson into a corner of the garage, and he's not letting him by until he's spoken to 91.2 FM Mobil Run Radio Le Mans.
Matt, you were quick out on the track, but you were quick back into the truck. I had to go rescue you. Why aren't KCMG happy? You just taken potentially pole position LMP2.
Yeah, well, I think it's midnight, so probably everyone wants to be in bed at this stage. It's Le Mans week, so it's a stressful week. The team have done a really good job with the car because it's obviously they come to bits so many times. It's also the first time the Oreca 05's run here, so reliability it's a question mark as much as it will be with any new car. So the guys are taking extra care with everything to make sure nothing goes wrong.
Did your heart sink in the first lap of practice when it pulled to a halt out around the circuit?
Yeah, it does a little bit, but better now than on race day. So yeah, it was a fairly trivial thing. Yeah, nothing too major. I mean, we have had one or two things go wrong, but it's only done 2 races, 2 6-hour races, this car. So to be honest, anything could happen. But Orica very experienced at building this type of car. So yeah, I saw it had ground to a halt, but I knew the boys would have it back out. Conditions weren't good at the time anyway, so actually we didn't lose anything.
There we are, optimism. Enjoy your evening. Thanks very much, Matt Howson.
Brilliant stuff from all of our Nismo pit lane team this evening. We'll stand down Bruce and Shea for the moment and say thank you to them and all their colleagues this evening. Graham and Paul, some final thoughts in the next couple of minutes, please.
Well, for me, spectacular stuff. I could have done with it going on for a little longer in P1. It was all over very quickly in terms of the battle for provisional pole this evening, but you can't argue with those times. We wondered whether or not we might get anywhere close to a 3:15. We most certainly did get close to a 3:15, but it's the other side of 3:16. A record-busting run, and who would quibble with standing here and watching history?
Paul?
I think the other thing is that we've had a safe and secure qualifying session for virtually everybody. There's been no major accidents. Everybody has kept it pointing on the black bits. We've had a couple of problems, but the Murphy Prototypes car has got itself out again, having finished the free practice session with damage. Everybody else has gone out and done laps. And that's good because, so often we do lose cars through qualifying. And last year, we lost 2 cars before the race actually began. 3 cars says...
3 cars, 1 had to be replaced. If you
yes, I was going to say, we lost 3 cars. Yep. We had 54 starters come the race day. But the number of laps completed by the leading runners, 24, 25, 26, 27 laps completed by the leading runners. Good to see the Nissans doing good numbers of laps as well. We've seen, say, from the Nissan 17, 18, 19 laps completed. So good to see good reliability and minimal amounts of mechanical woes. The one thing which does worry me a little bit is the repeating black and orange flags that we continue to have for those rebellions.
Yep.
They seem to be losing oil, and that's not the sort of thing you need to be getting on top of that kind of thing before the race itself, because it's a new engine with the AER. But I just worry a little bit about the reliability of those rebellions, because the speed is good. They're up there right as quickly. I mean, it's interesting. Amongst the top speeds, we've got the Nissan, we've got the Audi, we've got the Porsche, and the Rebellion are all within 1 or 2 kilometres an hour of each other. So in terms of top speed, we've got a terrific close battle amongst different types of manufacturers, and that's good to see. So I think overall a very positive day.
What were the speed traps today? We've seen them from the test day, but
3:37 was the highest, and that was achieved by both the Audi number 8 and the Porsche number 18. 3:36 was achieved by Porsche number 19 and the Rebellion number 12. Let me just get the right bit of the screen up. And
so the Nissans this time not at the top.
3:35 was Max Chilton, or the number 23 Nissan, but that's only 2 kilometres an hour. And to be fair, within the accuracy of what the speed trap can do,
yeah,
it's there or thereabouts.
But what they've done is they've found more speed from going slower.
Well, so often the way.
Better lap times, yes.
Interestingly enough, none of those times, as far as I remember, actually are as quick as we saw in last year's race. If you look at fast laps from last year's race, we were up in the 3:39s by Audi and Toyota last year. So none of the cars are going faster than they went last year.
Right, that's it, gentlemen. Thank you very much for your hard work and your forbearance this evening. I think it's been an absolute cracker. Tomorrow, let's keep our fingers crossed. We might get some decent weather. You never know. But thank you to everyone who's been involved in the programmes today. Everything that you've heard today in terms of track action and midweek motorsport already available as podcasts and downloads, apart from that last session which is being sorted at the moment. Stay tuned to radiolemans.com and 91.2 Mobil 1 radiolemans.com for more. We'll be back tomorrow with more qualifying. Every single bit of track action is live here on 91.2 Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans.
Around the world,
Around the clock.
endurance racing direct to you.
RadioLeMans.com.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at RadioLeMans.com. Follow Radio Le Mans on Twitter at Radio Le Mans.
Silverstone,
Spa,
Fuji.